In a world ravaged by global catastrophe, where evolution unfolds and monstrous beings roam freely, civilization teeters on the brink of annihilation. In this era, rife with monsters and famine, trust among people has evaporated, leaving only endless slaughter and plunder as the reigning principles. Yet, amidst the perils of this treacherous world, Laozi's awakening of extraordinary abilities unexpectedly manifests as a primordial vessel. Just moments ago, the awakening system descended, heralding the apocalypse. All living beings, including flora and fungi, must either evolve or mutate, while those humans who fail to evolve face the grim fate of becoming terrifying zombies. The existence of human technology hinders the evolutionary trajectory of this planet. The divine has decided to bestow celestial power upon it, enabling all beings to evolve and establishing the most perfect awakening ecological chain within a century. However, the divine is benevolent and will not extinguish an intelligent race without cause. Thus, the divine shall also grant humanity the chance to awaken. With the blessing of the divine, strive to survive. Should humanity endure to become the rulers of the blue planet, the divine will acknowledge their capabilities. Ding! The awakening system has been acquired. Your skill is. This was the divine voice that Duanju heard just moments ago, a proclamation echoed by all in the world. Soon after, the streets were filled with widespread mutations. Just as portrayed in horror films, the transformed beings would first convulse upon the ground, their skin darkening and eyes turning red in less than 10 seconds. These mutated individuals would become bloodthirsty monsters, their eyes gleaming with a crimson hue, drooling insatiably. Duanju glanced around and estimated that over half of the mutated entities had succumbed to this fate, indicating that at least 50 of the global population had transformed into zombies. Billions of zombies? Oh, divine, you wretched fool. Do you possess no intellect at all? They say half have mutated, yet those who remain unchanged are utterly oblivious. Everyone outside has been bitten to death. Only a recluse like me has survived by sheer luck. If this continues, I will have to face an entire city of zombies. What hope is there for survival? Cursing the divine, Duanju silently wiped away tears, feeling a tumultuous mix of fear and sorrow. The apocalypse had only just begun, and already the mobile network was faltering. He could not reach his parents or his sister. Yet this was not the gravest concern. The most dire predicament was that the awakening skill granted to Duanju was utterly ineffective. One could even say it bore a negative impact. Host Duanju has acquired the awakening skill. Enchanting Sacred Body. Enchanting Sacred Body. Under the condition of maximizing beauty, the host's physique shall evolve into the most perfect female human form. Under equal weight, the host's basic attributes will be the strongest in females, and the offspring will perfectly inherit attributes from their partner, thereby better perpetuating the human gene pool. Additionally, a passive effect is included, enchanting body fragrance. The host's skin will continuously emit pheromones, inciting protective and possessive instincts in male humans, thereby enhancing their allure. What nonsense! Gazing at the reflection of his fair, smooth, and exquisitely adorable face in the mirror, wrapped in a blanket, Duanju yearned to seize the divine by the throat and demand an explanation for such an ordeal. Merely facing the apocalypse would be bearable, but to be transformed into a delicate maiden devoid of any strength? Damn it, the streets are teeming with zombies, just an endless horde of the wretched undead. What use are my ample bosom and fair legs? I demand my muscles and my former self back. You scoundrel! Whoa! In a state of despair, Duanju could only cradle her head in her blanket, stifling her sobs. Only moments ago, after convulsing and mutating on the ground like others outside, she awoke drenched in sweat, and through the mirror, she beheld her transformed self. Her legs were fair and smooth, her bosom round and ample. Her delicate porcelain-like hands sparkled with an exquisite allure, and her tiny, soft feet resembled cherry-topped mousse, seemingly so tender that a gentle squeeze would render them pliable, invoking an instinctive desire to cherish and safeguard her. Beneath her fair skin lay a fragile, rosy hue, enhancing her already stunning visage with an innocent allure. But what good is beauty when I could be devoured by zombies and become mere feces? No, I refuse to perish. Is there anyone brave enough to band together with me against the undead? Anyone confronted with such senseless doom would likely succumb to despair. Duanju, however, managed to refrain from the frantic screams of her neighbors. Under normal circumstances, if she had transformed into a maiden, she would surely seize the opportunity to explore her new form, but presently, Duanju was utterly devoid of such inclinations. She could only cocoon herself like a rice dumpling in her blanket, trembling as she sank into a stupor. Time slipped by, the duration unknown. The fate of the countless souls outside remained a mystery. Duanju only knew that her efforts to block the door with a towel seemed effective, as the zombies had not detected her scent. After breaking through the doors of several other residents, the corridor gradually fell silent. Oh heavens, oh heavens, oh heavens. At that moment, Duanju still trembled, while the sky outside had descended into twilight. The orange sunlight, as usual, bathed the earth, bestowing warmth upon pedestrians yet today. The streets held not a single creature worthy of the title human. Only a throng of hollow-eyed, blood-soaked zombies, continuously emitting eerie, mournful growls. Perhaps I should try making a phone call, Duanju murmured softly to herself, as if this would lend her a modicum of courage. Yet the grim reality only deepened her despair, for her phone had completely lost signal, responding with the same disheartening message of no service regardless of her attempts. What am I to do? Gurgle. Several hours had elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the overwhelming tension and fear had accelerated her energy depletion. Her stomach began to rumble, signaling the dire necessity for sustenance. However, as a reclusive artist reliant on takeout for her meals, her pantry was devoid of even the most basic provisions: no meat, no eggs, no dairy, not even a solitary box of cookies. To survive, she would have to venture out to procure food. Perhaps I should check on my neighbor? As she spoke, Duanju, trembling all over, once again grasped the baseball bat. Despite her body still shivering, she cautiously stepped forward with her delicate, fair feet, inching her way to the door. In a bid to be cautious, Duanju leaned against the door, attempting to glimpse the hallway through the peephole. However, the soft mounds on her chest proved to be quite bothersome, their pressure causing discomfort. She had no choice but to press herself against the door to gather information. Dim, damp, and eerie, the floor bore a pool of nearly dried blood, reflecting the twilight that cast an unsettling glow in the corridor, a truly chilling sight. This place, once her familiar sanctuary, now exuded a silence that sent shivers down her spine, causing her to involuntarily tremble. Perhaps I should just endure this. A pang of fear crept into Duanju's mind. Just as she was about to retreat to the safety of her bedroom, her stomach audibly protested once more, growling with discontent. Gurgle, gurgle. Damn it, I'm so hungry. I can't hold back. Duanju silently lamented while the undead were undeniably terrifying. The gnawing sensation of hunger was equally distressing. After taking several deep breaths to regain her composure, her gaze began to steady. She understood all too well that to survive, she must quickly procure sustenance, preferably as soon as possible. For that damned deity had proclaimed that all beings would continuously evolve in this apocalypse. Perhaps I should venture next door, and if I find food, I shall return at once. With this resolve, Duanju gingerly raised her trembling left hand, exerting the slowest and gentlest effort she had ever mustered to open the door. Creak! Even with such a cautious motion, the old iron door emitted a harsh, grating sound. The noise startled her, and her heart felt as if it had leaped into her throat. Her hand, resting on the doorknob, dared not move an inch. Fortunately, there were no signs of zombies lurking in the hallway. After a brief moment of waiting, with no growls resonating from the undead, Duanju gradually calmed her nerves. Her movements became bolder, and with a speed several times faster than before, she pushed the door open and swiftly slipped into the adjacent room. Wonderful. The neighbor who had turned into a zombie is nowhere to be found. Surely, there must be food still in her refrigerator. Seeing nothing but a pool of blood in the living room, a faint smile emerged on Duanju's face. She hurriedly dashed to the refrigerator, flung open the door, and seized the items within. Canned food. And cake? How splendid! Even jam! Her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the abundant provisions. Speaking of which, I ought to have brought a bag. I forgot in my haste earlier. Well, no matter. My home is just next door, merely a few steps away. I can return soon to— Suddenly, a sound interrupted her thoughts. Duanju distinctly heard the unmistakable sound of water dripping behind her. Though the sound was faint, it resonated with remarkable clarity in the stillness of the room. Duanju, who had been poised with a jar of jam, suddenly froze, her hands suspended in midair, her eyes wide like brass bells. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, her lips quivered slightly, yearning to scream, yet she was paralyzed by the fear of attracting the zombies. Thus, she could only rigidly turn her head, fervently praying that she would not encounter any undead. Please, Divine beings. Blessed Buddha. Almighty Jesus. Not a zombie, not a zombie, not a... Damn it, it's a zombie. Finally, Duanju's body turned around simultaneously, her face drained of color as she gasped in horror. In the twilight, her neighbor's sister, whose neck was grotesquely broken and oozing blood, staggered out of the bathroom, her darkened fingers dripping crimson. She stood vacantly, staring in Duanju's direction, inexplicably refraining from launching an attack. Wait a minute? Could it be? With beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, Duanju felt her heart racing to the brink of explosion. She had never been this tense in her life. Fortunately, this overwhelming anxiety sharpened her senses, and in an instant, she noticed the zombie's eyes bore signs of having been bitten. It was blind. That was why it hadn't attacked immediately. What incredible luck! Otherwise, I would have been ambushed. But what should I do next? The zombie stood ominously in her path back home, making it seem increasingly difficult to avoid it. As she pondered, Duanju's gaze grew steely. She realized she could no longer evade this fate. Though her appearance was that of a fragile woman, her spirit was resolute. If she continued to cower, she would inevitably become the zombie's prey. I must kill it. After a moment's deliberation, Duanju steeled herself, her initial trepidation replaced by determination and resolve. Gritting her teeth, she tightened her grip on the baseball bat and cautiously approached the zombie step by step. Gazing at the once beautiful and amiable neighbor who had greeted her while taking out the trash, Duanju felt a twinge of remorse, yet survival compelled her to raise the bat. Slowly, then, taking a deep breath, she swung the bat violently toward the zombie's head. Thud! The dull thud echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of shattering bone, a mere crack enough to chill one to the bone. Fortunately, this seemingly formidable and terrifying zombie had a defense no stronger than that of a normal person. Under the forceful blow of the bat, it was unable to resist and perished on the spot. Ha! After completing the grim task, Duanju gasped for breath, her sweet scent wafting through the air, oblivious to her own presence. The zombie lay sprawled on the ground, its shattered skull spraying blood and brain matter, staining Duanju's once pale feet a muddy crimson. However, in the face of such a terrifying spectacle, a smile inexplicably appeared on Duanju's face. The baseball bat fell to the ground as her trembling hands instinctively reached for her delicate, slender, and beautifully white fingers. Duanju could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of exhilaration from the violent encounter. It turned out that the dreadful zombies were so easily vanquished. Ding! Host has slain a common zombie. 1, gaining 1 experience point. Level increased to level 2. All attributes enhanced by 0.7. To unlock the next skill, the host must reach level 3. Please continue to strive. Is that so? The system's notification echoed in her mind, gradually replacing Duanju's initial tension with excitement. Thus, it seems that as long as I keep slaying zombies, I can enhance my attributes to protect myself. While this group of zombies has yet to grow stronger, I must seize the opportunity to eliminate a few more. With this thought in mind, Duanju's eyes blazed with fervor. The sight of the decapitated corpses should have instilled fear, yet sometimes, extreme terror can fortify the spirit. After all, without a touch of madness, how could one possibly survive in this brutal apocalypse? It is settled then, these mere zombies are unworthy adversaries, that I shall be the protagonist. I will survive in this dystopia. With her resolve firm, Duanju picked up the baseball bat once more. This time, her hands no longer trembled, and her gaze radiated determination. However, just as she had made up her mind and prepared to leave her neighbor's house with supplies, a sudden sound echoed. Crack! What? A powerful, towering shadow darted past, and something peculiar, a collar was abruptly tightened around her neck. In a state of panic, Duanju instinctively swung the bat at her assailant, only for the person to effortlessly catch the bat with an outstretched arm, a look of surprise crossing his face as he regarded her. To react so swiftly at only level 2? Truly worthy of being one of the 4 black emperors of the past, the demon nun, Duan Wangyu. You! Who are you? What have you put on me? Duanju, ever vigilant, attempted to reclaim her bat and interrogate him. Yet, the collar around her neck suddenly constricted. Instantly, a surge of powerful electricity coursed through her body, forcing her to collapse to her knees in agony, desperately clutching her neck as she struggled for breath. It hurts. So much. Electricity crackle among the few individuals I am determined to eliminate upon my return. You are the one closest to me. Although you have not yet committed any malevolent acts, I regret to inform you that, in the interest of precaution, you must meet your demise." With a menacing glare, the man swung his long blade downwards, assuming a stance as if to behead Duanju. Witnessing this scene, Duanju could only grasp the shimmering collar in desperation, his voice hoarse as he pleaded, "Wait. Hold on. Spare my life. I am willing to do anything. Curse you, divine being. What is this cursed apocalypse? Why must I suffer such misfortune? I refuse to meet my end just yet." Chapter 2. Enslaved, I do not wish to die just yet. Wait, please spare my life. As the man prepared to behead her, in a moment of desperation, Duanju cast aside her pride and raised her right hand, shouting with all her might, hoping to evoke even the slightest flicker of compassion within him. What do rebirth, the 4 Black Emperors, or the demon nun have to do with me? I simply wish to survive. Spare me. I will do anything you ask. I beg you. Her pleas echoed throughout the building, the girl's helpless cries resonating hauntingly in the stillness of the corridor. To Duanju's astonishment, the black blade indeed halted at her neck, and the electric shocks from her collar finally ceased. In her anxiety, she cautiously lifted her gaze, discovering a hint of hesitation etched upon the man's youthful visage. He was remarkably young, strikingly handsome, tall and muscular, exuding the aura of a seasoned fighter. Clad in a pristine black trench coat, there was an inexplicable air of weariness about his youthful face, as if he had endured profound suffering, emanating both reliability and a chilling coldness. Who is this man? He appears to be of similar age to me. Why does he seek my life? Duanju blinked, her lovely eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings, projecting an innocent demeanor. Observing her, the man's body quivered slightly, and he surprisingly sheathed his blade, fixing her with a cold stare as he uttered, "You wretched woman, are you attempting to deceive me? To feign such a pitiful act? You, who in your past life caused countless deaths and suffering, now wish to escape unscathed by playing the fool? You vile creature." As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly agitated, the veins in his tightly clenched fists resembling a centipede as they bulged beneath his skin. Merely gazing at the sinewy muscles of his arms sent a chill down Duanju's spine, prompting her to swallow nervously. With a fearful expression, she shifted her position, attempting to distance herself from him, terrified that he might unleash his wrath upon her. "Pray tell, what are you rambling about? What rebirth? My name is Duanju, not Duan Wangyu, nor am I that so-called demon nun. Surely, you must have mistaken me for someone else." Noticing the man's lingering indecision regarding her fate, Duanju realized that remaining silent could lead to her demise. Thus, she mustered her courage and retorted. Upon hearing her words, the man, with an unyielding demeanor, replied coldly, "Do you still not comprehend? I am a reincarnate, having traversed this apocalyptic world before. You, wretched woman, were one of the most detestable cult leaders in the central China region during your previous life, annihilating several thousand-strong sanctuaries single-handedly, and deliberately directing hordes of corpses towards rescue bases, leading to the death of tens of thousands." His voice, devoid of emotion, conveyed the gravity of his claims, his gaze towards Duanju remaining perpetually frigid. Upon processing his words, Duanju finally grasped the dire situation she found herself in, biting her lips in frustration as she inwardly cursed the divine. Is this some sort of joke? How can I possibly encounter such absurdity? Why, oh why, has that scoundrel from my past life returned to life? It would be one thing if he merely reincarnated. But how could he find me so swiftly? Am I playing a game of chance? How could I possibly contend with a high-level player who has survived till the end of the world? Unless I take him by surprise. With this thought, Duanju's expression grew solemn, and her eager hands stealthily reached for the baseball bat lying on the ground. However, before she could even complete her movement, the man before her suddenly cast a cold glare. With a swift kick, he sent the bat flying away and seized Duanju by her hair, snarling, "Bitch, you deserve to die for attempting to ambush me. Hey, don't pull my hair. What do you want, you creep? It hurts. It hurts so much." The man's strength was astonishing. With a mere tug, he brought Duanju crashing to the ground. Helpless, she kicked her delicate legs in vain and clutched desperately at his arm, as if this would somehow prevent him from tormenting her. Yet, All her struggles proved futile. He unsheathed his knife once more, pressing his knee firmly against her back, ready to butcher her like livestock. Seeking death. His chilling voice pierced the air, causing Duanju to shudder involuntarily. Upon meeting his gaze, filled with murderous intent, a surge of urgency and fury welled up within her. In a moment of desperation, she gathered her resolve and shouted defiantly, "Why shouldn't I ambush you? You, scoundrel, would kill me at the slightest disagreement. Why am I not allowed to strike first? What do your nonsensical claims about past and future have to do with me? I have done nothing. Killing me would make you no different from the cultists you speak of. Let go. Move your leg off my back. Otherwise, I'll haunt you as a vengeful spirit." As she spoke, Duanju continued to struggle, her frantic movements causing the loose menace shirt she wore to slip off her snow-white shoulders, her skin exuding a chillingly sweet fragrance reminiscent of freshly made cream. The corners of the man's eyes twitched slightly. In his second life, he had resolved to live for himself. He would no longer be shackled by any rules or organizations, nor would he obey anyone's commands. He aimed to ascend alone, becoming the pinnacle of strength in this apocalyptic world. To that end, eliminating the hindrances from his past life was essential. Thus, upon sensing a familiar presence, he hastened to confront that detestable woman, eager to put an end to her existence. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that the demonic nun before him was merely an ordinary girl, posing no threat to him in terms of strength, and morally, her words held weight. She appeared pitiful, making it difficult for him to bring himself to slay an innocent woman. "Fine, perhaps I shall spare your life." After much hesitation, the man finally sheathed his long knife, slowly lifting his knee from Duanju's back. But before she could express her relief, he coldly added, however, "While the death penalty may be avoided, you shall still face punishment for your actions. If you were to be released, it is highly likely that you would evolve into a ruthless killer. Rather than allowing such a fate to unfold, it is preferable to keep you by my side under strict surveillance." What do you mean?" Rising from the ground, Duanju brushed off the dust from her clothing. Upon noticing the man's unfriendly gaze scrutinizing her form, she instinctively covered the area of her collar where a button had come undone, her trembling eyes filled with vigilance. As expected, after assessing Duanju's physique, a smirk of amusement crept upon the man's lips, his air of satisfaction causing her eyelids to twitch slightly, an inexplicable sense of belittlement washing over her. Subsequently, she heard the man command in an arrogant tone, "From this day forth you shall be my servant. You must obey my every command. The collar around your neck is an S-grade device. Any thoughts of attacking me will result in punishment, and even if you wish to flee, escape will be impossible." "What? You?" At this proclamation, Duanju's eyes widened in disbelief. She hastily raised her hands to tear at the collar on her neck, but it was more resilient than industrial rubber. No matter how she pulled, it would not budge, and it seemed to constrict even tighter. "You bastard! Who would want to be your servant? Are you insane?" Duanju shouted through gritted teeth, her sharp voice revealing her immense fury. In response, the man merely smiled slightly, lifting his hand to snap his fingers. Snap! Ding-a-ling! With the sound of his snap, the previously plain black collar now bore a white bell, resembling that of a pet cat. Faced with such a humiliating accessory, Duanju's chest heaved with indignation, her anger swelling as if it might burst through the fabric of her shirt. Yet in the end, she could only glare furiously at the man. "My name is Qin Kong. From this day forward you shall be my woman. I will ensure your safety and aid you in your ascent through this apocalyptic world. All you must do is suppress your violent thoughts and obediently embrace the role of a wife." You shall not." The mere mention of wife nearly caused Duanju to faint from rage. Yet, realistically, she could do nothing to Qin Kong, so she could only grit her teeth and shout, "I am a man. I am a man. I only became a woman due to my awakened abilities. So do you understand? I will never be your servant, let alone your wife. Don't even think about it." "Oh, is that so?" Seeing Duanju so obstinate, Qin Kong merely laughed scornfully. "Who cares what you are? The fact that you are a woman now is what matters. And the fact that you were once a man makes it all the more enjoyable to humiliate you. Put on those black stockings for me, or I will electrocute you." "What? You?" You scoundrel! Hearing such an unbelievable command, Duanju felt dizzy with fury. She pointed a trembling arm at Qin Kong, but after a long pause, found herself unable to utter a single word. What could she do? Her life was in his hands. Speaking out of turn could lead to her demise. On the other side, witnessing Duanju's unwilling demeanor, the impatient Qin Kong merely pursed his lips, let out a cold snort, and spoke in a chilling tone. Wretch, it seems that without a lesson, you remain unrepentant. Wait. No. Ah, it hurts. Stop. Spare me. Is it acceptable if I wear it? Duanju, enveloped in a blinding white light from the electric collar, cried out in anguish. To be fair, the pain was not unbearable. It was merely the humiliation of being restrained and shocked that tormented her spirit. The simultaneous torment of her body and mind rendered her dignity utterly intolerable. Now this is more like it. Observing Duanju kneeling on the ground, her face twisted in resentment, Qin Kong felt no sympathy whatsoever. Instead, he playfully ruffled her hair as one would a pet. This was the infamous demon nun from his past life, a beast that reveled in murder and delighted in the torment of men. Were it not for the fact that Duanju had not yet devolved into such depravity, strictly speaking, she could not be considered the same person as that demon nun from his previous existence. He would have dispatched her long ago. At this point, a little conditioning might transform her into a decent person, and she could even serve as my servant, Qin Kong mused, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze as he regarded Duanju. Such a figure is indeed too precious to waste. In my past life, I sowed many romantic entanglements. Perhaps this time, I should be more restrained, keeping just her as my wife to fulfill my physical needs. If she develops any perverse tendencies, it would not be too late to eliminate her. With this thought, Qin Kong nodded to himself in silent agreement. Under his unyielding gaze, Duanju could only rise from the ground, her expression filled with resentment, and tremble as she approached the neighbor's bedroom. With shaking hands, she retrieved 2 unopened pairs of black stockings from the wardrobe. Such a compliant child. Don't forget the skirts, 2 short ones, please. Muttering through clenched teeth, Duanju feared being overheard, suppressing the humiliating tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. She selected 2 black pleated skirts, presenting them with an exasperated tone. Is this satisfactory? Are you pleased now? Holding the garments, her voice dripped with fury, her small eyes radiating both bitterness and vulnerability. In response, Qin Kong, who had maintained a dismissive expression, unexpectedly found himself momentarily taken aback, feeling as though his heart had been struck. For a fleeting instant, he perceived this woman as both adorable and pitiable. He began, hesitating. What is happening? Why do I feel this way? Qin Kong was astonished, his lips pressed together in disbelief. The dry sensation in his throat startled him, for he had never imagined being captivated by any woman. They merely existed as adornments to the strong. Let alone this one, a notorious killer from his past life, one of the 4 feared Black Emperors. Yet, the more he observed Duanju's face, the more he found her features enchanting. Her fair skin, neat short hair, exquisite facial structure, and sparkling red eyes, resembling a sprite straight out of an anime. Her delicate, rosy lips shimmer with a translucent allure, reminiscent of her skin, which appears as fragile as a petal, inciting an instinctual desire to cherish and protect her. Such beauty, whether in this life or the next, could likely be counted on one hand. However, just as Qin Kong was captivated by Duanju's breathtaking beauty and was about to inquire about the timing, an overwhelming sense of peril suddenly engulfed him, causing his gaze to turn icy in an instant. He abruptly directed his attention down the corridor. What was happening? What was amiss? Sensing the impending danger, Duanju swiftly retreated behind Qin Kong, her voice trembling as she quietly inquired. Yet Qin Kong remained stoic, silently grasping his long sword, flexing his wrist while coldly explaining. It is your fault for shouting so loudly. The zombies outside have likely discovered us. Return to the room. I will handle them. Chapter 3. It matters not, I shall resolve them. With a chillingly elegant remark, Qin Kong leapt forward, descending directly down the staircase gap. This was the 3rd floor. A normal person would either perish or be severely injured from such a height, particularly with the multitude of zombies lurking below. One can only fathom the extent of Qin Kong's confidence in his own abilities. In stark contrast, Duan Zhu remained unfazed by Qin Kong's reckless behavior, merely standing still while his lips twitched in agitation as he muttered, "Useless." "Woman?" A vein slowly surfaced on Duan Zhu's forehead. "Who is the woman? Who is the useless woman? Your entire family consists of women. Looking for trouble, are we? You think so little of others? Do you wish for me to don black stockings? Fine, fine, we shall see. Seizing this opportunity, I must devise a way to eliminate you." With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Duan Zhu ground his teeth in frustration. There was no escape. The apocalypse had only just begun. Yet Qin Kong had already found her, indicating he possessed some form of tracking ability that would allow him to locate her effortlessly, no matter how far she fled. Given this, Duan Zhu resolved to focus on just one task. Where was it? I remember it being here. In a hurried return home, Duan Zhu tossed the black stockings and short skirt onto the bed. Through the door, she could faintly hear the sounds of battle below, yet she was intent on rummaging through the cabinet. Aha! Found it! Within moments, her face lit up with excitement as she grasped a pair of scissors. Eagerly, she lifted the scissors, twisting a segment of the collar between her fingers and snipping it away. "Ha, first I shall remove this damned thing, and when he returns, I will devise a plan to steal away." Oh! Crackle, crackle. Without any warning, utterly unforeseen. Just as Duan Zhu smirked, believing she could escape Qin Kong's clutches, the collar instantly activated its punishment mechanism, catching her off guard and eliciting a piercing scream as radiant white light enveloped her entire being. "Oh, I'm going to die." Her agonizing cries echoed throughout the corridor. A searing pain coursed down her neck, spreading throughout her body, akin to 1,000 needles incessantly piercing her skin, leaving her in excruciating torment. The overwhelming agony caused her toes to curl tightly, her vision gradually fading to whiteness, yet she could not bring herself to cease. It was only when she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness that the dreadful electric shock finally subsided. Duan Zhu, lying on the ground with smoke rising from her head, stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, her expression one of disbelief. So, it turns out, that Qin Kong had shown me mercy earlier? The true voltage of this device is utterly terrifying. I nearly saw my great-grandmother. Ugh. Thoughts of despair flooded her mind as she lay there, her body tingling and immobile. Yet one could hardly blame Qin Kong, for he had indeed warned her that as long as she did not resist, the collar would not punish her. It was her own folly that led to this predicament. There's no escaping now. I must endure the humiliation of remaining by Qin Kong's side, but I do not wish to wear black stockings. Curse it! How infuriating and grotesque. But do not think I shall yield so easily. As long as I find a way to elevate my level, there will come a day when I can remove this accursed thing and exact my revenge. Just wait. A resolute gleam sparkled in Duan Zhu's eyes. Though her body lay immobile, this predicament did not deter her unwavering spirit. However, as she pondered how to explain to Qin Kong that she was incapacitated by an electric shock, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from outside the door. Ugh, ugh. It resembled the terrifying growl of a beast from the depths of hell. When Duan Zhu turned her gaze toward the door, she realized she had forgotten to lock it. A zombie dragging only its upper half, having heard her anguished cries, was slowly crawling toward her. Oh no, this is bad. Upon seeing the zombie, Duan Zhu couldn't help but curse inwardly. She hastily grasped the nearby sofa, attempting to pull herself up with her arms. Yet, alas, the intense electric shock had rendered most of her muscles uncontrollable, leaving her body in a state of weakness and numbness, incapable of movement. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as the zombie drew ever closer. Dear zombie, could you possibly wait a moment? Perhaps out of sheer terror, Duan Zhu found herself conversing with the creature. She forced a feeble smile, as if this might appease the zombie, while she awkwardly wriggled away from it, trembling as she implored. I'm not tasty, I have no muscle. Look, these lumps are just fat, utterly devoid of nutrition. If it's not enough, I can introduce you to my friend, that Qin Kong. He will surely satisfy your palate. Oh no, please, don't bite me, dear zombie. Her previously calm entreaties abruptly transformed into screams of terror. The scene shifted to reveal that the zombie's blood-soaked hand had seized her right foot. But to the zombie, such details were inconsequential. To it, all were prime morsels, essential snacks for its evolution. Just a bite would suffice. Roar! As it grasped her ankle, the zombie's eyes flared crimson, and its once low, hoarse growl turned wild with frenzy, which only heightened Duanju's panic. She desperately raised her other foot to kick the zombie's head. Get away! Get away! Her petite foot struck fiercely against the zombie's skull. Under normal circumstances, this might have had an effect, but in her current state of muscle relaxation, her kick had the strength of a mere child, merely tickling the zombie instead, while her body was dragged inch by inch backward. No, please no. The instinct to survive propelled Duanju into a remarkable scream, her arms flailing as she clutched the sofa, attempting to counter the zombie's strength. Yet, the more she screamed, the more exhilarated the zombie became. As the relentless zombie climbed onto Duanju's leg, its blood-stained hands grasped her plump, snowy white thigh, and it bared its fangs, sinking them deeply into her flesh. This is the end. In that moment, Duanju felt as though her mind was flooded with a carousel of memories. She faintly glimpsed her sister, her mother, and her childhood friends, and her mature, composed father, often silent and seemingly cold-hearted. Though inherently introverted, he stood like a giant beside her whenever she faltered, shouldering her burdens while patiently teaching her the essence of humanity. I'm so sorry, everyone. I am but a useless failure. I must surrender. With such thoughts, tears brimming in her eyes, Duanju tightly closed them, unwilling to witness the gruesome spectacle of the zombie devouring her. Yet, curiously, despite the zombie's mouth being a mere 2 centimeters from her thigh before she shut her eyes, she felt no pain from the impending bite. What is happening? Clinging to a flicker of hope, Duanju cautiously opened her eyes. Through her blurred vision, she discerned a tall figure standing beside her, gradually overlapping with her recollection of her father's silhouette. Upon regaining her focus, she realized that this figure was not her father, but the indifferent Qin Kong. You insufferable wretch! Qin Kong muttered coldly, discarding the fire extinguisher he had just used to shatter the zombie's skull. Do you wish to remove the collar? How else could you be so incapacitated as to struggle against even a pathetic zombie? As he spoke, Qin Kong knelt down, grasping Duanju's chin and playfully kneading her soft face like clay. What's wrong? Are you stunned? You're not dead yet. Hey! Finally roused by his exclamations, Duanju came to her senses. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she was astonished to see that the zombie lay lifeless on the ground. You saved my life, she exclaimed in disbelief. You shameless fiend, are you still pretending? I see you're pretending not to hear me. Do you want to remove the collar? Qin Kong, perhaps thinking she was feigning madness, continued his tirade. This time, however, his actions were noticeably gentler. With a swift movement, he scooped her into his arms in a princess carry, catching her off guard. What are you doing? She protested, feeling the warmth against her neck and beneath her knees. Realizing her predicament, Duanju's eyes widened in panic as she raised her hands to struggle, but her muscles remained too relaxed to offer any resistance. Rather than recoiling from her dirted form, Qin Kong seemed to relish the moment, adjusting his hold on her for greater comfort. Be quiet, woman. It is far too dangerous here. I am taking you to my base, and then we shall have a thorough discussion about biology. What are you saying? Let me go. I've told you I'm a man. This is absurd. Upon hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju's face turned pale with fear, her feeble limbs thrashing helplessly, her delicate feet flailing in the air. In response, Qin Kong replied with an air of smugness, I told you it matters not. Duanju's eyes widened in confusion, a large question mark hovering within them. Qin Kong, unfazed, smiled nonchalantly and continued, For a woman, as long as she is pleasing to the eye, it suffices. A beauty like you, who is bound to cause trouble in the future, must be confined in a basement under strict supervision for my peace of mind. Wouldn't you agree? As he spoke, Qin Kong leaned in closer, winking playfully at Duanju. Hearing this, she felt a chill run down her spine, her scalp prickling with unease. Yet, faced with Qin Kong's overwhelming power, she felt utterly powerless. In the end, She could only grit her teeth, glaring at him with eyes filled with indignation and humiliation, forcing out through clenched jaws, I will kill you. Chapter 4. Call me master. Cradling the exquisite beauty in his arms, Qin Kong strode confidently into the streets, utterly unperturbed by the zombies lurking outside. My goodness, is this all you're doing? The apprehensive Duan Ju glanced anxiously around. She could distinctly see that beneath the twilight, the square of the community was awash with blood, and corpses piled high at the entrance of the building. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, and many zombies, their heads nearly severed, continued to slither across the ground like eels. The atmosphere was further filled with disconcerting low growls. Ugh, ugh, cluck, cluck, cluck. This scene was nothing short of a hell on earth. Even Duan Ju shivered involuntarily at the sight. The city, once harmonious and friendly, had transformed into a desolate wasteland. Gazing at the children's playground, now stained crimson with blood, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her. Yet she felt utterly powerless, prompting her to close her eyes and avert her gaze. Are you actually feeling sympathy for others? Noticing the change in Duan Ju's expression, Qin Kong was taken aback. In his memory, the Dark Queen, a merciless demoness, was a psychotic killer, unable to sleep without taking the lives of several men each day. To him, such a woman must have been a lunatic even before the apocalypse. Otherwise, she would not have become so formidable and twisted. Yet, as he observed her now, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that this woman was indeed traumatized, leading to her transformation? Perhaps if I take good care of her in this life, she might survive as a normal person. Contemplating this, Qin Kong nodded affirmatively. He then tightened his grip around her delicate form, lowering his center of gravity as he prepared to sprint. Hold onto my neck and grasp tight. What? I'd be a fool to embrace you. Though the warning was clear, Duan Ju could not bring herself to initiate such an embrace out of pride. Never. Observing her reluctance, Qin Kong merely smiled, a hint of smugness in his demeanor as he reminded her. You might regret this, and then he was off. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through, tousling Duan Ju's short hair, prompting her to emit a mix of confusion and fear. Looking up, she realized that the surrounding buildings, the vehicles on the street, and the staggering zombies were all rapidly receding behind them. Qin Kong was sprinting with the speed of a short-distance champion, cradling her in his arms. Goodness, this is far too fast. It's so dangerous. This was more exhilarating than riding a motorcycle, at least on a bike. There was a seat beneath her. In Qin Kong's embrace, her entire body was suspended, the fierce wind whipping her hair about, making her feel as though she might tumble at any moment. Gazing back, she saw that the zombies, drawn by the scent, had gathered in droves, their menacing forms striking terror into her heart. In a moment of desperation, she clung tightly to Qin Kong's neck and shouted, Hey, there are so many zombies behind us. So many zombies. I know. The swift-running Qin Kong responded with an air of calm, a hint of a confident smile gracing his lips as he spoke. They can't catch up with us. We will arrive shortly, so do not fret. Observing Qin Kong's self-assured demeanor, Duan Ju felt no sense of relief, but instead turned her head away, letting out a soft huff. Do not worry, do not worry. You may indulge as you please. Who could outshine you in folly? Sooner or later, misfortune will befall you. As long as I am not dragged down with you when the time comes, that would suffice, you insufferable fool. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Duan Ju found herself gritting her teeth. The sheer humiliation of being cradled like a damsel in distress by a man while fleeing through a post-apocalyptic world surged within her, deepening her resentment towards Qin Kong. According to Qin Kong, if he hadn't intervened, I might have become a formidable supernatural being capable of obliterating a base housing thousands. Though he may be a villain, at least he embodies a certain ruthlessness. The Four Black Emperors. The Demon Nun? What a splendid title, yet, in stark contrast to my present situation. At this rate, forget about the Four Black Emperors, merely avoiding becoming would be a blessing. As she pondered this, Duan Ju's eyes narrowed with a hint of melancholy, her tightly pursed lips conveying a sense of humiliation, yet oddly exuding an air of a proud young lady. Soon, Qin Kong led Duan Ju to another community, merely over a kilometer from her home. No wonder he claimed to have sensed her presence at the outset of the apocalypse. It turned out they lived so close. Here we are, he announced. To her surprise, Qin Kong did not opt for the residential buildings within the community, but instead guided her to a two-story villa. The towering walls were formidable, topped with barbed wire, and the iron gate of the courtyard was as thick as armor, and this was still before entering the villa itself. Why is your home so heavily fortified? Duan Ju blinked, her large eyes expressing her astonishment as she murmured her inquiry. Qin Kong, however, was unperturbed, calmly carrying her inside while explaining with composure, I have mentioned that I was reborn. Given my second chance, it is only natural to prepare a bit before the onset of the apocalypse, is it not? Duan Ju continued to blink in confusion. If that is the case, why did you not directly inform the authorities to ensure they were prepared? Are you daft? Qin Kong shot her a disdainful glance. Do you have any idea when I was reborn? There are merely 12 hours left before the apocalypse begins. Not only would there be no time to report to the authorities, but even if I did, who would believe me? Besides, why should I assist others? In my previous life, I was betrayed by officials from the rescue base. In the apocalypse, trusting others is akin to courting death. I will not place my faith in anyone again. As he spoke the last words, a fierce expression crossed Qin Kong's face, and the once cold depths of his eyes revealed a savage aura, hinting that his demise in the previous life was undoubtedly tied to some enemies. I hope I am not the one who caused his demise in a past life. Duan Ju silently prayed within her heart. However, upon further reflection, she sensed an inconsistency and tilted her head in curiosity, asking, if that is the case, why do you still let me go? Did you not claim you would trust no one again? Upon hearing this, Qin Kong's previously fierce demeanor swiftly calmed, his brows slightly raised as he began to explain in a teasing tone, because you are a woman, an exceptionally exquisite one at that. You wear an S-grade slave collar around your neck, which cannot be removed under any circumstances, thus making you my possession. Regardless of my distrust in others, I still require a woman, do I not? What? You? The moment those words left his lips, Duan Ju's delicate face flushed crimson with indignation. How can you say that? Why can't you choose a normal woman instead? Why must it be me? Let us just say it's a coincidence. I initially intended to kill you, but unexpectedly, you possess a certain naivety before descending into wickedness that makes me hesitate to act. Although those past misdeeds are not your fault, they are nonetheless your doing. Even if it is merely a precaution, I cannot simply disregard you. Therefore, now. At this point, Qin Kong had already led Duan Ju to the spacious living room on the second floor of the villa, which was equipped with all manner of amenities, from fitness equipment to gaming consoles, even a barbecue grill. He carelessly tossed Duan Ju toward the bathroom, discarding the black stockings and skirt on the floor. In a condescending tone, he commanded her, so now, either clean yourself up and change into something that pleases me, or I will end your life with a single stroke. I have no need for worthless rubbish in my home. The choice is yours to make. What will it be? Listening to the man's voice, brimming with dominance and arrogance, and gazing at the black stockings on the ground, which symbolized humiliation and degradation, Duan Ju bit her trembling lip and clenched her fists tightly. Her shoulders quivered, her chest heaved, and her eyes, filled with resentment and defiance, locked onto Qin Kong. But, Duan Ju's heart was a tumult of emotions. Donning this attire would likely sever her ties to her former identity as a woman, leaving her to endure endless humiliation and torment. Yet, without the strength to defeat Qin Kong or remove the collar from her neck, the outcome seemed to lead only to her demise. Should she feign compliance as a woman, or boldly face death like a man? After a prolonged moment of hesitation, a single tear glided down her pitiful cheek, and she reluctantly picked up the black stockings from the floor with trembling hands. I do not wish to die. I am sorry. The apology hung in the air, uncertain of its recipient. Perhaps it was meant for herself, or possibly for her parents, whose fate remained unknown. Ultimately, she had succumbed. Who would not falter in such circumstances? Only by living can one seize opportunities. To perish now would be truly regrettable. Even as a woman, I shall strive to grow stronger, and one day, I will defeat Qin Kong and regain my freedom. I will. I must. Yes, now you are being obedient. Observing Duan Ju, who had already picked up the black stockings, Qin Kong nodded with satisfaction. This time, his tone was notably gentler than before. He raised his hand to grasp the shower switch nearby and softly explained to Duanju on the floor. To the left is hot water. To the right is cold. Feel free to use the towels. They are all new. Now that they belong to me, I shall ensure your comfort. Hurry and wash up. Dinner awaits your preparation. Understood. Duanju replied, her voice trembling as she clenched her delicate fists. Her attempts to appear strong, stifling tears, rendered her as endearingly vulnerable as a defeated princess, evoking sympathy. However, the cold-hearted Qin Kong showed no sign of compassion. Instead, he seemed to recall something, stroking his chin. Oh, right, there is one more thing. What is it? Duanju, her spirit dulled by humiliation, could only respond weakly to Qin Kong's words. Yet, who could have anticipated that his next statement would shatter her worldview anew? From now on, you are to call me master, and I shall refer to you as Little Ju. Do you understand? At this proclamation, Duanju's small face flushed a deep pink. She puffed out her cheeks, her eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Qin Kong, yet she could not muster the courage to utter a single word. Noticing her reaction, Qin Kong cast her a fleeting glance and queried in an unyielding tone. What? Are you unwilling? With all her strength, Duanju managed to utter this phrase. Then, with glistening eyes and a voice on the verge of tears, she quietly declared, I will obey my master. Little Ju will always listen to her master. I will kill you. One day, I shall bring you to your end. Chapter 5. Can I eat it? Be a good girl, Xiaoju. Hurry up and take a bath. Then come out so I can see you. With these words, Qin Kong finally departed from the bathroom, leaving Duanju alone in her solitude, seated on the cold floor, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of sorrow and confusion regarding her future. I will kill you. One day, I will kill you, Duanju thought bitterly, her lips pressed together in a defiant expression. Yet at this moment, no amount of resentment would change her circumstances. She could only gather the black stockings from the floor, placing them silently upon the sink before turning on the shower. The cascading water flowed down in a dense torrent, saturating the bathroom floor with a crystal-clear stream. Soon, the chilling water began to emit steam, filling the air with a milky haze that barely warmed Duanju's frigid body. Forget those trivial thoughts. I should focus on taking a good bath first. Speaking of which, I actually, how infuriating. As she recalled the terrifying experiences she had just endured, Duanju could not help but curse inwardly. What on earth is that S-class item? How did Qin Kong obtain it? And how can I possibly break free from this predicament? It's such a hassle. It's all that bastard deity's fault for stirring up this apocalyptic mess. Complaints flooded her mind as she gradually peeled off her clothes. The misty white vapor obscured much of the scene, revealing only the smooth, delicate curve of her snow-white shoulders as the cleansing water enveloped her in a veil of steam. Is this really what I look like now? The perspective in the mirror failed to capture her entirety. Yet Duanju could see her reflection clearly, prompting an internal monologue. Merely gazing at myself in the mirror. It's so shameful. Surely this must be a D-cup, right? Absolutely a D-cup. What? Such a satisfying sensation. Hee. No. How can I harbor such impure thoughts about my own body? Let me look elsewhere. My legs are so long and fair. Could these smooth feet really be used to kick a zombie? Oh, my body is so flexible. I can lift my legs to my head. Sigh. How ridiculous. While it is indeed beautiful, I am still a man. This awakening skill is utterly pathetic. How did I become the strongest villain in my past life with such a skill? It defies logic. Charming sacred body. Could it be? No way. That sort of thing is absolutely out of the question. As the water continued to flow down the drain, the bathroom filled with an ever-increasing density of steam, until Duanju's silhouette became entirely obscured. However, despite her invisibility, she relaxed and began to scrub herself while humming a cheerful bathing tune. Little white rabbit, pure and bright, rub those legs, front and back, bouncing and cute. A soft melody resonated through the bathroom. Meanwhile, the barbecue grill that had just been in the living room was now placed on the windowsill, sizzling as the fat crackled and released a rich aroma that wafted through the air. Like igniting a fuse, the zombies in the community turned their heads towards the villa. Even from 100 meters away, they could detect the tantalizing aroma of flesh. Their blood-red eyes glinted like those of frenzied beasts as they raced towards the source, gathering into a horde outside the villa's walls within mere minutes. Howls of hunger filled the air as the grotesque creatures clawed at the barrier. Some agile zombies even managed to scale the walls, disregarding the bloody lacerations inflicted by the barbed wire in their desperate attempt to reach forward. At that moment, on the second-floor windowsill of the villa, dressed in casual home attire, Qin Kong was arranging succulent, juicy steaks on a grill. The glowing coals flickered with a fiery hue, perfectly complementing the sizzle of the marbled beef steaks that exuded an irresistible aroma. Yet that was merely the beginning. With a swift motion, Qin Kong expertly reached for an array of fragrant seasonings. First 5-spice powder, then barbecue seasoning, and of course, a generous sprinkle of chili flakes and cumin. The air was once again filled with a mouth-watering scent, this time mingled with the delightful fragrance of the spices, creating an intoxicating bouquet. Enormous flames leapt from the grill, causing the zombies below to lose their minds, clawing the walls while emitting desperate growls. Oh! The frenzied horde continued to swell, gradually forming a small mountain outside the walls. Their grotesque expressions seemed to plead, "I'm starving. Just a taste, please. Just one bite." Observing the monsters below, Qin Kong appeared utterly unfazed, engrossed in his culinary endeavors as if hosting a typical family gathering. However, his indifference did not imply a lack of fear in others. Just emerging from the bathroom, Duanju happened to witness this alarming scene and could not help but exclaim in panic, "What the hell are you doing? I've seen recklessness before, but this is something else entirely." Even if I know Qin Kong possesses immense strength, it's hard to believe he would choose to grill steak in front of a horde of zombies. SNT that courting death. Oh no. A cold sweat trickled down Duanju's forehead as she felt her pupils dilate in terror. This is bad. Qin Kong is a fool. He thinks being reborn makes him invincible. Being around him will inevitably lead to disaster. No, he could die at any moment. I am doomed. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Duanju's expression grew increasingly frantic. Gazing at the precariously swaying courtyard wall, she shook her head to regain composure, stepped forward, and grabbed Qin Kong's arm, warning, "Hey, stop grilling. The zombies are about to break in. The wall is going to collapse." You've changed your clothes?" Qin Kong, finally turning to acknowledge her, surprised her with his first remark, not about the grilling or the zombies, but teasing her about her attire. Clad in a white short-sleeve top and a black pleated skirt, her delicate, smooth black stockings perfectly enveloped her flawless feet, resembling a chocolate waterfall cascading into a cup named slippers. A neatly trimmed short hairstyle is eternally captivating, and the exquisite visage, adorned with a blend of charm and seduction, is utterly endearing. Moreover, one cannot overlook the beautiful legs, delicately pressed together at the knees, perhaps indicative of her unfamiliarity with donning black stockings, leading her to adopt awkward postures in an attempt to resist the constricting embrace of the fabric. Perfection. Sheer perfection. Qin Kong nearly uttered this aloud. Upon hearing his words, Duanju could scarcely believe her ears. She tightened her jaw and shot him an incredulous glare, her voice rising in indignation. "You fool! At a time like this, you're still preoccupied with such trivial thoughts. Can't you see the zombies below are about to burst through the walls? If this continues, we are doomed. It's all your fault for idly grilling steaks." By the end of her outburst, her voice trembled, reflecting the depth of her frustration. She simply could not fathom how someone could be so foolish and arrogant, squandering a second chance at life. Yet, in stark contrast, Qin Kong seemed utterly unfazed by Duanju's tirade. He merely extended his arm, effortlessly encircling her slender waist. As Duanju's expression shifted from surprise to flustered confusion, he pulled her into his embrace and affectionately rubbed his chin against her forehead, saying, "Am I to blame? Will you not eat then?" While speaking, Qin Kong deftly speared a morsel of beef with his fork, presenting it to Duanju's lips as one might tease a cat with a toy, all the while smiling expectantly for her response. In response, Duanju could only stammer Let go. Don't touch my behind. I refuse to eat. Being held so closely, Duanju felt profoundly uncomfortable. The cool air beneath her skirt, the snug embrace of the stockings, and her blouse, which could not conceal her ample bosom, all conspired to create a sense of unease. Now, with Qin Kong's arms around her, it felt as though something invaluable had been lost, her dignity, her once unwavering spirit. However, despite her disquiet, it must be said that Qin Kong's arms were robust, and his warmth enveloped her, instilling an inexplicable sense of security. It was as if the countless zombies lurking below were no longer so terrifying. The aroma of the beef was intoxicating, and coupled with his charming, affectionate visage, it became undeniable that any woman would find it hard to resist. A betraying growl erupted from her stomach, loud and insistent. It suddenly dawned on Duanju that she had ventured to the neighbor's house just an hour prior in search of food. But fear and anxiety had made her forget her hunger. Now, the rich scent of the meat triggered an uncontrollable response, and no amount of willpower could suppress her appetite. The embarrassing sounds echoed again, clearly audible to Qin Kong, who wore an even more triumphant grin as he waved the fork playfully before her. Still not hungry? Are you really not craving anything? As he spoke, he brought the fork closer to Duanju's delicate lips, gently shaking it as if teasing a kitten. Meanwhile, Duanju's eyes had become fixated. A succulent steak, the exquisite texture. The fat seemed to melt like wax, cascading down the meat. This terrifying sight caused an increasing amount of saliva to pool on Duanju's tongue. Although she appeared to be suppressing her appetite, she was unaware of how many times she had swallowed in restraint. Finally, as the fork began to withdraw and Qin Kong feigned an action to devour the meat in one bite, her desires were utterly overwhelmed. She could only lift her hand to grasp his arm, preventing the man from consuming the food, and with a flushed face, she cautiously asked, "Ghoul, may I eat it?" "Of course," Qin Kong replied readily. However, he soon blinked playfully, reminding her in a teasing tone, "But do not forget your identity. What must you call me for me to give it to you?" Upon hearing this, Duanju's cheeks flushed even deeper, her glaring eyes filled with resentment, seemingly ready to bite Qin Kong in fury. Yet this humiliation did not linger long. Biting her lip, Duanju took a deep breath, slightly parting her lips, and with a voice almost trembling with emotion, she replied, "Master, I want to eat this." Duanju finally uttered the words, and upon witnessing her obedience, Qin Kong smirked and generously brought the fork to her lips. To his surprise, she opened her delicate mouth and bit down eagerly, devouring the piece of meat in one go. The tender, juicy meat burst like bubbles in her mouth. The aroma of spices, the rich scent of the meat, and the perfect degree of doneness. All of this rendered Duanju utterly enchanted, unable to fathom that Qin Kong's culinary skills were so exceptional. She resembled a starving wife, tilting her head back, eyes glistening with tears, pulling at her husband's sleeve with an endearing demeanor. While chewing the delectable food, she pitifully implored, I want more. Master. Certainly, you may have as much as you desire. Qin Kong replied with calm assurance, as he skillfully plated another steak, meticulously slicing it to facilitate feeding her. However, despite the deliciousness of the steak, the zombies below were still raging and howling. How could one enjoy a meal without addressing them? Finally regaining her senses, Duanju shook her head to clear her thoughts and promptly reminded Qin Kong, "Qin? Oh no, master. What about the zombies down there? They're about to break in." "Oh, that," Qin Kong responded nonchalantly, slicing yet another piece of steak, then lovingly offering it to Duanju, who seemed to have grown accustomed to the feeding, consuming it without hesitation. "Do not concern yourself with them. They are merely a triviality." "Huh? What?" Upon hearing this, Duanju tilted her head slightly, a look of confusion crossing her face as if she did not comprehend Qin Kong's words. However, the next moment, boom, a sudden explosion erupted, prompting Duanju to involuntarily utter a curse. An explosion had occurred on the outer side of the villa's wall. A massive surge of flames ascended skyward, sending all the zombies flying. Countless dismembered limbs and severed arms scattered through the air, while blood flowed profusely across the ground as if it were free. The once eerie and silent neighborhood was now drenched in a hellish crimson hue, rendering the scene profoundly harrowing. Ugh! The sight was so horrifying that Duanju nearly regurgitated the beef she had just consumed. Fortunately, her strong will allowed her to suppress the urge. In stark contrast, Qin Kong, observing the mangled remains, appeared utterly indifferent, carelessly slicing into his steak and savoring a juicy morsel with a contented smile. Only then did he calmly remark, "I've leveled up 4 times. The experience gained is quite minimal." "Madman!" Duanju gasped in horror, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at the man beside her as if he were a monster. Absolutely a madman. Were the bombs planted in advance? Did he employ modern weaponry or some peculiar system items? Regardless of what it is, such a flamboyant display in hunting zombies will undoubtedly attract more fearsome foes, as well as countless survivors coveting resources. He has effectively placed himself at the center of attention, becoming a target. But, as these thoughts crossed her mind, Duanju's initially terrified gaze began to waver for some inexplicable reason. When she looked into Qin Kong's eyes, she saw not only resentment and fear, but also a hint of admiration. Such a composed and audacious approach. It's undeniably impressive. What are you staring at? Are you still going to eat? Observing the woman in his arms, who seemed momentarily dazed, Qin Kong curiously waved his fork. Chapter 6. Time brings affection. Though he may be handsome, he is exceedingly perilous. That Qin Kong fellow is utterly flawless. Tasked with preparing dinner, Duanju found herself instead witnessing Qin Kong's barbecue performance. Succulent skewers of meat, fresh bell peppers, marinated lamb, along with potatoes, corn, chives, mushrooms, squid, and even oysters, all meticulously grilled to perfection by the exceptionally skilled Qin Kong, were presented on a quaint table in the living room. How could such a delightful spread not whet one's appetite? Duanju, resembling a famished child, perched herself on a small stool, indulging in the skewers while mentally lamenting. Firstly, Qin Kong is remarkably composed, yet possesses an unsettlingly wild streak, making him exceedingly difficult to sway. Secondly, his capabilities are unfathomable. His stockpile of resources impressively ample, and it appears he has retained some artifacts from his past life. Where else could he have acquired S-level tools? Lastly, this rascal not only boasts unparalleled combat prowess, but is also frighteningly adept in culinary arts. It's simply delectable. Incredibly delectable. Is this truly justifiable? Is this apocalypse testing humanity or merely granting Qin Kong a vacation? How could I possibly escape his clutches? Not to mention this collar around my neck. How infuriating. Cursing under her breath at this thought, Duanju couldn't help but bite into her food with a fierce expression, as if she were gnawing on Qin Kong's very head. Meanwhile, after finishing the last skewer, Qin Kong donned his coat and silently made his way to the balcony. "What are you doing? Aren't you gonna eat what you've grilled?" Perhaps feeling guilty for having consumed so much without offering any to Qin Kong, Duanju kindly inquired. In response, Qin Kong quietly retrieved a long knife from his spatial storage, flexed his wrist, and explained. "I didn't bury the explosives very well. A few zombies are still alive, and I need to handle that. Also, those skewers of chives are mine. You aren't allowed to eat them." Upon hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju responded with a dazed expression, appearing obedient and endearing. However, just as Qin Kong leaped off the balcony, her forehead suddenly throbbed with veins of fury, and she seethed inwardly, "As if I would covet your chives. I have no interest in them. Humph. While you're away, I must search the villa. Perhaps there are other S-level artifacts that could sever this contraption around my neck. Opportunities must be seized by oneself." With such thoughts swirling in her mind, resolute determination etched itself upon Duanju's face. She could not afford to waver, not when dusk was approaching, and if she continued in this manner, her very virtue would be at risk of being claimed by Qin Kong. Before leaving, Duanju couldn't resist taking a few skewers of kidneys from the table, savoring their aroma while searching through her home. She opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of dark or camouflaged clothing and remarkably durable backpacks. Upon opening the storage box, she discovered an assortment of electronic devices, batteries, and tools, some of which she had never even encountered before. Venturing into the kitchen's freezer, She found a bounty of lobsters, crabs, fresh vegetables, and various meats, all present. Finally, she made her way to the basement, where she was taken aback to find gunpowder, gasoline, swords of various lengths, radio equipment, and even a handcrafted shotgun. Goodness! Duan-ju exclaimed at the sight of the last room's contents. Did he not say that he only had 12 hours to prepare after his rebirth? How could he possibly gather so much in just 12 hours? This is astounding. Wait a moment. A shotgun? Her gaze fell upon the shotgun nestled in the corner. Filled with excitement, she dashed over, completely neglecting the skewers left on the table. Wow, what a magnificent weapon! Any man would be powerless against the allure of firearms, and Duan-ju, having once been a man herself, was no exception. She grasped the shotgun, caressing its sleek black surface, the intricate etchings on the steel reflecting a mysterious glow in the light. The elegant hammer resembled a fallen angel, exquisite in its beauty. It's so impressive. Does it even fire? Where are the bullets? With the shotgun in hand, Duan-ju could no longer contain her excitement, her eyes darting around the basement in search of ammunition. As she had anticipated, the bullets were conveniently placed in a nearby box. Recalling scenes from movies, she felt her way around until she found the tubular magazine for the shotgun, inserting shells that were as thick as 3 fingers one by one until 5 rounds fit snugly in place. Is the capacity 5 rounds? And how powerful is it? Wait, what if I were to aim this at Qin Kong? The thought made her eyes widen in astonishment, her pupils trembling as she hesitated on the brink of a decision. However, before she could finalize her choice, a chilling crackle of electricity surged through her neck. Crackle. Crackle, crackle. Ah, I'm so sorry. Never mind. The flickering electricity sent a sharp pain through her neck. Seizing the moment before the slave collar's punishment commenced, Duan-ju swiftly removed all the bullets from the shotgun and returned everything to its place, escaping the basement in a hurry. I cannot afford to be electrocuted here. Otherwise, Qin Kong will surely discover my intentions to eliminate him and will humiliate or even kill me. Thankfully, I reacted quickly enough to avoid triggering the collar's punishment. Feeling grateful, Duan-ju hurried back to the second floor, feigning that she was still dining. Before long, Qin Kong returned from the front door, and from the sound of his footsteps, it was evident that he was indeed heading toward the basement. Ah, fortunately, I reacted swiftly, Duan-ju remarked, a subtle smile curling at the corners of her lips, the alluring curve revealing a touch of pride. No problem at all. I have returned the firearm to its original place and even unloaded the bullets. He won't discover anything unless there are cameras. But who would install surveillance in a basement? Wait a moment, something seems amiss, she pondered, her previously playful smile gradually fading as terror replaced her pride. Simultaneously, Qin Kong ascended the staircase slowly, his expression dark and frigid, with a skewer of grilled kidneys that Duan-ju had inadvertently left behind in the basement in his hand. You entered my basement? I didn't mean to. Upon seeing Qin Kong's cold, menacing demeanor, Duan-ju instantly resembled a startled kitten, retreating nervously behind the sofa. I was merely curious, truly just curious. I didn't touch anything. I only lightly grazed the gun. Your grilled leeks are going to be cold. Why don't you eat first? I realized my mistake. Woe is me. With that, Duan-ju crouched behind the sofa, clutching her head, fearing that the irate Qin Kong might inflict some dreadful punishment upon her. Surprisingly, after hearing her explanation, Qin Kong chose not to elaborate. He simply sat down on the sofa, picked up the skewer of leeks, and calmly placed the leaves into a bowl, as if nothing had transpired. After taking a couple of bites of the leeks, he frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "They're a bit cold, but I suppose I'll manage." He then turned towards the trembling woman beside him. "Hey, Xiaoju, come sit on my lap." Huh? What? Duan-ju was taken aback by this unexpected command. She never anticipated that Qin Kong would be so accommodating, letting her off the hook with just a plea for mercy. However, the nature of his request left her hesitant. "Sit. On your lap?" Duan-ju's eyes widened, her expression one of disbelief as she repeated his words, while Qin Kong remained unfazed, raising his left hand to pat his thigh in a silent invitation. "Come on." As she gazed into Qin Kong's icy eyes, a strange mix of gentleness and unyielding authority emanated from his tone. To sit on a man's lap, to be embraced like a wife. How humiliating, how bitter. But, refusal will result in punishment. I cannot defy Qin Kong's orders. With this thought, Duan Ju's trembling form finally rose to her feet. Her fists were clenched tightly, yet her body moved closer to Qin Kong. Gulp, kill me, she lamented, loathing her own weakness. It was her fear of death that had granted Qin Kong the opportunity to humiliate her. But what could she do? His cold gaze brooked no dissent, leaving no room for negotiation. Thus, she gritted her teeth and extended her small hands. Wrapping her arms around Qin Kong's neck, she settled herself onto his lap, perfectly embodying the image of a loving couple. Well done, good girl. Embracing the exquisite woman in his arms, Qin Kong smiled with great satisfaction. The soft bundle pressed against his chest, its warmth radiating through to Duan Ju's body. But, how infuriating, Duan Ju uttered in a quivering voice, tears welling in her tightly shut eyes. Observing her distress, Qin Kong raised an eyebrow, his right hand deftly picking food while his left arm held her close. He affectionately nuzzled her forehead with his chin and queried with a casual smile, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Is it really that hard to accept?" Duan Ju, with a somewhat resentful expression, retorted with tearful eyes that appeared filled with defiance. "If it were you, would you be willing? Would you feel happy being held like this by a man? Why not?" Qin Kong replied without hesitation, leaving Duan Ju wide-eyed in confusion. "I'm simply a fan of beauty. Regardless of gender, if they are attractive, I would be drawn to them. If I were a beautiful woman, I would certainly seek out a strong man. Wouldn't you agree that I am handsome? Well, I suppose you're somewhat handsome," Duan Ju said, curling her lip in mild disdain yet conceding to his charm as she gazed into his sincere eyes. But Qin Kong quickly pressed on, "And how about the skewers I grilled? Are they delicious?" "Delicious. Do we have plenty of supplies at home?" "Indeed. Then would you be happy if I took you to hunt monsters and level up tomorrow?" "Really? Of course I would be thrilled." Upon hearing this, Duan Ju's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had been lamenting her fate as a slave, fearing she would never have the chance to slay zombies. Yet unexpectedly, Qin Kong had proposed such an adventure. Seeing her joy, Qin Kong smiled proudly. "See, that's settled. My dear, I provide for your every need, and with my good looks and formidable strength, what reason do you have to oppose me? What grievances could you possibly have? Other women would gladly offer themselves, and me asking you to be my wife is a privilege." Wow, that does seem to make some sense. After hearing his words, Duan Ju, who had been resistant, opened her eyes wide, realizing he's right. Without him, I would probably still be struggling to survive in the neighborhood, searching for food. Staying here and enjoying grilled meat is far more pleasant than fighting for survival outside. But, as this thought crossed her mind, she felt his hand firmly brushing against her waist. Even through the fabric, the rough texture of his fingers was unmistakable. This made Duan Ju's cheeks flush slightly, her lips biting down in a more bashful expression. "But, I still cannot accept it." "That's all right, I understand." Noticing her lingering reluctance, Qin Kong did not press her further but instead gently ruffled her hair. "After all, everything takes time. We have plenty of days ahead, and I don't mind waiting." As insightful as Duan Ju was, it seemed she had grasped some significant information, and she promptly lifted her head in delight to inquire, "So, are you saying you are willing to let me off the hook tonight?" To this, Qin Kong merely blinked in mild surprise and replied, "Who told you that? I never implied such. What I meant was that affection develops over time." Ah! As dusk descended and the moonlight emerged, the post-apocalyptic world beneath the veil of night appeared particularly serene. The scene shifted, and amidst Duan Ju's expression of sheer terror, she found herself entirely enveloped in the man's embrace, lifted like a princess. Before she could even comprehend the situation, she was already being carried into the bedroom. "Wait, is this—" "No, please." Chapter 7. The overstepping of boundaries. In the stillness of a desolate night, bloodthirsty zombies roamed the community. While the unfortunate survivors trembled in the shadows, unaware that as they cowered in fear for tomorrow, strange sounds echoed from Avila's bedroom. It was the mournful wail of dignity trampled beneath a merciless foot. The retribution for a former life spent as a ruthless killer. The price for harboring brutality and a penchant for slaughter. Countless lives were extinguished because of her, innumerable families shattered. Though these matters bore no relation to the present Duanju, Qin Kong understood all too well that if she were to be left unchecked, the gears of fate would inevitably transform her into the most formidable of adversaries. Qin Kong. No, you are mistaken. Beneath the moonlight, Qin Kong gently grasped the woman's face, teasingly kneading it as one would a cat's chin. You ought to address me as master. From henceforth you shall call me master, you heartless wretch who regards human life as mere fodder. Did you ever envision this day would come? A sleepless night ensued. Time slipped away, its passage a mystery. When consciousness finally returned, the sky was adorned with a fiery sun. Qin Kong? Weak and unsteady, Duanju instinctively called out, raising her delicate arm, only to find the space beside her devoid of the man's presence. Upon opening her eyes, reality dawned upon her. She lay alone in bed, enveloped in a thick comforter, clutching a soft pillow, her hair disheveled, her attire askew, and her neck marked with several cherry-like pink blemishes. As her vision gradually sharpened and she confirmed her location in Qin Kong's home, a solitary tear of humiliation trickled down Duanju's cheek, an unexplainable sense of grievance and emptiness swelling within her. Yet, as a married woman, she could only cling tightly to the pillow for a semblance of security. You scoundrel. Vile creature. Beast. Duanju's heart seethed with curses. How dare you treat me thus? You toy with me simply because I have become a woman. Qin Kong. Qin Kong. You beast. May you meet a wretched end. Do not presume I would ever forgive you for your transgressions. One day, I shall end your life. Just wait and see. As she spoke, a choked sound escaped Duanju's throat, born out of her indignation. Though her heart brimmed with fury, her voice emerged sweet and melodious, indistinguishable from that of a young girl, save for the unwavering determination shining in her eyes. Where has that detestable Qin Kong gone? Cast aside once the game is over? Truly the worst of creatures, the scum of men. I should have killed him. Enough. Thinking about it only fuels my anger. I shan't dwell on this any longer. My throat is parched, and my stomach growls. Is there nothing to eat? With these thoughts, Duanju finally calmed herself. She glanced around the spacious bedroom, finding it utterly devoid of company, as if the events of the previous night were mere figments of a dream, leaving her with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. Get out of bed and find something to drink. With such a thought, Duanju slowly extended her arm from the warm cocoon of her bed. Her flawless skin shimmered under the midday sun, resembling an elegant piece of art. However, to her dismay, she soon realized that her body was too languid to rise. How? How can this be? The female form is so fragile that I cannot even get up. Astonished, Duanju hastily shifted to a prone position, using her hands to push against the bed frame, attempting to leverage her limbs to sit up. Yet, regrettably, no matter how hard she tried, her body remained immobile. Her trembling arms, with the slightest exertion, reached their limits, and even when she strained her toes with all her might, she could not rise. Thud! Ah! Failing to get up, Duanju collapsed back onto the bed, her entire face sinking into the soft pillow, rendered as motionless as a foolish, lifeless creature. You wretch! You wretch! Look at the mischief you've caused. I can't even get off this bed. Here I shall not report. I vow not to be a man. I will pierce you, I will pierce you, I will pierce you. The more she contemplated this, the deeper the resentment on Duanju's face grew. But what could she do? Since she could not rise, she could only cling to a pillow, wallowing in her solitary sorrow, endlessly muttering to herself to pass the time. Isn't it already noon? Where could he possibly be? Could it be that he was taken down by a zombie? That shouldn't be the case. Yet, Qin Kong is so reckless, always presenting himself as invincible. It feels as if he will eventually meet his demise due to his own hubris. How foolish, causing others such concern. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't I feel joy if he were dead? Why am I fretting over this? Why do I care so much about him? Initially languishing, Duanju inexplicably shook her head. Just then, the sound of a door creaking open echoed from downstairs, followed by the familiar sound of footsteps slowly ascending. Thud, 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 thud. Each footfall was heavy and resolute, corresponding with Duanju's quickening heartbeat and reddening cheeks. Eventually, the footsteps paused at her bedroom door, and a tall figure gradually pushed the door open, revealing his cold yet handsome visage. As he shed his blood-stained coat, he approached directly, sitting at the edge of the bed and gently stroking Duanju's soft hair. "Little vixen, are you awake?" Qin Kong still favored that vexing appellation. Yet, unlike yesterday, there was an unexpectedly gentle tone in his voice. His tender fingers brushed through her tousled hair, akin to a father soothing his child to sleep, the touch light, warm, and comforting. Unable to resist, Duanju instinctively squinted her eyes in delight. But soon, she realized and buried her head into the pillow, looking as if she were sulking. In response, rather than scolding her, Qin Kong climbed onto the bed, peering curiously and asking, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Remained unresponsive, merely concealing most of her face with a cushion, revealing a pair of sorrowful eyes directed at Qin Kong. Neither spoke, and the atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Rather than adversaries, they resembled a couple caught in a petty quarrel. However, it soon became apparent to Qin Kong why Duanju was upset. He leaned down, slightly bowing his head, and gently kissed her fair cheek, then affectionately explained, "All right, I shall be gentler next time. Did you not express a desire for an upgrade? Come on, let us go." "I cannot get up," Duanju coldly retorted, her tone commanding, showing no sign of softening despite Qin Kong's conciliatory words. "Go fetch me a glass of water." Hearing this, Qin Kong instinctively recoiled in disbelief. He inhaled deeply, his face exhibiting a blend of surprise and confusion. "Shouldn't I be the one in charge?" he pondered. "Why is she throwing a tantrum?" Gazing at the delicate woman nestled in the bedding, her alabaster shoulders glimmering, her lustrous black hair cascading smoothly, and her clear, large eyes captivating even in their discontent, a wave of guilt surged within Qin Kong. Reluctantly, he scratched his head and acquiesced, "Fine, I'll get it." With a hint of exasperation, he exited the bedroom. Moments later, he returned with a cup of warm water, gently assisting Duanju to sit up. As he cradled her shoulders, the straps of her sleepwear slipped down her arm, exposing her radiant skin to the sunlight. Oblivious to her own allure, she raised a small hand and drank the clear water in one go. The liquid flowed down her chin, forming a glistening sheen on her youthful skin. Only after savoring the last drop did she reluctantly set the cup down and turn to Qin Kong with a wistful expression, saying, "I am hungry. I wish to eat braised chicken." Upon hearing this, the gentle Qin Kong could no longer maintain his composure. His mouth slightly agape, he nearly rebuked her. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to utter a single harsh word. Looking into her eyes, filled with grievance and resentment, and at her exquisite face that bore an expression of unwillingness, he felt as though a sharp blade had pierced his heart. No, this is not right. Qin Kong's heart was in turmoil. At that moment, no matter how he recalled the malevolent deeds of the demon nun from his past life, he could not summon even a trace of hatred towards the woman before him. Damn it, how can this little vixen be so endearing? Seeing her like this makes my heart ache. No, I must not be bewitched by her. Perhaps she is merely acting, putting on a performance to remove the slave collar. Oh, very well then. Although internally wrestling with conflicting emotions, Qin Kong found it difficult to reveal a fierce demeanor to Duanju. Instead, he displayed a tender smile, affectionately nuzzling her forehead before cheerfully agreeing. "I actually have a pre-packaged yellow braised chicken meal at home. Let me heat it up for you." With that, Qin Kong merrily dashed off to the kitchen, leaving Duanju with a perplexed expression, slowly forming a question mark above her head. Something seems off here. From behind the bedroom door, watching Qin Kong busily rummaging for the ingredients, Duanju sensed that something was amiss. Just now, I wanted to provoke him on purpose, but after mentioning my craving for yellow braised chicken, I regretted it, mainly because I feared he might retaliate. But why isn't he angry at all? He is surprisingly kind, actually willing to cook for me. Could it be that Qin Kong is, in fact, a good person? With this thought, Duanju discreetly stole another glance at Qin Kong, admiring his strong and towering silhouette. Her mind involuntarily drifted, her heart quickening and her cheeks gradually reddening. However, she quickly shook her head, adopting a fierce expression, internally seething, "No, no. This man has destroyed everything for me and humiliated me like a fool. I absolutely cannot harbor any fondness for him. Even though without him, I might still be struggling to survive in the community, certainly missing out on barbecues and yellow braised chicken. I absolutely cannot develop any affection for Qin Kong. Absolutely not." Huh? Her thoughts abruptly halted as the air was filled with an exquisite aroma of meat. The rich spices intertwined with the fragrance of chicken, momentarily stunning Duanju, as her rebellious stomach growled once more, "Grr. Hey, how can you be so useless? Just the smell of delicious food makes you call out. What's going on?" At that moment, while Duanju lamented her stomach's betrayal, Qin Kong had already brought over the heated yellow braised chicken. After all, being a prepackaged meal, it required little time to prepare. However, despite the enticing steam and the rich, appealing broth, Duanju couldn't shake a foreboding feeling. "It looks decent. Let me have a taste." "Ah." Duanju closed her eyes and adorably opened her mouth. There was no helping it. Her arms lacked strength. It was only natural to be fed. Seeing Duanju, who had completely assumed the role of the leading lady, Qin Kong's eyes twitched slightly. After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed his words and scooped a piece of chicken to feed her. "Ah! Chew! 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 Ugh!" After a couple of bites, Duanju inexplicably gagged. Then, under Qin Kong's astonished gaze, she trembled slightly, raising her face to reveal a look of disdain, incredulously declaring, "Qin Kong, you can't possibly only know how to grill barbecue and can't cook anything else, right?" His fists clenched with resolve. No matter how much he admired Duanju, this time he could no longer endure. In the next moment, Qin Kong raised his hand and grasped the woman's chin, his gaze piercing through her with a chilling warning. "You little vixen, have you grown too bold? It seems I have yet to teach you a proper lesson." Chapter 8. The attributes of a married woman. After approximately half an hour had passed, Qin Kong, having finished the rather mediocre yellow braised chicken, eagerly opened a portal of black energy that resembled a pixelated void in the air. With a simple reach into this ethereal space, he effortlessly retrieved a backpack, roughly the size of 2.5 people. The backpack thudded heavily onto the floor, producing a resounding noise. On the bed, Duanju craned her neck in curious anticipation, while Qin Kong, with a calm demeanor, unzipped the backpack and extracted a pair of snow-white, silky thigh-high stockings. "Goodness!" Upon seeing this, Duanju immediately exclaimed in disbelief. When her gaze returned to the opening of the backpack, she discovered it contained not merely socks but an assortment of garments. Skirts, sailor uniforms, bodysuits, kipeos, and even a bunny girl costume. An inexhaustible treasure trove. Raising his gaze, Qin Kong eagerly held up the most exquisite black bodycon skirt, measuring it against Duanju's figure. After confirming that it was indeed a perfect match, he nodded in approval and remarked, "Ah, it truly suits you. I knew this trip would not be in vain." "Wait, hold on a moment." Unable to contain herself at the sight of Qin Kong's eager expression, Duanju raised her petite hand, her face darkening as she bit out, "So you spent all that time this morning just to find women's clothing for me? And you brought back so much. What else could it be?" Qin Kong replied calmly, his tone as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "I even brought you lingerie and sanitary napkins. Thoughtful, right?" As he spoke, he opened another backpack and pulled out a violet, triangular bra, prompting Duanju to instinctively swat it away in horror. "Absolutely not. I could tolerate the black stockings and short skirt, but that triangle is definitely out of the question. I refuse. What nonsense are you spouting?" Faced with Duanju's tantrum, Qin Kong remained unperturbed. He merely grasped her chin with one hand, looking down at her as he stated, "Do you think I am seeking your opinion? Little vixen, don't presume that just because you spent a night with me, you can act recklessly in my home. Let me tell you, I am in a good mood today and intend to take you out to hunt zombies. If you are wise, you will quickly put on the skirt. Otherwise, you will face my wrath." Hurry up. MMM. Qin Kong's voice was firm, imbued with masculine charm yet melodious. His large hand firmly held her face, the delicate skin easily molded into graceful curves between his rough fingers. No matter how Duanju struggled, she could not escape, as if her face were merely a cream-covered pastry. I understand. Let go. What else could Duanju do? With one hand, Qin Kong had subdued her. Even if she wished to resist, she found herself powerless. In her utter helplessness, she had no choice but to temporarily acquiesce to Qin Kong's demands. Without further ado, he tossed the garments onto the bed and strode toward the door. I'm going to prepare the equipment. You change quickly. I understand. Duanju responded with impatience. Yet fortunately, Qin Kong paid her no mind and turned to leave the room. The scene shifted, and her gaze fell upon the pristine bodycon dress laid out on the bed. Gradually, the brilliance in her eyes dimmed, replaced by an aura of darkness and mystery. The soft, alluring texture of the yarn, with every intricate pattern and line, promised to perfectly accentuate the feminine silhouette. However, the crux of the matter lay not in its beauty but in the fact that this yarn dress was backless and strapless. In other words, donning this garment meant exposing her back and shoulders to the world. What a humiliation! Utterly disgraceful. Her lips trembled slightly, and her pupils quivered as if she had to muster every ounce of strength to extend her arm, grappling with the anguish of her shattered dignity. The expression on her face as she grasped the dress was one of shock and resentment. How can a proud man like me be forced to wear such shameful attire? This is an unbearable affront, utterly absurd. Why? Why does Qin Kong show no regard for my former identity as a man? How can he so brazenly demand that I become his wife? Why must I endure such misfortune? I do not wish to be a wife. I do not wish to be a wife. Are you dressed yet? Hurry up. Stop urging me. I know. Qin Kong's persistent calls echoed from outside, and Duanju could only reply with annoyance before reluctantly picking up the garment. At that moment, she understood that although Qin Kong appeared to be a powerful and handsome reincarnate, in reality, he was merely a lecher guided by base desires. But what could she do? There was no alternative. No matter how much she resisted or felt humiliated, she had no choice but to wear it. How infuriating. How exasperating. How vexatious. As she muttered her grievances under her breath, Duanju picked up the purple triangular garment, gracefully lifting her delicate foot to slowly slide it up her legs. A flush began to creep onto her cheeks. Next came the bodycon dress. Truth be told, she had no idea how to wear such a thing, so she simply pulled it over her head and adjusted it until it enveloped her form, finally securing the sleeves. The last step involved the sinful white stockings. She raised her beautiful foot slightly, aligning it with the opening of the stockings, and slowly stepped down. As the snug fabric embraced her skin from her calves up to her thighs, the pink hue on her face deepened, though she could only grit her teeth to resist the peculiar sensations coursing through her legs. I'm done dressing, but my life is ruined. Finally clad in the attire, Duanju wore an expression steeped in pessimism. Perhaps the process of putting on these garments was the most distressing of all. As she stood, she caught a glimpse of her reflection in the mirror. The silky, fitted sweater enveloped her upper body completely, while the sensuous sleeves cascaded like silk down to her palms. The off-the-shoulder design left her snowy shoulders entirely exposed, and that was merely the view from the front. From the back, a significant portion of her back was revealed, forming a striking V-shape of alabaster skin. The elegant black attire accentuates her voluptuous figure, showcasing her ample curves that clearly denote a physique well-suited for nurturing. In contrast, the vividly hued white stockings highlight an aura of innocence and charm, elevating her allure to unprecedented heights. Even the ethereal beings of animation would find themselves lacking in comparison. At that moment, Duanju donned the petite boots that Qin Kong had meticulously prepared for her. Perfectly fitting, neither too large nor too small. With a gentle tug on the zipper at the side of the boots, a captivating ensemble of a form-fitting skirt and white stockings was flawlessly conjured. Such a humiliating appearance. Such a lascivious figure. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, Duanju trembled, whispering under her breath, "Qin Kong, you wretched Qin Kong, I shall seek my revenge. I will repay this humiliation in full. Just wait for me. Prepare yourself." Flames of indignation burned in the eyes of this devoted wife. Rather than shattering her dignity, the shameful attire fortified her resolve. However, just as she clenched her lips in indignation, Qin Kong, unable to contain himself any longer, unexpectedly entered the room. Under Duan Ju's startled gaze, Qin Kong's eyes sparkled as he swiftly embraced her slender waist. Like a newlywed husband, he leaned down, inhaling her scent and showering her neck with kisses. "You little vixen, you smell divine. You look absolutely adorable in this outfit. You, let me go. Enough of this." Duan Ju, caught in his embrace, displayed a facade of reluctance. Yet her cheeks flushed crimson under his praises, and her attempts to thwart Qin Kong's advances lacked any real force. Fortunately, though Qin Kong relished teasing Duan Ju, he possessed enough common sense to know, while my wife is indeed beautiful, such beauty is only for my eyes. There are still many survivors outside. It would be rather conspicuous for you to venture out dressed like this. With that thought, Qin Kong lifted a nearby coat and gently draped it over Duan Ju. "This will suffice. When I wish to see you, you may remove the coat." "Pervert. Monster," muttered Duan Ju, wrapped in the garment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The humiliation of being treated like a plaything weighed heavily on her heart. Yet Qin Kong merely chuckled, wrapping his arms around her waist once more. "Indeed, I am a pervert, a rather possessive one at that. From now on, you are solely my woman, and do not let me catch you straying." "Who would stray? I certainly wouldn't." At this, Duan Ju reacted with the indignation of an agitated cat, appearing quite furious. However, her expression quickly shifted to one of realization as she observed Qin Kong's smug grin. In a sudden panic, she opened her mouth wide, flailing helplessly as she attempted to clarify. "No, that's not what I meant. All right. I know you are very devoted. I will cherish you well." "Ah, that is certainly not the case. You are truly infuriating." Duan Ju, flailing her arms in a rather exasperated manner, appeared exceedingly irate. Yet, unfortunately, her soft fists were ineffectual against Qin Kong, only prompting him to embrace her more tenderly. "Stop messing around, my dear. I shall take you to battle the zombies." While speaking gently, Qin Kong had already placed a dark object into Duan Ju's hands. Initially, she intended to feign annoyance and deliver further jabs at Qin Kong. Yet the moment her fingers made contact with the object, her eyes sparkled with surprise and delight. This is not what I think it is. You actually gave this to me. Of course, my woman deserves the finest weaponry." The scene shifted, revealing that what Duan Ju held was none other than the A5 semi-automatic shotgun she had discovered in the basement the previous day, adorned with a coat of black paint. Chapter 9. "Come and save me." A hoarse and ominous growl reverberated through the community, as grotesque, staggering shadows lurked in the darkness. Do not be deceived into thinking that zombies are mere foolish creatures. They are the failed evolution of humanity. Though they have lost their humanity and intellect, the primal instinct to hunt remains ingrained within their neural pathways. These anthropomorphic monsters are acutely aware of their sluggishness and limited speed. Thus they deliberately gather in inconspicuous places, waiting for their prey to draw near before they pounce en masse to secure their kill. Zombies that have consumed human flesh or mutated beasts undergo further evolution, enhancing their strength, speed, and agility. Some even merge with modern weaponry, transforming into hybrid beings that are part zombie, part machine. And this is merely the animal kingdom. The evolution of plants is even more terrifying. Take, for instance, the two towering buildings in the community where Qin Kong resides, now ensnared by colossal vines that have tightly coiled around them. These tendrils, alive and writhing like twisted serpents, possess the strength to snap steel and stone apart, while their frenzied roots voraciously absorb everything in their vicinity. It has only been a day, yet the transformation outside is astounding. Duan Ju stood dazed in the center of the community, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. The once vibrant and harmonious neighborhood had been obliterated, leaving only a desolate wasteland in its wake. Cackling echoes reverberated ominously, reminiscent of the eerie soundtracks from Japanese horror films. It was impossible to discern the origin of the sound, for the zombies were everywhere. Soon, several staggering figures emerged from the shadows, and before they could regain their senses, Duan Ju and Qin Kong found themselves encircled by dozens of zombies. Sensing the impending danger, Duanju hastily raised her shotgun. However, before she could fire, Qin Kong pressed the muzzle back down, producing a white dagger from the void and handing it to Duanju. "Here, take this," Qin Kong said calmly, his expression nonchalant as he offered the weapon. Duanju, however, seemed less than appreciative. "What for? I don't want this. A knife is no match for a gun." As she spoke, she attempted to lift her weapon again, only to be swiftly yanked back by Qin Kong, stumbling into his embrace. "What a foolish woman," he scoffed. "This dagger is a system artifact, which I purchased for 250,000 awakening coins in my previous life. The shotgun was crafted by my own hands. In terms of value, there is simply no comparison." "Really? Is that powerful?" Duanju's expression shifted to one of skepticism. Though still somewhat reluctant, she reluctantly accepted the dagger. Its pristine blade was adorned with floral engravings, and upon a slight swing, a chilling energy coursed through the air, giving it an unmistakable aura of an extraordinary weapon. By the way, gazing at the seemingly divine dagger, Duanju tilted her head slightly, as if pondering an unsettling thought. In response, Qin Kong merely cast a fleeting glance her way, while tenderly caressing the woman's abdomen with one hand wrapped around her waist. He casually cautioned, "Do not entertain the thought of using that to sever the collar. You shall be rendered unconscious before you even attempt it. Spare me your antics." "Discovered?" Duanju blinked in astonishment. Qin Kong, however, disdainfully elucidated, "With those trivial schemes of yours? The moment you arch your back, I can discern your desires. How did you manage to thrive in your previous life with such a lack of wit? I dare say your ample bosom suits you aptly." "Bosom? Ample and witless? You! Silence! The zombies are approaching. Are you not eager to level up?" "Oh dear!" Before she could react, Duanju was unexpectedly thrust forward by Qin Kong. The phrase ample and witless had indeed ignited Duanju's ire, but with a dozen zombies encircling them, she had little time to engage with Qin Kong. "How dare you underestimate me? Do not presume that my transformation into a woman renders me feeble. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Merely zombies." With this thought, Duanju's gaze sharpened. Having previously vanquished a zombie, she had developed a degree of immunity to their grotesque appearance. A male zombie surged towards her, suddenly accelerating. It opened its maw wide and flailed its arms, lunging at her like a famished wolf. The zombie's speed was not lacking, comparable to a vigorous leap from an adult male, yet for reasons unknown, Duanju perceived its movements as sluggish, akin to a video playing at half speed. With a gentle sidestep to the right, the zombie's claws narrowly grazed past her curvaceous form. Before it could pivot, Duanju swiftly brought her weapon down. "Wow, this blade is remarkably effective," she exclaimed in astonishment as her strike cleaved through the zombie with the ease of slicing through jelly. The creature's neck offered no resistance and was severed cleanly. With a thud, the corpse collapsed onto the grassy expanse, blood gushing forth like water from a garden hose, swiftly pooling into the earth. Yet, this gruesome sight did not instill terror in Duanju. Instead, she found herself gradually acclimating to the horror, even feeling a twinge of exhilaration. Beep. Host has slain a common zombie, earning 1 experience point. There's no choice. It's a survival of the fittest in this apocalypse. Regardless of whether you were male or female, a wage slave or a boss, you are now nothing more than soulless, mindless husks. I shall gratefully accept the experience you offer, so perish. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Duanju's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Her coat and flowing hair wafted in the air, releasing a fragrant aura. After deftly evading, 3 more zombies fell at her feet, and not a single drop of blood marred her attire. "Hey, do not stray too far. There are plenty of zombies over there." As Duanju became increasingly fervent in her assault, Qin Kong hastily called out a warning. Yet, to his astonishment, Duanju heeded him not, instead wielding her blade with growing fervor, dispatching the zombies in ever greater numbers. Her expression, once marked by caution, gradually morphed into a maniacal grin. In mere moments, she had traversed from her previous position to another unit. "There's no problem. The zombies move so sluggishly that they can't touch me. Today, I shall slay 100 of them. Hey, don't stray too far." Observing Duanju's enthusiastic charge around the corner, Qin Kong felt a flicker of concern. After issuing a warning, he prepared to follow. However, he soon realized that the surrounding zombies had inexplicably multiplied, encircling him in a relentless tide. Consequently, he was compelled to halt, battling the undead while pondering, judging by her demeanor, it seems she has adapted to this apocalyptic world. No wonder she became such a fearsome cult leader in her previous life. Her adaptability surpasses that of an ordinary person. Never mind if she truly is that demonic nun. Perhaps allowing her to proceed unchecked is not an issue? First, I must eradicate the zombies here. With such thoughts in mind, Qin Kong diligently commenced his cleansing of the monstrous horde. Meanwhile, Duan Ju had already dispatched the zombies of 2 entire units, leaving behind a gruesome trail of dismembered limbs. To say the ground was awash in blood would not be an exaggeration. Beep host level has risen to level 3. All attributes have been enhanced by 0.7. 2 more levels are required to unlock the next skill. Please continue your efforts, host. Another level up. I feel as though my body has become even lighter than before. After slaying so many, I hardly feel fatigued. While the skill of Pregnant Holy Body may seem rather unpleasant, its enhancement effects are undeniably beneficial. Duan Ju could sense that had she been in her previous lethargic form, a mere sprint of a few hundred meters would have left her breathless. Yet now, as she ran and fought, she was able to think with ease, reveling in the exhilarating experience of slaughtering the novice village. Truly remarkable. I've made so many cuts, yet my blade remains sharp. Qin Kong has truly gifted me something splendid. But oh, how careless you are, Qin Kong. As this thought crossed her mind, a sinister smile began to surface on Duan Ju's face. At this rate, the number of zombies I slay will only increase, and surpassing your level is merely a matter of time. Last night, I observed you. While your strength and speed exceed mine, it is not excessively so. I suspect you have returned retaining only your items and skills, starting anew at level 1. In other words, that lad Qin Kong is likely only at levels 4 or 5. If I can kill faster than him, there will come a day when I possess more skills and items than he. At that time, as this notion took root, Duan Ju's smile deepened into a more twisted delight, her eyes gradually taking on a crimson hue. Vivid images danced in her mind of the defeated Qin Kong, kneeling on the ground with a broken blade, his face twisted in resentment, while she stood triumphantly on a pedestal, laughing heartily. Ah ha ha, what a mere fish! That insignificant Qin Kong is but a stepping stone on my path to greatness. However, in light of your previous kindness towards me, I shall spare your life. If you plead earnestly, perhaps I might graciously grant you mercy. A smirk appeared on Duan Ju's lips, showcasing a charming yet confident curve. However, soon after, a flicker of confusion crossed her triumphant face. Wait a moment, something seems amiss. Why is the imagined version of me still clad in black stockings? Could it be that I have already? At this thought, Duan Ju's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a surge of foreboding that suddenly flooded her heart. Realizing something, she swiftly turned her head, only to discover that the surrounding zombies had indeed been eliminated. Yet out of the corner of her eye, a thick, tentacle-like appendage was floating ominously near her head. What? Duan Ju's reflexes were sharp. Upon sighting the tentacle, she immediately leaped into the air, attempting to evade. However, she was unprepared for the astonishing length of the tentacle. While airborne, she found herself unable to dodge. The tentacle, as if possessed by a will of its own, swiftly ensnared her neck in a blink of an eye. MMM. Bound tightly around her throat, Duan Ju was rendered voiceless, her dagger and firearm slipping from her grasp in a flurry of panic. Agonizing pain radiated through her neck, and only when she regained her senses did she realize her body was being suspended in midair. Frantically, she grasped the tentacle around her neck with her hands, desperately preventing herself from suffocating. Yet this left her paralyzed with terror, unable to retaliate against her captor. What is happening? What is this creature? Why is its strength so immense? Oh no! I can't breathe. My neck hurts. I feel so despondent. My consciousness. It is fading. Just moments ago, she had been reveling in her triumph. Now, however, her heart was consumed by fear and despair. She flailed her legs in a futile attempt to break free. The violent struggle caused one of her boots to slip off. Her helpless, white-stockinged foot flailed in the air. Yet no matter how she fought, she could not escape the monster's grip, only able to despairingly feel the tentacle tightening around her throat with indifferent and brutal force. MMM. This is the end. From the reflection in the window of the building across, she could see that the creature grasping her was a mutated zombie, its tongue elongated to over 10 meters, transformed entirely into a tentacle-like weapon. As its tongue constricted inch by inch, Duanju's body began to rise higher and higher. Within mere seconds, she was elevated to the 3rd floor of the building, her legs dangling limply, like a soulless puppet drifting in midair. In contrast, her face grew pale, her eyes glazing over, froth beginning to seep from the corners of her mouth, as she teetered on the brink of losing consciousness, desperately summoning the last vestiges of her will to call out in her heart, "Qin Kong, come save me. I will no longer harbor resentment towards you in my heart." Kong. Chapter 10. My woman. The tentacles constricted ever tighter, raising her powerless legs higher, and it seemed as though Duanju's neck would be violently snapped by the zombie. Yet, at the most perilous moment, a sharp sonic boom erupted from above. To the astonishment of all, the source of this cataclysmic sound was a crescent-shaped, energy-infused black blade. The tentacles binding Duanju were effortlessly severed, and her weakened body descended with the wind. Just before she could collide with the ground, she was caught tightly in the embrace of a man who had rushed to her aid. "Are you all right?" The soft form draped over the man, Qin Kong, who held Duanju, immediately inquired about her condition. Possessing a heightened sense of awareness, he had detected the danger the moment Duanju was ensnared, allowing him to swiftly evade the surrounding zombies and hasten to her side. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough to rescue her in time. Qin Kong. Duanju, her consciousness fading, could see nothing. All she knew was that she was ensconced in a warm, powerful embrace. The despair that had overwhelmed her heart was suddenly replaced by an overwhelming sense of security, prompting her to instinctively cling to him. Nestled against him, she was enveloped in a fragrant aura, her graceful figure accentuated beneath her knitted sweater. However, at that moment, gazing at the frail woman in his arms, Qin Kong could no longer exhibit any trace of mockery. Instead, his eyes narrowed slowly, revealing a ferocious and chilling demeanor. "You scoundrel, dare to touch my woman?" With this cold utterance, Qin Kong's right arm surged upward, directing his palm toward the balcony where the zombie lurked on the 4th floor. Meanwhile, the long-tongued zombie on the balcony, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, witnessed the space around Qin Kong warp rapidly, as a dark energy sphere crackling with lightning shot forth from his hand. Boom! 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 In an instant, the terrifying sound of explosions reverberated throughout the entire neighborhood, followed by a deluge of debris raining from the sky, as the entire building began to collapse and contort. Flames and whirlwinds engulfed the community's lawn, and the structure erupted under the assault of the energy sphere. Every zombie, every mutated beast, and even any potential survivors hidden within the building, were utterly annihilated without exception. As for the long-tongued monstrosity, it had no time to flee, obliterated in an instant, reduced to nothing more than remnants. All thanks to Qin Kong's casual display of power. Filthy trash. The black trench coat billowed in the wind. Before the crumbling edifice, Qin Kong's eyes held no semblance of pity. He muttered a cold curse under his breath. Soon, regaining his focus, he looked down at the woman in his arms. Having suffered from asphyxiation for too long, Duanju had succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly defenseless. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, rendering her both enchanting and heart-wrenching, like a pitiful little kitten nestled within the man's embrace. You two, despite being warned to be cautious, you still ventured so far alone, ignoring the jests about your ample bosom and lack of wit. Qin Kong, murmuring in exasperation, appeared somewhat irritated. Yet, despite his annoyance, he ultimately repositioned Duanju into a Princess Carrie. He then cast a cold gaze around him, as the cacophony of exploding zombies had attracted a multitude of creatures to the community. At that moment, Qin Kong found himself confronted by hundreds of the undead, grotesquely transformed pets resembling decayed hounds, alongside a menacing flock of zombie birds circling overhead. It seemed he would need to exert a bit more effort. Qin Kong silently muttered to himself, before teasing the woman in his arms. It's all your fault, you little vixen. Just wait until I return to give you a proper lesson. Hours later. Stop. Stop it. I said. Stop. Qin Kong. It hurts. Get away from me. Duanju was bewildered by her dream. She only knew that upon awakening. She found Qin Kong seriously swinging his arm, playfully slapping her cheeks. Her face burned with pain, and a surge of anger welled up within her, prompting her to instinctively push Qin Kong away. Outside the villa, dusk had fallen, and Duanju's cheeks were flushed red from the playful slaps. Upon waking, she glared at him with a fierce expression, her eyes brimming with indignation, as if questioning, what madness possesses you to strike my face? However, wait, as Duanju regained her bearings, she realized she had somehow returned to the bed in the villa. It turned out that Qin Kong, fearing for her well-being, had prematurely concluded the hunt and carried her back, and even now, she felt a lingering ache in her neck. I'm still alive. Duanju incredulously touched her cheek, pinching it to confirm the tangible pain. Recalling the moment she felt as if her throat had been constricted, she had thought her demise was inevitable. Truly alive. In astonishment, Duanju again caressed her face. How is this possible? Felt as though my neck had snapped. Could it be that this fellow saved me again? Yet it seems like it was too late. I didn't even see his shadow while I was unconscious. Did he use a skill? Acceleration? Teleportation? Or perhaps a ranged attack? What abilities does Qin Kong possess that I have yet to witness? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Duanju tilted her head slightly, her expression revealing her confusion, and her gaze towards Qin Kong grew complex. In contrast, upon hearing her murmurs, Qin Kong merely shrugged, his tone laced with a hint of disdain as he retorted, What do you mean, alive? Do you think I would be foolish enough to let myself be caught by a zombie like you? His face bore an expression of disdain, yet it was tinged with a measure of concern. Unfortunately, the newly awakened Duanju could not grasp the deeper meaning behind his words. Her mind remained in a daze, and she could only gaze vacantly at her hands, murmuring, You saved me again? Just a casual act. Qin Kong spoke nonchalantly, and after finishing, he handed Duanju a shovel. I still need you to do housework for me. As my maid, you still have some utility. I'm hungry. Hurry up and cook. Cook. Woman. Duanju initially intended to express her gratitude, but upon hearing his words, her temper flared. She clenched her small fists and retorted, Qin Kong, you truly are insufferable. A dog cannot spit out ivory. I was just feeling a bit touched. And now it turns out you woke me up just to make me cook? How infuriating. Idiot. Observing Duanju's furious expression, Qin Kong merely tossed a dismissive remark her way, adding a disdainful glance. So, it seems the larger the chest, the less common sense. Even you cannot escape this law, foolish woman. You, who are you calling foolish? And I am not a woman. I am a man. Yes, you are a man. But you are the first I have encountered who is so delicate. Sheer stockings suit you quite well. You. In conversations with Duanju, Qin Kong always maintained an air of calm superiority, his gaze unperturbed, reminiscent of a mature man observing his foolish wife at home. The more composed he appeared, the more agitated Duanju felt. This irritation was inexplicable, as if she were utterly under Qin Kong's thumb. How infuriating. Truly infuriating. Duanju's heart seethed with anger, her eyes directed at Qin Kong, filled with resentment yet unable to openly insult him. It is one thing to be outmatched by Qin Kong in strength, but why must I also fall short in verbal sparring? Have all those years as a keyboard warrior been in vain? Or have those 2 lumps truly siphoned off all my brain power? With this thought, the furious Duanju quickly glanced down at her chest. This useless thing should not even exist. How can I become flat-chested? I must lose weight. I must shed fat. My body is mine to touch. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Why are you pinching me? Though unaware of Duanju's inner turmoil, Qin Kong sensed she was fixating on trivial matters. Thus he pinched her cheek and commanded, I'm pinching you. Do you dare to retort? Did I not say to cook? Get your useless self to the kitchen. I initially intended to level you up to 5, but after slaying just a few zombies, you were knocked out by low-tier monsters. I can hardly be bothered to address you, useless little vixen." Upon hearing this, Duan-Ju's eyes widened in disbelief. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she clearly missed the point, raising her hand to claw at Qin Kong's face. "I am not a useless little vixen. Take back your words, or else I will." Suddenly, a series of unsettling electric sounds erupted. Duan-Ju's hand, which was poised to grab Qin Kong's hair, froze mid-air. It turns out that the earlier electric shock caused no real harm. It was merely a warning from the collar to Duan-Ju, urging her not to harm her master, thus releasing a slight current. In response, Qin Kong merely cast a sidelong glance at Duan-Ju and, with a smirk of satisfaction, proclaimed, "Why don't you scurry off to the kitchen?" At your command, my esteemed master." Duan-Ju, with tears already brimming in her eyes, could only puff up her cheeks and, blushing with embarrassment, kneel on the bed and utter her humiliation. Observing this, Qin Kong chuckled softly, stroking his wife's head while nodding in approval. "Well, that's more like it. How infuriating. This is pure bullying." Listening to Qin Kong's triumphant tone, Duan-Ju's eyes welled with tears, and even her grip on the spatula trembled. Why must this scoundrel be granted a chance at rebirth? Why must my reborn nemesis be none other than my foe from a past life? Curse your divine mother. And you too, Qin Kong. One day you shall pay for your transgressions. Just wait. I'll poison your dinner. You love to eat, don't you? I'll have you dead. Suddenly, as she was lost in her thoughts, the collar emitted a flash of electricity accompanied by the delightful chime of its little bell. In a swift transition, the resentful Duan-Ju found herself in a posture of submission, kneeling on the bed before Qin Kong, proclaiming, "I'm sorry, master. I shouldn't have cursed you in my heart. I shall go prepare the meal at once. Please do not punish me." That's good to hear. The electric current from the collar finally subsided. Yet, simultaneously, a crystalline tear slipped down Duan-Ju's cheek. "My dignity, my life, has been utterly ruined." Knock, knock, knock. What? The spatula-wielding Duan-Ju had resigned herself to her fate. However, before she could make her way to the kitchen, the sound of knocking from downstairs jolted her from her internal monologue back to reality. "Shoo!" Qin Kong, quick to react upon hearing the noise, rose and wrapped his arms around Duan-Ju, fearing she might do something foolish that would alert those outside. Zombies do not knock. The ones audibly banging on the door must be other survivors from the community. Being as cautious as he was, Qin Kong quickly deduced the situation. In my past life, there were few survivors in the community and an abundance of zombies. Logically, no one should be daring enough to knock on the first day. Yet in this life, I have slain so many zombies that this community has become relatively safe, naturally leading to an increase in survivors. In this light, as this realization dawned on him, Qin Kong's gaze turned progressively colder, and he tightened his grip around Duan-Ju, who could only nestle against him like a reluctant wife, puffing out her cheeks as she glared at him. On the other side, noticing the villa's prolonged silence, the individual knocking on the door audaciously raised their voice, adopting a shrill tone reminiscent of a middle-aged woman, and shouted towards the villa. "Qin Kong, is Qin Kong there? I know this is your home. Open the door." Hearing the commotion, Qin Kong could surmise the identity of the caller, prompting him to respond with an inquiry from downstairs. As soon as he spoke, a flurry of hushed conversations erupted outside, involving both men and women, their tones serious as they appeared to discuss the resources within the villa. This made Duan-Ju feel increasingly anxious, her small hands clutching Qin Kong's clothing tightly. Before long, their whispered deliberations reached a conclusion, and the middle-aged woman called out again. Compared to her previous outburst, her tone had softened considerably, yet an unsettling air of insincerity lingered. "You see, dear child, how can you forget? I am Sister Yang from the neighborhood committee. The community has organized a survival team, and your home seems quite secure. We've decided to establish a base here." With that, Sister Yang resumed her relentless knocking on the door, her voice urgent as she implored, "Did you hear me, Qin Kong? Respond if you did. Open the door. We need to come inside." Chapter 11. Discontent. The sharp sound of persistent knocking echoed through the air. Had Qin Kong not forgotten to lock the door upon his return, this group would likely have been unable to even enter the courtyard. Ah, the survival team from the community? Duanju murmured to herself. After listening to the woman's words outside, Duanju's brows gently furrowed, revealing a charming expression of contemplation. How peculiar. They don't seem like good people at all. Did you encounter such individuals in your past life? Indeed, I know them well. How could I possibly forget Sister Yang? Qin Kong replied with a cold smirk. Although he appeared indifferent, Duanju involuntarily shivered, sensing the subtle murderous intent in his words. Knowing them is one thing, but the current circumstances differ significantly from the past. Since there is nothing else to do, why not accompany me downstairs to meet them? Wait, don't hold my waist, she exclaimed, as Qin Kong wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leading her down the stairs. The strikingly handsome and formidable man in black, paired with the graceful, soft, and adorable woman in a backless knitted top, created a pairing that could only be described as a match made in heaven, evoking envy in all who beheld them. Yet, little did they know, Duanju's thoughts were far from aligned with this image. Even though the two had shared intimate moments and she had been thoroughly subdued, she could not bear the sensation of being held by a man. Damn it! Qin Kong, you wretched man. Soon we will meet the other survivors. In private, I might call you master, but with outsiders present, how can you treat me like a woman? It is utterly intolerable. I refuse to be seen as a foolish woman in need of a man's protection. I refuse to be a mere appendage to a strong man in this apocalypse. I must maintain an air of aloofness, ensuring they recognize that my status is not inferior to Qin Kong's. With these thoughts, Duanju approached the door, her gaze icy. She deliberately raised her chin, adopting a haughty, queenly demeanor as she faced forward. However, this facade of coldness barely lasted 2 seconds before Qin Kong's sinful left hand suddenly moved upward, tightly encircling her soft waist, as if concealing something cool against her. Hey, what are you doing? Blushing, Duanju couldn't contain her voice, and in her panic, she let out a shy exclamation reminiscent of a young girl. In response, Qin Kong remained silent, merely gesturing for her to be quiet as he opened the door. Yo Yang, Sister Yang. As he opened the door, Qin Kong's expression was cold, a faint, sinister smile playing upon his lips. In the past life, Han Long's lackeys from the Black Dragon Gang pretended to be noble under the guise of the community committee, deceiving numerous nearby survivors, enslaving men and the elderly while turning women and children into the gang leader's playthings. I had thought that in this life, I would have no dealings with you, yet here you are, delivered right to my doorstep. Well, this saves me the trouble of searching for you. He chuckled. As these thoughts lingered in his mind, the smile on Qin Kong's face grew increasingly pronounced, causing Duanju, who was cradled in his arms, to instinctively shrink her neck in fear. That gaze. I have seen it before. When we first met yesterday, it was this very look that signaled Qin Kong's intent to kill me. And now, his murderous intent is exponentially stronger than it was then. Oh, it was akin to a rabbit encountering a hawk or a kitten facing a ferocious wolf. Although she was acutely aware that the malevolence was not directed at her, Duanju's body trembled uncontrollably. What is happening? This is terrifying. I can't help but shiver. And why is my heart racing so fast? I should be afraid, yet inexplicably I feel, at this moment, Duanju discreetly glanced at Qin Kong's profile with her peripheral vision. His smile, devoid of any emotion and chillingly indifferent, could only be described as diabolical. Yet somehow, she found it strikingly handsome. No, I absolutely cannot find Qin Kong handsome. It must be an illusion. Finally, the door swung open, and Duanju's thoughts were interrupted as a middle-aged woman named Zhou Yang brazenly ushered in a large group of people. Indeed, as I suspected, Qin Kong thought to himself with a cold smirk. Just as he had anticipated, there was no survival squad nor any semblance of a base. Zhou Yang was flanked by 7 or 8 thugs wielding clubs and a dozen trembling men and women who looked utterly feeble. The thugs entered with an air of menace, trampling over the pristine floor without bothering to remove their shoes. Before Qin Kong could utter a word, 2 of the thugs had already taken their positions on either side of him, exuding an intimidating presence. Meanwhile, the originally leading figure, Sister Yang, immediately transformed her demeanor, bending over to flatter the head thug Brother Han. See? I told you I was right. I know every household's financial situation and family composition in the community. This kid, Qin Kong, is not only wealthy but also possesses a large residence. He must have stashed away a considerable amount of supplies. Well, I suppose you have some talent. Brother Han, the middle-aged man, sneered as his gaze shifted to Duanju's face. His malicious and sinister stare made Duanju uncomfortably nuzzle closer to Qin Kong. Who would not forget this lewd behavior? Aside from the notorious Black Dragon Gang leader, Han Long, who else could it be? At this juncture, Qin Kong, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Sister Yang, I don't believe I mentioned allowing you to enter. The people you've brought along do not seem very friendly. Why do you speak as though we are strangers? As Qin Kong finished his sentence, the thugs surrounding them displayed amused expressions, some even cracking their knuckles. Zhou Yang, however, showed no hint of remorse for the current situation. Instead, she stood tall, grinning with pride, evidently reveling in the deception that had lured the youths into their ranks. This is Brother Han, the captain of our survival squad. He is the hero of our community. Han Gu is truly formidable. In a single day, he has dispatched dozens of zombies. He is now a level 4 awakened, on the verge of unlocking new skills. Following Han Gu will undoubtedly bring its rewards. At this point, Yang Jie deliberately cast a meaningful glance at Duanju, her triumphant expression seemingly conveying, "Did you hear what your sister just said? To survive in this world, one must find a reliable man. Just look at this scrawny fellow beside you. He hardly seems capable." Qin Kong, clad in a sleek black coat that accentuated his slender frame, appeared youthful and handsome, thus obscuring the true strength of his physique from the onlookers. In response to Yang Jie's commentary, Qin Kong smiled with amusement, raising his chin and drawing his wife closer. Then, with an air of disdain, he addressed the group. "No need for that. My wife and I are equally unafraid of zombies. I appreciate your goodwill, but if there is nothing further, I kindly ask you to leave." With that, he raised his arm in a polite gesture to indicate his request. However, to his surprise, as soon as his words left his lips, two burly men approached from either side, their arms tightly gripping metal pipes, bulging with tension. Just then, Han Long grinned maliciously as he sidled up, smirking condescendingly as he clapped a hand on Qin Kong's shoulder. "So you're Qin Kong? Quite impressive, maintaining your composure amidst so many of us. Such courage, young man." But his gaze shifted to Duanju, scrutinizing her from neck to bosom with a predatory gleam, making her immensely uncomfortable. Despite her trepidation, she met his gaze with a haughty defiance. In response, Han Long merely chuckled derisively, shaking his head with mockery. However, this is no longer a harmonious society. Merely having courage is insufficient. To survive, one must possess strength and connections. If you lack these, you will inevitably become like the refuse of society, a zombie yourself. Suddenly, an unexpected event transpired. Han Long audaciously slapped Qin Kong's face. The twisted, arrogant smile on his face unmistakably screamed hubris. Simultaneously, a ruffian who had ventured to the storage room on the first floor exclaimed in delight, "Han Gu, he has canned goods. Lots of canned goods. We 1T need to risk going to the supermarket." At this revelation, all eyes turned to the man, who was holding a small tin of beef, while several boxes containing supplies lay at his feet. "What a fortunate find you have there," Han Long remarked, his excitement mounting as he gazed at the array of provisions displayed in the room. He placed his hand back on Qin Kong's shoulder, grinning menacingly. "You're quite impressive, young man. However, while I find your home satisfactory, your attitude leaves much to be desired. Here is a proposition. Let me have a night with your woman. I assure you, I 1T kill her, and we'll call it even. What do you say?" "Ha ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Let me have a turn too, Han." As soon as Han Long uttered these words, the surrounding thugs erupted into laughter, their boisterous and lewd cackles echoing sharply through the stillness of the community, sending the timid youths outside trembling in fear, their faces buried in their hands as they wept. Yet, despite the commotion, Qin Kong's expression remained utterly unchanged. What is happening? Why doesn't Qin Kong refute him? Duanju felt a flicker of unease in her heart. She was somewhat apprehensive that Qin Kong might erupt in fury. Yet simultaneously, she was incensed by Han Long's insolent remarks. How dare you speak of Qin Kong in such a manner? Do you really expect me to side with you? What nonsense is this? Even if Qin Kong is detestable, you have no right to speak. Moreover, I would never lower myself to associate with someone as intellectually deficient as you. Damn it, Qin Kong, why aren't you doing anything? Why are you just standing there? Strike him. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Duanju's expression grew increasingly furious. But suddenly, her face froze. She felt a hand at her waist, as if something had been snatched away. What's wrong, little brother? Why are you silent? Have we frightened you into submission? The henchman of Han Long continued to laugh heartily. Yet, no one noticed. At that moment, Han Long had fallen eerily silent. Unbeknownst to them, his forehead was slick with cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. His legs trembled slightly. He was unsteady from sheer fear. Only when Han Long took a shaky step back did the surrounding laughter abruptly cease. All eyes turning towards Qin Kong, as if they had encountered a ghost. Even Sister Yang, who had been so self-assured, shivered in fright and hastily retreated several steps. Qin Kong had pressed a handgun to Han Long's forehead. Why you? How did you come by this? Han Long's face drained of color. Terror etched across his features. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his legs quaking as an instinctual urge to flee surged within him. Yet the gun was firmly pressed against his brow, leaving him no escape. In that moment, as he gazed into Qin Kong's indifferent eyes, Han Long finally comprehended why the other remained so composed, so disdainful. Qin Kong had never regarded them as anything more than refuse. Fake. This must be a fake. Han Long shouted defiantly, though his body betrayed him, paralyzed by fear, resorting to frantic cries for psychological solace. Witnessing his desperation, Qin Kong, who had maintained his cold demeanor, suddenly smiled. A seemingly casual smile that concealed a regal contempt, akin to a superior being observing the incessant scurrying of ants beneath its feet, exuding an aura of dominance. Upon hearing the laughter, Han Long's expression shifted dramatically, abandoning his previous arrogance as he pleaded with Qin Kong. Wait, just wait. I was in the wrong, it was my fault, alright? Just lower the gun. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as his head exploded. Sister Yang, clutching her head, screamed in horror, while the surrounding thugs recoiled in terror, retreating several paces. With a thud, Han Long's lifeless body collapsed, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground with reckless abandon. The onlookers were rendered speechless, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene of a gunshot to the head. As they gazed upon the utterly lifeless Han Long, a collective gasp echoed among the thugs. Yet, their expressions quickly paled, becoming even more ashen than Han Long's, for Qin Kong, with a chilling smile, had already aimed his gun at the next victim. In a tone laced with amusement, he casually remarked, I'm afraid Han Long's attitude left much to be desired. Bang! Chapter 12 Run. Run. Bang! Yes, insane. Absolutely insane. Bang! No, don't kill me. I was forced to follow Han Long. I didn't want to. Bang, 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 bang. A loquacious individual naturally warranted a few more rewards in the form of bullets. No one can resist the terror of death, not even against the most savage of thugs. Initially, the intruders at Qin Kong's home contemplated fleeing. However, as one companion after another fell, more bodies lay lifeless on the ground, their blood pooling upon the once pristine floor. Witnessing this scene, even those reluctant to accept reality began to grasp a singular truth. Qin Kong was akin to a cheat. His headshot rate was a staggering 100%. Clearly, he had undergone specialized training. Death was inevitable. Whenever he fired a shot, there would assuredly be a casualty. His bullets seemed to have run out. Damn it! Let's fight back. Aren't there still skills available? Use them now to kill him. Only 3 or 4 of the thugs remained standing, perhaps aware that escape was futile. Suddenly, one burly man raised a fire axe and bellowed loudly, charging forward alongside another man. Most first-level awakening skills are enhancement abilities. Blue light emanated from the 2 robust figures, an eerie energy ripple enveloping their skin like a protective shield. suggesting formidable defenses. Wow, impressive. But impressive as it is, why do other skills seem so much cooler than mine? Seeing this, Duanju couldn't help but voice her complaints. It was her first time witnessing anyone other than Qin Kong employing such magical, corporeal energy, yet proved utterly ineffective. Gazing at the two menacing thugs, Qin Kong's eyes betrayed not a flicker of emotion. He calmly set down his handgun, expertly unloaded the magazine, replaced it with a new one, disengaged the safety, aimed for their heads and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! What appeared to be a complex magazine change took less than 2 seconds. By the time the approaching man sensed the impending danger, his head had already been thrust backward by the impact of the bullet. As blood arched gracefully through the air, his body collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Damn it! Only one man remained. He was the closest to Qin Kong among the band of thugs. Under the pressure of death, the man had completely lost his sanity. Though he swung the steel pipe with great force, his aim was evidently askew, striking towards Duanju's face instead. Crack! A sharp sound resonated through the air. Yet, as Duanju turned her head and closed her eyes, she emerged unscathed. It was only when everyone regained their composure that they realized that the powerful strike, which had sliced through the air with a sound akin to an explosion, had been blocked by Qin Kong's left arm. How is this possible? The man wielding the steel pipe let out a terrified scream, utterly unable to fathom what he was witnessing. It is important to acknowledge that this group of ruffians were originally laborers, endowed with strength far surpassing that of the average citizen. The awakening of their skills had further amplified their power 2 to 3-fold. Thus, when they unleashed their full force, it was no exaggeration to state that their strike bore the weight of 1,000 June. Yet, astonishingly, it was thwarted. It was effortlessly blocked by the casually raised arm of Qin Kong. Moreover, as he defended himself, not a flicker of pain graced Qin Kong's countenance. Instead, his face remained chillingly expressionless, his gaze radiating an aura of lethal intent. Those eyes seemed to convey a silent message. You dare strike at my woman? Desperation took hold as the man, confronted with a gun pointed at his temple, let out a harrowing scream. However, akin to his treatment of others, Qin Kong showed no inclination to heed their pleas for mercy. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, the last of the rebellious assailants crumpled to the ground. As the echoes of gunfire faded, the room was left strewn with lifeless bodies, while the young ones outside the villa huddled together, trembling in fear, casting terrified glances at Qin Kong as if he were a demon incarnate. As for Sister Yang, her plight was far graver. Consumed by sheer terror, Zhou Yang's body had gone limp, and she crawled desperately towards the villa's entrance, her face a canvas of tears and snot, wailing pitifully, "No, don't come any closer. Please, someone help me." She stretched her hand towards the door, yearning for assistance from those outside. Yet, in her moment of desperation, she seemed to forget that these young individuals had opened the door solely due to her assurances, only to fall victim to Han Long's predatory grasp. Now, with their own lives hanging in the balance, they harbored no compassion to rescue a contemptible wretch like herself. "What are you doing, Sister Yang?" Observing Zhou Yang sprawled on the ground like a maggot, a sinister smile crept across Qin Kong's lips. The sight of that grin sent a shiver down Duanju's spine, prompting her to cling to Qin Kong and feign compliance, thinking to herself, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness I have become a woman." The fate of being Qin Kong's enemy is far too grim. Little did Duanju anticipate that she would one day feel fortunate for possessing such a skill. Meanwhile, Qin Kong approached Zhou Yang, enveloping Duanju in his embrace. With a swift motion, he pinned Zhou Yang back to the ground, and with a chilling voice, he mocked, "Why so distant, Sister Yang? Aren't you going to offer me a cup of tea? No, don't kill me. Please, Qin Kong. I was forced into this."
Zhou Yang shrieked in terror,
her trembling form clutching her head in a comical display of fear. "You don't understand. Qin Kong, that monster Han Long threatened me. If I didn't help him find survivors, he would sever my leg. He intends to turn all surviving women into his playthings. It's Han Long and his ilk who are the true perverts. I swear, it has nothing to do with me. Please, don't kill me." At this point, a yellow liquid began to seep from underneath Zhou Yang, mingling with the blood on the floor, creating an even more repugnant stench. Upon hearing this response, Qin Kong's smile grew increasingly sinister as he silently shifted the gun from Zhou Yang's head to her leg. How could Qin Kong possibly forget? In his previous life, it was this very woman who, alongside Han Long, forcefully breached the villa's door, leaving him deprived of resources after a grueling day of slaying zombies. When he returned home, he found himself unable to even eat, compelled to venture out once more in search of supplies. In the aftermath, when they established the Black Dragon Gang, this woman ascended to the position of second-in-command. If she were merely coerced by Han Long, how could she attain such a high status? Thus, this woman must either be entangled with Han Long or actively seeking his favor by assisting him in finding women. With the insights gained from his past experiences in the apocalypse, Qin Kong's reasoning was exceedingly astute. No cunning individual could elude his grasp. As anticipated, the moment Zhou Yang begged for mercy, a well-spoken young man resembling a polished office worker suddenly shouted from outside the villa, "She's lying. Han Long is clearly her cousin. My home is directly above Han Long's. I've seen them together multiple times. There's no mistake." "What? You?" At this revelation, Zhou Yang, who lay on the ground, was immediately struck with shock. Her lips trembled with anger as she pointed a shaky finger at the man, as if questioning why he would betray her in such a manner. Unfortunately, before she could articulate her thoughts, a piercing sound erupted. Bang! The agonizing screams akin to those of a slaughtered pig resonated from within the villa. Zhou Yang, who had been so full of herself, lost all semblance of arrogance after a bullet struck her thigh. In a state of utter despair, she wept and wailed, flailing her arms like a madwoman, desperately attempting to escape Qin Kong's retribution. "Please, I don't want to die. I beg you, spare me." Her harrowing cries echoed throughout the entire neighborhood. Yet, even amidst her pleas, not a shred of compassion flickered in Qin Kong's eyes. Instead, he spoke in a chillingly low tone. "Do you know Sister Yang?" Zhou Yang trembled on the ground, paralyzed by fear at the mere sound of Qin Kong's voice. "I may not appear to be a good person, but in truth, I am quite amiable and possess a kind heart. If you were to beg me, I might consider sharing some supplies. However, it is utterly unacceptable to barge in here so brazenly, tsk. As he spoke, Qin Kong playfully clicked his tongue, simultaneously aiming the gun at the back of Zhou Yang's head. Although she could not see behind her, she sensed death encroaching upon her. Gripping the floor with desperation, she pleaded with a voice filled with despair and anguish. Qin Kong, please don't do this. I am a member of the neighborhood committee. I am your sister Yang. We are good neighbors, aren't we? Spare me. I swear I will never dare again. I truly want to spare you? That is not entirely out of the question." Observing the woman's pitiful state, Qin Kong curled his lips in disdain, his words seemingly laced with a hint of hesitation. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang had yet to express his gratitude when Qin Kong's demeanor turned icy. He affectionately brushed his cheek against Duanju's lovely forehead and disdainfully remarked, "But what if you seek revenge on us? My precious wife will have trouble sleeping tonight." Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, plunging the room into a suffocating silence. As Zhou Yang lay lifeless on the ground, having met a grim fate, all intruders that night were ruthlessly eliminated by Qin Kong. Observing the fallen bodies, Qin Kong calmly retracted his handgun, wrapping his arm around his wife while tenderly stroking her hair, akin to soothing a frightened kitten. He exhaled contentedly. It's peaceful now. How delightful. Meanwhile, Duanju, her pupils trembling in shock, internally screamed, Who is your precious? Stop saying such things. I am a manly man, a true man. Don't think your weapons and gadgets make you impressive. After enduring humiliation, I will surely surpass you. Just wait. I'll stab you, stab you, stab you." Duanju, feeling resentful for being referred to as precious, wore a face filled with grievance, resembling a sulking girlfriend. Yet, Qin Kong remained unfazed, lifting her chin with his finger and curiously asking, "What is the matter? Are you scared? Come here, give me a kiss." With that, he planted a kiss on the startled Duanju's cheek, causing her pupils to quiver even more violently, her previously fair face now flushed crimson. What are you doing?" There are others watching outside. Oh no. Now everyone knows I am Qin Kong's wife. This is terrible. No. Ugh. How infuriating. Duanju pouted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. Yet, Qin Kong appeared oblivious to her anger, merely ruffling her hair in a comforting gesture before turning his attention to the onlookers outside the villa. As he surveyed the group, he noted their youthful appearances, with a predominance of women over men. Their fearful demeanor and trembling bodies revealed that they had likely never faced a single zombie, having cowered at home in an attempt to evade reality, only to be unfortunate enough to be dragged out by Han Long and his companions. Regarding such timid and inept individuals, Qin Kong maintained a neutral stance, neither persecuting nor aiding them. Thus, he merely gestured with his chin and coldly addressed the outsiders. Hey, you lot. One young man, resembling a university student, startled and hurriedly stood to attention upon hearing the call. However, Qin Kong didn't even glance at him, simply pointing at the bodies on the ground and commanding, "Help me dispose of these corpses, throw them far away, and then clean the floor. As for the canned goods, take as many as you can as a reward. Once you've completed these tasks and collected your reward, you can leave." "Yes, understood." The young man nodded vigorously in response to Qin Kong's orders. As Qin Kong ascended the stairs, embracing Duanju without a backward glance, a group of young individuals exchanged glances, seizing the opportunity to hastily depart in his absence. Their appetites for sustenance had yet to intensify. After all, the apocalypse had only dawned on its second day, and each of them had provisions stored at home. None would be foolish enough to disturb the dead for a morsel of food, as the act of moving corpses was undeniably daunting. Upon regaining his senses, the youth realized that he had been the sole one to step forward when Qin Kong called out. Yet what could he do now? He had already committed himself, and if he did not diligently fulfill his obligation, he risked facing Qin Kong's wrath. How unfortunate! Just as he had been dragged from his home by Han Long, he now found himself tasked with relocating a body. The youth cradled his head in despair, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, unnoticed by anyone, among the fleeing youths were two strikingly dressed and charming young girls, their dark stockings accentuating their allure. They were currently concealed behind the adjacent building, their faces alight with delight as they perused a smartphone, searching through their contacts. Qin Kong, I believe it should be here it is. Backup admirer number 4. I knew it was him. The one who sent you flowers 2 years ago.
Yi.
If you employ a little strategy, that mere Qin Kong will be easily subdued. We can drive that woman out of the villa, and then all the supplies and weapons will be ours. Isn't he far more capable of protecting us than the other useless individuals in the community? The girl spoke with palpable excitement, while her companion, gradually revealed a cunning smile, contemplating, Qin Kong? So it is him. TSK, what a predicament. Though I have little interest in your meager supplies, considering your commendable strength and possession of a firearm, I shall begrudgingly extend you a modicum of courtesy. Chapter 13. A good person. An hour later, twilight descended. The number of zombies in the neighborhood began to increase once more. The city at night transformed into a perilous labyrinth, concealing unknown monsters within its darkness. To avoid losing their lives, one must remain quietly at home, ideally refraining from making any sound or emitting any scent. However, there was one exception in the community: the glowing lights of a second-floor villa, emanating a magical aroma that captured the attention of countless survivors. What could they be doing? Who knows? But I can smell the delightful fragrance of cooking. Goodness, how dare they fire up a stove in the neighborhood? Aren't they afraid of attracting zombies? Yet, what good does it do to ponder such matters? I am famished. I no longer wish to eat dry biscuits.
Ikrava aprupe meal.
Just like in my previous life, the internet has been restored. While the surrounding survivors were engulfed in terror, Qin Kong reclined on the sofa, conversing with himself, engrossed in his phone while savoring an ice cream, exuding an air of tranquility akin to a husband returning home to unwind after a long day at work. Meanwhile, a charming creature in the kitchen was bustling about with fervor. Turn up the heat. Heat the oil. First, add the Sichuan pepper for fragrance. Then sequentially introduce the sliced kidney, scallions, and chili, and once the intense flames surge into the pan, control the iron wok with one hand and stir-fry vigorously. With a clatter, as the right arm of the white-clad wife waved up and down amidst the flames, the ingredients and hot oil danced like waves, producing a crisp sound of frying as layers of aroma wafted through the air. Before one could realize it, a vibrant and fragrant dish of stir-fried kidney was served in a grand platter. Clink! A cylindrical glass was forcefully placed on the table before Chin Kong by the woman. Shortly after, clear Sprite and rum were poured into the glass. Crystal-clear ice cubes stirred the liquid, creating waves of sweet refreshment, and when one finally focused, only a delicate sprig of mint remained, gracefully dancing atop the drink. "The dishes are ready, my lord. Please enjoy." After uttering this, Duan-ju obediently seated herself in the chair across from Chin Kong, resting her elbows on the table and cupping her cheeks with a beaming smile as she gazed at him. On the other side, Chin Kong, who had been reclining, suddenly sat up with an inexplicable jolt, gazing at the 4 dishes and a soup before him, and then at his adorable wife across the table. Even a strong man like Chin Kong could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief, subsequently inhaling sharply in surprise. "What is happening? Wait a moment. I swear I didn't even blink. I merely requested her to prepare dinner. Anything would suffice, even pre-packaged meals. But how could she possibly produce 4 dishes and a soup in such a short span of time? And she even mixed me a drink. This woman, this charming creature, is none other than that devilish nun from my past life? What a jest! Is there anyone more suited to be a wife than her?" Gazing upon the lavish feast laid before him, Chin Kong's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. It had been far too long indeed, so long that he had completely forgotten when he last indulged in such an opulent dinner, not to mention that prior to his rebirth, he had endured several years amidst the apocalypse, and even without such dire circumstances, the orphan Chin Kong lived alone, never treating himself to a spread of 4 dishes and a soup during the new year. Therefore, confronted with this bountiful table, no matter how much he attempted to maintain his aloof persona, he could not suppress his astonishment as he stammered, "Did you prepare all of this? It's not prepackaged food, is it?" "Ha! What a weakling!" Duan-ju retorted disdainfully, leaving Chin Kong momentarily taken aback. Upon hearing the incredulity in Chin Kong's voice, Duan-ju's lips curled into a smirk, exuding an air of scornful elegance. "Did you think everyone is as foolish as you, incapable of even cooking? Let me enlighten you. I was a certified chef before becoming an artist. I simply grew weary of being bossed around daily and decided to change my career." "Humph. Oh. Chin Kong, you have your shortcomings too. You are utterly pathetic." As she spoke, Duan-ju beamed with delight, her nose almost elevated in triumph. It was no wonder she had been grinning at Chin Kong after finishing the meal. She had eagerly awaited his astonished reaction to relish in his bewilderment. "Humph. Perhaps I may not excel in combat and my verbal sparring skills may not surpass yours. But when it comes to cooking, I dare say few in this city would dare claim the title of number 1 if I were to take the second. At last, I can revel in my glory. Eat, eat. As you savor my meticulously prepared dishes, allow yourself to be awed by my profound culinary skills, and then you will comprehend just how vast the chasm between us truly is, and be shamed to the core by the stark reality of your inadequacies." You truly are a weakling," she thought to herself while continuing to mock him, casting disdainful glances at him, as if she were an older sister teasing an innocent younger sibling. Finally, having seized an opportunity to gloat, how could Duan-ju resist indulging in a few more jibes? However, just as she was reveling in her moment of triumph, believing she could bask in her superiority, her smile abruptly froze upon her face. Duan-ju blinked in astonishment, for the scene had shifted, revealing that Chin Kong's eyes had inexplicably grown moist. The usually indifferent Chin Kong, the one who has always appeared as cold as a killer, has he truly been broken by my words? Realizing this, Duan-ju gasped in shock. In a flurry, she raised her right hand, her delicate fingers waving anxiously as she stammered, Hey, can't be that serious. Can it? I was just joking. Why so serious? Everyone has their strengths. While cooking may not be your forte, at least you have slain more zombies than I have, right? So, please don't cry." As she spoke, Duanju playfully lifted a piece of kidney with her chopsticks, swaying it adorably towards Qin Kong's mouth, seemingly attempting to cheer him up. However, in the next moment, Qin Kong's eyes returned to their cold indifference, as he turned his head away and scrutinized Duanju with a wary gaze. You think I don't see through you, woman? Do you believe that such trivial antics can sway me? I will not be deceived. What? Qin Kong reprimanded in a serious tone, while Duanju's face reflected utter confusion, blinking and tilting her head in puzzlement. What is this guy talking about? How have I moved him? Weren't you the one who asked me to cook? At this point, what could I possibly deceive you about? Why are you being so fierce? How infuriating, she muttered under her breath, feeling exasperated. Yet, accustomed to their playful banter, she brushed it off. There was, however, one thing that had piqued her curiosity while she was cooking. By the way, you were just fiddling with your phone. What was on it? Some questionable pictures? Duanju inquired, and Qin Kong, wiping the dampness from his eyes, calmly replied, Nothing much, just that the internet has been restored. What? The internet is back. Upon hearing this, Duanju gasped. Her hand, which had just reached for rice, froze midair. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I need to call my sister. I have no idea how my family is doing right now. Give me your phone. With that, she stretched out her hand towards Qin Kong, who, unfazed, casually handed it over. Duanju's own phone was still at her home, having been forcibly taken by Qin Kong earlier, and she had forgotten to bring it along. What's the matter? Aren't you going to make the call? Observing Duanju, who was holding the phone yet appeared frozen in shock, Qin Kong casually queried while enthusiastically digging into the meal, clearly enjoying the dishes she had prepared. At his inquiry, Duanju's body trembled slightly, and with a tone of despair, she explained, I don't know my sister's phone number. I don't know her QQ or WeChat IDs either. I can't remember any of it. What? You don't even know your parents' phone numbers? Qin Kong asked in bewilderment, to which Duanju, gripping her hair in frustration, exclaimed, I don't know. I only saved them in my phone. I've never dialed them directly. Who calls using numbers for no reason? Are you an idiot? Seeing Duanju on the verge of tears, her tear-filled eyes both adorable and pitiful, Qin Kong, despite his sharp tongue, couldn't he help but shake his head. He stood up, moved to her side, and embraced her, gently patting her back to comfort her. All right, don't be upset. I'll take you home tomorrow to retrieve your phone. All right? Really? The frail and pitiable Duanju pouted and raised her head, her flushed cheeks and aggrieved expression rendering her utterly forlorn. In that fleeting moment, Qin Kong once again experienced the sensation of being pierced through, as if a warm and sweet blade had penetrated his chest, causing his heartbeat and breath to halt entirely. Yet, to avoid revealing any vulnerability to Duanju, he could only force a stoic expression, striving to maintain an air of indifference before replying with a disdainful tone. Why would I deceive you? Consider it a reward for your culinary efforts.
Qin Kong, you.
Qin Kong you. Upon hearing Qin Kong's unexpectedly understanding response, Duanju could not help but display a look of deep emotion. You are indeed a good person. I misjudged you before. I apologize. Realizing it was not too late to understand, she paused, but then felt a sudden jolt of alarm as she noticed the corners of her mouth beginning to lift. A wave of unease surged within Qin Kong's chest, prompting him to shake his head vigorously to clear his mind. That was close. I nearly fell under the spell of this woman. She is a heinous and wicked demoness. No, do not presume that this pitiful facade will earn my mercy. The collar shall remain. Abandon all hope. Chapter 14. I have no interest. Dawn broke, and with it, the sun rose once more, casting its light over the city, while the low growls of the undead echoed through the streets. It had been 3 days since the apocalypse began, and there were no signs of police, military, or government presence. The onset of the end of days was so abrupt that it was likely the authorities were overwhelmed by the sheer number of zombies and monsters. Upon awakening, Qin Kong stretched his arms in a most delightful and refreshing manner. The morning sunlight warmed his face, and as he gently stroked the hair of his sleeping wife nestled against him, she would turn her head in a charmingly awkward way, burying her face into his shoulder to continue her slumber, her demeanor reminiscent of a precious kitten. However, just as Qin Kong contemplated bestowing a tender kiss upon his wife's cheek, his phone beside him vibrated unexpectedly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Is someone actually trying to reach me? Qin Kong blinked in surprise. He was acutely aware of his solitary nature, with hardly any friends who would take the initiative to contact him. Yet, driven by curiosity, he picked up the phone, using his left hand to soothe his wife's back while his right hand navigated the screen, revealing a message from a woman on WeChat. Little Bunny Candy. Brother Kong, have you woken up? My friend and I are so scared. Can we come stay with you for a while? Puzzled by the endearing yet unexpected message, Qin Kong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing it several times to ensure he hadn't misread. Am I still groggy? How can someone in the apocalypse ask such a thing? He quickly responded on WeChat. Who are you? You silly. See, Chenny, you sent me flowers before. How could you forget? Humph. The reply was swift, punctuated with an angry bunny emoji, as if she were genuinely upset with him. As he read her words, Qin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Chen Yi.
Yin Yi.
Ah, she's that woman. Isn't she the one I pursued long ago? She lives in the same neighborhood as I do? How could I have forgotten? Before his rebirth, Qin Kong had struggled for years to survive in the apocalypse, and his pursuit of Chen Yi had begun 2 years prior to the cataclysm, creating a gap of perhaps 7 or 8 years in his memory. Thus, the recollection of knowing Chen Yi felt exceedingly distant, so much so that he hardly remembered her, only recalling her materialistic nature, which led him to cease contact after a brief infatuation. So it's you? What do you want? Although Chen Yi is not particularly regarded as a virtuous person, Qin Kong, exercising caution, responded with a measured reply. Meanwhile, in the residential building adjacent to the villa, Chen Yi and her friend Chang Xiaolin lay on the bed, engrossed in their phones. Both of them wore expressions of delight, their smiles curving their eyes into crescent shapes, as if to convey, oh, this mere sycophant, just wait until I effortlessly have him under my thumb. This fellow was deliberately putting on an aloof facade, but he must be overjoyed inside. Chang Xiaolin, with a beaming smile, remarked, while Chen Yi proudly tilted her chin upward, declaring, of course, there is no man that Chen Yi cannot conquer. Just wait and see how he begs me to move into his home. As she spoke, amidst the exuberant smiles of the two women, Chen Yi extended her finger once more to tap the screen, sending Qin Kong an elaborate message. Brother Kong, when you valiantly defeated that group of villains yesterday, I was among the captives outside. You were truly heroic. You dispatched those rascals with such ease. Thanks to you, I was saved, and I can't help but admire you. After we returned, my friend and I pondered for quite some time, and we both believe that the current situation is perilous. To survive, we must unite, for strength lies in numbers. Therefore, considering this, we would like to temporarily reside in your home. You've always been so kind to me, surely you wouldn't refuse, right? Here, let me show you a picture of my friend. With a playful smirk, Chen Yi sent a selfie of herself and her friend lounging on the bed. Both were youthful and charming, clad in white dresses with subtle makeup, their long, delicate legs and lovely faces radiating a blend of innocence and vivacity. Few men could resist such allure, especially when it came as a double offering. In these apocalyptic times, as laws, morals, and humanity gradually erode, two young and adorable women, eager to please, presented an opportunity that few men could withstand. Don't worry, brother, you needn't fret. Although it may take some getting used to, we wouldn't mind sharing a room with you.
Ah, no.
I meant a house. Please don't misunderstand. We can sleep on the sofa. With that last remark, Chen Yi sent an adorable rabbit emoji, pairing it with a cute picture of a white rabbit alongside a glimpse of her fair thighs, her allure undeniably heightened. However, upon viewing the images, Qin Kong merely smiled and thought, I see. He had encountered all manner of individuals in this post-apocalyptic world, and women like Chen Yi, who fancied themselves clever while attempting to swindle resources, were numerous. He had long since learned how to deal with such characters. Thus, he tightly embraced Duan Ju, purposefully pulling the blanket down slightly to reveal her flawless, snowy shoulder and her exquisite, unadorned visage. Simultaneously, he showcased his own strong, sculpted muscles from a flattering angle, gently tapping the screen to send his response. He replied, Let us take a look. Qian Yi and Chang Xiaolin were still beaming with delight, their minds seemingly lost in fantasies of a prosperous future alongside Qin Kong, indulging in a life of leisure within a luxurious villa. Yet, the moment the photograph materialized, the smiles of the two young ladies abruptly froze on their faces. As if that were not enough, a subsequent message from Qin Kong caused their lips to twitch uncontrollably. I do not favor women with modest bosoms, and my wife would undoubtedly take issue with it, so let us forget it, he concluded with a cheeky grin emoji. Such a seemingly innocuous expression evoked a simultaneous gasp from Qian Yi and Chang Xiaolin, their features contorting into grotesque masks of disbelief. What? Qian Yi nearly shrieked, her voice trembling. Chang Xiaolin, on the other hand, displayed an incredulous expression, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this? My bosom is modest?" As she protested, she instinctively squeezed her own chest. Although it paled in comparison to the woman in the photograph, she believed it to be at least a C-cup. Yet, upon glancing back at the image, their attention was irresistibly drawn to the woman's flawless, alabaster skin, exquisitely delicate features, and luxuriously flowing hair, attributes that rendered them entirely inferior. Not to mention the alarming curvature that likely exceeded a D-cup. Such an ethereal beauty laid before them was enough to stir desire, even within the hearts of the two women. This realization only fueled Qian Yi's fury as she screamed, "Ah, how infuriating! That Qin Kong! How dare he mock me? He cannot possibly believe that a bit of wealth grants him free rein. He is dreaming." With that, she forcefully hurled her phone onto the bed, adopting an expression of disdainful anger towards Qin Kong. Meanwhile, Chang Xiaolin clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in agreement. This fellow is truly a boorish man. No wonder you, cast him aside. Do not fret. Is there not another sycophant? It seems he has established some sort of apocalyptic team group, and those who were coerced by Han Long joined yesterday. Surely, with so many of us united, we must be stronger than that Qin Kong. He will be the one groveling to us. At this, Chang Xiaolin proudly raised her chin, as if joining the apocalyptic group was an esteemed honor, though in reality, it was merely a WeChat group of survivalists gripped by fear. However, upon hearing the name Han Long, Qian Yi could not help but shudder. She and Chang Xiaolin had been abducted by Han Long yesterday, with a dozen brutish thugs leering at their bodies. Had it not been for Qin Kong's timely intervention, that night could have ended in tragedy for them. Reflecting on this, Qian Yi deemed the young individuals coerced by Han Long utterly incapable of providing protection. In her eyes, they were worthless compared to the resourceful Qin Kong, who possessed both means and weapons. Perhaps I should inquire further just to be certain. After a moment of inner conflict, Qian Yi once again picked up her phone, her face still bearing traces of anger. However, in the interest of securing the villa and supplies, she reluctantly typed out a message. "It's fine, Kong-gu, you just need to speak to sister a little. My best friend and I have nowhere else to go. Please." After sending the message, she added a pitiful emoticon, her heart still brimming with confidence, for she believed that no man could refuse her when she expressed herself in such a manner. Yet, it was not long before a new reply appeared on WeChat, a response from Qin Kong devoid of any emotion. "Forget it. I'm not interested. My wife is awake, and I need to make her breakfast. Not chatting anymore." Upon reading this, the room descended into a heavy silence. The two young women stared wide-eyed at the phone, their mouths twitching, the incredulity of the moment etched plainly on their faces. It was only when a vein pulsed like a centipede along Qian Yi's arm that she snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply before erupting in fury. "How dare you be so ungrateful? Just you wait." Meanwhile, on the other side, the slumbering Duanju finally stirred from the warmth of her embrace. Lazily opening her eyes, she found Qin Kong gazing at her with a look of affection, his hand gently soothing her hair. Though she felt a bit strange internally, the warmth of his embrace enveloped her in a sense of security. Perhaps this isn't so bad? Duanju mused silently. Yet, she quickly shook her head with determination. "No, do not be deceived by appearances. I will certainly find a way to revert back to my former self, to become powerful, to reclaim my harem. That wretched Qin Kong cannot hinder my ascension to greatness. As for now, I suppose I'll play along to avoid being bullied by him again." With this thought, Duanju took a deep breath, transforming her expression into one of sweet submission, and with a playful wink, she addressed Qin Kong. Is the master awake? Shall I prepare breakfast for you? No. You just rest well. Qin Kong replied calmly, pinching her cheek playfully, teasingly proclaiming, I'll make breakfast, but in exchange, you must obediently follow my instructions when we go out to deal with zombies today. Ha! For some inexplicable reason, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and Duanju blinked in disbelief. It should be annoying. I should feel irritated by such humiliating treatment. Yet why do I feel so good? Chapter 15. Please hurry. It's time to eat. We shall depart once we finish our meal. An hour later, Qin Kong hastily stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth, already standing at the staircase while simultaneously inspecting his firearm. He meticulously attached the sleek, dark silencer onto the muzzle. Meanwhile, Duanju, still seated at the table savoring her breakfast, wore a look of immense satisfaction, her eyes squinting with joy. Today, she finally attained a semblance of autonomy in this household, adorned in proper attire. A black tank top, a white jacket, sporty pants, complemented by attractive yet durable white sneakers, youthful and vibrant, reminiscent of an athletic college student. Despite the seemingly loose fit of her trousers, the fabric's folds revealed her long, graceful legs, while the waist of the tank top subtly showcased her delicate abdominal contours, evoking an irresistible urge to touch. Though it remains a feminine outfit, at least it looks far more dashing. Ah! These slender arms and legs are truly delightful. My physique is commendable. As she indulged in the breakfast prepared by Qin Kong, Duanju admired the delicate whiteness of her arms, her pink-tipped nails accentuating the elegant yet powerful lines of her forearms. Indeed, the epitome of a beautiful girl's musculature. Why was Duanju able to wear such light and charming clothing? One could only surmise that Qin Kong had a change of heart. He believed that with Duanju's prowess in her previous life, she should not have been overpowered by lowly creatures like the long-tongued zombies. It must have been the ill-fitting attire or inadequate weaponry that led to that unfortunate incident. To prevent any further mishaps, it was imperative that she donned the safest gear for future excursions. What are you dawdling for? Eat up. Noticing Duanju swaying her feet and grinning at the table, Qin Kong urged her impatiently. However, the current Duanju, upon hearing Qin Kong's command, had shed her earlier timidity, instead beaming with pride as she teasingly replied, when dining, one must savor every bite. Look at how hurriedly you are eating. If the food cannot be properly digested in your stomach, wouldn't it be a waste? Besides, who has ribs for breakfast? Such rich fare deserves to be enjoyed slowly. With that, Duanju's gaze drifted to the spread before her. Milk, toast, and lamb ribs. Admittedly, the ribs were pre-prepared, yet after heating, they were nearly as tender as stewed ones. According to Qin Kong, the meat should be stripped with chopsticks and nestled within the bread to create a sandwich. It must be said that this fusion of Eastern and Western cuisine was a first for Duanju, though she found herself too indifferent to voice any further complaints. What can I do? It's a rare occasion for Qin Kong to cook. If I complain too much, he might get upset. I suppose I must go along with it. Why does that sound a bit odd? Pondering this, Duanju tilted her head, donning a perplexed expression befitting a young lady. On the other hand, Qin Kong merely scoffed at her earlier remarks, dismissing them as mere nonsense. So much chatter over breakfast. Buzz. Buzz. Just as he was speaking, Qin Kong's phone rang again. Since he had to wait for Duanju to finish eating anyway, Qin Kong simply reclined on the sofa and began scrolling through his phone. Observing this, Duanju, munching on a bread stuffed with lamb, immediately displayed a curious expression. Her cheeks full as she inquired, what are you looking at? Is there a government notice now that the internet is back? You've been on your phone all morning. No, it's just that group of people added me to a WeChat group. Huh? Upon hearing this, Duanju's curiosity intensified. Consequently, she shifted her position, kneeling beside the sofa and leaning in to peer at Qin Kong's phone, her little hands still clutching the bread as if she were a little hamster. What group is so interesting? Let me see. Take a look. Qin Kong naturally raised his hand to present the phone. Unbeknownst to him, her silky hair had draped across his cheek, exuding a delightful fragrance that made his cheek tingle, causing his gaze to waver slightly. Let me see. Duanju, oblivious to her own charm, pressed her face closer to the screen, blinking as she focused on the phone. To her surprise, the first glance at the content was already enough to leave her somewhat overwhelmed. WeChat group, Dragon Construction Community Survival Association. Lihao, Unit 101, Building 3. Everyone, please change your nicknames to include your location and name for the convenience of the leader statistics. Lihao, Unit 101, Building 3, report the quantity of food at home, number of people, and the status of medicines. Please compile this into a table and send it to us for the association to distribute supplies uniformly. Lihao, Unit 101, Building 3. I'll repeat, this is a sensitive period. Please cooperate and refrain from being individualistic. Thank you. Lihao, Unit 101, Building 3. Kong, the newcomer. Update your nickname quickly. The tone of the association leaders in the group resembled that of superiors directing subordinates, momentarily leading Duanju to believe she had stumbled into a corporate chat, prompting her to ask in confusion, "What are they doing? Is forming a group useful? Are we supposed to deal with zombies together?" "Of course, it's useless," Qin Kong replied expressionlessly, a hint of disdain woven into his words. These association officials, especially that Li Hao, claimed to have contacted the government and used this pretense to gain the trust of other survivors. Those unwilling to venture out for supplies naturally fawn over him, and when the time is ripe, the association will swindle all the resources from these survivors. Ah, is that so? That's truly wicked. Duanju blinked in surprise after hearing this. However, she soon scratched her cheek, her face innocent as she pressed for more details. But how do you know this? Need I say more? I've returned from a previous life. Qin Kong rolled his eyes in exasperation. In my previous life, it took less than 2 months for this association to merge with the Black Dragon Gang. However, I have preemptively eliminated the core members of the Black Dragon Gang in this life, so I remain uncertain about how events will unfold. Why do you involve yourself with this group? Let them amuse themselves. It wasn't my choice. It was Qian Yi who brought me in. Their conversation was rather casual, with neither of them truly regarding the affairs of the association. Yet, for reasons unknown, when Qin Kong casually uttered the name Qian Yi, Duanju's eyes narrowed, and he mysteriously leaned closer to Qin Kong, whispering, "Which Qian Yi?" Huh? Qin Kong's body involuntarily shivered. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but for a fleeting moment, he sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent. The profound pressure was reminiscent of the malevolent nun from his past life. However, upon glancing back, he found Duanju still maintaining her adorable and cheerful demeanor. Thus, he merely scratched his cheek and explained, "She's a woman I met a long time ago. After witnessing me eliminate Han Long yesterday, she sought to move in with me. When I refused, she likely became desperate and added me to this group, hoping the association members would distribute my supplies." As he spoke, Qin Kong observed Duanju's reaction, seemingly trying to ascertain whether the murderous intent he sensed was genuine. Yet, Duanju displayed no signs of unease. She merely pouted slightly, appearing somewhat displeased, before picking up her phone and muttering, "Such a shameless person ought to be deleted. Let me assist you." "HM? They've tagged you again." "Tagged me with what?" Intrigued by Duanju's remark, Qin Kong sat up and patted the seat beside him, prompting Duanju to comply and sit next to him. When they both picked up their phones, they indeed found familiar names appearing again. Building 2, Unit 1, Room 302. Qian Yi. Kong, President Li Hao, this newcomer is the Qin Kong I just mentioned to you. He has an abundance of supplies. Building 2, Unit 1, Room 302. Qian Yi. Kong, Qin Kong, please come out for a moment. You have so many supplies. Wouldn't it be nice to share with everyone? Building 2, Unit 1, Room 302. Qian Yi. Given the current scarcity, those with supplies should share. Qin Kong is so kind. He surely wouldn't let everyone go hungry. This woman is infuriating. Qian Yi's incessant talk of supplies and her condescending tone left Duanju feeling tense, her fists clenching in frustration. As Qin Kong listened to Qian Yi, he could not help but scoff disdainfully. Truly a harlot, unable to discern the situation yet so readily sells me out with a few careless words, a brainless fool. Having grown accustomed to the nature of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world, Qin Kong held no regard for someone like Qian Yi. To him, Strength and power were the only true measures of a person's worth in such dire times. No matter how striking a woman might appear, if she were merely a decorative vase, she would ultimately become a plaything for men. Individuals like Qian Yi, who flaunted their modest beauty while attempting to dictate to others, would inevitably face retribution without needing Qin Kong to intervene. In a month or two, someone would surely take care of her. Meanwhile, the other survivors in the group began to stir, and predictably, all the comments were directed at Qin Kong. Does Qin Kong's family have a lot of food? Of course, they must. He was the one cooking last night. What the hell, so it's you, Kong. Haven't you ever watched a zombie movie? Zombies have a keen sense of smell. Aren't you afraid of attracting a horde with all that smoke? Do you have no sense of public responsibility? Come out here and explain yourself. I'm really furious with you. Shut up. He has guns. Han Long was taken out by Qin Kong yesterday. Sun Jiaming from Unit 601 of Building 2 swiftly retracted a message. Watching Sun Jiaming hurriedly withdraw his foul language, Duan Zhu could not suppress a laugh, while Qin Kong nonchalantly ruffled his wife's hair. However, in the next moment President Li Hao reappeared. Despite being aware of Qin Kong's firearms, he still adopted a feigned tone of concern as he addressed him. Voice message, Li Hao Little Qin. I saw what the group members said, and I've received quite a few private messages as well. It's true that your family has a lot of canned goods, right? Isn't it fortuitous that the nearby supermarkets have been overrun by zombies? We've organized several supply runs in the past couple of days, but to no avail. The community is at a critical juncture for survival. We must have a broader perspective and work together. Earlier, I held an online meeting with the association staff and several representatives of the homeowners, and there were widespread reports that some individuals are hoarding food beyond their capacity to store it. It would be more prudent for the association to manage these supplies. How about you set an example and turn over your excess provisions? Just leave enough for about a week's worth of rations. The surplus can be kept safely for everyone's sake. What do you think? After delivering this message, Li Hao even appended a handshake emoji, leaving Qin Kong no opportunity to refuse. On the other hand, upon hearing this voice message, both Duan Zhu and Qin Kong shared an expression of bewilderment, their lips twitching slightly as they regarded their phones as if staring at a fool. After a moment of silence, Qin Kong pressed his temples, feeling a slight headache, and said, "Let's get going. If we don't head out to slay some zombies soon, I might just be sickened to death." Oh wait. Observing the exasperation on Qin Kong's face, Duan Zhu quickly waved her hand to interrupt him, her expression betraying a sly smile. Suddenly, she lifted her phone, bringing the sandwich, laden with succulent ribs, to her lips, and then leaned into Qin Kong's embrace, raising her middle finger to the camera while capturing the moment. With a click, the sound of the shutter echoed, immortalizing the handsome man holding his enchanting wife, surrounded by the promise of a lavish breakfast, an exquisite snapshot of their daily affection. Shortly thereafter, Duan Zhu shared the photograph and, using Qin Kong's WeChat, responded in the group. Kong. Unit 101, Building 3, Li Hao, greetings to you, Mr. Li, who prefers to beg from others rather than face the zombies himself. My wife says, go to hell. Chapter 16. Embrace of grandeur. As soon as Duan Zhu completed his previous statement, the entire WeChat group was engulfed in a tempest of fervent discussion. Goodness! How dare he confront the president directly? I had no intention of contributing supplies. I was too intimidated to speak up. Qin Gu is formidable. No wonder he wields a gun. Qin Gu, may I seek refuge with you? Just a morsel to eat will suffice. A mere utterance ignited admiration for Qin Kong among many members of the group. Despite the fact that numerous individuals had never laid eyes on him, the mere knowledge of his triumph over Han Long and his band of thugs was enough to inspire profound respect. As for the origin of his firearm, no one dared to inquire further, for the world outside was rife with zombies, and it seemed entirely reasonable that dispatching a few officers-turned-zombies could yield a handgun. However, President, do not be angered. Pay him no mind. I am willing to contribute supplies. I am an active participant, with admirers of Qin Kong present. It was only natural that jealousy and sycophancy would arise. Following the exuberant cheers of the admirers, the conversation was once again commandeered by members of the association. Indeed, He fancies himself quite impressive. It is merely luck that he hoarded supplies. What's the big deal about defeating Han Long? If I had a gun, I could do it too. This individual is selfish, eccentric, and devoid of a sense of unity. He cannot possibly survive like this. Let him perish on his own. What a show-off. A selfish wretch. The group was now embroiled in a cacophony of insults. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Duan-ju, ensconced in Qin Kong's embrace, with her head pressed against his chest, radiated an innocence that was almost palpable. You used my account to show off in the group? Is that not allowed? Duan-ju blinked, her demeanor betraying no hint of remorse. Qin Kong contemplated pinching her cheeks as a form of punishment, but then he hesitated, recalling that he had similarly mocked Chen Yi earlier that morning. After a moment of reflection, he could not help but chuckle, gently ruffling Duan-ju's hair before releasing her. Forget them, we shall go hunt zombies. With that, Qin Kong retrieved his handgun and made his way toward the staircase. Duan-ju, obediently trailing behind, inquired with curiosity, "Are we heading out again? Those people are eyeing your supplies. What if they raid the house while you're gone? What can be done? We shall blow them to bits." Qin Kong replied in a disturbingly calm tone. "I never claimed that the explosives I buried were limited to just the perimeter walls. I have surveillance footage around the villa on my phone. Anyone who dares to enter my home can expect to meet a fiery demise. How did you acquire so many weapons? Wasn't it said that upon your rebirth you had only 12 hours to prepare? Foolish. They were brought back from the system space of my previous life." As they reached the courtyard, Duan-ju's cheeks puffed slightly, seemingly offended by the term fool. On the grass lay the motorcycle that Qin Kong had prepared before the apocalypse, along with a caravan, a sedan, and a pickup truck parked in the backyard, all readily available for use. Handing a helmet to Duan-ju, Qin Kong gestured for him to take a seat. However, upon seeing the motorcycle, Duan-ju hesitated. Gazing at the luxurious black two-wheeler, adorned with sleek lightning patterns against a mysterious ebony backdrop, it exuded an aura of power and coolness that no man who relished a ride could resist. Yet, Duan-ju found himself pondering uneasily. Does this mean I'm to sit behind him? But that would require me to hold on to him, wouldn't it? Although after these past 2 days of interaction, I've nearly grown accustomed to such intimate gestures. To openly display such affection outdoors is quite, how embarrassing. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Duan-ju's knees fidgeted together, and his fair face, hidden beneath the helmet, flushed a delicate pink, revealing his reluctance. Yet, Qin Kong paid no heed to his inner turmoil. He was unwilling to squander time entangled in such trivialities, so he turned his head, impatience lacing his voice as he urged, "What are you dawdling for? Aren't you still searching for your phone? Hurry up and get on." Under Qin Kong's pressing demeanor, Duan-ju, after a moment of internal conflict, scampered over. He easily swung a leg over the motorcycle's rear seat, extending his small hand to embrace the man, shyly biting his pink lips in a display of bashfulness. Meanwhile, Qin Kong felt as though 2 mountains of cotton had settled upon his back. What was once a comfortable ride now felt constricting, making it difficult to breathe, and his mind inexplicably conjured for idioms. The sea embraces all rivers. Tolerance is vast, bearing a heavy burden, enduring the weight. You don't have to hold on so tightly. Noticing the discomfort, Qin Kong turned back, attempting to convey to Duan-ju to ease his grip, lest he lose focus while driving. However, Duan-ju misinterpreted his words, tilting his head in confusion, responding innocently, "Huh? What? I'm just holding on normally, not using much strength." Really? Qin Kong couldn't help but mentally scoff. Yet, at this point, switching vehicles would be too cumbersome, so he steeled himself and started the motorcycle. "Fine. I'll just endure it," he muttered under his breath, while Duan-ju behind him craned his neck, curiosity brimming as he inquired, What are you enduring?" "Nothing," Qin Kong replied, his expression one of deep resignation. Thus unfolded a brief interlude before their departure. As Qin Kong skillfully twisted the throttle, the motorcycle roared to life, attracting the attention of numerous zombies who turned their gazes toward the villa. Yet, before they could converge, the motorcycle sped away like a gust of wind, escaping the clutches of the horde and racing into the distance. Hey, Qin Kong. There are so many zombies. As Qin Kong swiftly navigated through the air, the scenery around him blurred into a rapid retreat. However, behind him, Duanju couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety as the number of zombies loomed large. A glance around revealed that hundreds, if not thousands, were wandering the streets, not to mention the evolved, cunning zombies that lurked in the shadows, reminiscent of the long-tongued zombies from before. Yet, Qin Kong remained unfazed. His gaze calm as he nonchalantly called out, "They are merely ordinary zombies. No matter how many there are, they pose no threat. Rest assured." Awu! Duanju obediently acknowledged his words, though internally she couldn't suppress her skepticism. No threat? Really? Can you handle 1,000 of them? Qin Kong is such a lecherous and reckless individual. Why does someone like him deserve a second chance at life? It's utterly unjust. Despite her murmuring thoughts, her small hands tightened their grip. Speaking of which, I still have no idea what skills Qin Kong possesses. How did he save me from that long-tongued zombie last time? I can't recall. The fact that he managed to reach me from such a distance suggests he must possess remarkable speed. Indeed, speed, keen perception, and precise marksmanship. Wait a moment. I've got it. He is an reconnaissance-type ability user. A scout. With this realization, a look of enlightenment illuminated Duanju's face. No wonder she had always felt that despite Qin Kong's array of weapons and skills, he did not seem as formidable. It was because he was not a combat specialist but rather an auxiliary reconnaissance type. Now it all makes sense. I had been worried that my awakening ability was somewhat lackluster and that defeating Qin Kong would require considerable effort. However, if he is also of the support type, then defeating him is not beyond the realm of possibility. As long as I surpass his previous highest level, my skills would outnumber and outmatch his.
Qin Kong.
Oh Qin Kong, at last, I've found your weakness. Just wait and see. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, a sly smile crept onto Duanju's lips, revealing a charming yet slightly sinister grin, radiating a sense of triumph. However, even someone as astute as she could overlook crucial details. For instance, she failed to consider that Qin Kong might be concealing his true strength, opting not to employ his skills against mere ordinary zombies, which made him appear less formidable. Furthermore, Qin Kong had spent several years navigating the apocalypse in his previous life. To surpass his former level, Duanju would need to slay zombies and monsters for several years, if not over a decade. By then, children would have grown up, rendering the notion of defeating Qin Kong somewhat meaningless. What is she so amused about? Qin Kong, still driving, wore a puzzled expression. However, he soon broke into a cheerful smile, shaking his head in resignation as he mused, "Oh well, let her enjoy herself. It's rather endearing." As the two journeyed towards Duanju's home, each preoccupied with their own thoughts, the number of zombies on the road began to swell, accompanied by a chilling roar that echoed through the streets. Suddenly, a towering, ferocious red zombie lunged at them, blocking their path. Fortunately, Qin Kong's driving skills were exceptionally adept, effortlessly executing a drift to evade his pursuer. Goodness, that zombie moves with astonishing speed, and it's incredibly muscular. Duanju, jolted from her thoughts, couldn't help but exclaim. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen the zombie lunging at them, its skin completely decayed, replaced by grotesquely swollen red muscle threatening to burst forth. The gory muscle fibers were far more terrifying than any anatomical model depicted in biology textbooks. It was a stage 2 awakened zombie. This time, they had experience on their side. Qin Kong remained composed, speaking calmly as he pulled the motorcycle to the roadside, drawing the attention of hundreds of surrounding zombies. A chorus of low growls suddenly filled the air. The zombies, catching the scent of humanity, had their eyes turn crimson, resembling ravenous wolves starved for days, baring their teeth and rushing towards them. Witnessing this scene, Duanju instinctively shrank back, curling up on Qin Kong's back like a frightened kitten. However, Qin Kong seemed unfazed, dismounting with ease as he said, "You can handle the ordinary zombies. I'll take care of the larger one. After we finish these zombies, we'll head upstairs to retrieve the phone. Hurry, I intend to elevate you to level 10 today." "Me? You want me to deal with them? There are at least 200 or 300 zombies here. If I go alone, I'm as good as dead." Duan-ju pointed incredulously at herself. Her clear eyes filled with confusion. Yet, Qin Kong offered no response, his gaze unwaveringly calm. His resolute expression seemed to communicate to Duan-ju, "You can do this. After all, you are the renowned demon nun. A mere few hundred zombies pose no challenge for you."
Goodness, I am doomed.
Thud, 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 thud. As Duan-ju continued to doubt her abilities, a heavy sound reverberated through the street, akin to a giant repeatedly striking the earth with a hammer. As the terrifying noise drew nearer, the fear in Duan-ju's eyes intensified. At that moment, the blood-soaked muscular zombie was indeed closing in from a distance. It had grown 2 to 3 times larger and was sprinting at a pace that was nothing short of astonishing. The earlier sounds had been the thunderous impact of its footsteps upon the ground. The earth trembled. Moreover, as it ran, it howled wildly, "Meat!" Oh heavens! Chapter 17. Slaying monsters and leveling up, a chilling and terrifying roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Duan-ju was utterly taken aback to discover that the zombie could indeed articulate human words. In the blink of an eye, the muscular monstrosity had sprinted from over 100 meters away to confront him, leaving a path of destruction in its wake, with many zombies crushed lifelessly along the roadside. Duan-ju mused, "I feel like a stray dog by the side of the road. Hey, can this thing truly be handled by just me and Qin Kong?" Faced with such a fearsome giant, even Duan-ju found himself consumed by anxiety. Yet, upon glancing over, he was astonished to see Qin Kong's face devoid of any panic. He casually equipped his black blade and pistol, leaving behind a striking silhouette as he turned to depart. "I'll take care of it. You just watch yourself and try not to be taken down by the smaller creatures." With that, Qin Kong leapt into action, his movements as agile as a ninja from an anime, swiftly darting to the muscular zombie's side. By the time Duan-ju processed what had occurred, Qin Kong had already left a crimson streak across the zombie's shoulder with his blade, his speed so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible. "My goodness, how formidable!" Duan-ju could not help but exclaim inwardly. The clean and decisive strike, combined with the chilling aura of death emanating from Qin Kong's inscrutable and striking visage, made him appear like the ultimate boss from an animated series. For reasons unknown, as Qin Kong's powerful figure danced around the giant like a hero, a feeling of admiration blossomed quietly within Duan-ju's heart, unbidden memories of the night flooding her mind. "Wait, why is my face suddenly flushed?" Her fists clenched tightly, and a hint of color crept into her cheeks beneath the visor of her helmet. Even her legs trembled slightly. Could it be? My body is reacting to Qin Kong.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Gritting her teeth and shaking her head vigorously, Duan-ju finally extricated herself from the tumult of emotions, her gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. "I am Duan-ju. My destiny is to become the sovereign of this apocalypse. I shall gather all the mature women, lowless, and wives into my harem. Right now, I am merely enduring humiliation. That mere Qin Kong will inevitably fall beneath my feet. I shall never willingly become someone else's wife. Not now, and certainly not in the future." With a fervent shout echoing within her heart, Duan-ju's eyes became piercingly fierce. As she regained her composure, she found herself surrounded by dozens of zombies. Clearly, it was time for her to engage in battle. There must be around 100 of them, but they don't seem overly threatening. Observing the shambling horde, Duan-ju displayed no hint of fear. To her, the zombies were low in intelligence, slow in movement, and rigid in action. Aside from their frightful appearance, they possessed no remarkable strengths. Thus, Duan-ju shimmered like a ghost in white, darting forth with the agility of a crafty fox, her blade flashing as she dispatched the 5 zombies before her with swift precision. The sharp sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated, while the spattering blood arched gracefully through the atmosphere. The system notification chimed. "Ding! Host has slain 5 ordinary zombies, gaining 5 experience points." This sound undeniably filled Duan-ju with immense satisfaction. A cacophony of growls erupted as the other zombies, sensing the scent of blood, became frenzied, clawing and howling in a chaotic frenzy. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Duan-ju's movements were astoundingly nimble, her slender form evading the clumsy grasp of the zombies. With a few deft maneuvers, Several more zombies fell lifeless to the ground. Thud, thud, ding. Host has slain 2 ordinary zombies, gaining 2 experience points. It must be acknowledged that Duanju's past as a demon nun was not without merit. Her combat prowess was truly remarkable. Each strike was executed with meticulous care, allowing her to sidestep incoming zombies at the most advantageous angles, countering with deft strikes as she evaded. Occasionally, a cunning zombie would attempt to ambush her from behind, but her flexibility enabled her to effortlessly raise her leg in a stunning 180-degree motion, delivering a graceful kick that sliced through the air with a sound akin to scissor blades. Before the ambushing zombie could comprehend its fate, the delicate sole of her shoe had already connected with its chin, sending it flying and crashing to the ground, lifeless. Ding! Host has slain 1 ordinary zombie, gaining 1 experience point. Ding! Host has slain 3 ordinary zombies, gaining 3 experience points. Ding! Host has slain. Ding! Host level has increased to level 4. All attributes enhanced by 0. 7. 1 more level needed to unlock the next skill. Please continue your efforts. Oh, I feel my strength surging. After dispatching nearly 70 or 80 zombies, Duanju's level ascended once more. It felt as though a mysterious energy coursed through her organs and muscles, tightening her previously lax body, making it more resilient and robust. The sensation of being reinforced from head to toe was both exhilarating and comforting. Though a mere 0.7 increase may seem trivial, with her awakened abilities, her foundational attributes were already superior to those of an ordinary person. Her 0.7 could very well equate to 5 or even 10 for others. The more I strike, the smoother it becomes. Perhaps the apocalypse isn't so daunting after all. No wonder I evolved into a formidable being in my past life. Ha! Truly deserving of my title. With a swift slash, another zombie was effortlessly dispatched. As the creature's neck severed, blood erupted, splattering the visor of her helmet with crimson. Yet, her smile radiated with newfound confidence. Her lips curled slightly, exuding an air of elegance and charm that made one wish to tease this triumphant beauty. However, just as Duanju thought she had effortlessly completed the task assigned by Qin Kong after slaying the last zombie beside her, a chilling sensation crept up her spine, prompting her to swiftly turn her head. So many more. To her astonishment, she discovered that over 100 zombies still lingered behind her. After all, this is a bustling neighborhood. A single street would be deemed sparse with less than 1,000 people. However, many zombies find themselves trapped within buildings, unable to escape. Among these ordinary zombies, there are a few that stand out, larger and more ferocious than the rest. One particular zombie, notable for its exceptionally long tongue, captured Duanju's attention. It was evidently of the same mutated category as the previous long-tongued creature. Another familiar face? Why do zombies have to become so grotesque after mutation? The long tongue doesn't seem particularly formidable. Wouldn't it be better to evolve like that muscular zombie Qin Kong dealt with? Watching the repulsive, slimy tongue flail in the air, Duanju couldn't help but voice her disdain. Yet, the zombie's lewdness isn't entirely to blame. Its evolutionary path is intrinsically linked to its genetic makeup and dietary habits. The muscular zombies have clearly consumed copious amounts of human flesh to reach their second stage of evolution. Wait a moment, Duanju exclaimed in alarm. It seemed the long-tongued zombie had heard her remarks. From a distance of several meters, it lashed out with its tongue, the long, crimson appendage snapping like a whip towards her. Fortunately, Duanju was prepared this time. She would not fall victim to the same trick twice. In a moment of urgency, she sidestepped and leaped, crashing through the glass of a nearby supermarket, narrowly avoiding the disgusting tentacle. The long-tongued zombie, deprived of its target, was left bewildered and had no choice but to retract its tongue. The tentacle made a sonic boom as it retracted, hinting at the tremendous force it possessed. However, Duanju would not grant it a second chance. Rising to her feet, she raised her hand and swiftly drew forth a hefty, dark weapon from her waist, aiming directly at the long-tongued zombie's head. Then came the deafening bang. Flames erupted, and the projectile soared forth. The power of the firearm was far superior to that of a knife. Even from a distance of over 10 meters, the long-tongued zombie was propelled several meters backward, its body severed at the waist, crashing to the ground in a pool of blood, lifeless. Ding! Host has slain long-tongued zombie 1, earning 25 experience points. Ah, dear zombie, times have changed. Gazing upon the lifeless long-tongued creature, Duan-ju, wielding her firearm, wore a satisfied smile, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Fortuitously, the relationship among zombies is not one of complete camaraderie. At the moment the long-tongued zombie perished, the 100 or so zombies that had previously fixated on Duan-ju suddenly turned back, clamoring to gnaw at the corpse of their fallen comrade, as if it were a delicacy of rich sustenance. How revolting! Observing the grotesque spectacle of these creatures engaging in cannibalism, Duan-ju expressed her distaste. However, the habits of zombies mattered little to her. As long as they did not impede her progress, she was indifferent. I feel a bit fatigued. Having dispatched over 100 zombies in one go, I should be nearing level 5. Let me take a moment to rest here and wait for Qin Kong to finish dealing with that big fellow. Qin Kong, oh Qin Kong, you would never imagine my combat prowess would be this formidable, would you? Wait until my level surpasses yours. I shall repay all the humiliations in double. Hiss. By the way, why does the air in this room feel so chilly? Surely there can't be anything peculiar lurking about? Could it be? As she pondered this, Duan-ju blinked her eyes, her innocent and unguarded demeanor exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, when she regained her senses, she was startled to discover that strange green vines had ensnared her ankles, thighs, and waist without her notice. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. But before she could utter a cry, the vines tightened swiftly. In an instant, they yanked Duan-ju's entire body towards the dark corner, causing even her adorable little white shoe to fall off. Why is it tentacle-like again? No, please. Chapter 18. No allowance for Qin's beasts. The tank zombie, also known as the muscle zombie, is a second-stage mutated creature endowed with formidable defensive and explosive power, coupled with a rudimentary level of intelligence. Its dense muscular tissues can withstand rifle fire, and it delights in devouring both mutated beasts and humans, relishing the anguished cries of its prey as it methodically rends their bodies inch by inch. This predilection renders it an exceedingly perilous undead entity. Qin Kong's system is replete with a myriad of functionalities, including the ability to retrieve monster information. Whenever he desires, he can summon details about any creature that appears before him. If such a creature were left unchecked in the city, it would undoubtedly ascend to the position of lord over the urban expanse, evolving into third or even fourth stages in due time. Alas, you have encountered me. With a thunderous roar, the tank zombie, despite its body being battered and bloodied, unleashed a mighty punch that obliterated the wall, its hardened fist striking like a cannonball against the structure. As for the rationale behind its wall demolition, it was not an act of destruction per se. Rather, it was a response to Qin Kong's extraordinary speed, which allowed him to evade all of the monster's assaults. Qin Kong possessed numerous skills. For instance, he could have unleashed multiple energy orbs to obliterate the long-tongued zombie as he had previously done. However, such an approach would deplete his energy reserves excessively and attract undue attention. Thus he refrained from wasting energy unless absolutely necessary. To provide a brief overview, an awakened one's fundamental energy reservoir comprises 3 categories: stamina, magical power, and mental acuity. Any attack necessitates the simultaneous depletion of these energies, albeit in varying degrees. For instance, the Dark Energy Orb is a skill specializing in magical power, consuming energy in a ratio of approximately stamina. Magic, mind at 325:1. This makes it a highly energy-intensive skill, which Qin Kong typically avoids employing indiscriminately. Thus, he resolved to employ martial arts to vanquish the tank zombie. Success. As he silently intoned, Qin Kong's gaze turned icy. The tank zombie, attempting another strike, failed to connect, while Qin Kong effortlessly leapt onto its shoulder. The tank zombie's muscles had expanded to 400, rendering it a grotesque, decaying giant. Yet, this very bulk impeded its arm movement, leaving it unable to reach its own shoulders despite its frantic scratching. In the meanwhile, with an expression as cold as ice, Qin Kong raised his black blade high, aiming directly at the creature's crown before plunging it downward. The sound of the blade piercing flesh was jarring, as the nearly 1-meter-long blade sank entirely into the creature's body. Yet this was merely the beginning. Following the initial stab, Qin Kong drew his handgun. Targeting with each bullet fired, a cascade of blood and brain matter erupted above the zombie's head. Sensing the imminent threat to its existence, the tank zombie began to thrash violently, crashing through several walls in its desperate struggle. Yet, no matter how fiercely it fought, it could not shake off Qin Kong. Finally, after expending an entire magazine, the zombie's skull shattered, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud, sinking into a pool of blood. Beep. Host has slain Tank Zombie 1, earning 750 experience points. Host level has risen to 17, gaining an overall attribute increase of 1. 4. To unlock the next skill, an additional 3 levels are required. Please continue your efforts, Host. With a sigh of relief, Qin Kong felt a weight lift as the system's notification echoed in his ears. Though he possessed numerous skills, starting anew at this level made confronting such formidable creatures quite daunting. In his previous life, defeating a tank zombie would have required at least level 30. Yet, in this life he had dispatched one before even reaching level 20. It was rare to encounter a second-phase zombie early on. Was it merely a stroke of luck for him, or misfortune for the creature? Chuckling to himself, Qin Kong bent down to extract the crystal core from the tank zombie's shattered head. High-level zombies housed such treasures, which could either be sold to the system or processed into items. Regardless, it was crucial not to let it go to waste. Things were going smoothly. It seemed he was on the brink of reaching level 20 today. Ecstatic upon obtaining the crystal core, Qin Kong waved his hand gently, causing the core to vanish from his grasp, stored within the system's spatial inventory. However, as he turned around, a hint of confusion crossed his previously elated face. Scanning the street, he saw nothing but a horde of zombies feasting on a corpse by the roadside, with no sign of other survivors. Wait a moment, where has my wife gone? Qin Kong blinked in puzzlement. Could she be the one being devoured by zombies? With a silent curse, Qin Kong swiftly raised his right arm, unleashing a massive, shimmering crescent-shaped black blade that cleaved through the group of zombies, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. Despite his reluctance to use skills against the tank zombie, the thought of Duanju potentially being in danger compelled him to expend energy without hesitation, though he could not fathom why he acted so impulsively. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the unfortunate soul being ravaged by the zombies was, in fact, another zombie, with no sign of Duanju in sight. Foolish woman, where could you have wandered off to? He muttered under his breath, though relief washed over him nonetheless. Soon after, he sensed Duanju's presence emanating from a nearby supermarket. Just beside me? Why does her aura seem so chaotic? With this thought in mind, Qin Kong holstered his pistol and leaped into the supermarket. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, and scattered goods lay strewn across the floor, alongside numerous fallen zombies. As Qin Kong hastened toward the direction of Duanju's breath, he finally pushed open an iron gate, revealing Duanju's silhouette within. However, upon encountering her, Qin Kong did not exhibit any urgency. Instead, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How did you end up caught again? I have no idea. Why are you so slow? Hurry and help me." Inside the supermarket's office, a potted plant, once nurtured by the store owner, had transformed into a gigantic carnivorous flower. Countless tendrils ensnared Duanju's graceful form, wrapping around her in layers, even infiltrating her clothing. Yet, despite this predicament, Duanju did not relinquish her struggle. She continued to tear at the vines while pleading for Qin Kong's assistance. Perhaps due to the intensity of her struggles, the flower's sharp-toothed maw was unable to find the right angle to consume her, resulting in a standoff between the two. The system informed him that this was a thorned abyss vine, known for capturing female creatures to serve as breeding grounds for its offspring. Observing Duanju, who was caught in midair, gritting her teeth and desperately fighting, Qin Kong's interest piqued. With a look of amusement, he began to narrate, "See that greenest vine? It harbors a copious amount of neurotoxin. If it pierces your abdomen, you will meet your end, transforming into a flower demon zombie, unable to survive without the thorned abyss vine. Surely you wouldn't want that, would you? Curse you. If it's so perilous, why don't you lend a hand? I'm losing strength here." Duanju felt utterly vexed, already frustrated by being ensnared, and now subjected to Qin Kong's mockery. She was tempted to end his life, yet Qin Kong remained unfazed, even leisurely dragging a chair over to sit beside the carnivorous flower, crossing his legs as he admired the scene before him. Alas, Duanju, I fear I cannot save you. Why not? Ugh, this is revolting. It's tearing my clothes. Duanju cried out in distress, her shoes lost to the abyss, leaving her feet flailing in the air. Meanwhile, Qin Kong stroked his chin thoughtfully, explaining, "You, my dear, are perpetually disobedient, constantly calling for Qin Kong while I have bestowed upon you a collar. Yet you persist in assuming a haughty demeanor, making it difficult for me as your master to decide whether to punish or spare you." After this statement, to Duanju's horror, Qin Kong stood up, turning his back to her, and shook his head as if preparing to depart. In conclusion, although I feel a twinge of reluctance, it seems prudent to find another maid. Fear not, little Jew. I shall not forget you. Rest in peace. Peace, my foot. Stop jesting, you beast. Come help me. The moment Qin Kong finished his sentence, Duanju began to unleash a torrent of curses, as the nimble tendrils continued to methodically strip away her outer garment, revealing the snug tank top beneath, alongside her fair, supple shoulders. Yet, despite this, Qin Kong did not look back. Instead, he resolutely stepped outside. Witnessing this scene, Duanju gritted her teeth in fury. She understood that Qin Kong merely sought to tease her, but she could hardly endure the lewdness of that carnivorous flower. Thus, she could only momentarily release her vines, extending her arms and shrieking, "Qin Kong, brute, do lend me a hand. Don't walk away. If I am transformed into a flower demon, you shall be the first to perish. I will certainly not spare you. Hey, don't leave. I'm losing my strength. Qin Kong, master, is that satisfactory? I will no longer call you a brute. I shall obediently obey. Please don't abandon me." Almost immediately after Duanju uttered these words, a sharp gleam of a blade suddenly appeared. The once ferocious carnivorous flower, which had been wildly brandishing its vines, was now reduced to mere fragments, lying pitifully on the ground like withered branches and fallen leaves. Ah! The vines lost their vitality, causing Duanju to plummet from midair. Yet, just as her scream escaped her lips, Qin Kong caught her securely in his arms, embracing her tenderly. "This is what you promised, to be obedient." As he held the soft and adorable creature, a smirk of satisfaction graced Qin Kong's lips, and he couldn't resist ruffling her silky hair twice. "If you call me Qin Brute again, I shall truly punish you. As for now, a kiss for your master." Saying this, Qin Kong turned his cheek, inviting her to plant a kiss on his left side. However, Duanju, at that moment, bit her rosy lip, her eyes ablaze with fury. With a countenance on the verge of tears yet holding them back, she glared at the self-satisfied Qin Kong, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. After a brief moment, she choked back her emotions. Humiliation. Utter disgrace. I trusted you so completely. To take advantage of me at such a moment? Damn Qin Brute. I shall never. What is wrong? Did you not hear my words? Ha! 5 seconds later. Such a good girl. Now it's time to find your phone. This humiliation. I shall surely repay it tenfold. Chapter 19. Identical. The incessant ringing echoed, a reflection of the foolish and arrogant woman who, while ostensibly reluctant, sought to elevate you. With a body that exuded lewdness, she feigned ignorance of her own allure, which undoubtedly served her in deceiving men and earning their trust in her past life, allowing her to ascend to the ranks of the infamous 4 Black Emperors. Otherwise, how could her intellect possibly navigate the perils of the apocalypse? Speak quickly and reveal your skills, or I shall be compelled to punish you. While hurling insults, she toyed with the bell nestled around the woman's neck, her coarse fingers grazing the chin, sensing the searing heat of skin, wild and untamed like a beast, like a pet being teased. The servant Duanju was forced to lift her chin, her cheeks flushed, gritting her teeth as she glared defiantly. Such things. How could they possibly be uttered? Why has it come to this? Duanju's delicate fists clenched tightly. Despite being merely 1 floor away from her home, she had not anticipated such an unexpected turn of events leading to her ascension. The corridor was rife with zombies, and to expedite Duanju's upgrade, Qin Kong only provided cover, leaving the slaughter of the undead entirely to her. Thus, it was no surprise that after dispatching over 30 zombies, the system's notification resonated in Duanju's mind once more. Ding! Host level has risen to level 6. All attributes have increased by 0. 7. You have acquired the secondary skill. Symbiotic Contract. Upgraded? Splendid. Let me behold my new skill. Upon reaching level 5, Duanju was brimming with excitement. If a skill as lackluster as Charming Sacred Body proved so potent in her hands, how formidable would a truly powerful skill be? Yet, the next moment, she stood dumbfounded as she read the peculiar skill description. Symbiotic Resonance. Select a target of the opposite sex to link with, designating them as your symbiotic partner. During the link, both partner and host will receive a 530 boost to their attributes as well as a gradual healing effect. All monsters killed by either partner-host will share 25 of the experience with the other. Bonus passive effect. Pure Love Vow. If the intimacy level between partner and host exceeds 90, an additional 20 mental resistance and 10 experience bonus will be granted. If intimacy exceeds 60, this effect can be fixed for both parties after remaining within 1 meter of each other for 6 hours, lasting for 12 hours. 5 more levels are required to unlock the next skill. Please continue to strive, host. The devil is this. After perusing the skill description, Duanju's mind erupted with horror, her trembling pupils reflecting profound dismay. Surely this skill cannot be right? It blatantly suggests that I am destined to become Qin Kong's woman. What's the point of playing at all? System. Come forth and explain why this is happening. I assure you, I shall not obliterate you. As Duanju acquired a new skill, her face did not reflect even a hint of joy. Instead, it was clouded with melancholy. She vividly recalled the scene when Han Long and his associates had intruded upon the villa, 2 ruffians enveloped in an aura of mysterious and formidable energy, enhancing their strength, speed, and defense much like superpowers. I desire that too. I yearn for such abilities. No man could resist the allure of superpowers. Such potent and dazzling skills were the epitome of dominance in a post-apocalyptic world. But why is it that when it comes to my turn, my skill is so utterly disappointing? This idiotic system must be targeting me. Duanju's heart screamed in anguish. Meanwhile, Qin Kong, perplexed by the situation, approached her to inquire about her skill, thus leading to the earlier scene. Speak quickly and reveal your skill to me, or I shall have to punish you. Facing Qin Kong's domineering and arrogant demeanor, Duanju, with her chin in his grip, could only blush and display an unwilling yet compelled expression. If I disclose the skill to Qin Kong, he will have even more reasons to torment me, undoubtedly using the excuse of increasing intimacy to toy with my body. No, I absolutely cannot let him know. If all else fails, I shall fabricate a skill to deceive him. Even with experience and attribute bonuses, I refuse to resort to such a humiliating skill. It is absolutely out of the question. Besides, how could our intimacy ever exceed 60? I would rather be linked to my father. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, a glimmer of determination began to form in Duanju's eyes. However, in the next moment, Qin Kong's hand suddenly glided from her chin to her head, petting her hair as if she were a cherished pet, while musing aloud, symbiotic resonance? So this is the skill? No wonder you were hesitant to reveal it. Ha! At these words, Duanju jolted, swiftly swatting Qin Kong's hand away and taking a cautious step back, demanding, "You! How did you know? How can you see my skill?" Because my system possesses numerous functionalities, and examining others' attributes is one of them. A mere touch to the head suffices, Qin Kong casually explained, a chuckle escaping his lips as he regarded Duanju's form with a hint of amusement. Awakeners of a lower level than me are entirely transparent before me. Not only can I see their skills with clarity, but you yourself are displayed in my system interface as a tangible entity. What? How perverse. Upon hearing this, Duanju gasped in shock, clutching her chest and widening her eyes in alarm, leaving Qin Kong both bemused and amused. What was there left to be shy about at this juncture? I know everything about you. In Qin Kong's eyes, I am merely a foolish and arrogant woman, deluded into believing I can challenge authority yet achieving nothing, ultimately reduced to his plaything. Yet even so, The scant remnants of my spirit do not permit me to surrender so easily. My dignity cannot be trampled upon. Even if it means death, I shall not give up. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Duan Ju's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushed with indignation. She raised her arm, pointing a finger at Qin Kong's face, her tone assertive and commanding. Do not touch my head. From this day forth, I forbid you to lay a finger on it. You shall not humiliate me again, or I will resort to self-destruction. With that, Duan Ju attempted to convey a resolute expression. However, the very next moment, a shadow suddenly darted forward. What nonsense are you spouting? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Kong had swiftly closed the distance between them. Before she knew it, his strong arms encircled her waist once more, rendering her powerless to escape, and she found herself helplessly cradled in his embrace. At that moment, his deep, magnetic voice whispered menacingly into her ear. Did you truly believe you could evade me? The icy tone, laced with a threat, sent a shiver through Duan Ju's delicate frame, which had initially braced for resistance. Clearly angered, Qin Kong's gaze turned even colder, as if he loathed the very mention of self-harm. He regarded her like an imperious master surveying his subordinate. You have long been mine, your body is mine, your life is mine, and your soul belongs to me as well. In this lifetime you shall never escape my grasp. Should you dare utter such irresponsible words of self-harm again, I will pin you to the bed until you weep. Did you hear me, you little wretch? How? How can this be? Under the harsh reprimand, tears welled in the corners of Duan Ju's eyes, her expression a mixture of fury and profound grievance. Is it because I was a villain in my past life that you choose to torment me? Just because I took many lives in my previous existence, you seek to control me in this manner? What a farce. I never committed those acts. You are absolutely correct. It is indeed unfair. Huh? As Duan Ju attempted to justify herself, there was not a shred of sympathy in Qin Kong's eyes. Instead, he coldly retorted, in the apocalypse, nothing is fair. I should have ended your life directly. Your only purpose is to please me with your despicable body, to garner my sympathy in a futile attempt to deter me from the notion of ending you. Now, bind your secondary skill to me, do it quickly. You, wretched man. With her chin firmly grasped and her waist tightly ensnared, Duan Ju was compelled to meet Qin Kong's gaze. Despite her desire to unleash a torrent of curses, the ferocity of his icy stare rendered her speechless. Instead, she could only tremble, her lips quivering in silent protest. I will kill you, she silently vowed, her face betraying the brink of tears. I will certainly see to your demise. Though her heart brimmed with helplessness and the desire to rid herself of Qin Kong had crossed her mind countless times, the disparity in their strengths left her with no choice. With a resigned spirit, she lifted her arm and placed it against Qin Kong's chest, activating symbiotic resonance. Suddenly, a wondrous white light flickered between them. It must be said that the intensity of the new skill is truly astonishing. The moment she employed the skill, Duan Ju felt a surge of fervent and substantial energy coursing through her body, racing from her lower abdomen to every inch of her being, as if it aimed to completely engulf her skin. In an instant, her combat prowess underwent a remarkable transformation. Strength. The strength is rapidly increasing. I can feel boundless energy coalescing in the palms of my hands. This is merely 5 of Qin Kong's attributes? It's overwhelming, surpassing even the gain from leveling up 5. No, perhaps even 10 levels. It's terrifying. I feel as if my mind is about to shatter. Murmurs of distress escaped her lips. The intensity of the skill's enhancement was so overwhelming that Duan Ju, unable to bear the pressure, nearly lost consciousness as her eyes rolled back. Fortunately, the ordeal did not last long. After a mere 10 seconds, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her weakened body languidly leaning against the man's embrace, and the radiant light finally dissipated. At that moment, Qin Kong gently stroked her forehead, his earlier fierce demeanor replaced by a tender tone as he said, There, my adorable little Ju. How infuriating. Duan Ju silently cursed in her mind. However, under Qin Kong's assistance, her strength had indeed increased significantly, which alleviated much of her resentment. Her expression transformed from one of extreme grievance to a look of sulky disdain, akin to a wife deprived of satisfaction for a month, casting a scornful gaze at her husband, silently branding him a worthless fool. Damn you, Qin Kong. Now look, if you die, I'll lose a skill, you jerk. The thought of her strength being bound to the man before her filled Duanju with an inner turmoil, while Qin Kong appeared quite pleased, continuing to affectionately ruffle his wife's hair as he reassuringly said, "All right, stop clinging. Aren't you looking for your phone? Hurry up." "What? You? TCH? Forget it." Duanju initially wanted to retort, "How am I the one clinging? You're the one who refuses to let go." But recalling the possibility of being teased by Qin Kong, she bit her tongue and swallowed her words. The rest was straightforward. Upon returning home, Duanju felt as though she had returned to her sanctuary. She cautiously stepped into the living room, confirming the absence of zombies, then dashed into the bedroom to retrieve her phone, the bells around her neck jingling incessantly, reminiscent of a mischievous kitten wandering about the house. One could only remark on Qin Kong's rather peculiar proclivities. Yet, upon grasping her phone, she discovered it was completely out of battery. Reluctantly, Duanju set off to find the charger, only to realize that the charger-S cord was inexplicably severed. What caused this damage? Duanju exclaimed in bewilderment. At that moment, Qin Kong, who had been meandering around her home, approached and, after a mere glance at the charger, remarked, "Must be the work of a rat. Mutated rodents are quite formidable, consuming everything in sight, even stones, and they reproduce at an astonishing rate. Then what should we do?" Upon hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju blinked, appearing somewhat flustered. Observing her reaction, Qin Kong rolled his eyes and, with a tone of resignation, explained, "What else can we do? We have to take it back and recharge it. You seem to be getting more foolish by the day. Could it be that the nourishment in your brain has been absorbed by those 2 lumps on your chest?" "That's absolutely not true," Duanju retorted indignantly, clutching her chest and responding with irritation. However, Qin Kong was evidently uninterested in her grievances. His gaze was fixated on a photograph frame perched on the table. It depicted a family of 4, parents with their children at the seaside. Upon closer inspection, the father appeared mature and composed. The mother exuded grace and propriety. The younger sister was pure and adorable, and as for the brother, Qin Kong's eyes widened slightly. He scrutinized the brother's appearance in the photograph, then glanced back at Duanju, unable to suppress his astonishment as he exclaimed, Is this you? Are you even listening? I already told you I'm a guy," Duanju replied, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Kong. As she stretched her neck to take a look at the photo, a smirk crept upon her lips as she proudly declared, "What do you think? Am I not handsome? That's not the point of whether you are handsome or not." Observing Duanju's smug expression, Qin Kong felt his mind clouded with confusion. "This guy in the photo looks exactly like you now." "Huh?" The moment those words left his lips, Duanju displayed a look of surprise, hastily snatching the frame to take a closer look. However, after scrutinizing the image, she tilted her head, pouting with a blend of confusion and irritation as she retorted, "In what way are we alike? I had short hair back then. And look at these pectorals. How handsome I was." As she spoke, Duanju could not help but stroke her chin, seemingly entranced by her former beauty. Hearing this, Qin Kong took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, clarified, "You are correct in saying you were handsome, but that can only be classified as androgynous charm, can't it? Standing on the street, who would recognize you as a male? No wonder the system bestowed upon you the title of charming Saint Body. It makes perfect sense." Once Qin Kong earnestly concluded his statement, the atmosphere turned palpably cold. Just a moment ago, Duanju was admiring her handsome visage. Now, her lips twitched, her face darkened, and her eyes brimmed with profound resentment. "I can't take this anymore. Who can eliminate Qin Kong?" Chapter 20. The requisition team upgrades bring joy, yet, slaying zombies is a torment. Despite the initial frailty of the undead, Duanju's body had been enhanced. However, after a day filled with the relentless task of either dispatching zombies or traveling to do so, the monotony was far more excruciating than a mundane workday. "My body can't take it anymore. Every muscle aches. Spasms everywhere. It feels as if I've carried cement all day." Duanju thought to herself as she lay prostrate by the roadside. Exhausted beyond measure, she could no longer wield her small white dagger, which lay abandoned in the dirt, stained with blood. Piles of corpses surrounded her, and she reeked of decay, sprawled unceremoniously on the ground. Yet, even in her state, Qin Kong, squatting nearby, poked her head with his finger and reprimanded her sternly. Who allowed you to rest? After a whole afternoon, you've only reached level 8. Get up and continue the slaughter. And no, I can't anymore. Her trembling hand slowly lifted, and her face was awash with helplessness in the face of Qin Kong's scolding. Duanju could only weakly respond, I can't kill another one. I'm utterly spent, useless. Qin Kong's words were merciless. Duanju averted her gaze, feeling like a child caught in wrongdoing. The apocalypse had only just begun, and many were still grappling with the terror the zombies instilled. Once people realized that the undead were, in fact, quite easy to kill and served as excellent experience fodder for novices, the formerly feeble zombies began their second-stage evolution. By then, it would be too late to amass such a bounty of kills, which was why Qin Kong appeared so strict. Well, even if you're useless, your performance today was still commendable. I'll let you off the hook this time. He then allowed a smile of relief to grace his features as he glanced at the street, littered with dismembered zombie bodies, at least 1,000, a testament to the afternoon's labor by him and Duanju. At this juncture, Qin Kong raised his right arm, and just as he had summoned the black long blade before, an energy portal opened once more. This time, however, he summoned the motorcycle he had ridden earlier, only to conjure a massive modified vehicle afterward. Boom! The modified vehicle landed with a resounding crash. Fortunately, all nearby monsters had been eradicated. Only Duanju, startled, sprang from the ground and gazed at the vehicle in terror, exclaiming, Is this also something you have in your system space? Just how much can your space accommodate? About 10 by 10 meters, Qin Kong replied leisurely, already opening the rear door and gesturing inside. Get in and wipe your face with a towel. You're filthy. Huh? Duanju paused at his words. After taking a whiff of her own arm and detecting the overwhelming stench of blood, she sheepishly said, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. I'll go clean up now. Yet, halfway through her response, she halted in confusion. Wait, something's off. Why did we ride out on a motorcycle when there's a modified vehicle available? This is far safer than the motorcycle. There are too many questions. Let us set aside the chaos and address them later. Qin Kong did not respond to Duanju's inquiries, but instead seized her arm and forcefully tossed her into the vehicle, slamming the door shut as he proceeded to the driver's seat. The modified car had been his mode of transport from his previous life, its appearance worn and many of its components aged. It remained in the space solely due to ample storage, as he had yet to dispose of it. The reason for his choice to return home in this vehicle was straightforward. Qin Kong needed to check his phone. More precisely, he intended to peruse the WeChat messages and surveillance footage, for the restless individuals in the community had indeed begun to stir. The scene shifted to the WeChat group, where the first images that caught the eye were those of several red-headed documents. Below them, President Li Hao pretentiously addressed the group. Comrades, please take heed. The images I just sent are the government's freshly released Community Self-Rescue Agreement and Wartime Material Management Regulations. According to Article 5 of Chapter 3 in these documents, any provisions stored for over a month must be reported to the community's temporary administrator. This includes Unit 701, Unit 303, and certain individuals residing in standalone houses. It is evident that your provisions exceed the stipulated limits and must be reported and redistributed by the association. I knew it. The government has finally taken action. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a cacophony of agreement erupted from the group. Such selfish individuals, detrimental to unity, deserve severe punishment, particularly that Qin Kong. Doesn't he possess a firearm? He and his wife should volunteer for the community, cleansing the area of those monsters. Indeed, flaunting in the group so early in the morning is utterly selfish. They are wasting food. Do they not realize that many of us are starving? With each passing comment, the neighbors grew increasingly agitated, their righteous indignation suggesting that Qin Kong owed them something, as if failing to surrender his supplies rendered him a villain more nefarious than the zombies themselves. Amidst the fervor of frantic declarations, a few voices of reason emerged. Where did President Lee How find this regulation? I couldn't find it online, nor did I see it on the government's temporary survivor webpage. In any case, we cannot allow these selfish individuals to run rampant any longer. Lee How disregarded the dissenting voice and abruptly interrupted with 2 videos. Comrades, please observe. This is the property surveillance from last night at 11 o'clock, capturing the home of Lee Jianjun in Unit 201, which was besieged by zombies due to the clandestine hoarding of food. Now the entire northern side of the community is infested. This is the consequence of disregarding discipline. Now, consider this video. It was captured by a survivor from the opposing building, showing the mountains of supplies accumulated in Qin Kong's residence, where they even had the audacity to barbecue on the balcony. Association members speculate that Qin Kong is undoubtedly an avid enthusiast of survival in the apocalypse, which explains his vast stockpile of provisions, explosives, and firearms. His solitary hoarding and ostentatious cooking will inevitably attract zombies over time. Such an unstable element must be addressed. We should promptly establish a temporary requisition team to eliminate safety hazards and confiscate his supplies for the community's unforeseen needs. What are your thoughts on this, everyone? Speak up. President, what do we need to do? A middle-aged woman sent a voice message, and upon seeing the address information preceding her name, I realized she lived right next door to Qin Kong. Ultimately, she and Qin Kong are indeed neighbors. Yet, this very neighbor is currently more enthusiastic than any homeowner in the community, as if she is eager to plunder Qin Kong's home entirely. With so many of us, should we fear Qin Kong and his gun? I witnessed him being coerced by Han Long yesterday, and that pistol of his should be unloaded. He dispatched the last 2 thugs with his bare hands. Spare us the trivialities. Qin Kong is out during the day. He isn't even home. So what is there to fear? Let us go confiscate his supplies. Move. Following this, the ensuing discussion in the group revolved around where to gather, what tools to bring, and how to breach the iron gate of Qin Kong's yard. In mere minutes, over 20 individuals responded, surpassing even Han Long's group from yesterday. Observing this scene from afar, Qin Kong merely curled his lips, revealing a sinister and cold smirk. Very well, some habits are hard to break. Even in this second life, these people remain so arrogant? In my former life, I failed to notice, only aware that many had their supplies seized by the association. Now I comprehend the situation. But alas, in this life, you have chosen the wrong opponent. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Qin Kong's smile grew increasingly frigid. To steal my possessions while I am away? Then the little gadgets I prepared shall come into play. As he pondered, Qin Kong deftly adjusted his phone to the villa's surveillance feed. Indeed, a considerable number of people had gathered outside, both men and women, even several elderly folks. This indicated that the nearby zombies had been thoroughly cleared by Qin Kong. Otherwise, this group would not dare roam freely within the community. What is happening? Why are you grinning like that? Dressed with a clean face, Duanju blinked and inched closer. Qin Kong raised his arm and embraced her soft figure, not neglecting to plant a forceful kiss on her cheek. Tender and fragrant, she was undoubtedly an alluring creature. Wife, there is something fun this time. I can let you have it. Qin Kong felt elated after kissing his wife's cheek. However, Duanju shivered at his words, wiping the drool from her face with a look of resentment. Speak properly. Why are you nibbling on me? Who is your wife? That title is simply revolting. Wait a moment. At this thought, Duanju tilted her head slightly, suddenly struck by a peculiar notion. Speaking of which, what is the intimacy level between Qin Kong and me? This fellow is both lecherous and repugnant. Even killing him 1,000 times would not quell the hatred in my heart. It wouldn't be surprising if the intimacy level is negative, would it? As these thoughts raced through her mind, the curious Duanju hastily opened the system interface, eager to ascertain her precise intimacy value. Soon, a cascade of glimmering, rosy digits materialized in her consciousness, yet the figure startled her. The current intimacy value with her soulmate was a staggering 77, classified as an unbreakable bond. Upon witnessing this sequence, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Duanju's cheek. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her entire being momentarily frozen as if she had crashed. Intimate bond? With Qin Kong? This is utterly terrifying. What was this sensation? if it were to be described. It felt as though a wave of panic surged from the depths of her heart, akin to plummeting into an abyss, no matter how she flailed. No one could offer her a hand. How frightening, how frightening, how frightening. Why is the intimacy value so high? Could it be that deep down, I actually enjoy being treated this way by Qin Kong? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh no. If that were truly the case. Duanju's heart was vehemently denying it. Yet the displayed 77 felt like a resounding slap across her face. Consequently, she turned her head, stealing a glance at Qin Kong's smirking visage, seeking to confirm whether she held any affection for him. I must admit, Qin Kong is undeniably handsome, exceptionally strong, and possesses an impressive aura, but I truly do not fancy men, let alone Qin Kong. Any other woman might feel a flutter upon seeing him, yearning to be enveloped in those strong arms. And if a kiss were possible, that would be even better, but I am merely stating facts. My heart does not think this way. Absolutely not. Internally, she fought against her own feelings, her clenched jaw reflecting profound indignation. Yet, it was unclear whether the flush on her cheeks was due to anger or embarrassment. Meanwhile, Qin Kong had already grasped her small hand, gently guiding it toward the phone, positioning it above a red button. Do you see this? You know what this button does, right? His tone was calm, his demeanor unfazed, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, the now alert Duanju gasped in shock. Pressing this will obliterate all the villains surrounding the villa. Such an exhilarating task is yours to accomplish. Wait, hold on a moment. As her finger was compelled closer to the button, a flicker of panic crossed Duanju's face. Are you suggesting I commit murder? And to do so en masse? Such a thing. Her voice trembled, and perspiration began to bead on her forehead. Although she had felt a sense of relief when Qin Kong dealt with Han Long the previous day, that was not an action she had taken herself. The thought of taking a life weighed heavily on her conscience. Wait a moment. Her right hand was firmly grasped, the man's palm radiating a fervent warmth that enveloped her completely. Sitting in his embrace, she was surrounded by the subtle yet mature aroma that emanated from him, reminiscent of the comforting scent of a sweater warmed by the sun after a day outdoors. Why is there no scent of blood on him? Smells so good. Perhaps listening to him might not be so bad, but I do not wish to kill. I truly cannot. Oh no. My body is losing strength. Why can I not resist? No. As her fingers inched closer to the button, Duanju's voice trembled with tears, her cheeks flushed with fear. Torn between her benevolent desire to avoid harming others and the overwhelming force of Qin Kong, she felt compelled to submit. Break the lock. If not, use a saw. The scene shifted back to the community, where around 20 individuals had gathered before Qin Kong's residence. Leading them was Elder Lu who, before the apocalypse, had leaned on a cane and sought petty disputes in the neighborhood. Now, however, he was vigorous, wielding a saw like a general brandishing a battle flag. Leave it to me. I will saw through this lock. It's in your hands, Elder. Truly a model citizen of our community. Cheers erupted as the saw blade met the iron chain, the sharp metallic friction piercing the air, yet it could not drown out the heavy breaths of the crowd. They fixated on the villa within the courtyard, resembling famished wolves eyeing their prey. What surprised Qin Kong was that, according to the surveillance footage, President Li Hao did not appear among this group. It seemed he was a man of patience, understanding that in battle it was wise to let the expendables charge first. The saw continued its relentless noise against the lock's chain. His wife should still be at home, right? It would be far too dangerous to venture out for supplies with a woman in tow. Once the others had finished looting, they could capture his wife and then... Hey, execution. Such a wretched woman deserves no less. While Elder Lu gleefully sawed away amid cheers, a few lecherous men whispered amongst themselves, sinister smiles creeping across their faces. Yet, they never pondered why there were so few zombies within the community, why they could roam freely, while the city beyond lay shrouded in death and demonic presence. At that very moment, they were oblivious to the fact that the woman they planned to humiliate as a trophy was struggling fiercely for their very lives. No, please no. On the verge of collapse, Duanju cried out in desperation. The thought of dozens perishing because of her actions sent chills down her spine, her hands and feet turning icy. But it was futile. With a smile, Qin Kong, without hesitation, guided Duan Jue's fingers to press down. I will press it. Boom! The surveillance feed was instantly engulfed in flames. Chapter 21. You do not know. Huh? What happened? Elder Lu, feeling lightheaded and disoriented, was engulfed in confusion. In his dazed perception, it seemed that a tremendous noise had erupted moments ago, leaving his head heavy and his legs in excruciating pain. The ringing in his ears rendered the surrounding voices nearly inaudible. Yet amidst the chaos, he could faintly discern what sounded like screams. My hand is broken. Help me. I am trapped beneath the stone slab. They are dead. They are all dead. It was Qin Kong who did this. Who is it? Who is speaking? Elder Lu, still bewildered, struggled to comprehend as his head throbbed painfully, rendering his vision a blur. It was not until a minute had passed that he managed to rub his eyes forcefully and cast a glance ahead. That single glance transformed the once proud Elder Lu, who had fancied himself the hero of the community mere moments ago, into a figure of sheer terror, his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. He screamed in horror. Ah, my legs are gone. It hurts so much. The scene shifted to the vicinity of the villa, where dozens of members of the requisition team lay sprawled across the ground, either wailing, shrieking, or sobbing, while Elder Lu's legs were in the most dire state, mangled and bloodied beyond recognition. An explosion had ripped through the ground surrounding the villa. Nearly half of the survivors had been engulfed in flames, and when clarity returned, all that remained were scattered corpses and those in unbearable agony. Why did this happen? A neighbor shrieked hysterically. Almost immediately, a man beside her reacted, seizing a steel pipe and shouting vehemently. It was Qin Kong, that beast. He buried explosives to prevent us from seizing his supplies. How despicable. As soon as the man finished speaking, another enraged male echoed his sentiments. Qin Kong isn't even home. It must have been the woman inside who detonated the explosives. Let us go in and deal with her. With that, several men who had sustained minimal injuries sprang into action, serving as the core of the requisition team. They leaped into the courtyard with fervor. Bang! 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 The man wielding the steel pipe pounded fiercely on the door, his face twisted in a grimace of rage as he shouted, Woman, open the door. Hurry up and open the door. I know you are inside. You think hiding in there will keep you safe? We will drag you out, and then you will regret it. Bang! 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 With each strike, a series of low, ominous thuds resonated from the courtyard. The man, covered in dirt and tattered clothing, was a victim of the earlier explosion, and his fury demanded an outlet. Strangely, however, no matter how forcefully he struck the door, it remained unyielding, as if forged from alloy, while his own hands throbbed painfully from the impact. How can this be? Confusion flickered in the man's eyes. To comprehend the nature of his awakening skill, which is specifically designed to enhance strength, one would assume that even prior to the apocalypse, he could effortlessly kick open such a door. With his newfound abilities, it should have been a mere trifle to breach it. However, the current reality diverged starkly from his expectations. It felt akin to an egg striking a stone, remaining utterly immovable, without even a trace of a scratch. Wait a moment. What is this? The man, sensing something amiss, finally exhibited an expression of terror. Gently caressing the surface of the door, he discovered a faint energy ripple adorning it, akin to a magical defensive skill. Could it be that the entire villa is enveloped in this? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he dashed to the opposite side of the villa, pressing forcefully against the windows and walls, only to confirm that this magical barrier was pervasive throughout. In other words, Qin Kong had either employed a skill or utilized an artifact that generated an immense energy field, enveloping his luxurious abode entirely. How could this be possible? Coming to terms with the stark disparity in strength between them, the man stepped back in disbelief, gazing at the villa with an expression reminiscent of one beholding Mount Tai, filled with awe and trepidation. Before he could relay this revelation to the others, a nearby elderly neighbor, clutching her head, screamed in despair, It's over. It's over. What? Upon hearing the old woman's cries, The crowd turned their heads in unison. In the next instant, all were struck with horror at the sight before them, collectively gasping in shock, their pupils dilating as they cried out, What is happening? So many zombies. Before them stood a throng of densely packed, marauding zombies. While the zombies in the southern part of the community had indeed been eradicated by Qin Kong, the northern sector still harbored a considerable number. Just moments ago, Li Hao had mentioned in the group that the explosive sounds were so exaggerated that they had attracted every zombie from the north, and judging by their numbers, there were likely 200 to 300, overwhelmingly easy prey for the mere 20 or 30 individuals present. Run for your lives. The zombies are coming. A sudden shout pierced the air. Immediately, the hastily assembled task force scattered like birds startled from their perch. Everyone fled in a frenzy, heedless of direction. Don't follow me. Go after them instead. Don't leave. Someone help me. I can't get up. Help me. I'm caught by a zombie. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of screams and the low growls of the undead. The elderly neighbor and a young girl ran side by side, but a few zombies behind them surged forward with alarming speed, their gaping maws terrifyingly wide. As the distance between them shrank, desperation gripped the elderly woman. Her face suddenly hardened as she lifted her leg to trip the young girl beside her. The girl cried out as she stumbled, landing in a heap. Yet, the elderly neighbor didn't even spare her a glance. Her hands freed, she sprinted away with a speed surpassing that of her frantic egg snatching at the supermarket. In this vast world, my life is paramount. Apologies, child. Embracing such thoughts, the figure of the elderly woman grew ever more distant, while the young girl could only gaze at her retreating silhouette in a state of fear and helplessness, extending her arms and shouting desperately, No, don't leave me. Who will come to save me? Yet, in response to her pleas, there emerged not a hero, but the chilling and terrifying growls of the undead. In utter despair, the girl turned to look back, only to find 3 grotesque zombies looming perilously close. Tears of anguish streamed down her face, and a pale yellow liquid began to trickle from beneath her skirt. Regret consumed her. She lamented her momentary greed that led her to this dire predicament. No! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire community. But at that moment, with everyone fleeing for their lives, who could possibly spare the time to help her? However, just as despair and terror reached their zenith, a tall figure suddenly appeared. The leading zombie had not even registered the presence of this shadow before it struck, swiftly dispatching the surrounding undead with lethal precision. With a flourish, the blade carved an elegant arc, splattering fresh blood into the air like petals. The girl, having narrowly escaped death, was so terrified that her breath nearly ceased. Upon regaining her senses, she realized who had come to her rescue. It was none other than Qin Kong, the very individual for whom her group had been clamoring to seize resources. Qin Kong and Duan Zhu had returned in their vehicle. Qin
Kong.
Upon witnessing the man who had saved her, the girl was overwhelmed with emotion. Her gaze toward him filled with adoration and reverence, akin to that of a devoted follower beholding a great savior. Thank you for saving me, she expressed with heartfelt gratitude, extending her right hand toward Qin Kong, as if expecting him to pull her up. Yet, in the next instant, her smile froze upon her face, for a dark gun barrel was now aimed at her head. With an expression as cold as ice, Qin Kong regarded her as one would a repugnant dead dog, devoid of even the slightest pity, and coldly uttered, You wretches think you can rob me? Suddenly, a terrifying gunshot rang out. The girl could barely emit a sound before her head jerked back violently, her forehead pierced by a bullet, and she fell heavily to the ground, her eyes still filled with bewilderment even in death. The scene shifted as the surrounding individuals continued to flee in desperation, while Qin Kong casually dispatched zombies as if strolling through his own garden, effortlessly slashing them down with his blade, and kicking mutated dogs aside. When the distance was deemed sufficient, he raised his left hand, aiming at a fleeing figure in the distance. Another shot rang out. Bang! The man, struck in the head, collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the onlookers erupted in horrified screams. What are you doing? He wasn't a zombie. Why did you kill him? The crowd was deeply unsettled by Qin Kong's actions, They scolded him while simultaneously seeking refuge behind him, using him as a shield against the encroaching horde. Yet, in the face of these accusations, Qin Kong exhibited a disinclination to offer any explanation. Instead, he slowly raised his pistol, aiming it at the next man. "I will kill you. No, please don't." Bang! The man barely had time to plead for mercy before a precise bullet found its mark, striking him in the head. The audacious individual who had dared to criticize Qin Kong fell lifeless to the ground. In his previous life, Qin Kong had ample experience with firearms, and with an array of skills greatly enhancing his attributes, achieving a headshot within 100 meters was a trivial task for him. Thus, he swiftly directed his gun towards the next man. Bang, 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 bang. Ah, he's gone mad. He's killing people. Run, run. Don't think this association can spare you. Bang. One shot for each victim, he moved forward with ease, killing as he walked. Qin Kong's marksmanship was so precise that he resembled a reaper gliding through the community. Neither the zombies nor the living could escape his grasp. Meanwhile, Duan Ju, seated in the RV, peered out with half her head exposed, observing Qin Kong with an expression of helplessness in her once vibrant eyes. This is far too brutal. Excessively brutal. While it is true that these individuals are in the wrong, must they all be killed? This method is rather ruthless. Yet why? Does it feel somewhat satisfying? When she pressed that button moments ago, Duan Ju had felt a profound reluctance. However, after witnessing the aftermath, she thought it was not such a significant matter. After all, if Qin Kong had not been reborn, had he not possessed such formidable strength, she and he would surely have fallen victim to this group. Forget it, these matters are beyond my control. It's a matter of husband and wife acting in concert. What else can I do? That sentiment seems slightly off. At this thought, Duan Ju tilted her head, revealing an adorable expression of confusion. Simultaneously, the vicinity of the villa was strewn with bodies, and a rather comical scene unfolded. Members of the confiscation team were attempting to hide behind the piles of corpses to ambush Qin Kong. Yet this proved futile. Like cutting vegetables, not a single zombie could impede Qin Kong's advance. Some individuals may have managed to flee several dozen meters, yet they too were met with a bullet to the head. By the time they regained their senses, the cries had dwindled to a mere few, leaving only an elderly man at the gate lamenting, "Oh dear! My leg is gone." Upon hearing the old man's cries, Qin Kong momentarily lost focus. His finger, poised to pull the trigger, faltered, allowing the neighboring lady to turn and escape into the building, making her capture all the more challenging. Consequently, Qin Kong's expression grew even colder. As he turned his gaze towards the old man Lu, his eyes reflected a cruel intent. While reloading his pistol, he slowly approached. Seeing this, the elderly man could only hastily raise his hands, nearly pleading, "Please, don't shoot. Little Qin, don't kill me." Old Lu's body trembled violently, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the man who had once wielded a saw against the door. Nevertheless, Qin Kong slowly raised his gun, aiming it at Lu's head. "Shao Qin, please, don't do this. Put down the gun." The old man's voice quivered with a hint of desperation, his lips trembling as if tears were about to spill forth. "Look at me. I've lost my legs. Can you really bring yourself to kill me? Spare me, I beg you. I realize my mistakes now." "No, you do not," Qin Kong replied, his lips barely moving as he spoke in a tone that was both fierce and chillingly cold. "You only understand that you are about to die. Shao Qin, please." Bang! As the final gunshot echoed through the air, silence enveloped the community. Apart from the fluttering windbreaker and the pooling blood, nothing else stirred. Is it all over?" Duan Ju's weak voice came from behind. Qin Kong turned slightly to glance at him, the icy murderous intent in his eyes softening just a fraction. He merely replied almost, "It seems a few slipped through the cracks, but it is of little consequence." "Hey you!" Suddenly, Qin Kong shouted into the distance. Duan Ju, bewildered, looked over to see a young man resembling a college student emerge abruptly. Where did this guy come from? Duan Ju blinked in surprise. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the individual who had assisted in disposing of Han Long's body the previous day. Afterward, he had taken a few cans and slipped away, worried that the requisition team might pose a threat to Qin Kong and Duanju. He had remained hidden, hoping to find a way to help, even if it meant merely leaving behind a few boxes of supplies. However, he never anticipated that Qin Kong would eliminate all the zombies and threats. "What were you hiding for?" Qin Kong asked coldly as the young man approached. The youth, feeling the weight of Qin Kong's gaze, nervously swallowed and took a deep breath before responding. I wanted to help. I'm truly sorry I couldn't be of assistance." With that, the young man deeply bowed to Qin Kong, seemingly fearing that he might be shot on the spot. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Kong possessed a keen sense of perception, capable of discerning both the strength of an adversary and the intensity of their hostility. From this young man, he sensed no malice, and thus, he refrained from taking action. Reluctantly, Qin Kong decided to trust his words and casually commanded, "I don't want my neighborhood to smell foul. Can you clean this mess up?" The young man displayed a clear look of difficulty upon hearing this. After all, there were over 200 corpses scattered about. Yet, under the gaze of Qin Kong, which held a hint of cold appreciation, the youth finally clenched his fists and resolutely declared, "All right, I will." "Good." Pleased by the youth's prompt agreement, Qin Kong nodded in satisfaction. He then casually unloaded his handgun while approaching the young man and inquired nonchalantly, "What is your name?" "I am Zhao Xiaonyo." "Zhao Xiaonyo? Is it peculiar?" Zhao Xiaonyo, somewhat embarrassed, scratched his cheek, acknowledging that his name indeed resembled those bestowed by parents in the 60s. Qin Kong, however, refrained from further commenting, recognizing that discussing another's name is not particularly courteous. With an impassive expression, he handed over the handgun, stating, "I won't leave you empty-handed. Consider this gun a reward. If you have any needs regarding food, feel free to mention them while you tidy up the yard. I must return now." All right, boss." Initially, Zhao Xiaonyo's expression was somewhat conflicted, but upon receiving the gun, he instantly displayed a look of delight. In a world like this, nothing is more valuable than a reliable weapon. Yet, this holds true only for ordinary individuals. With Qin Kong's heightened perception, even the mere thought of an enemy aiming at him would not go unnoticed, let alone the possibility of being shot. "Duanju, let us return home." "Yes." Duanju obediently followed suit as Qin Kong contentedly wrapped his arm around his wife's waist. He couldn't resist glancing at his phone, discovering that the anxious Li Hao was still incessantly questioning in their WeChat group. "Comrades, have we entered? How much Chapter 22? The nonsense president did Qin Kong take care of everything. Incredible. Wasn't Brother Qin involved in the underworld before? His methods are shockingly ruthless. It's about time. I've always found that Li Hao insufferable. What is this so-called survival association? It's clearly just his personal clique. I have seen no official announcements from the government online. A stone cast into still water creates ripples." As Qin Kong shared the gruesome images of the slaughter in the group chat, the survivors erupted in exclamations of shock. Naturally, those who sought petty gains, bullied others, and relished chaos were all eliminated by Qin Kong. Now, the majority remaining in the community were honest and decent individuals. This apocalypse had only begun 3 days prior, and they had already been bullied by the marauder Han Long, the community committee lady, and President Li Hao himself. Each person harbored a deep-seated resentment, so seeing Qin Kong stand up for them brought immense joy. Moreover, by now, the survivors likely surmised that the scarcity of zombies in their vicinity was closely tied to Qin Kong's actions. Yet, even amidst this, there were still several individuals in the group who harbored disdain for Qin Kong. "Bastard! Scoundrel! The youth of today are utterly lacking in manners. These wretches deserve their fate. No wonder they remain impoverished." On the opposite side of the community, a middle-aged man residing in a standalone villa let out a furious roar. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched. Despite his expensive suit, his greasy, corpulent face appeared jarringly out of place. This man was Li Hao, a bloated figure with a large head and ears, an ostentatious leader before the apocalypse who fancied himself a teacher of morality. "President, our food supply is running low. At this rate, we will have to venture out for supplies," one of the 7 or 8 individuals residing with Li Hao suggested. They were all once his subordinates, core members of the Survival Association. Hearing the man's words, Li Hao's eye twitched, and he responded with a harsh tone, With so many zombies outside, why would we go out? Are we seeking death? The safest course is to remain here and await rescue. Let those reckless poor souls deal with the zombies. Their lives are expendable. Once they've cleared the zombies, we can then procure the supplies. That makes sense.
Observing liaus grim Damiano.
His subordinates nodded in agreement, although, gurgle, a chorus of growling stomachs filled the air. They had subsisted on nothing but biscuits and snacks for 3 days, carefully rationing their meager provisions to last until today. It wasn't that they lacked rice. Rather, the zombies' keen sense of smell deterred them from cooking. Even if they did cook, there were no vegetables to accompany it. Eating plain rice would be less satisfying than biscuits. Soon, another young man stood up. Brother Hao, we can't just sit here staring at each other. Can we? We need to eat. Well, I suppose that could be. Li Hao began, but his voice suddenly trailed off. The crowd abruptly realized that, just 15 minutes after the brutal slaughter, Qin Kong had once again posted images in the group chat. Tonight's main course is Boston lobster. A casual remark from Qin Kong shimmered brightly in the group chat, immediately followed by a mouth-watering image of succulent lobster meat steaming on a grill. Beside it lay a pristine mound of rice and a bottle of red wine adorned with English lettering, the rich aroma of the wine seemingly wafting through the screen. Yet, what irked me the most was that the left side of the photo revealed the direction of Qin Kong's bathroom, where, through the frosted glass, I could see his wife joyfully soaking in the tub, her feet playfully extended. This infuriates me. Li Hao felt a murderous intent towards Qin Kong welling up within him. However, his corpulent physique rendered him slow and timid. After years of leadership, all he had mastered was the art of posturing and issuing commands to subordinates. Why? Why can someone like him thrive in this apocalypse? We are all impoverished, all of us mere commoners. I am the general manager of an urban development project. Do you have any idea how many people flatter me daily? Why should I endure the same indignities as you lowly peasants? It is utterly unjust. Just wait, Qin Kong, just you wait. Once the zombie crisis passes, I will spend a fortune hiring thugs to eliminate you. Then you will realize you have chosen the wrong foe. With such thoughts festering in his mind, Li Hao's expression grew increasingly sinister, a cold and malevolent smile gracing his face, as if he could already envision Qin Kong pleading for mercy. Yet, he failed to consider that this apocalypse, crafted by the divine, could not simply come to an end at will. As for his savings, they had long since turned to worthless scraps of paper. Nevertheless, despite his fury, Li Hao ultimately resolved to annoy Qin Kong through WeChat, employing what is colloquially known as the psychological victory tactic. Comrades, the situation is tense. We are all part of one family in our community and should support one another. Perhaps the association's actions were not entirely appropriate, but I urge everyone to refrain from making extreme remarks in the group. As for certain individuals who persist in sharing boastful images, such behavior undermines our community's unity and is detrimental to the people's interests. I hope this person can exhibit some restraint and cease their ostentatious displays. After sending these 2 sentences, Li Hao chuckled with satisfaction, unable to suppress his inner monologue. You young whippersnapper, do you think you can compete with me? I have your peasant mindset firmly in my grasp. However, before long, another survivor in the group spoke candidly, directing a tirade at Li Hao. Voice message. You must be kidding me, you big fool. You brought so many people to raid my brother Qin's house, and now that everyone is dead, you say Qin is detrimental to unity? You think it's fair that you benefit from this? Listening to the fervent voice message resonating in the group, Li Hao and his subordinates were left utterly dumbfounded. Yet, this was far from over. Soon, another supporter of Qin Kong emerged. Exactly. What you said is true. Moreover, I witnessed it myself. It was Qin Kong who was clearing the zombies in our community. The supplies were hoarded by his family. What does that have to do with you? Such individuals, accustomed to leadership, tend to exert their authority wherever they go. It is entirely your association's folly, lamented Qin Kong, who initially intended to allocate resources to us. But your raucous behavior has caused him to withdraw his generosity. What? How could this happen? How can you, a mere rabble, behave this way? Li Hao's face contorted with horror. He collapsed to the ground, hands trembling, exuding palpable panic, earning sympathetic glances from his subordinates. Yet, amidst this turmoil, The torrent of insults within the group persisted. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the weight of anxiety has pressed heavily upon everyone's hearts, and now it has descended upon Li Hao like a deluge, transforming him from a once revered leader into a despised figure. And that fraudulent government announcement, did he truly believe everyone was a fool? He ought to apologize to Qin Kong. Indeed, an apology is in order. He should bow in repentance. The survivors of the community grew increasingly animated, their words culminating in a fervent denunciation of Li Hao. Witnessing this farcical scene, a faint smile crept onto Qin Kong's lips, finally revealing a semblance of satisfaction. It appears that not all in this world are base. Given this, I cannot disappoint their spirits. Although I cannot part with the supplies at home, I can still offer something from outside. Let this be a reward for their support. With this thought, Qin Kong typed out a message. The zombies to the north of the community have just been lured away and dispatched. I have cleared the surrounding area. There should be few monsters left. Killing zombies can enhance your levels. I recommend heading to the nearby supermarket for supplies and slaying a few zombies to bolster your strength. Remaining cooped up at home will only lead to depletion. After sending this message, Qin Kong chuckled and shook his head, setting his phone aside, realizing he had done all he could for these people. Unbeknownst to him, the group's condemnation of Li Hao intensified immediately after his words. Look at Brother Qin. He has cleared out the zombies for us. And you dare to lead your team to rob him? Truly inhumane, utterly shameless. What nonsense of a president. Crawl away. The vitriol escalated, yet Li Hao's presence was no longer felt in the group. Perhaps he was too engulfed in shame to speak. This farce reached its conclusion. Today marked the third day of the apocalypse, and twilight had begun to envelop the outside world. Meanwhile, in the villa's bathroom, a charming and delicate creature, soft and fair, sat in the bathtub, giggling foolishly while holding her phone. Ah, it has to be Qin Kong. With just a few words, he has rendered Li Hao utterly powerless. Truly worthy of being my esteemed rival. Duanju laughed triumphantly. Although the group extolled Qin Kong, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Her tender feet splashed in the water, creating shimmering ripples on the surface, as if reveling in Qin Kong's remarkable performance. However, before long, the joyful expression on Duanju's face turned cold, and she sat up with a grave demeanor. Now it is time. It is time to call my sister and parents. The mere thought that her family might no longer be among the living weighed heavily on Duanju's heart. With a trembling finger, she slowly pressed the call button. Despite her mind already conjuring the likely outcome, she could not help but cling to a flicker of hope. Beep. 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 The call connected. The cold, electronic sound felt particularly prolonged at that moment, causing Duanju's hand to tremble slightly. Why isn't anyone answering? Why does it ring for so long with no response? Could it really be truly gone? She waited a full minute with no reply from the other end. Just as she began to believe her efforts were in vain, and that no one would pick up her call, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from the line. Hello, brother? Is that you? You're alive. Why did you wait so long to call me? Xiaoling? How are you? The instant Duanju heard her sister's voice, her throat quivered, nearly bringing her to tears. After all, no one wishes to live in solitude. The presence of family is of utmost importance. Yet, unexpectedly, the moment she finished speaking, the voice on the other end inhaled sharply and exclaimed, Why is there a woman? Who are you? What have you done to my brother? Chapter 23. Paying interest first. Thus, Duanju was compelled to take 3 minutes to elucidate to Duanling how he had transformed into a woman and how his nemesis from a past life had discovered him and issued threats concerning his loss of virtue. He omitted many details, merely stating that he and Qin Kong had resolved their enmity and become inseparable comrades. After all, discussing his relationship with a man with his sister felt somewhat humiliating. Can the awakening technique really transform a person into a woman? Upon hearing this explanation, Duanling on the other end of the line exhibited some skepticism. How come I've never seen this? You're not just pretending to be my brother's partner to comfort me, are you? How can you prove you are truly my brother? What? Hearing his sister's words, Duanju scratched his head in annoyance. Why does this child direct all her vigilance towards me? However, upon reflection, he realized that her caution stemmed from concern for him, so he refrained from expressing his frustration and pondered ways to prove his identity. Is there something only my sister and I know from our childhood? It's a bit fuzzy right now. Wait, didn't Qin Kong mention that my appearance is almost indistinguishable from my photos? I could just show my sister what I look like now. I am a genius. With this thought, Duanju raised his delicate arm and casually took a photograph of himself in the bathtub, then sent it to his sister via WeChat. Hey, sis, check your WeChat. This time, you must believe me, Duanju said with a hint of pride, his rosy lips curving into an alluring smile. However, to his surprise, mere seconds after sending the image, Duan Ling's ecstatic voice resonated from the other end. It really is my brother. It's you. I am so relieved you are alive. Wait a moment. Are those two things floating on the water your breasts? My God, the system knows its worth. I've always said you should try women's clothing. And look, now you have the chance. Huh? Duan Ling's excited voice continued to pour forth. Yet, for some reason, Duanju felt an unsettling dissonance, as if his sister was more thrilled not by his survival but by the sight of his feminine transformation. Why is my sister reacting this way? I certainly do not wish to become a woman. Questions swirled within Duanju's mind. However, he dismissed it as merely a jest on his sister's part. She soon composed herself and inquired with utmost seriousness, Brother, do you have a way to come over here? Mother is still worried about you, but she is currently too occupied at the shelter, being the only doctor here amidst a multitude of injured patients, tending to their wounds. Mother is alive? That is wonderful, as long as you all are safe. Upon hearing that his mother was also well, Duanju felt a lump in his throat. However, the thought of his mother and sister, two solitary women navigating this apocalyptic world without care, filled him with profound sorrow. He hastily picked up the phone to respond, I'll need to consult Qin Kong. After all, he is my good buddy now. Please hold on for a moment. Alright, let's end the call for now. There are numerous monsters outside the shelter, and I dare not speak loudly, so let's communicate through WeChat. Sure. I will await your message. After saying this, Duanju hung up the phone, immediately following it with an excited motion of a tightly clenched fist. Nice. Duanju couldn't help but exclaim. After all, even she had not anticipated such good fortune for her mother and sister. It is worth noting that at the onset of this apocalyptic era, half of humanity had already transformed into zombies, and those who became zombies would immediately attack other survivors, making it unsurprising that 80 of people perished on the first day of the apocalypse. However, amidst her excitement, Duanju faced a more pressing dilemma: how to persuade Qin Kong to accompany her to Q City, where her sister resided. The journey is long, and reaching Q City will undoubtedly present numerous challenges. My own chances of success are rather slim. I must rely on Qin Kong. But how on earth will Qin Kong ever heed my words? Forget about him coming with me. Even persuading him to remove the slave collar so I can go alone seems impossible. Is there anything I could use to bribe him? As this thought crossed her mind, Duanju tilted her head slightly, her brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Yet, soon enough, two fluffy objects floating on the surface caught her eye, and she suddenly realized, oh right, I have this, although it is somewhat embarrassing. Despite my reluctance, for the sake of helping my sister, I must make this sacrifice. After all, it is not the first time. In the bathtub, a resolute light began to shine on Duanju's face.
Moments later.
After finishing grilling the lobsters, Qin Kong set the dinner on the table. In addition to the lobsters, there were boiled broccoli, fried potato wedges, and grilled steak, accompanied by various dipping sauces. Simple yet delectable Western cuisine. Humming a little tune while slicing the steak, Qin Kong surveyed the aromatic, colorful, and beautifully arranged Western meal before him. And even he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Can anyone still claim my culinary skills are lacking? Though it's merely barbecue, I can cook, you know. Little brat, if you dare say it's not delicious, I'll teach you a lesson. With this thought in mind, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Qin Kong's mouth, his stern visage adorned with a gentle expression that boldly proclaimed handsome and warm-hearted. As he sliced the steak, dipped it in sauce, and gracefully brought it to his lips, he savored the explosion of flavors from the fibers and proteins. Truly delightful. I am indeed the one responsible for this. However, just as Qin Kong was relishing his culinary prowess, his fork unexpectedly clattered to the floor with a sharp sound. The fork landing produced a crisp noise, and the glistening sauce dripped onto the pristine floor, standing out conspicuously in the silence of the villa. Then the scene shifted, revealing the impeccably clean Duanju now standing before Qin Kong in a maid outfit. It was her astonishment that had caused him to drop the fork. Wait a moment. What is happening? Qin Kong's eyes widened slightly, and his breath quickened. He himself could not comprehend why. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous women and had long since lost interest in the fairer sex. Especially upon being reborn, Qin Kong had grown even more indifferent than before, having become accustomed to the dark nature of humanity. He believed he would never develop feelings for anyone again. Yet, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, clad in a white apron and a black skirt, her curvaceous form appeared even more supple and graceful beneath the maid outfit. The lace trim, much like her exquisite features, exuded unparalleled elegance. The white stockings accentuated her perfectly proportioned legs, their flawless hue paired with flowing lines resembling a masterpiece of art. Before him stood a delightful and refined maid, momentarily transporting Qin Kong to a noble household in another world. The tender blush of her porcelain face radiated a sense of shame, while her clenched fists and gritted teeth seemed to convey a message to her new master. Do not presume that by acquiring me through despicable means, I shall submit to you. You may control my body, but not my soul. My heart shall forever remain loyal to my childhood friend. How utterly remarkable! Qin Kong's exterior remained calm, yet within him, a tempest had already begun to brew. What is happening? In his shock, Qin Kong instinctively pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a faint ache in his heart as if something had pierced it. Meanwhile, the reluctant Duanju approached slowly. Despite the lingering hint of discontent on her face, she gritted her teeth and sat beside Qin Kong. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to wrap her arms around him and, with a playful blink, cutely inquired, Master, could you do me a small favor? Qin Kong gasped in astonishment. If cuteness could wield lethal power, he believed Duanju would be invincible. What do you need me to help you with? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and Qin Kong's pupils trembled with uncertainty. No, this is a witch, the very monster who kills without a second thought. Under the terrifying rule of the 4 Black Emperors, even I could only wander aimlessly, hiding in fear. Half of the suffering I endured in my past life was due to this woman. I must not be deceived by her appearance. Who knows what schemes she may be plotting to end my life. I must endure. It's nothing, Master. Just promise me. With that, Duanju rested her head on Qin Kong's shoulder. Endure the market. After the girl's startled exclamation, Qin Kong waved his hand, gently embracing her slender waist, enveloping her in the warmth of her fragrant, soft body. Her shy, adorable face, coupled with the endearing expression of someone caught between awkwardness and the reluctance to resist, was simply too charming, capable of sweetening anyone's heart. No matter how much affection is bestowed, it can never be excessive. Qin Kong could only fiercely plant a kiss on her lips, and then gently nuzzle the girlish forehead with his cheek. All right, if you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is not too outrageous, I will comply. While soothing his beloved's head, Qin Kong tenderly spoke, seemingly oblivious to the dark recollections of Duanju's past misdeeds that had just crossed his mind. At last, having achieved his aim, Duanju, appearing quite awkward and unaccustomed to such tender gestures, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as you agree, but only if you can truly uphold your promise. Indeed, Qin Kong is a wretched lecher. Though she silently cursed him in her heart, her words remained cautiously measured. Yes. My sister and my mother are still alive. And then, they are currently in Q City, and the situation is dire. And then, you are so capable. Take me to Q City to find them, and I will do anything you ask. I implore you, Lord Qin Kong. The atmosphere had been quite pleasant, even causing a shy blush to grace Duanju's cheeks. If Qin Kong agrees, then I suppose I could obediently listen to him in the future. Though it is quite humiliating, I refuse to be an ungrateful woman. Man, I will bear it with grace. No, that is not permissible. Huh? What did he just say? Duan-ju momentarily froze at the sound. It took several seconds for her to react, hurriedly pushing Qin Kong away, her face a mask of disbelief. Not permissible? Why, I am even dressed in a maid outfit. To this, Qin Kong could only pinch the bridge of his nose in exasperation, helplessly explaining to Duan-ju, "You little vixen, do you even hear the words that are escaping your lips? Q City is over 1,000 kilometers away from here, teeming with countless zombies and monsters. Not to mention the hordes of corpses, such a lengthy journey would inevitably lead to encounters with third or even fourth stage creatures. Those are exceedingly troublesome even for me to handle. If we were to cross paths, I could manage to survive, but you would be doomed. Therefore, until I reach level 50, I will not leave this city, and you should do the same. Focus on leveling up to 50 first." Upon finishing, Qin Kong playfully prodded Duan-ju's forehead, as if reprimanding her for her thoughtless words. In contrast, Duan-ju, feeling the sting of his poke, could only cover her head, a pitiful expression adorning her face as she lamented, "Why must it be this way? Is there truly no other solution? Please, Lord Qin Kong, lend me your assistance." "Oh, come on, don't act like this." Hearing such an endearing plea, Qin Kong felt a sharp pang in his heart, unable to suppress an expletive as he realized that the woman's allure had not yet fully revealed itself. "I cannot refuse. How could one possibly refuse?" Her soft little hands clung to his sleeve like a kitten's paw, her pitiful expression reminiscent of a child beseeching their parents for a hug. "Well, it is not entirely without hope." Qin Kong found himself answering almost uncontrollably. He never anticipated that, despite being the one in a position of strength, wielding absolute power, he would find himself at the mercy of this insufferable enchantress. However, reflecting upon the present, every movement of the other party is utterly captivating, akin to a succubus capable of manipulating hearts from afar. Regardless of how hard one strives to restrain oneself, the inner desire to indulge the other cannot be suppressed. At one fleeting moment, Qin Kong felt that his previous actions towards Duan-ju were excessively harsh. Thus, in a state of resignation, he could only feign disdain, turning his head away to declare indifferently, "It's not as if there's no solution. I possess a long-distance teleportation system. By expending awakening coins, I can send items out. I could simply provide each of your sister and mother with an S-rank weapon, and that would resolve the matter." Really? Upon hearing this, Duan-ju's eyes sparkled with surprise. In truth, she had nearly given up, for it seemed unrealistic to expect a man she had only known for 3 days to assist her in rescuing her family over 1,000 kilometers away. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Kong indeed had a solution. Of course it's true. Qin Kong continued to express his disdain, appearing quite aloof, though his gaze frequently darted towards Duan-ju's adorably charming face. However, while the items could be provided, she must ensure that they remain discreet. The world is fraught with malice, and there are ill-intentioned individuals who might seek to exploit their possession of such items. Why have you fallen silent?" As he spoke, the atmosphere grew somewhat subdued. Qin Kong turned back in confusion, only to find that Duan-ju had been silent since earlier, her body trembling slightly, whether from excitement or anger remained unclear. Just as Qin Kong contemplated poking her cheek to inquire about her distracted thoughts, Duan-ju's head suddenly shot up, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she wrapped her arms around Qin Kong's neck and, before he could react, planted a firm kiss on his cheek. "Konggu, you're amazing." "Kongye. Mua." In that moment, Qin Kong was rendered speechless, frozen in shock. After executing this impulsive act, Duan-ju was equally dumbfounded, suddenly realizing the foolishness of her actions. I actually...
I initiated Okish.
How could this happen? My mind went blank. I was so overjoyed that my body acted without my consent. How did it come to this? The belatedly aware Duan-ju cried out internally, as if something fragile within her had disintegrated with that singular kiss. However, upon observing Qin Kong's expression, she noticed that he displayed not a trace of joy. Rather, he appeared colder, even adopting a chilling and fierce tone as he spoke. "Teleporting over 1,000 kilometers will cost 10,000 awakening coins. For 2 people, that's 20,000. You do realize how long it would take to accumulate that amount, given that one must slay an average of 3 ordinary zombies to obtain a single awakening coin, correct? Gulp. Listening to Qin Kong's magnetic yet icy voice, Duanju nervously swallowed, visibly trembling, and just as she anticipated, the very next moment, Qin Kong lifted her effortlessly in a Princess Carry, speaking in a commanding tone that conveyed his authority. So now you shall pay the interest first. Wait, he added, I must reply to my sister's message first. Chapter 24. Adorable the peculiar artifacts, one of the significant items available for purchase in the system shop, can also be acquired by defeating monsters of 3 or more stages. Unlike weapons that can be summoned directly into the real world, these artifacts are more akin to equipment embedded within the souls of the awakened. Much like skills, they enhance the host's attributes, augment their resistances, or bestow a variety of peculiar effects, such as doubling the awakening coins earned from slaying monsters or automatically increasing hunger satisfaction with every 100 meters traveled. While tangible weapons are susceptible to theft, artifacts are impervious to such misfortune. Typically, each awakened individual can bind only 3 artifacts, and to exchange or bind additional ones, one must rely on rare items for enhancement. Thus, I sent a mobility-enhancing artifact and a powerful offensive artifact to your sister, enabling them to possess both the capacity to slay monsters and the means of self-preservation, secure from theft. When I awakened, it was already past 10 o'clock. The warm sunlight graced my face, and in my arms lay my soft and tender wife. Her flawless white arms encircled the man's neck, shimmering with a pure white luster in the sunlight, resembling a docile kitten resting on his shoulder, while the bell around her neck glimmered. Her fragrant hair occasionally brushed against his cheek, tickling him slightly, yet the warmth radiating from her body provided a profound sense of security amidst the apocalypse. To wake up to such a delightful experience in the morning left me entirely content. Thus, Qin Kong could only smile with satisfaction, gently comforting his wife's back while earnestly stating, the transmission fee is 23,000 awakening coins. It's done now, please inform them. All right. Upon hearing Qin Kong's words, Duanju nodded happily and took out her phone to text Duan Ling. Ling, did you receive it? An S-class artifact. This is the strength of your brother. Equip it well and level up. I will come to find you once you reach level 50. Okay, brother. Oh no, I should say sister. Seeing her sister's inexplicable change of address in WeChat, Duanju was puzzled and typed a question mark. However, the response was a toothy grin from Duan Ling. The radiant smile was filled with pride yet carried an inexplicable hint of mockery. This made the corners of Duanju's eyes twitch slightly, prompting her to pick up her phone, ready to admonish her disobedient sister from a position of authority. Who allowed you to call me sister? Little did she expect. Before her fingers could even touch the screen, she was abruptly yanked forward by an overwhelming force. Ah! With a startled cry, her phone slipped onto the bedding, her waist ensnared in an embrace as her legs and arms struggled against the grip. Yet, Qin Kong's strength was too formidable. With a mere exertion, he held Duanju tightly, then shamelessly tousled her hair with his hand, saying, Little minx, I spent 20,000 awakening coins and 2 S-class artifacts for you. How will you repay me, Speak up. Rough, fervent fingers meandered through her hair, turning what was once smooth and orderly into a chaotic mess. Yet, Duanju could only grasp the other's arm in indignation, exclaiming, Ah, how irritating. Don't ruffle my hair. Go away. As she flailed her arms in a futile attempt to resist, it was evident that she stood no chance against Qin Kong. No matter how much she struck out, it was all in vain, and she could only struggle and shout like a mischievous child. How dare you say that? If there are wondrous items, why not grant me one? Surely, you brought back plenty from your rebirth. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Ha! Oh that. Listening to Duanju, Qin Kong blinked innocently, feigning naivety. Because the wondrous items are bound to me. I do possess many. However, none are the finest. My inventory is full, yet yours remains empty. I perceive this as an opportunity to equip you with 3 SS-grade items. At least in my previous life, I had never witnessed anyone simultaneously equipped with 3 SS items. Ha! Upon hearing this explanation, Duanju, who had been struggling, momentarily paused. She lifted her head, her cheeks flushed, and her clear eyes displayed a hint of shyness and confusion. Why? Why are you being so nice to me? Because you are my wife, Qin Kong replied without hesitation, his expression calm, as if stating an obvious fact. However, these words made Duanju gasp in shock. Instantly, she widened her eyes, pushed Qin Kong away, and exclaimed with disdain, "Who is your wife? You are the wife. Your entire family is made up of wives. I am merely compelled to heed your words because of this cursed collar. Do not misunderstand." "Oh, is that so?" Observing Duanju's uproar, Qin Kong smirked with a sense of triumph. "But didn't you say last night?" "Ah, don't say any more." Heaven knows what Duanju uttered last night, but it must have been something deeply embarrassing. Thus, at this juncture, she, flustered and furious, fled from the covers, burying her head in the bed, her white sleepwear accentuating her alluring figure. Even in this position, one could discern the magnificent curves. Her fair, flawless skin, eternally pristine like jade, flushed a rosy hue, while her soft, delicate feet curled tightly. In summary, the phrase adorably charming echoed automatically in Qin Kong's mind. As for her seemingly reproachful words directed at him, they were merely a seasoning for their daily affections. Now, even knowing that the woman before him had been a menace in a past life, he could not harbor any hatred towards her. What does it matter if she was a menace? That was all in the past. Now she is my woman. With this thought, Qin Kong extended his arm effortlessly, pulling Duanju back into the warmth of the covers. All right, I won't say anymore. Be good. How vexing, how vexing. Carried back into the embrace of Qin Kong, Duanju gritted her teeth in resentment. Her small, defiant eyes brimmed with bitterness, deliberately avoiding his gaze in a petulant manner akin to a sulking girlfriend. Yet, interestingly, this time there were no tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, suggesting that she was no longer as opposed to being held by Qin Kong as she had been initially. The wind howled fiercely today, rendering the air somewhat chilly. The gusts whistled through the cracks of the window, drowning out the low growls of the zombies and the rustling movements of the monsters. Yet it also cast a more sinister and eerie pall over the city. The sound of skin brushing against the blanket was soothing. Feeling the cold, Duanju nestled her head closer, becoming more compliant as she leaned into Qin Kong's embrace, relishing the comforting softness and warmth he provided. It seemed as though something within Qin Kong was gradually melting away. Eventually, he let out a long sigh, patting her back with a smile and saying, "Darling, I'm hungry. Would you make me something to eat?" What would you like to eat?" Duanju lifted her head, her expression still filled with displeasure. Yet she obediently inquired. "Anything will do as long as you make it," Qin Kong replied casually, rubbing his cheek against hers in a playful manner. In response, Duanju pushed him away with a look of disdain, getting out of bed and grumbling, "Then I'll just fry you a couple of eggs. Someone like you doesn't deserve anything more complicated." "Sure, that works. But speaking of which, it seems you've quickly gotten used to calling me darling," he teased. "Used to it? Nonsense. Go to hell." With a thud, a pillow struck Qin Kong squarely in the face. By the time he removed the pillow, Duanju had vanished from the bedroom, leaving only the sound of her slippers pattering as she hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. The words so adorable echoed in Qin Kong's mind once again. A few minutes later, in the kitchen, clad in her everyday attire and apron, Duanju was still seething silently as she retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, muttering under her breath. He was somewhat restrained before, but now he's calling me darling without a care. Who's his wife? I refuse to be a wife. That arrogant fool only knows how to toy with women. Just wait. It's all merely a fade I've constructed, intended for the day when I can defeat Qin Kong with my acting. One day, he will let his guard down, and in that moment of vulnerability, I shall strike without hesitation. At that time, he will regret it, begging for my forgiveness, saying I should have treated you better, cherished you more. Please forgive me. Why does something feel off? Duanju pondered, tilting her head in confusion at the images that played in her mind. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the moment she regained her composure and finally realized. The beef for stir-frying had already been marinated in the bowl. Fresh chives had been cut into strips, the rice had been washed, the water measured perfectly, The rice cooker was activated, and in her hand was a small bowl containing 3 freshly cracked eggs. Just moments ago, she had been beating the eggs while indulging in fanciful thoughts of triumphing over Qin Kong. Wait a moment. Her hand, gripping the chopsticks, trembled slightly. Observing the array of dishes she had prepared in just a few minutes, Duanju's pupils began to quiver, reflecting a state of utter panic and disbelief. No, this is absolutely wrong. Wasn't it agreed that I would only make him scrambled eggs? Why has my body unconsciously begun to cook? And I seem to be enjoying it. Damn it, could it be? Could it be that I genuinely wish to prepare a meal for Qin Kong? Has my inner self transformed into a devoted homemaker?
Ah, no.
If this continues, I will truly become a wife. Someone, please, bring me back to my senses. Duanju. Her inner self screamed in desperation. But alas, no one could fathom the terror and helplessness she felt at that moment. Yet, just as Duanju grappled with the possibility of her transformation into a devoted spouse, her peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure outside the window, which jolted her from her turmoil. A familiar silhouette was bustling about outside the villa. Good heavens, he was still there. Duanju exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 25. Subjugating the Loyalists. Hey, come here. The figure outside was Zhao Xiaonyo, summoned by Duanju to the courtyard. Duanju could no longer bear to watch. This stubborn brother had risen early to clean the neighborhood, having already toiled for over 10 hours between yesterday and this morning, with barely 3 or 4 hours of sleep. It was worth noting that the bodies strewn outside the villa numbered at least 200 to 300. Transporting them from the community to the building across the street was a task far beyond the capabilities of a single individual. Hey, who is truly the villain here? Qin Kong, you ought to be ashamed. Bullying honest folks, are you? Don't worry, Brother Nyo. There's an elder. There's a brother here. I will never allow you to be oppressed by that scoundrel Qin Kong. Brother, hurry over. Duanju waved at Zhao Xiaonyo from the villa's entrance. Covered in blood and dirt from the prolonged task of moving the corpses, Zhao Xiaonyo looked quite disheveled. As he approached the villa, stopping 2 meters away, instead of displaying any resentment for his arduous labor, he scratched his head innocently and grinned at Duanju, saying, "Sister-in-law, hello, sister-in-law you? Ah, never mind, how vexing." Upon hearing that term, Duanju nearly unleashed a tirade. Fortunately, her self-control was strong. She merely pursed her lips to suppress her inner ire and forced a warm smile, saying, "You haven't eaten, have you, Brother Nyo? The food is almost ready. Come dine with us." With that, Duanju gestured for Zhao Xiaonyo to enter, her beaming face enchanting, her slender figure exuding grace, and her countenance adorned with a gentle, inviting smile. At that moment, Duanju epitomized femininity and wifely charm. However, upon hearing her words, Zhao Xiaonyo was momentarily taken aback and took a hesitant step back. No. Perhaps not. My shoes are quite dirty. If I go in, I will. What's the matter? What are you all doing? At that moment, freshly washed and drying his face with a towel, Qin Kong emerged from the bathroom. Upon seeing Qin Kong, Zhao Xiaonyo quickly stood at attention, while Duanju cast a reproachful glance at Qin Kong, scolding him with irritation. You had to move over 300 bodies all day, and this guy hasn't even eaten yet. Is it too much to let him in for a bite? Is that so? Qin Kong raised an eyebrow in surprise at her words. He glanced outside the ville upon this reflection. Qin Kong's heart seemed to conceive a notion. Although he was not particularly adept at placing trust in others, having a diligent and honest subordinate by his side might not be such a disadvantage. As for Duanju, a wife is a wife and a subordinate is a subordinate. How could they be conflated? It is worth noting that Qin Kong possessed a perceptive ability that allowed him to sense the presence of individuals around him who were of a lower level, along with their magical attributes and malicious intent. While some may not harbor malice upon first meeting Qin Kong, the likelihood of developing ill will after certain experiences remains significant. However, this Zhao Xiaonyo, after working a full day for Qin Kong, exhibited not a trace of hostility, which indicated his genuine honesty and integrity. Much like Duanju, he presented no threat to Qin Kong, a revelation that pleasantly surprised him and inevitably fostered a fondness for Zhao Xiaonyo's character. Change into your slippers and go wash up. Also, Let Duanju fetch you a fresh set of clothes, Qin Kong calmly instructed, his demeanor appearing quite gentle. Yet, upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaonyo lowered his head in trepidation. Perhaps not, Brother Kong. You've already armed me, and I haven't even finished tidying up outside. I'll just do whatever you say. Enough with the chatter, just do as I say, Qin Kong interjected, not allowing Zhao Xiaonyo to finish his sentence. Following the cold reprimand, Zhao Xiaonyo quickly stood at attention, adopting the demeanor of a new recruit awaiting orders from his instructor. Observing this scene, Duanju could not help but narrow her eyes, a playful smile creeping onto her face as she mentally mocked. This Qin Kong fellow always presents a frosty facade, yet he is exceedingly warm-hearted towards those he holds dear. Could he possibly beat Sundara? With this thought, Duanju's smile broadened, as if she had unearthed a delightful secret. Meanwhile, Qin Kong had retreated into the room, prompting Duanju to gesture toward the first-floor restroom. There's a wash basin over there. Do wash your face properly. I will fetch you a new outfit. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaonyo responded with palpable excitement. However, Duanju's eyelid twitched slightly. Could you refrain from calling me sister-in-law? I ought to do away with both of you. How infuriating. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, a third individual appeared at the dining table. Zhao Xiaonyo appeared quite anxious, gazing at the 4 dishes and a soup lovingly prepared by his sister-in-law. The steam rising from the colorful array of food was undoubtedly enticing, yet he hesitated to even lift his chopsticks. Observing his reticence, Qin Kong sighed and pressed his temples in exasperation. You need not be so nervous. It's merely a regular meal. I have no intention of causing you any harm. In fact, I wish to invite you to undertake a certain task. What? Zhao Xiaonyo stammered, his trepidation toward Qin Kong evident. It was hardly surprising, given that just the previous night, Qin Kong had single-handedly annihilated dozens of foes along with 200 zombies. The terrifying scene alone was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Who among the common folk would dare to share a meal with Qin Kong? In response, Qin Kong disregarded the fear emanating from the other party. Instead, he crossed his arms and, resting his chin thoughtfully, spoke with utmost seriousness. To be candid, Brother Xiaonyo, my strength derives from the fact that I am an awakened being reborn from the future. Ha! Upon hearing this, not only did Zhao Xiaonyo display a face of sheer terror, but even Duanju gazed at Qin Kong in disbelief, exclaiming, You revealed such a critical matter so easily. Before either of them could voice further questions, Qin Kong's eyes glimmered as he continued to explain earnestly. In the world of the future, monsters roam freely, and corpses inundate the land, rendering the survival of humanity precarious. Ultimately, in the 10th year of the apocalypse, the entire civilization of Huaxia was utterly annihilated by the tide of corpses, marking the end of human civilization. Qin Kong articulated this with grave intensity, while Zhao Xiaonyo listened, his face taut with anxiety, swallowing hard from time to time. However, although the civilization of Huaxia was destroyed by monsters, the truth remains that it was humanity's disunity, the treachery of the greedy, corrupt rulers, and those warlords who exploited and enslaved the lowly survivors that were the true culprits behind the downfall. At this point, Qin Kong's tone was filled with righteous indignation, and Zhao Xiaonyo was visibly moved, his gaze trembling. Yet this time, it would be different. My awakening ability has granted me the chance to return here. I now possess the opportunity to save the world. This time, the impending apocalypse can be averted, so, Brother Nyo. With that, Qin Kong emphatically slapped Zhao Xiaonyo on the shoulder, and Zhao Xiaonyo immediately felt the weight of responsibility upon him. I need to devise a plan with Duanju to reach level 100. Only at that level do we stand a chance against those vile warlords and scoundrels. During our leveling period, we will require someone to assist us and safeguard our endeavors. Will you join us in this quest to save the world? Will you, my brother? Qin Kong spoke with noble resolve, while Duanju stood by, jaw agape in astonishment. How are you able to speak such blatant lies with such conviction? Did you not tell me that you were betrayed and perished in the tide of corpses by your comrades? You explicitly mentioned that. A liar, a pure deceiver. Such base fabrications will surely be met with skepticism. Is it really possible that such a thing occurred? Do you genuinely believe this? Before Duanju could finish his internal monologue, Zhao Xiaoniu was already displaying a countenance of righteous fury, grasping Qin Kong's hand and nodding vigorously. I understand now, Brother Kong. I comprehend everything. No, no, no. You have not grasped it. Duanju's mind was frantically shouting. Yet Zhao Xiaoniu's eyes sparkled with fervent determination as he resolutely replied. From this day forth, whatever you command, Brother Kong, I shall obey. For the sake of Huaxia, for the future of all humanity, I will harbor no grievances whatsoever. I shall take charge of safeguarding our endeavors. Well said. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoniu's declaration, Qin Kong nodded with satisfaction and patted Xiaoniu's shoulder once more. From this day forward, we are brothers. Outside the villa, there exists a storeroom that I have transformed, fully equipped with essential infrastructure and provisions. Originally intended as a backup, it shall now serve as your residence. Furthermore, dear Xiaoniu, this is an extraordinary item your brother has brought back from his rebirth. An S-grade artifact. With it, your power will be significantly enhanced. A privilege I have withheld even from your sister-in-law. Thank you, Kong Gu, exclaimed Xiaoniu, gratitude evident in his nod. However, within Duanju's heart, a storm of despair brewed as he silently lamented, Damn it! Just as the atmosphere brimmed with camaraderie and Qin Kong felt fortunate to have acquired a compliant little brother, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. Buzz? Buzz? Qin Kong, slightly taken aback, picked up his phone, initially believing it to be yet another mention from Li Hao in their group chat. To his surprise, the familiar ID that appeared was from someone else entirely. From Unit 302 of Building 2, Qian Yi messaged, Brother Qin Kong, please be cautious. Aunt Tian from next door has brought several armed gangsters into the community. They are currently looking for you. What? Qin Kong's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as he read the message. Why would Qian Yi take the trouble to warn me? However, it soon dawned on him that Qian Yi's food supply must be dwindling, and having witnessed the community's 2 failed attempts to harm him, she finally recognized him as a formidable protector. This realization likely compelled her to approach him once more in a subservient manner. In response, Qin Kong merely chuckled dismissively and, with an indifferent tone, addressed Xiaoniu beside him. Xiaoniu, some greedy individuals have come to disturb us. Will you assist me in dealing with them? Whatever you say. Konggu, Chapter 26. The Great Kong enemies are approaching, armed and ready to strike. Qin Kong's home is enveloped in a dire crisis. The situation is urgent. Faced with such circumstances, Qin Kong makes a rather peculiar choice. With a satisfying click, he pops open a can of soda. He drags a chair to the balcony and inserts a straw into the can. With a gentle pat on his thigh, his reluctant wife, Duanju, sits atop it. As she extends her small hand, Qin Kong effortlessly lifts her into his embrace. With one arm wrapped around her waist, he leisurely sips his chilled cola while gazing at the encroaching crowd outside the villa. This is what life is about, he muses. The icy soda is refreshingly sweet, and the beauty nestled in his arms is soft and fragrant. A gentle squeeze reveals the delicate softness of her abdomen. A perfect blend of burgeoning muscle and tender softness, yielding a delightful, bouncy sensation. Hey! Stop that! Duanju protests, her voice tinged with embarrassment and a hint of indignation. As his warm hand roams, even through the fabric, she can distinctly feel the rough texture of his fingertips and their searing heat, akin to molten lava scorching her skin, causing a faint flush to rise on her cheeks. Yet, despite her warnings, Qin Kong remains undeterred. The more she resists, the more audacious his caresses become. He even presses a fervent kiss upon her bashful face, a proclamation of his claim to the world. Who says I can't touch? Say that again. I'm sorry. You naughty man. Duanju's cheeks deepen in hue. Yet, no matter how flustered she becomes, she ultimately bites her lip, revealing a look of humiliation. Just wait until the gangsters arrive. Let us see what you will do then. Qian Yi said they have guns, and you're still so smug. People like you will end up causing your own demise. Wait a moment, that doesn't sound right. If Qin Kong loses, I fall into the hands of those gangsters? This is the apocalypse. There are no laws or morals. If those types capture me, I might at this thought. A cold sweat trickles down Duanju's forehead, and she instinctively clings tighter to Qin Kong, her face pressed against his shoulder, too fearful to look away. In stark contrast, Qin Kong displays no concern. Instead, he gently pats her head and nudges his chin against her forehead, reminding her, just sit tight and watch the show, no need to worry. Take out your phone and check the group. All right? Perhaps due to her fear of being captured by the gangsters, Duanju appears more obedient than ever, producing her phone and presenting it to Qin Kong, transforming into his personal phone holder. As Qin Kong anticipated, the atmosphere in the group had shifted. Family, it's time to take down that murderer. I found a security team from outside. They are adept at slaying zombies and are armed. This time, we can definitely eliminate Qin Kong. Aunt Tian expressed her excitement in the group chat, sharing a selfie of herself amidst a crowd. The individuals who claimed to be security personnel were all clad in dark uniforms, towering in stature with fierce countenances, wielding either batons or daggers at their waists, while several brandished firearms. The insignia on their shoulders revealed them to be employees of the Xintiandi group, situated a kilometer away. Though ostensibly a legitimate enterprise, it was, in reality, a front for a loan-sharking syndicate. Are they merely enforcers from the pre-apocalypse? It's no wonder they could muster a group so swiftly, mused Qin Kong. It appears my rebirth has altered the timeline, leading Aunt Tian to encounter these thugs, inadvertently introducing unfamiliar faces into the community. Nevertheless, it matters little. They are nothing but refuse, he thought, smirking disdainfully while sipping his cola. To the survivors within the community, Qin Kong's greatest assets were his level and handgun. Should anyone else amass a similar number of zombie kills and possess firearms, his advantage would dissipate entirely. Yet, these notions were merely figments of the survivors' imaginations. What are you doing, Aunt Tian? Why have you brought these individuals into the community? Qin Kong and Duanju raised their brows in surprise. It was unexpected that someone in the chat would advocate for them. Hey, those people Aunt Tian brought in are from the underworld, right? I recognize their insignia. They could be more perilous than the zombies themselves. Qin Kong has at least aided us in vanquishing the undead, while Aunt Tian and Li Hao only flaunt their power in the chat. And now you've invited the mob in, Aunt Tian? You truly deserve condemnation. Qin Kong was right to eliminate you. As the discourse against Aunt Tian and Li Hao escalated, Qin Kong's actions had garnered widespread approval. However, a new ID soon appeared in the chat. Xintiandi Fong Xian. Oh, is that so? With the presence of the mob SIP, the fervent group suddenly fell silent. Aunt Tian had inadvertently added the head of the syndicate to the chat. Xintiandi Fong Xian. It seems we are not particularly welcomed, are we? We must ensure we make a good impression. Mr. Liu from Unit 601, is it? How can you label us as gangsters when you don't even know us? I shall visit your home for a proper discussion. Just wait for me. Haha. He appended 2 knife emojis to his message, plunging the group into a chilling silence. It dawned on everyone that, due to Li Hao's earlier suggestion, all had prefixed their WeChat IDs with their address information. Consequently, the mob had already noted the location of each survivor. Their intent was to plunder the entire community's resources and manpower. The men could be coerced into becoming enforcers, while the fate of the women remained ominous. Yet, even in this dire situation, Li Hao, oblivious to the gravity of the atmosphere, interjected, "Haha, this comrade is merely jesting. It is indeed a privilege for our community to have you and your team to protect us. We extend a warm welcome, albeit a tad late. Wouldn't you agree?" Indeed. Welcome, Brother Xian. One glance at Brother Xian reveals him to be a formidable slayer of zombies. It is truly splendid to have you in our community. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted from the crowd, evident from their IDs that they were all Li Hao's subordinates. Before Fong Xian could respond, Li Hao resumed his theatrics, feigning a tone of persuasion. However, Comrade Fong Xian, while we are delighted to have you, there are always some rebellious individuals in our community who prefer to stand apart. They are unwilling to share, and to make matters worse, they intentionally post boastful images in the group, which truly undermines our community's unity. Since you are here, could you lend us a hand? As he spoke, one of Li Hao's subordinates specifically shared a photo of Duanju having breakfast, adding a remark. You see, It's this detestable couple. How can one tolerate such individuals? Meanwhile, on the other side, the newcomers to the community were captivated by the images in the group. Exquisite faces, long legs, and alluring figures. Everything about the woman was undeniably captivating to the men, especially as she posed for the camera, exuding an air of triumph while flashing a vulgar gesture. It stirred an overwhelming desire to seize her and deliver a harsh lesson. Such a delightful find, one of the tallest and most menacing figures in the group mused to himself. Judging by the sycophantic demeanor of those around him, it was evident that this was Fong Xian. Gazing at Duanju's photograph, Fong Xian could not help but lick his lips, his smile turning increasingly lecherous. I initially thought we would merely scavenge for supplies, but to discover such a gem in this place? Excellent. The coming days shall be far from dull, he. With that, Fong Xian erupted into a chilling laugh, echoed by his subordinates, all of whom wore similarly vile grins. They were all enforcers of the underworld, having exhibited brutality long before the apocalypse, devoid of any moral compass. The onset of the end times was not a calamity for them. Rather, it provided a license to wield their strength to humiliate and trample others at will. Among this crowd, Aunt Tian appeared frail and helpless. Yet, a fierce glint sparkled in her eyes. Qin Kong, you little brat, unwilling to share supplies, are you? Enjoying your ostentation, I see? Let us see how you escape this time. Just because our President Li Hao cannot handle you does not mean that no one else can. Just wait and see. Aunt Tian was quite the vindictive individual, willing to jeopardize the entire community to ensnare Qin Kong. Yet, she evidently overlooked the fact that if the underworld could seize Qin Kong's home, they would not spare her or the association's supplies, albeit in a different sequence. Old woman, where is Qin Kong's house? Let us there. Fong Xian demanded with a fierce glare, and Aunt Tian quickly composed herself, gesturing towards Qin Kong's residence. It's right there, just around the corner. Ha, let us go. With a sweeping gesture, Fong Xian commanded a dozen men to follow him with an intimidating fervor. Each of them bore the visage of ferocity, exuding an aura of cruelty and brutality that starkly contrasted with the earlier presence of Han Long and the collection team. These individuals were truly capable of taking lives. However, what puzzled Fong Xian was the sight of a young man, seemingly a college student with an honest demeanor, standing defiantly before them, despite being several meters away from the villa. This are you Qin Kong? Fong Xian paused for a moment, taken aback by the young man's resolute and unwavering expression. After a brief hesitation, he inquired. The young man responded with remarkable composure, quietly drawing a dagger that glimmered with a red light, and coldly declared, I am Zhao Xiaoniu. Qin Kong is my elder brother. I have seen the messages in the group. If you advance another step, I will eliminate you all. Zhao Xiaoniu spoke with righteous indignation, facing the armed thugs without a trace of fear, for Qin Kong had assured him that with the acquisition of extraordinary abilities, even armed adversaries posed no threat to him. I believe in what my brother Kong said, he fervently affirmed within, his fiery gaze seemingly igniting the very air around him, as he revered Qin Kong as a figure of greatness. In stark contrast, Fong Xian and his cohorts revealed expressions of mockery. Ha? So you are Qin Kong's aide? You think you can take us all on by yourself? This fool must have slain a few zombies, thinking that newfound skills make him invincible. Ha ha ha. Their derisive laughter echoed through the desolate community, a harsh resonance in the stillness. Each of these thugs had faced zombies, and with their levels at least 3 or 4, how could they fear a mere college student? Yet, despite their boisterous derision, Zhao Xiaoniu's countenance remained unyielding, brandishing his dagger in a stance of readiness. Oh, so you truly seek death? Fong Xian, growing impatient at Zhao Xiaoniu's steadfastness, raised his handgun, expertly chambering around and aiming directly at the young man's head. You little brat, thinking you can contend with us adults without even having sprouted a proper beard? Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? As Fong Xian brandished his standard-issue pistol, he taunted with a sense of pride. Out of respect for your youthful bravado, I'll grant you 5 seconds to flee. Otherwise, I shall put a bullet through you. 5, 4, 3 Xinggu. This one SA fool, one of Fong Xian's subordinates, couldn't help but interject. Yet Fong Xian's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Ah, so you still refuse to run? So confident. It seems he possesses skills akin to my brother S after reaching level 5. If I recklessly advance, I may very well be overpowered by him. Thus, he cannot be afforded any opportunity, little brat. Do not blame me for my ruthless strike. Prepare to die. With this thought, a sinister grin crept across Fong Xian's lips, revealing a malevolent and savage smile. 2. The countdown had barely begun, yet Fong Xian's finger had already decisively pressed the trigger. A gunshot suddenly rang out, startling everyone with its unexpected sound. On the other side, Zhao Xiaonyo was struck squarely in the face, his head twisting to the side. He didn't even attempt to evade. Inside the villa, Duanju covered her mouth and let out a piercing scream. She had thought quite highly of Zhao Xiaonyo. How could he simply perish like that? However, Qin Kong merely shook his soda can with a nonchalant demeanor, calmly explaining, "This is an S-class extraordinary item, the Steel of the Heart, which significantly enhances the host's defensive capabilities, vitality, and endurance. Each physical attack against an enemy slightly and permanently increases these 3 attributes, while reducing damage from aerial projectiles by an additional 30. As he spoke, Qin Kong smiled faintly, gently comforting his wife's back with his hand. A handgun's bullets cannot penetrate the defenses of an awakened individual equipped with such extraordinary artifacts. We are merely spectators here. Oh? As Qin Kong's words lingered in the air, Duanju, astonished, redirected her gaze towards Zhao Xiaonyo, who, after being struck by a bullet, was slowly turning his head back amid the terrified stares of the surrounding thugs. Brother Kong truly would not deceive me. The surge of immense power instilled confidence in Zhao Xiaonyo, whose eyes now gleamed with even greater determination. His fierce gaze radiated strength and fervor, embodying not only his loyalty to Qin Kong but also a deep-seated hatred towards all heretics and enemies that had driven humanity to the brink of despair. "Have you completed your prattling?" Zhao Xiaonyo uttered coldly. His voice, though not loud, sent a shiver through the thugs across from him, with Aunt Tian retreating in fright. "Now it's my turn." Chapter 27. Spare me, Brother Qin. As the scene unfolds within the villa, Duanju's visage reflects a state of bewilderment. Just as the tension reaches its zenith, Qin Kong unexpectedly bestows a light kiss upon Duanju's cheek, subsequently seating her upon a chair. He then neglects the turmoil below, serenely humming to himself while conjuring a new handgun from the depths of his spatial realm. He meticulously inspects the magazine and sights, ensuring impeccable calibration, before affixing his beloved silencer with deliberate grace. His fingers, slender and pale, move with a strength that mirrors the gentle sway of laurel leaves caressed by a soft breeze, exuding an air of composed elegance. It is only after the silencer emits a satisfying click that a subtle smile graces Qin Kong's face, prompting Duanju to blink, momentarily returning to her senses. "Wait, did that sound come from me?" She muses, her eyes widening slightly. Clearly Qin Kong did nothing, merely loaded the handgun. Yet, inexplicably, she finds herself captivated by the elegance of his actions. Her heart inexplicably lifted. As she contemplates this, her breath quickens, and her heart races uncontrollably. Gazing at the robust muscles concealed beneath his attire, an odd thought swiftly crosses her mind, leading her to shake her head vigorously. No, this cannot be. How could I possibly have thoughts about Qin Kong's physique? Get a grip. If this continues, I may very well transform into a woman. My mind will surely falter. Please no. Duanju's inner self wrestles fiercely against these burgeoning feelings. Yet, despite her efforts to suppress them, peculiar notions persist. The essence of human desire, driven by various hormones, has already altered her being. As the embodiment of feminine allure, her estrogen levels now far exceed those of her past, inevitably influencing her preferences and demeanor. Once she calms herself and turns to look, she discovers that Qin Kong has aimed his handgun at Fong Xian and his entourage. Oh my, what in the world is this creature? Fong Xian's subordinates exclaim in terror, for they witness firsthand that not only do bullets fail to pierce Zhao Xiaonyo's cheek, but even the long knives wielded by his companions are effortlessly deflected by his arm. Get lost. A dull thud reverberates through the community, a sound so unfathomable it echoes the impact of a fist against flesh. As Zhao Xiaonyo swung his fist, the The young man who had just wielded a knife immediately tilted his head, twisted his neck, and collapsed to the ground, his life hanging in the balance. The once arrogant thugs were now struck with fear, slowly retreating. Aim for his vital points. Shoot his head and groin. He must have weaknesses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Fong Xian urgently shouted to his subordinates to bolster their morale. It must be said that his quick thinking was commendable. Even though the awakened possess formidable defenses, the eyes remain a persistent vulnerability. Upon hearing Fong Xian's words, the gang members finally came to their senses and hastily drew their pistols, preparing to unleash a hail of bullets upon Zhao Xiaonuo. However, they failed to remember that Zhao Xiaonuo would not wait idly for them. Though Zhao Xiaonuo was honest, it did not imply he was foolish. Before the group could react, he dashed forward with the speed of a sprinter, delivering a powerful kick to the nearest thug. Crack! The man let out a harrowing scream as his arm was brutally crushed between his own sternum and Zhao Xiaonuo's shoe, the sound of breaking bones echoing dreadfully, sending shivers down one's spine. My hand! My hand! The man writhed on the ground in agony. The surrounding thugs gasped in horror at the sight, and in their panic, they forgot everything else, raising their guns to commence shooting. The rapid gunfire reverberated throughout the community, smoke swirling in the air, but all bullets were effectively blocked by Zhao Xiaonuo, who raised his arms in defense. Though it stings a bit, such attacks cannot harm me. The gear provided by Kong Gu is truly formidable. He thought to himself, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Ironically, while Zhao Xiaonuo remained relatively unscathed, Fong Xian's subordinates began to wail in despair. You fool! You shot me! Don't fire into the crowd. You'll hit your own people. How do I change the magazine? Can someone tell me how to reload? I'm out of bullets. Their cacophony of complaints echoed loudly. It turned out that these handguns were scavenged from a nearby police station, with many not even knowing how to aim, merely brandishing them for show. Before long, the round of fire ceased, as all handguns fell silent, either out of ammunition or due to a lack of know-how for reloading. On the other hand, after enduring the barrage, Zhao Xiaonuo lowered his arms, a flicker of barely contained fury evident in his eyes. The thugs, witnessing his demeanor, exchanged worried glances, but before they could react, Zhao Xiaonuo raised his fist and struck the nearest thug. Wait, I thud. Another punch landed, sending the unfortunate soul flying, 3 teeth knocked out as he fell to the ground. A nearby thug attempted to assist, but his knife merely grazed Zhao Xiaonuo's back, failing to penetrate even the skin. In retaliation, Zhao Xiaonuo delivered a swift kick to the assailant's lower body, causing his face to contort in agony as he knelt, clutching himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. Ah, I'm going to die. The air was filled with the echoes of anguished cries, as none of the assailants could withstand even a single blow from Zhao Xiaonuo. In less than half a minute, half of them lay sprawled on the ground, leaving Duanju on the balcony in a state of astonishment at the sheer ferocity of the battle. Has Xiaonuo become so powerful after equipping that extraordinary artifact? He seems even stronger than I am, she pondered. By the way, do these fools lack skills? Why aren't they using them? Duanju's mind was rife with confusion. However, her assumptions were misguided. It was not that these individuals were foolish, but rather that the skills available at level 1 were largely mundane. Until their levels rose sufficiently, physical strength remained paramount in combat. It was akin to playing a MOBA game where everyone starts at level 1. In a head-on clash, the damage from basic attacks would undoubtedly outstrip that of skills. Under such circumstances, Zhao Xiaonuo had inexplicably gained an armored outfit that enhanced both defense and offense while rendering him immune to ranged damage. What hope did they have of success? No, this was untenable. They had to retreat. Realizing the dire situation, the terrified Fong Xian waved his arm and hastily called his subordinates to withdraw. As long as the green hills remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Once we return, I'll summon my elder brother to see whether you live or die. With this thought, Fong Xian's expression darkened, and in the blink of an eye, he and his companions had fled several meters away. Witnessing this, Zhao Xiaonuo was momentarily taken aback. The Heart of Steel did not enhance agility, so Zhao Xiaonuo's speed was not significantly different from that of an average person. After a moment's contemplation, He drew the pistol that Qin Kong had given him and aimed it at the back of Fong Xian's head. Yet, after a long hesitation, he found himself unable to pull the trigger. How infuriating! Zhao Xiaonyo cursed himself internally. For the future that Qin Kong had spoken of, he knew he could not afford to leave any potential threats behind. However, he found it exceedingly difficult to cross that moral threshold. It was one thing to drive away enemies, but taking a life was far too daunting for a university student. Even the individuals he had just felled had not sustained fatal injuries. Just then, amid Zhao Xiaonyo's indecision, a cold and imposing figure emerged from the balcony. I knew you wouldn't have the heart to kill, Qin Kong thought to himself, swiftly aiming his weapon at the fleeing assailants. Bang, 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 bang. As a series of shots rang out from the direction of the villa, the fleeing assailants began to drop one by one, each shot striking true to the head, resulting in instant demise. The splattered brain matter mixed with blood rained down upon the ground, sending the remaining fugitives into a state of pale terror. Even Zhao Xiaonyo trembled at the horrifying spectacle. Fong Xian and his companions, still fleeing, wore expressions of utter despair, their voices hoarse with desperate cries. No, please, we want to come back. Help, help us. Bang, 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 bang. The wails of anguish elicited no sympathy from Qin Kong. In response, there was only the cold, machine-like cadence of gunfire, methodically extinguishing the lives of Fong Xian and his followers. One by one, the thugs fell, their once arrogant demeanor replaced by tears and despair as they faced their impending demise. In their wide eyes, only deep regret and terror remained. Until the final shot rang out, even the highest ranking among them, Fong Xian, let out a chilling scream. However, perhaps due to the distance, the bullet merely grazed his shoulder. Realizing that halting would mean certain death, he gritted his teeth against the pain and veered toward a nearby building, escaping the line of fire from Qin Kong, and desperately fled the compound. You scoundrels! Just wait. You shall all perish. After uttering this threat, Fong Xian fled in a panic. As he vanished from sight, Qin Kong remained silent, yet behind him, Duanju smirked with delight, crossing her long, slender legs and playfully taunting. What a waste, letting another one slip away. Upon hearing his wife's mockery, Qin Kong turned back, only to find Duanju provocatively perched with her foot raised, gazing down at him with a challenging expression. Though her arrogance was palpable, her stunning beauty made her even more endearing than usual. Thus, Qin Kong refrained from retorting, instead smiling in response and teasingly replied, Little vixen, wait until I return, and I shall deal with you properly. Duanju's foot froze mid-air at his words. A flicker of terror rapidly surfaced in her eyes, causing her pupils to tremble ever so slightly. Oh no, I've accidentally revealed my true feelings, she thought. But this cannot be entirely my fault. It was indeed Qin Kong who missed. He's just a fish out of water. He's given himself a reason to bully me again. How infuriating. Sometimes, familiarity breeds unguarded confessions, and Duanju regretted her slip. Meanwhile, Qin Kong leaped effortlessly from the balcony, landing gracefully from several meters above, and sauntered forward with his freshly reloaded pistol. Brother Qin, Grandpa Qin. As Qin Kong approached, one of the kneeling thugs turned pale with fear. It was the one previously humiliated by Zhao Xiaonyo. In desperation, he raised his right hand in a futile attempt to shield himself while pleading for mercy. Master Qin, spare my life. I realize my mistakes and promise to change. Bang! Damn it! Enough of your prattling. Qin Kong never even glanced at him, coldly cursing inwardly. He felt no trace of sympathy, merely raising his hand as he passed to deliver a fatal shot, exploding the thug's head. The man died with eyes wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. Brother Qin, spare me. Yet another man fell, and Qin Kong showed him no mercy either, raising his hand once more to send him to his end. Bang! All enemies were treated equally. Anyone who harbored ill intentions toward Qin Kong would not leave alive. No, a marauder, fully aware that remaining would lead to his inevitable demise, resolutely endured the excruciating pain and struggled to rise from the ground, sprinting towards the distance. Yet, it was evidently futile. From a distance of merely a few dozen meters, Qin Kong could execute him with precision. Now, with less than 10 meters between them, how could he possibly miss? Bang! Thud! Demon! Demon! Bang! You shall descend into hell for this. You! Bang! Spare me. I was coerced. It was Fong Xian and his brother. Bang! 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 In the end, this loquacious youth was met with several more shots from Qin Kong. Damn it! Why is it that every time they claim to be coerced? Such tiresome words. Internally cursing, Qin Kong displayed a trace of disdain on his face. Upon regaining his senses, he observed that all the surrounding marauders lay lifeless, save for a quaking elderly woman, whose legs were weakened, kneeling on the ground, and Zhao Xiaonyo, who, startled, hurried to Qin Kong's side, bowing respectfully. I apologize, Kong Gu. Enough, it's fine. Qin Kong waved his hand, interrupting Xiaonyo. He understood that Zhao Xiaonyo felt guilt for failing to eliminate Fong Xian. However, upon reflection, even Duan Zhu, who had committed countless murders in his past life, exhibited considerable reluctance when pressing the detonation button. Initially, Qin Kong did not possess the nonchalance to take lives. There was always a process involved. Thus, he calmly educated Zhao Xiaonyo. Times have changed. Your kindness does not guarantee others will appreciate it. This time, let it be, but next time remember to eradicate the root. All right, yes. Seeing that Qin Kong was not making things difficult for him, Zhao Xiaonyo quickly straightened up and responded, his eyes reflecting an increased respect. Truly, Kong Gu, humble and unrestrained by trivialities. I shall follow you steadfastly from now on. Excitement shimmered in Zhao Xiaonyo's gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Kong had gradually approached the elderly woman with his pistol in hand, displaying an enigmatic smile as he spoke in a chilling tone. Oh dear, who do we have here? Is that not Aunt Tian? A small Qin. You wouldn't dare to shoot Auntie, would you? Aunt Tian trembled, raising her right hand in a feeble attempt to persuade, appearing much like a shivering dog. Of course not, my dear neighbor. Qin Kong replied with a calm smile, retrieving his phone from his pocket and leisurely opening the WeChat interface. After all, I am not a demon. Let the others in the community decide your fate. I trust you. Wouldn't mind, would you? Qin Kong said with a cheerful grin, while a profound terror etched itself onto Aunt Tian's face. Chapter 28. The elderly woman, what do you mean by letting others decide? Xiao Qin, are you jesting with the old lady? Ha ha. Do I appear to be joking? Observing the old woman feigning ignorance, Qin Kong pressed the gun firmly against her forehead, causing Aunt Tian to tremble, her complexion shifting from ashen to pale. The cold, merciless muzzle felt like the very fingertip of death, relentlessly pressing into her brow. Mere seconds passed before she succumbed to the overwhelming pressure, collapsing to the ground in a desperate plea. Spare me. I am left with no choice. Outside are all zombies, and I have little food at home. If I cannot procure sustenance, I shall starve. Xiao Qin, at my age, how can I muster the strength to slay zombies? Please, have mercy and release this old woman. As she spoke, the old woman began to weep, her body quivering as though she had endured great injustice. However, Qin Kong felt not the slightest flicker of compassion. Using the association's name to exert power, she had rampantly scavenged resources with her team, even inviting the underworld into the community as their lackeys. Such a menace in any base during the apocalypse would be a ticking time bomb. More terrifying was her utter oblivion to her own wickedness. Qin Kong was determined to make this old hag understand the depths of her repulsiveness. I shall repeat myself. Qin Kong's tone grew increasingly impatient as his slender fingers slowly squeezed the trigger, presenting an image of one poised to fire at any moment. Produce your phone and inquire among the residents how they wish to handle you. If there is no resolution in 3 minutes, I shall execute you. Xiao Qin. Aunt Tian, overwhelmed with terror, attempted to resist. Yet, she was met with Qin Kong's even more ferocious command. Hurry and ask. All right, I will ask. I will ask. Realizing that her pleas for mercy were in vain, Aunt Tian hastily retrieved her phone, her brow drenched in cold sweat, her trembling hands desperately attempting to type. Everyone, all in the group, the bad guys have been driven away by Xiao Qin. The community is safe now. The underworld has been vanquished by Qin Gu? How could that be? That group seemed to be armed to the teeth. Qin Gu is too formidable. Upon reading Aunt Tian's message, the previously silent community group sprang back to life. The residents, fearful that the underworld would come knocking, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon learning of Qin Kong's victory. Yet, this atmosphere of joy was short-lived as someone sensed an anomaly. Wait a moment? The one sending the message is Aunt Tian? How is she still alive? Was she not with the underworld? What are you saying, Xiao Lu? Sensing the shift in mood, Aunt Tian hurriedly interrupted, her fingers flying over the keys. Aunt Tian was coerced as well. I never intended to invite the bad guys. Right now, Xiao Qin has misunderstood me, believing I am one of their accomplices, and wishes for you to decide my fate. You cannot wrongfully accuse me at this moment. Please help clarify. Is that the case? Did we misunderstand her? Upon hearing Aunt Tian's words, the residents of the community expressed their bewilderment, yet Aunt Tian's face, marked by a hint of cunning, betrayed a flicker of mischief. If I appear a bit pitiful and humble, surely everyone in the group will forgive me, right? After all, I am an elder, and respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue of society. Moreover, I spoke of deciding on departure rather than life or death. In the worst case, they would merely expel me from the community. Let us see about that, Qin brat. You wish me ill, do you? I will find a way to make you pay. I am not one to be trifled with. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Aunt Tian's gaze grew increasingly sinister, her gritted teeth contorting her expression into something grotesque. Nevertheless, she did not forget to continue feigning ignorance in the group, sweetly explaining to everyone. Indeed, it was all a misunderstanding. Now that the villains have been driven away, the community is safe, and there's no need for such tension. As for what I was misunderstood about, it's fine, I forgive you all. My memory isn't what it used to be. I've forgotten everything, so let it all go. After saying this, Aunt Tian sent 3 rose emojis, as if the matter had truly reached a perfect conclusion. However, just as she reveled in her cleverness, contemplating how to exact revenge on the entire community, a particularly outspoken member of the group resurfaced. Forget it, you old hag. I curse you. The unabashed insult boldly appeared in the group chat. This stunned Aunt Tian, who had just moments ago been basking in her triumph, as she stared at her phone in disbelief at the ensuing messages. The shameless old crone, even at this juncture, was still attempting to save face, claiming to forgive us. Little do they know, this old hag had raided several supplies with the Survival Association's officials yesterday. They were too afraid to confront the zombies, so they looted from us instead. The few boxes of instant noodles I painstakingly found were reduced to just 4 packets for me. And then she proclaimed, we must consolidate supplies for the association's safekeeping, lest we attract zombies. This is for the safety of the entire community. I can't believe your nonsense. This arrogant, elderly bully should be dealt with by Qin Kong. You should just die. The more this individual spoke, the more agitated they became, and Aunt Tian's complexion grew increasingly pale. Soon, these words ignited the collective outrage of all the surviving residents. Indeed, bullying the weak is disgraceful. She deserves to be dealt with. I too have been robbed, just by Li Hao and his gang. My family is left with nothing but some dried noodles. Can Qin see this? Qin, please take action for us. Let us rid ourselves of this wretch. It would be best to deal with Li Hao and his crew as well. Yes, let us dispose of them. As the conversation progressed, the chat group was inundated with an incessant stream of one characters. Witnessing this spectacle, Aunt Tian's hands trembled uncontrollably, fear causing her body to shake once more. With her last ounce of strength, she furiously typed in the group. What you are doing is wrong. It is slander. I am innocent. If Qin Kong truly kills me, you will all be accomplices. You shall descend into hell. Thoughts of hell are not meant for the living. In the face of Aunt Tian's final struggle, a familiar ID suddenly appeared, catching even Qin Kong off guard. It was Qianyi. She sought to seize the opportunity to showcase herself before Qin Kong. Now we truly wish to see you in hell, you old hag. Perish already. As Qianyi's words echoed, Aunt Tian felt a mixture of shock and fury. for Qian Yi and her friend Chang Xiaolin were also officials in the association. Their flirtations had garnered the favor of Li Hao, who had even allocated resources to please them, often more than Aunt Tian received. Wretched woman, harlot, treacherous little beast. You deserve to die. Fear and anger clouded Aunt Tian's mind, and she clutched her phone, cursing vehemently, resembling a madwoman. Yet, upon regaining her senses, she found Qin Kong gazing at her with a mix of indifference and mockery. After all, nothing was more entertaining than watching these wretched creatures turn on each other. Xiao Qin, spare me. The situation was beyond remedy. Aunt Tian knew she was powerless to reverse her fate and could only abandon her last shred of dignity. Clutching Qin Kong's leg and crying out in desperation, her face streaked with tears, a comical yet pitiable sight. Yes, I have over 100,000 in savings. I have a beautiful daughter working in Korea. I can introduce her to you. All for you. Please spare my life, and I will definitely. Bang. With the sound of the gunshot, Aunt Tian's pleas were abruptly silenced. Her contorted body collapsed to the ground, blood and brains spilling onto the floor, but no one cared. Only Qin Kong, with a look of disdain, kicked her aside and dusted off his trousers, muttering to himself, "Speak your mind, but do not soil my clothing. Xiao Niu, clean up as before." Understood, Brother Kong. Xiao Niu quickly stood at attention, acknowledging the command. Thus, this incident finally came to a close, and in a cheerful mood, Qin Kong hummed a tune as he made his way back to the villa. Meanwhile, inside the villa, while Qin Kong executed Aunt Tian, Duanju had already comfortably settled onto the bed, playfully wiggling her fair, tender feet while scrolling through her phone. Finally dealt with those annoying pests. They were too soft. Qin Kong must be defeated by me, after all. But alas, what a waste of time. Instead of this, I could have killed more zombies to level up. By the way, I remember the system unlocked some features last time, didn't it? Let us take a look. Unable to vanquish the zombies, delving into the research system seems a worthy endeavor. Duanju has no desire to be a mere ornamental figure, idly consuming resources. She must incessantly seek ways to enhance her strength. Only through such relentless pursuit can she hope to defeat Qin Kong in the future and emerge as a formidable and charismatic demon nun. Herein lies the Awakening Coin Mall. My current Awakening coins amount to 263? How pitiful. Duanju couldn't help but mentally scoff. After all, Qin Kong had spent over 20,000 on mere teleportation artifacts. At this rate, it would take her 3 months just to repay Qin Kong's expenditure. Upon opening the mall interface, an entire page filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of items appeared. Artifacts, weapons, food, and consumables alike. Unsurprisingly, any equipment-related items commenced at several hundred and could even soar into the thousands. Even a potent healing syringe demanded 200 Awakening coins, which was nothing short of an extravagant luxury for Duanju. This is exorbitantly priced. I can hardly afford anything, Duanju lamented while scratching her head in frustration. However, her attention was soon captured by an item glowing with a red radiance. Squinting her eyes, she scrutinized it closely and recited aloud. SS-grade artifact. Divine Bloom device, priced at 150,000 Awakening coins. Enhances all attributes by 30. Randomly strengthens the host's flying-related skills, allowing an additional 3 releases upon use, with a 20 increase in magical consumption. SS-grade. Chapter 29. Acquiring the finest upon returning home, Qin Kong felt a peculiar sensation. His wife and maid, Duanju, did not greet him at the stairs as expected. Instead, she was perched upon the bed in their bedroom, exuding an air reminiscent of a villainess. With her pristine legs crossed and a smug smile adorning her face, she swayed her feet in the air while casting a disdainful glance at him, her expression brimming with condescension. How laughable, Duanju scoffed, her eyes narrowed in derision. In response, Qin Kong furrowed his brow in confusion and approached, attempting to embrace her. However, he was unexpectedly met with a swift slap that sent his hand recoiling. What audacity! How dare you touch me? She exclaimed. Do you wish to be punished? Qin Kong, taken aback, stammered in terror, though his words were laced with jest. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Duanju appeared to be reveling in her moment of triumph. provoking an unsettling irritation within him. Has this woman lost her mind? He mused inwardly, his gaze betraying a hint of skepticism. In light of his reaction, Duanju spread her arms wide, a triumphant grin gracing her lips as she shook her head and explained with feigned exasperation. Teske. You naive fool, relying on underhanded tactics to intimidate others. Let me inform you, the coveted SS-level artifact you desire is available in my marketplace. Should you wish to acquire it, you must first release me from this collar. Otherwise, humph. As she spoke, she lifted her foot, playfully stepping on Qin Kong with her soft sole, asserting her lofty status. Yet, Qin Kong merely narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from his gaze as he deftly grasped her ankle. Hey, you! Duanju exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Before she could comprehend the situation, her body slid downward rapidly, leaving her in a rather comical pose with her foot in the air. Despite her efforts to extricate herself, she found herself helplessly trapped, leading her to exclaim in a mix of urgency and frustration. What are you doing? Let me go. I possess SS-level artifacts in my marketplace. If you dare lay a hand on me again, I shall withhold them from you. Are you really such a fool? Should you choose not to provide them, then so be it. Qin Kong replied with a playful smile, observing the delightful creature in a state of uproar. He felt no ire. Rather, he found amusement in teasing her as one would a pet, giving her foot a gentle shake in the air. Foolish woman, you seem to forget that even if you obtain the SS-level artifact, it is meant for your use, and without funds you cannot purchase it. Shouldn't it be you who is pleading with me now? At this, Duanju's eyes widened in sudden realization, her pupils reflecting a mix of panic and amusement. Oh my! In my preoccupation with the SS-level designation, I completely overlooked that Qin Kong's artifact slots are already full. On a side note, why have I been so presumptuous lately? My mind feels rather muddled, and I inexplicably long to teach him a lesson. Could it be that the female form influences intelligence as well? That shouldn't be the case. Wait. Could it be? A drop of cold sweat slowly trickled down Duanju's forehead as a rather ominous thought quietly emerged in her mind. 3 years of foolishness. But soon, Duanju vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If that were true, I might as well die. Such humiliation is utterly intolerable. I aspire to be a king and to establish a vast harem. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Duanju's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. However, at that very moment, she suddenly felt a lightness in her body. It turned out that her left leg was being grasped by Qin Kong, who was lifting her halfway off the bed. Ah, you scoundrel, let me go. It's not like I truly desire that SS-level artifact you mentioned. If you don't release me, I one tea cook for you. In her frantic state, Duanju flailed her arms wildly, attempting to wriggle free from Qin Kong's grasp. Yet, to Qin Kong, her struggles appeared as nothing more than childish antics. So you claim to not want this artifact? This? Upon hearing those words, Duanju hesitated, while a mocking smile crept onto Qin Kong's face. You say you don't want it, yet your body is rather honest. Your nervous demeanor is so easy to read. If you truly desire it, just voice your wishes clearly and beg your master properly. You, as Qin Kong's triumphant laughter echoed, a flush of anger deepened on Duanju's cheeks. Damn Qin Kong, to tease me with such tactics, treating me like a fool every single time. This is intolerable. But, without a valuable artifact, it will be exceedingly difficult for me to contend with him in the future. Am I destined to be bullied by him for a lifetime? How infuriating! How infuriating! The more she pondered this, the greater her resentment grew, and her frustrated expression, with her biting her lip, was undeniably adorable. Yet, upon seeing Qin Kong's arrogant face, she could never bring herself to utter a plea for mercy. Though Qin Kong was undeniably handsome and wealthy, Duanju refused to be regarded as a foolish wife. I don't want it. Buy it if you wish. Turning her head, Duanju scoffed, believing that such disdain would free her from Qin Kong's teasing. Little did she know, in the next moment, Qin Kong smirked and assertively declared, Incorrect answer. I must punish you. What a lunatic. Thus, a minute later, the farce concluded. The contrite Duanju knelt on the bed like a maid, her obedient posture entirely devoid of the earlier confidence, though her face still brimmed with indignation. Meanwhile, Qin Kong placed his hand atop Duanju's head, utilizing his inspection function to directly view the information from the marketplace, thus discovering the artifact. Indeed, it is an SS-level artifact. Qin Kong mused to himself, displaying a hint of surprise. It's a red square item. What incredible luck! What is a red square? Listening to Qin Kong's words, Duanju curiously inquired about the red item she had just seen, initially assuming its color was due to its exceptional quality. In response, Qin Kong patiently explained to his wife, in everyone's marketplace, there exists a red square, where the items refresh at a fixed rate of a grade or above. This refresh occurs daily, and all items are available at a 30% discount. Once an item is purchased, the red square will not refresh with new items for a certain period. In other words, it serves as a periodically discounted goods section. Ah, I see. Upon hearing the explanation, Duanju blinked, but soon realized something and excitedly reminded Qin Kong. Let us purchase it quickly. After all, who knows when the next SS-grade item will appear? Moreover, it's on sale, so buying it would certainly not be a loss. Well, that is indeed true. Hearing Duanju's suggestion, Qin Kong thoughtfully stroked his chin, appearing somewhat hesitant. In my previous life, I never heard of an SS-grade item refreshing in the red square. You lucked out and saw it the very next day after acquiring the marketplace skill. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. However, the effect of this peculiar item seems rather strange. As they exchanged glances once more at the peculiar item's effect. SS-grade peculiar item. Holy Bloom device. Enhances all attributes by 30. Randomly strengthens a flying-related skill of the host, allowing it to release an additional 3 times upon use, with a 20 increase in mana consumption. It appeared quite formidable, yet the strengthening was random, and it had to pertain to flying skills. Whether it would be useful remained uncertain. Ah, that's true. Upon hearing this, Duanju, who had initially been somewhat excited, suddenly deflated. Her lips pursed in discontent. It indeed sounds rather strange. Perhaps we should wait for something else. As she spoke, her cheeks puffed out, making her fair face resemble a round peach. Then, in the next moment, she exclaimed, "Buy!" Qin Kong unexpectedly shouted in response. Huh? Hearing the shout, Duanju turned around in confusion. But before she could fully process what was happening, Qin Kong had already used the touch of his arm to trade for the awakening coins and inadvertently purchased the Holy Bloom device for her. The host spent 150,000 awakening coins to acquire the Holy Bloom device. Hey, didn't you say it was useless? Why did you buy it? Everything unfolded too suddenly, and by the time Duanju reacted, the crystal ball adorned with fireworks patterns had already appeared in her mind. This unexpected turn of events left her somewhat irritated. Isn't this a waste of money? In response, Qin Kong simply ruffled Duanju's hair, answering in a tone that seemed stern yet was filled with affection. It will be useful sooner or later. Such a rare opportunity should not be missed. Anything my woman uses must be the best. Qin Kong continued to speak with pride, as self-assured and annoying as ever. Yet, unbeknownst to him, an inexplicable emotion quietly blossomed in Duanju's heart. Although she knew it was irrational, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy within. This fellow, you truly deserve to be cursed, Qin Kong. Do not think for a moment that I would be grateful. Not a chance. I absolutely will not. Absolutely will not. What is happening? Why are you lost in thought again? Noticing that Duanju remained unresponsive, Qin Kong tilted his head with curiosity and opened his arms, striking a pose for an embrace. I spent 150,000, you know. I am truly drained now. Are you not even going to express your gratitude? Come, let us hug. Creak, creak. As she gazed at the man before her, Duanju let out a rather menacing grinding of her teeth. After all, he did spend 150,000, which constituted a significant portion of Qin Kong's fortune from his previous life. However, just as Duanju raised her small hand, preparing to begrudgingly offer a hug of thanks, her peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Qin Kong's phone lighting up. It seemed she had spotted a name that displeased her. Duanju abandoned the open arms Qin Kong, swiftly reaching for his phone from his pocket, and pointed at the screen with a cold expression, inquiring, "Hey, Qin Kong." Qin Kong blinked, caught off guard by an unexpected wave of anxiety. "Why is Qian Yi still messaging you? Why have you not deleted her yet?" Chapter 30. You are unworthy. Unit 302, Building 2, Qian Yi. Brother Qin Kong. How are you? You were so amazing driving away all those bad people just now. You must be unhurt, right? I am quite worried. Do you need me to take care of you? I have learned nursing before and am quite adept at looking after others. In exchange, could you treat me to the lobster we had last time? Is that all right? The words displayed on the phone were as such. Meanwhile, Duanju wore an expression of indignation. As my rival, even if one were to establish a harem, it must be composed of virtuous and innocent beauties. A woman who clearly resembles a tea ceremony master is utterly unworthy of Qin Kong. How could I allow such a superficial woman to diminish my rival's stature? Jealous? What jealousy? Just kidding. There is absolutely no such thing. I simply do not wish to see my opponent lowered in status. Otherwise, defeating him would bring me no sense of honor at all. How could I possibly be jealous of a woman? While he thought this, Duanju effortlessly convinced himself, although his slightly puffed cheeks bore a distinctly pouting demeanor, reminiscent of a sulking girlfriend. Why haven't you deleted her yet? Duanju inquired again, unable to restrain herself. Observing her, Qin Kong could only scratch his head in resignation and explain, I simply forgot. Besides, whether I delete her or not makes little difference. She is merely a passerby. Noticing Qin Kong's evasive gaze, Duanju felt something was amiss, and an inexplicable agitation began to brew within her. This woman. This superficiality. How dare she send such ambiguous messages to my Qin Kong? Unforgivable. No, it must be deleted. With that thought, Duanju attempted to open WeChat to block her. Seeing this, Qin Kong hurriedly reached out, wrapping his arm around Duanju's waist while trying to reclaim his phone. Wait a moment, let me explain. His strong arm effortlessly encircled her delicate waist, and the fragrance that wafted through the air was intoxicating. Duanju's body was always soft and sweet, her rosy and dewy cheeks resembling peaches adorned with morning dew during harvest season, making Qin Kong reluctant to let go every time he embraced her. With a playful peck on her cheek, Qin Kong could not resist. However, this act only incited Duanju further. Ah, look at you. You are still trying to snatch the phone. You just don't want to delete her. A scoundrel who forgets loyalty for lust. I had considered you a worthy rival, but today I must set your thoughts straight. That is not it. I merely wanted to tease that superficial woman. After all, slaying zombies every day grows rather monotonous, and it would be a pity to delete her. What Qin Kong said held some truth. In the apocalypse, much of the time was spent indoors, and one had to find amusement to stave off boredom. However, upon hearing this, Duanju's expression turned icy. Though she was held in Qin Kong's embrace and could not break free, she still questioned him with a condescending tone. You dare refer to others as superficial? Ah? Qin Kong was taken aback. Are you implying that I can only call you that? Of course, responded almost instinctively, but soon she realized the implications of her words and hurriedly shook her head in panic, vehemently denying it. No, that's not right. Who is that wretched woman? It's all your fault for calling me that all the time. Damn you, Qin Kong. Go to hell. As she spoke, she raised her arm and threw a punch towards Qin Kong's chest. However, it was evident that she was no match for him. With a casual motion, Qin Kong seized her wrist and gently pulled her into his embrace, affectionately rubbing his cheek against hers while saying, All right, from now on, I'll call you little wretched woman. If you want to delete it, just let it go. I have no objections. Is that acceptable? Ah, that is much better. Hearing this, Duanju nodded contentedly, a smile creeping onto her lips. Yet she soon tilted her head once more, a look of confusion crossing her face. Something still seems off. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qian Yi and Cheng Xiaolin were indeed anxiously awaiting news from Qin Kong. Though she appeared adept at navigating WeChat, her pantry was bare, with no vegetables or meat left, leaving only rice mixed with chili sauce to sustain her. I've made my intentions so clear. I've never demeaned myself for any man like this. As long as Qin Kong is a man, he will surely want me. I understand dystopian literature. How could someone as strong as Qin Kong not desire a harem? Men are all the same. They all dream of having multiple wives. Even Qin Kong would surely find it hard to resist. With this thought, a smug smile formed on Qian Yi's lips, her eyes beginning to glimmer with a chilling light. That self-righteous busty woman must not think she can win a man's affection with just her assets. Just wait and see. My skills are no joke. The day Qin Kong grows weary of you will be the day I become the mistress of the villa. That mere Qin Kong will eventually be my plaything. Ha 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 ha. Lost in her fantasies of whether dinner would be lobster or steak. Chang Xiaolin timidly raised her hand and pointed at her phone. Yeah? At the sound of her voice, Qian Yi promptly turned her gaze to the phone. In the next moment, her triumphant expression shifted to one of shock, her eyes widening in disbelief as she read the simple, straightforward message. You are unworthy, leave. 5 words, nothing more, but they struck her like a thunderbolt. Unworthy. The corners of Qian Yi's eyes twitched, her anger causing her hand to tremble. Unworthy of lobster? Or unworthy of Qin Kong? Men who pursue me could line up from the train station to the commercial street. How dare he say I am unworthy? How dare he? Qin Kong, don't push your luck. Do you really think I can't survive without you? Just wait and see. There are numerous men who have slain zombies of a higher caliber than you. Once I find someone reliable, I shall return to exact my vengeance. Qian Yi furiously typed away, unable to endure the mockery and ridicule from her former backup, who treated her as if she were a fool. Yet, this was not what incited her greatest fury. Even more infuriating was the moment she sent a lengthy message. A glaring red exclamation mark suddenly popped up. You have been blocked by this user. Qin Kong, you wretched creature. A piercing scream echoed through the neighborhood. But alas, no one paid her any heed. Not even a single zombie was drawn to her cries. However, on another note, how many awakening coins do you possess? The scene shifted back to the villa, where Duanju, having finally deleted Qian Yi, felt an overwhelming sense of relief. She lay diagonally on the bed, chatting with her sister on WeChat, while playfully kicking her legs against Qin Kong's body. Seated at the edge of the bed, Qin Kong appeared unfazed by Duanju's antics, treating it merely as a back massage. Upon hearing Duanju's inquiry, he too became curious about his remaining assets, promptly opening the system interface for a look. Over 40,000 remained, though there were still plenty of weapons and items.
Qin Kong spoke nonchalantly,
seemingly indifferent to the matter of money. However, unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Duanju, who had been playfully kicking her legs, suddenly gasped in shock, turning her head to look at Qin Kong with wide, terrified eyes. What? Only 40,000 left? How can it be so little? Didn't you survive for several years in the apocalypse in your previous life? And you still think it's insufficient? Qin Kong was utterly incensed by her words, and with indignation, he retorted to Duanju, "Isn't it all spent on you? In my former life, I was neither a warlord nor the leader of any survivor base. I was merely a mercenary earning a living through completing tasks. It's a struggle for an ordinary person to save 300 system coins in a year. Managing to accumulate 200,000 is already quite impressive. How dare you complain about me?" As he spoke, Qin Kong turned and grasped the back of Duanju's neck, feigning anger as he pressed her down onto the bed. "Apologize to your master. You've squandered so much of my money without yielding any extraordinary results. It's all your fault for being so lazy yesterday and not leveling up to 10. Ha!" Qin Kong believed his furious demeanor to be quite convincing. However, Duanju, having grown familiar with him, recognized the jest. A smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth, revealing a blend of pride and charm. Even while being restrained, she mockingly taunted, "With such meager funds, we won't be able to afford SS-grade items next time we encounter them. Who knows how long we'll have to wait for another chance. Truly useless, huh?" As soon as she uttered this, the atmosphere grew notably tense. When Duanju turned her head in confusion to glance back, she discovered that Qin Kong had clenched his fists, his expression dark and teeth gritted. "I believe I mentioned before stepping out that I would teach you a lesson. Thank you for the reminder. It has brought it to my recollection." A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Duanju's forehead, a sense of foreboding rising within her heart. In the next instant, she was forcefully yanked forward, and the furious roar of Qin Kong reverberated throughout the villa. Do you seek a beating? Can you not discern your priorities? Let us see if you dare to do this again. As he spoke, Qin Kong raised his hand high. Simultaneously, Duan Ju, who was sprawled across Qin Kong's thigh, let out a terrified cry. Wait, not this one.
Ah, Qin Kong.
You truly dare to act. I shall kill you. Chapter 31. Steady transformation. Are you still troubled by your level? Are you disheartened by your inadequate skills that prevent you from attracting companions? Want to level up but are hesitant to risk your life battling monsters? Why not try this innovative creation, the Brain Machine Combat Simulator? It summons the consciousness of awakeners into a virtual realm, allowing them to enhance their magical and mental prowess by vanquishing the virtual forms of monsters they have previously encountered, all while gaining substantial experience points. Purchase now for only $99.98, not $30,000, not even $10,000, just $9,998. What do you think? Seize the moment. Only 3 units left in stock. If interested, please place your order promptly. Indeed, it has been 2 hours since vanquishing the gangsters, and at this moment, Qin Kong stood before a device, earnestly explaining to Duan Ju, "This machine is a foolish product I was deceived into buying in my past life. The rate of experience gained from killing monsters within is a mere 1, and it requires energy crystals purchased from the system for recharging. I had intended to let it gather dust in my space, but since we're not going out today, you might as well use this machine to enhance your combat skills. The remaining energy should last for a few days without issue." The device's exterior is white, while its interior is soft, resembling a hibernation pod from a science fiction film. One can presumably lie inside to enter the so-called virtual environment. As for this remarkable contraption, Duan Ju merely complained, rubbing her backside. "Why didn't you bring out such a fun device sooner? We could have leveled up at home. A mere 1 experience. It hardly feels worth the effort to slay so few." Qin Kong, somewhat speechless, critiqued the situation. Yet Duan Ju had already reclined inside, donned the helmet, and closed the hatch, which exuded an inexplicable vibe reminiscent of a robotic cockpit. "In light of this new toy you've provided, I shall forgive you this once. Can it simulate combat scenarios? Then I shall challenge 10,000 zombies and train to become an apocalypse master." With that thought, a triumphant expression graced Duan Ju's face. Observing her keen interest, Qin Kong chose not to interrupt as she retreated to her room to change clothes. However, before she could close her door, her voice resonated from the living room once more. "Oh, Kong, I've stewed some ribs in the kitchen. Remember to turn off the heat in an hour and a half." "Understood," Qin Kong replied casually, yet after agreeing, he curiously stroked his chin, sensing something amiss. What is this pervasive sense of mundanity? Why is there not a shred of apocalyptic atmosphere? Qin Kong found himself perplexed by his current lifestyle. In his previous life, he had toiled relentlessly to survive in the apocalypse, often engaging in bloody battles with zombie monsters for a single morsel of food. Yet in this life, his days seemed excessively indulgent. Not only had his strength far surpassed the global standard, ensuring maximum safety, but Duan Ju also delighted in preparing various exquisite dishes daily, causing him to lose all sense of the urgency of the apocalypse. Nevertheless, what does it matter? A tranquil life is indeed quite splendid. After all, was not my arduous struggle in a previous life aimed precisely at this? If I could have a child, that would be even more delightful. Moreover, my rebirth is not a mere gift from the heavens. It is a reward for my own diligence. Why should I not indulge in the fruits of my labor? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a faint smile graced Qin Kong's lips. However, this was precisely what made Qin Kong remarkable. His assertion was not born of arrogance. In his previous existence, his awakening skill involved sacrificing all abilities below level 30 in exchange for an unknown effect, the nature of which remained a mystery even to him. While others frantically hunted monsters to gain skills and ascend to power, Qin Kong could only scrape by with meager attributes acquired through leveling, fostering a remarkably cautious and even obsessive personality. This was why he could dispatch his foes with lethal efficiency, striking true every time. Later, as the monstrous tide swept across China, humanity found itself on the brink of annihilation, and even he had forgotten that he possessed an unknown effect skill. It was only after his death and subsequent rebirth that Qin Kong realized his awakening skill allowed him to return to the time before the apocalypse, retaining all skills and items acquired in his previous life. The caveat was that he had to survive to level 30 without any skills, a challenge that was nothing short of hellish. I shall never again endure the days of displacement. In this life, no one shall persecute me. As for the present, he chuckled softly. While Duanju was still honing her monster-slaying techniques in the simulation machine, Qin Kong had already donned fresh attire and nimbly leaped from the upper floor, his cold gaze swiftly locking onto the northwest. How could he miss? From the very beginning, he had intentionally let Fang Xian escape. The bullet bore his magical essence. Within a 30-kilometer radius, as long as no shielding skills were employed, he could perceive everything clearly. He intended to lure Fang Xian back in order to dismantle the entire organization. To offend me and still wish to live? Not a chance. With a swift motion, Qin Kong's figure vanished from the community. Meanwhile, inside the simulation machine, how extraordinary! Upon activating the simulation machine, Duanju felt as though she had traversed dimensions. After a dazzling flash of white light, she found herself in a new city, devoid of zombies or the living, with only her standing foolishly in the middle of an empty street. Ding! You have entered the combat simulation environment. You may switch the environment and enemies based on your memories. For any requests, simply visualize them in your mind and confirm. Oh, is this not a smart version of VR goggles? This seems quite intriguing. Let me try summoning a few zombies. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a series of eerie growls emanated from behind. Duanju quickly turned around to discover several staggering zombies emerging from around the corner. They look surprisingly realistic. Oh no, it should be said that it is exactly the same. With this thought, Duanju's eyes turned cold as he assumed a combat stance and launched his attack. Unsurprisingly, Duanju, equipped with an SS-level artifact and boasting an impressive level 8, swiftly annihilated the ordinary zombies as if they were mere insects. A powerful left hook dislodged the chin of a corpulent zombie, followed by an uppercut that sent a clawing security zombie flying. A suited zombie attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Duanju executed a high kick that propelled it several meters away, the tip of his shoe tracing an elegant arc in the air, creating an almost perfect angle of 160 degrees between his thigh and the ground. In this moment, the grace and flexibility of his physique were vividly displayed, and such maneuvers were child's play for Duanju. Humph! I look absolutely dashing, he mused, a smug smile gracing his face. However, this satisfaction was swiftly extinguished by the system's notification. Ding! Host has killed ordinary zombies virtual 3, earning 0.03 experience points. This was rather paltry. Unable to contain his frustration upon hearing the system prompt, Duanju muttered a curse. Yet, upon reflection, it was merely a training simulator, and any experience gained was a bonus. What more could he ask for? Nevertheless, a mind as astute as Duanju's could hardly refrain from seeking to explore new functionalities of the simulator. If I keep practicing by killing zombies, it feels rather tedious. No wonder Qin Kong said this device is a scam. But what if? What if my hypothetical opponent is Qin Kong? Buzz? Buzz? Buzz. Huh? The moment this thought materialized, the imagery of the street flickered, and a man with icy eyes and an emotionless demeanor appeared before Duanju. The sight took him by surprise. Is it really possible? It's truly Qin Kong. Wait a moment. If that's the case. Duanju's pupils quivered slightly. He suddenly realized that he could continuously practice within the simulator, honing his skills until he could completely overpower Qin Kong. Then, he could return to the real world to challenge him and ultimately prevail, seizing his freedom. He. Ahahaha. The mere thought of that unruly man being brought low beneath his feet made Duanju tremble with excitement. A deranged smile crept onto his face, and his clear black eyes sparkled with a red glint, his body and mind aflame with anticipation. Qin Kong. Qin Kong. Who would have thought you could make a miscalculation? With this apparatus, I shall undoubtedly discover the means to defeat you. No matter how many attempts it takes, one day, I will have you beneath my heel. And for now, the simulator, begin. Let him attack me, Duanju declared triumphantly, striking a battle pose. ready to confront Qin Kong in a contest of supremacy. However, the next second, whoosh, huh? Amidst a strange gust of wind, Duanju's vision was suddenly propelled into the sky. All the scenes whirled past rapidly, the entire world spinning in a chaotic dance. Until a second later, a sudden thud resonated in her ears, and Duanju felt an excruciating pain at the back of her head, simultaneously witnessing her headless body standing a short distance away. Was I instantly killed? When did that happen? I barely caught a glimpse. Duanju's heart screamed in terror. Fortunately, the simulation opportunity mitigated the fear and pain of death to a certain extent. Otherwise, she would likely have succumbed to madness from the severing of her head. Attention, host has entered a state of near death. If the brain dies in the virtual world, the simulation machine will immediately eject, deducting a small portion of mental energy. Please utilize the reset function to restore your body. I see, Duanju silently acknowledged upon hearing the simulation machine's prompt. However, before she could utter the word reset in her mind, the virtual figure of Qin Kong abruptly appeared before her head, raising its right arm to gather a chilling surge of magical power, its gaze devoid of any compassion, akin to a harbinger of death descending from the abyss. The palm, pulsating with dark energy, resembled a concentrated laser cannon from a science fiction film, leaving Duanju no opportunity to react. Wait a moment. Boom! The sound of the simulation chamber door opening echoed. Drenched in cold sweat, Duanju tore off her helmet and sat up abruptly, touching her face multiple times to ensure it had not been burned away. In a voice trembling with fear, she muttered to herself, "Is this for real? Do I really need to endure a finishing blow? This is excessively meticulous." Chapter 32 Annihilation Squeak. Squeak. On the desolate streets, a grotesque rat suddenly emerged from the sewer. Its fur was filthy, its eyes a ghastly crimson, and its massive form had grown to twice its size from before the apocalypse, exuding a sinister black aura that clearly indicated it was no ordinary creature. In this post-apocalyptic world, animals had also evolved. This creature, laden with pestilence and dark energy, scoured the streets in search of sustenance. Be it severed limbs or fresh bloodstains, it sought out the remnants of a meal, soon spotting a carcass ravaged by zombies, now reduced to mere bones. The rat's eyes glowed with an even more intense red. Ignoring the surrounding zombies, it lunged forward with a bloodthirsty ferocity. Then, squeak, mid-leap, the rat was seized by a pair of enormous hands. It was a zombie, lurking nearby, that had discovered its presence. The panicked rat began to thrash desperately, writhing as it gnawed at the zombie's fingers, its sharp teeth piercing through to reveal the stark whiteness of bone, blood flowing steadily from the pale knuckles. Yet, alas, the zombie felt no pain. It cared not for the fate of a few fingers. The zombie understood only that the rat was a rare delicacy, its abundant dark energy essential for its own evolution. While the rat continued its futile struggle, the zombie hoisted it above its head, then opened its gaping maw and squeezed with all its might. Crack! With the sound of shattering bones, the rat's body was utterly crushed, leaving behind only a repulsive, crimson pulp that flowed into the zombie's mouth. Having ingested new genetic material and accumulated sufficient energy, the zombie's body began to respond, sprouting glossy black fur and eerie fangs, its once decayed muscles regenerating as a brand new stage of monstrosity was on the verge of emergence. However, suddenly, the newly evolved zombie's head was severed cleanly from its body. A shift in perspective revealed that it was Qin Kong, who had casually dispatched it with a swift strike, appearing as nonchalant as if he had merely kicked a stray dog to death, never sparing the zombie a second glance. Ding, host has slain a pestilent zombie one, gaining 12 experience points. Ah, indeed. Hearing the system's notification, Qin Kong clicked his tongue in annoyance. The higher the level, the less experience one gains from slaying lower-level zombies. The monsters are evolving too slowly. At this rate, even I will struggle to level up quickly. It seems I must devise a strategy to gather monsters together. By the way, doesn't Duanju's physique attract zombies? It appears that every time I take her out, we encounter higher-tier creatures. Perhaps I should take her out again next time. Oh, it seems we've arrived? As these thoughts flitted through his mind, Qin Kong deftly maneuvered to the base of a towering office building. The sign prominently displaying the words New World Group, confirming that this was indeed the territory of Fong Xian and his associates. Within the building, a palpable energy lingered, suggesting a considerable number of individuals were present. With a subtle use of his perceptive abilities, Qin Kong discerned that the human count exceeded 50, which elicited a measure of surprise from him. Peering stealthily through the entrance, he noted that the grand hall was devoid of any occupants, while a plethora of chairs had been stacked at the staircase, presumably to fend off zombies. This indicated that Fong Xian and his group were not entirely foolish. Are they all on the second floor? Qin Kong mused, following the trail of energy. Suddenly, he crouched and, with a gentle leap, soared over 5 meters high, effortlessly grasping the stone ornament outside the window. From this vantage point, he could easily glimpse the interior of the building. What he beheld was shocking. Stop! Please don't hit me! Have mercy! Who gave you permission to speak? How many times must I remind you that you are merely Fong Gu's dogs? Dare to utter another word. Woof! 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 Several women knelt pitifully on the ground, surrounded by a gang of brutish thugs who, while brazenly consuming beer, unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon them. The uniforms of the afflicted revealed that many were white-collar workers from other companies within the office building, now subjected to the demeaning treatment of these petty, triumphantly arrogant goons. Each woman bore various injuries, and as they gazed upon the grinning faces of their tormentors, they could only feign servility in hopes of eliciting a smile, which might spare them further punishment. Yet the horror did not end there. In the corners of the room huddled numerous trembling men, women, and children, all similarly marred by wounds, their faces etched with fear and despair, seeking solace in one another's embrace, too terrified to meet the eyes of their oppressors. Observing this sordid and violent tableau, Qin Kong could not suppress a sardonic smile, silently deriding the situation. Such atrocities within merely 4 days. Fong Xian and his lot truly deserve their fate. However, their identity holds no consequence for me. Whether good or bad, those who provoke my ire meet only death. Speaking of which, it appears there is a rather formidable individual among them. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze gradually shifted to the man at the center of the hall. He was unmistakably the leader of this gang, possessing a muscular physique and clad in a flamboyant shirt. His fierce countenance, devoid of hair on both his head and eyebrows, was intimidating enough to instill fear with just a glance. At that moment, Fong Xian, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder, stood beside this man. His earlier arrogance vanished. Now, he wept and lamented, using all his limbs to plead with the man in the floral shirt. Brother, when will we exact our revenge? I cannot bear this humiliation. I want to eliminate Zhao Xiaonyo and Qin Kong. Why the urgency? In a hurry to meet your maker? The floral shirt offered no regard for Fong Xian, cruelly trampling the head of the woman kneeling at his feet while mockingly rebuking his younger brother. Isn't this all because you wish to pursue women outside, leading to this mess? I have long warned you that the situation is precarious, with numerous monsters lurking in the city. Prioritizing our upgrades is of utmost importance. You fool, refuse to heed my words and have recklessly lost the lives of over a dozen brothers. If it weren't for the fact that you are my brother, I would have long since rendered you powerless. His tone was ferocious, sending a chill down the spines of his underlings wielding whips. However, Fong Xian remained unfazed, desperately pleading with his brother. But brother, you are my only hope for vengeance. Zhao Xiaonyo rampages like a fool, annihilating our brothers, and Qin Kong, relying on his sharpshooting, has been relentlessly attacking from above. Look at my arm. It may very well be useless. If we let them be, they will undoubtedly become your adversaries. We must act swiftly. At this point, Fong Xian's voice trembled with emotion, on the verge of tears, as he was not accustomed to being bullied and had never suffered harm before. In contrast, the floral shirt regarded his brother with disdain, crushing the woman's body beneath his shoe while sneering arrogantly. Fong Xian, you simply fail to comprehend. Do you not realize what the apocalypse is for? It is our opportunity to rise. Those high-born elites and second-generation rich, once so imposing, would provoke whispers of gangster from even the common folk. But now, they have become our dogs. Dogs are everywhere. Why must you seek discomfort in that place? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he viciously stomped on the woman again, who, trembling on the ground, dared not utter a sound, merely sobbing quietly. But brother, I cannot swallow this insult. Seeing the floral shirt unmoved, Fong Xian ground his teeth in frustration. However, he soon recalled something and pulled out his phone to show his brother a photo. And brother, don't you desire this woman? I have never seen such a stunning beauty in my life. It would be a pity if you did not take her. Is that so? Initially indifferent, the floral shirt's demeanor shifted dramatically upon viewing the photo of Duanju, his eyes soon gleaming with avarice. If that is the case, it does seem appealing. Right. So brother, when shall we seek our revenge? To this, the floral shirt wore an enigmatic smile in response to his brother's inquiry. Meanwhile, outside the window, Qin Kong, having eavesdropped on the entire conversation, scratched his cheek and silently summoned forth his black longsword from the depths of his spatial realm. His adversaries were but a collection of lowly, inept fools, and it was evident that the ensuing scene would unfold with Qin Kong shattering through the window, delivering a suave and menacing proclamation amidst the astonished and enraged inquiries of the villains, mercilessly exacting punishment for their audacity to covet his wife. Was it not a trivial matter for a reborn powerhouse like Qin Kong to handle such scum? Those who dared insult Duanju would surely face his wrath. He must enter, vanquish them, humiliate them, and then mete out brutal retribution. However, that was a grave miscalculation, a monumental error. Qin Kong would not act in such a manner. Such a notion is non-existent. His expression grew increasingly grave, and his eyes gleamed with the same profound and icy light as before. The principle of the apocalypse is to exert one's utmost effort, to go all out, and to show no mercy. Granting the enemy an opportunity is akin to digging one's own grave. Every life is singular, and to survive, one must never hold back. To brazenly enter and flaunt oneself?
What ist?
Within 10 seconds, eliminate them all. Skill activated. Veil of the night. What was happening? Suddenly, Hua Chunshan and Fong Xian emitted cries of terror. In an instant, the second floor of the office building was enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, rendering it pitch black, where even the slightest sound became indistinct. Sensing the peril, Hua Chunshan hastily rose, glancing around in panic, but no matter how hard he strained his eyes, he could not discern anything in the gloom. Even the woman at his feet had vanished without a trace. Yet, in the dimness, he seemed to perceive a spectral figure darting about the room. Brother Fong, help! The thick shroud of darkness muffled most of the sounds. Even though they were close at hand, Hua Chunshan could only hear faint cries. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, as an unknown dread quickened his heartbeat. Driven by instinct, Hua Chunshan steeled his resolve and activated his skill. Enhanced combat form, Titan's embrace. Crack, crack, crack. His bones emitted an eerie sound. The once 7-meter-tall Hua Chunshan began to swell in size. As he reached around 2 meters, his muscles became densely packed to an extreme degree, and he swung his fists twice, fearful of that specter approaching him. Yet, in reality, he struck nothing. What is happening? What on earth is going on? A growing cascade of sweat poured from Hua Chunshan's brow, and fear caused his heart to race. Just as he took a deep breath, preparing to roar into the darkness, a long blade suddenly pierced through his body. The shroud of darkness rapidly receded, revealing only a scene of carnage and the cold-eyed figure of a black-clad assassin. Thud! Qin Kong, expressionless, withdrew the blade, crimson blood splattering onto the floor, while Hua Chunshan, racked with excruciating pain, fell to his knees, clutching his abdomen. At this moment, his pupils had dilated to their maximum, for he had clearly witnessed the decapitated body of Fong Xian lying lifeless at his feet, with all his subordinates, without exception, having perished in an instant. Each had succumbed to a single fatal blow, yet the man before him displayed not a shred of compassion. Instead, he regarded him with the disdainful gaze one might reserve for refuse, silently raising the bloodied blade to his throat. Wait, just a moment. The man in the floral shirt sensed the imminent peril and desperately raised his hand to halt the impending doom. Allow me to speak. Grant me the clarity of understanding before my demise. Just wait a moment, please. In response to the floral shirt man's pleas for mercy, Qin Kong's movements momentarily faltered. Although his gaze remained as frigid as ever, his silence seemed to tacitly permit the man's request. Consequently, the floral shirt man, now filled with dread, inquired with palpable terror, "Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? I bear you no grudge. Is it truly necessary to resort to such lethal measures from the outset? Are you here to rescue these people? If so, take them all away, or do you simply revel in killing? If that is the case, we could collaborate. I could assist you in finding more swine to slay. You have already annihilated all my subordinates, and now you intend to take my brother as well. There is no need to eradicate me entirely. Why do you remain silent? What is it that you desire? At the very least, articulate your intentions so that I may comprehend." As he spoke further, the tremor in his voice intensified, for Qin Kong's expression remained unwavering, akin to that of an unfeeling machine. It was not until Qin Kong cast a fleeting glance at the body of Fong Xian on the ground that the floral shirt man, seizing upon this motion, suddenly grasped the reality of the situation and gasped in astonishment. You are Qin Kong? I hadn't even had the chance to exact my revenge on him before he came for me? Is this reasonable?" Having delivered his final words, the utterly astonished man was met with Qin Kong's chilling response, and in an instant, the blade descended, striking mercilessly towards his head. "Wait!" Crack Chapter 33. Nurturing the novice after decisively slaying the adversary before him. Tranquility finally enveloped the world. Qin Kong expressionlessly flicked his long blade, allowing the remnants of his grim task to splatter upon the ground, creating a vivid trace of crimson. Witnessing this scene, the slaves adorned in floral shirts trembled in fear. Despite their awareness that the man had liberated them, none dared to approach him in gratitude. After all, even the likes of the floral shirt individuals and Fong Xian lacked the ruthless decisiveness exhibited by Qin Kong, whose blade fell with unwavering certainty. Noticing the silence that engulfed the onlookers, Qin Kong reluctantly sheathed his weapon and turned to address a middle-aged man among them. "Hey!" Startled by the sudden call, the man jumped to his feet, standing amidst a cluster of women and children, visibly trembling in panic. What is it, brother? Brother?" Qin Kong's brow furrowed slightly at this address, as he seemed less than pleased by the appellation. "While I may have been reborn and possess a more mature mindset, I appear to be only in my 20s, do I not? Zhao Xiaoniu may call me brother, but why do you address me as such? Is it a matter of demeanor?" He pondered, casting his gaze towards a nearby mirror. Reflected was a figure wielding a long blade, clad in a black trench coat, his blood-stained attire billowing gently, and his indifferent eyes holding the weight of experience. Although Qin Kong's features were strikingly youthful, akin to that of a university student, he emanated an air of maturity and composure that commanded respect, standing with a presence that spoke of authority without the need for anger. "Do I not appear youthful enough? Why then do they call me brother?" Qin Kong, seemingly unaware of his own imposing aura, silently critiqued this form of address in his thoughts. "Nevertheless, it matters little. My immediate concern is to ascertain if there are any remaining accomplices and to procure some supplies for our return. How shall I address you, brother?" Qin Kong said with an unruffled demeanor, his words imbued with an inherent authority as he returned his blade to the system's space. The man, feeling the weight of the moment, responded with noticeable tension, "I am Tianjia, an employee of the Qilo Binhai Group. I am not affiliated with Fang Qing and his group." As he spoke, Tianjia suddenly grew anxious, clearly fearing that Qin Kong might mistake him for a foe to be eliminated, especially since he was the only older male among the slaves. In response, Qin Kong merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It is quite all right, you need not be nervous. You bear the marks of injury and do not appear to be one of them. I wish to inquire about Fong Xian. Oh, his brother is Fang Qing, correct? Does he have any accomplices remaining? Oh, is that so?" Upon realizing he would not meet a grim fate, Tianjia finally exhaled in relief and quickly elaborated. "There is another in the storeroom on the rooftop. Fang Qing has amassed all the supplies he collected these past days atop the building. Would you like me to guide you there?" "Indeed? Very well." Grateful for the offer of guidance, Qin Kong accepted with enthusiasm. Thus, Tianjia led the way, the aura of reverence and trepidation emanating from the onlookers ensuring that no danger lurked in their wake. As for why Tianjia took the initiative to lead the way, it was perhaps a desire to impress before a formidable presence, hoping to earn Qin Kong's protection. The elevator? Upon reaching the stairwell, Tianjia pressed the elevator button, which caused Qin Kong to furrow his brow in curiosity. In response, Tianjia anxiously explained, "There are numerous zombies in the building, some of which have evolved significantly. Even Feng Qing dares not provoke them. He has barricaded them on the 5th and 6th floors with tables and cabinets, and they all took the elevator up." After saying this, Tianjia shrank his neck in trepidation, clearly having encountered the creatures on the 5th and 6th floors. However, what puzzled him was that Qin Kong, instead of displaying fear, appeared exhilarated and declared, "Perfect. Let us take the stairs. I'll deal with the zombies along the way." With such a splendid opportunity for experience at hand, how could Qin Kong possibly let it slip by? A mere delay in time was trivial. In a post-apocalyptic world, what could be more paramount than acquiring experience? Surely not. Perhaps. What? Upon seeing Qin Kong's eager expression, Tianjia was utterly bewildered. No, brother. Do you not understand? Even Feng Qing cannot handle that creature, and there's more than one. You just finished fighting, and now you're going to face them again? Well, if I can't win, at least I know how to run. Just lead the way. Qin Kong waved his hand in impatience. Seeing his demeanor, Tianjia refrained from further protest, lowering his head with a worried expression. Leading the way with a face full of "this is the end" demeanor. Just as Tianjia had indicated, upon reaching the 4th floor, a plethora of furniture and wooden boards obstructed the stairwell. Tianjia intended to assist in moving them, but Qin Kong raised his hand to stop him, then slightly concentrated his magical energy and casually waved it. Boom! A multitude of chairs and cabinets were suddenly flung aside as if they were mere toys, and those in close proximity were utterly obliterated by Qin Kong's dark energy, rendering the path remarkably clear. What the heck? Witnessing this scene, Tianjia instantly let out a terrified cry. The next moment, he stumbled back several steps, pointing towards the upper floor in alarm. "Brother, they are coming. Can I?" Slap! Before Tianjia could finish his sentence, a crisp explosion echoed through the air. It was a bizarre zombie adorned with octopus-like tentacles, its corpulent form resembling that of a 300-pound individual. Its agile and powerful appendages could easily snap a person's neck. This tentacle zombie, also known as the seafood zombie, is a first-stage mutated creature that attacks enemies with its dexterous tentacles and venom. It is said that the stench of its venom lingers for a week after contact, and Qin Kong had no intention of letting that thing touch him. So without a second thought, he raised his hand and fired an energy blast. Huh? As he gazed at the body sprawled on the staircase, having met its demise from a headshot, Tianjia stood there utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? How did the zombie die? By the time he regained his senses, Qin Kong had already ascended to the 5th floor, his impatient voice resounding. "Hurry up! Aren't you supposed to lead the way?" "Ah, yes, brother." The latecomer Tianjia hurriedly rushed forward, only to be greeted by a vast horde of zombies. The recent explosion had drawn the remaining undead towards him. It was unclear what was stored on the 6th floor, but the zombies here were all imposing figures, brimming with vitality, evidently on the verge of transforming into first-stage zombies. It was no wonder that the Feng Qing brothers hesitated to bring others up to exterminate them. However, Qin Kong merely summoned his blade back to him, speaking in a calm tone. "What is stored here? How do these zombies seem so well-fed?" It appears to be a warehouse for some prohibited pharmaceuticals belonging to the New World Group. Could it be that the zombies evolve by consuming these strange substances? Indeed, with a composed reply, Qin Kong advanced with his blade. Though these zombies possessed immense strength and a frenzied thirst for blood, to Qin Kong, they were merely flamboyant fodder. Compared to humans, these simple-minded zombies were far easier to handle. Then, with swift and decisive strikes, he dispatched the horde of over 100 zombies in mere minutes. My goodness, this person is extraordinarily powerful. Tianjia, a grown man, cowered in a corner, trembling in terror at Qin Kong's prowess while simultaneously fearing that one of the zombies might charge at him. It wasn't until Qin Kong finished off the last few zombies and noticed Tianjia, whose legs had turned to jelly, that he finally realized something. Turning his head with curiosity, he asked, "Surely you don't believe zombies can transmit infection? Ah, can they not infect?" Upon hearing these words, Tianji's face displayed astonishment, and Qin Kong appeared enlightened, exclaiming, "No wonder. I always wondered why the people in the community were so cowardly. They all think the zombie virus is contagious." One can only lament how deeply the media has influenced perceptions, leading most to believe that zombies are carriers of pathogens. Many fear that even a mere scratch could lead to infection and transformation into a zombie, which has deterred many from confronting the horde, despite their sluggish pace. In truth, however, in this apocalyptic world, zombies are akin to beasts, monsters that emerged from failed awakenings, devoid of any virus. Being bitten is merely painful. There is no contagion. There is no virus. Being bitten 1T lead to mutation.
King Kong explained, Somia 10 d'un fusil.
As he removed a fire axe from the wall and casually tossed it to Tianjia. Moreover, slaying zombies can grant you upgrades. Would you rather be trampled by an idiot like Fang Qing? If you merely wish to survive, you will inevitably become someone else's slave. It would be better to take advantage of the fact that the zombies have not yet mutated and kill a few for upgrades. Oh, so it's like that. After hearing this, Tianjia seemed to gain some insight, his formerly timid gaze now resolute, his hands gripping the axe tightly. "But, big brother, why are you helping us? Even the government is struggling to cope." As Qin Kong heard this, he blinked in realization, belatedly acknowledging that he had been rather talkative today. The primary concern lies in Fang Qing's despicable treatment of ordinary individuals, which evokes in Qin Kong a plethora of distressing memories from his past life. He recalls how certain warlords would reduce humanity to mere servants, casting them into arenas to engage in brutal combat like wild beasts. Meanwhile, the elite would sip their fine wines, reveling in the spectacle of the lower classes' struggle for survival, while placing bets on which slave would emerge victorious. Such depraved organizations were not uncommon in the future. Many twisted individuals even established cults, believing that consuming high-ranking awakened beings would grant them formidable skills. This ignited a gruesome trend of cannibalism, plunging the entirety of Huaxia into chaos. Merely contemplating such scenes causes Qin Kong immense distress. Thus, out of compassion for the survivors and concern for the future, he resolves to assist ordinary people within his capacity, even if it merely entails informing them that zombies do not transmit the virus. "Consider me a good person," he responds, weariness evident in his expression. Yet, he notices a flicker of admiration and respect in Tianji's gaze. Chapter 34. Perseverance. After vanquishing several more zombies, the building was nearly cleared. Under the guidance of Tianjia, Qin Kong finally ascended to the top floor. Upon entering, he was confronted by a young man with red hair and tattoos, brandishing a machete. "Who are you?" "This is my brother Fang's storeroom. Are you here to seek death?" As he spoke, the red-haired youth charged forward with his knife raised. Qin Kong, however, remained unfazed, lifting his right leg and uttering coldly, "Go to hell." With a swift kick to the abdomen, the red-haired youth was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground while clutching his stomach and emitting pained wails. "Ugh, damn it, ah." Qin Kong spared him not a glance, merely gesturing for Tianjia to handle the situation before striding into the storeroom alone. "Oh, there's quite a bounty here." His eyes fell upon numerous boxes of supplies, even several refrigerators brimming with seafood and meats. "Upon my rebirth, I lacked sufficient time to gather resources, and my provisions were rather incomplete. This is a perfect opportunity to replenish." With this thought, Qin Kong approached the storage cabinets. Given the limited capacity of his system space, he could not transport everything at once, so he first cleared out some inventory before placing the food inside. A cacophony of various items tumbled out: knives, axes, ropes, backpacks, and assorted tools. Among them was a grade F alloy tang sword, a scrap one from a lottery event, slightly more resilient and sharper than an ordinary blade, somewhat useful to others, but utterly worthless to Qin Kong. There was also a hand-cranked generator purchased before the apocalypse, preserved in the system space for emergencies, though he now realized it served little purpose, as he had two more in the basement. Level Up chocolate, grade F system item, an utterly nutritionally void consumable, but it offers a 20 chance for a level 1 individual to ascend to level 2, resulting in a burst of joy. A plethora of useless items and equipment cluttered his space, but it was evident that Qin Kong had prepared excessively upon his return, leading to an abundance of superfluous items. Why is there so much junk in my space? How much money did I waste in my previous life? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I shall dispose of these useless trinkets and focus on acquiring more food. I recall there was only a single bottle of soy sauce at home. Oh, there it is. As he pondered, Qin Kong rummaged through the cabinet and indeed found a row of kitchen condiments. Stored. With a flick of his arm, he sent the row of spices into the system space. Next, he approached the refrigerator collecting steaks, seafood, lamb rolls, and other protein-rich compact foods. Before long, he had filled a quarter of the vast storeroom. At that moment, Qin Kong inexplicably felt as though he were shopping for kitchen supplies for a beloved partner. Half an hour passed. The thrill of acquiring these items without cost was undeniably exhilarating. Even Qin Kong found himself somewhat overwhelmed, and when he regained his senses, he discovered that the system space was filled to the brim, indicating a mere 8.2 of capacity remained. In the end, he made sure to bring along several large tubs of ice cream, despite not recognizing the brand. The prominent English lettering suggested an air of sophistication, so he deemed it a worthwhile choice. Refreshing. Qin Kong smiled, a rare expression of joy as it was his first time experiencing such happiness alone. Bringing back so many goodies will surely delight Duanju, right? Now she will have all the necessary ingredients for her cooking. Well, time is of the essence. I should head back. Why do I have the nagging feeling that I've forgotten something important? But it should be fine. I have gathered so many supplies. As he contemplated this, Qin Kong, stroking his chin, exited the storeroom only to find that the red-haired individual had been bound by Tianjia. Looking utterly terrified as he glanced at Qin Kong, it appeared that Tianjia had already informed the red-haired man about the events that transpired below. To this, Qin Kong coldly remarked, "You didn't kill him? Wasn't Fang Gu treating you cruelly?" His words conveyed no trace of sympathy for the red-haired man. Upon hearing this, the latter was immediately struck with panic, desperately crying out, "Please, don't kill me. I didn't mean to. It's just that Fang Qing had too many people with him, and I didn't dare to defy him." The red-haired man continued to wail, while Tianjia interjected, spreading his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, indicating he had no intention of ending the young man's life. Observing this, Qin Kong felt no need to elaborate further. Aiding him once did not guarantee future assistance. It was evident that the red-haired man would not seek out Qin Kong's troubles for the sake of avenging Fang Qing. Thus, whether he lived or died was of no consequence to Qin Kong. As for Tianjia, if he wished to spare the red-haired man's life, so be it. Ultimately, should the latter betray them, the repercussions would fall upon Tianjia. Qin Kong shrugged, "Do as you will. If you wish to grant him a reprieve, then so be it. Take care. I have matters to attend to and must return home." With that, Qin Kong prepared to turn away, even picking up a large backpack filled with items he had inspected and retrieved, unable to fit them into the system space. Just as he reached the staircase, ready to exit the building, Tianjia called out to him urgently, "Hey, brother, are you really leaving? Is there an alternative?" Qin Kong replied, glancing back at him with mild curiosity but not pausing in his descent. Tianjia hurriedly followed suit. "Brother, you are so powerful. Would you stay and protect us? There are too many women and children here, all terrified by Fang Qing's bullying. I cannot protect them all alone. Then find a way to manage. It's not my concern." Listening to Tianjia's anxious voice, Qin Kong maintained an impassive expression, casually stating as he walked, "In this apocalyptic era, one must rely on oneself to overcome any difficulties. I can protect you. When monsters approach, I will assist in vanquishing them. However, if you remain at level 1 for your entire lives, how can I protect you indefinitely? You have weapons at hand. Let them wield knives and join me in combating the undead." As he spoke, Qin Kong had already descended to the first floor. He raised his foot and forcefully kicked aside the furniture blocking the stairs, leaving Tianjia standing alone, fists clenched. Although he was reluctant to accept it, Qin Kong's words rang true. However, just as Qin Kong reached the entrance of the office building, he paused for a moment, perplexed. With such a meager sum, if we encounter an SS-level item next time, we won't be able to afford it. Who knows how long we'll have to wait again. Truly pathetic. The words of Duanju echoed in his mind. After a brief moment of distraction, Qin Kong blinked and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He turned his head towards Tianjie and smiled with apparent kindness. However, allowing me to protect you isn't out of the question. After reaching level 5, the awakening coin feature becomes available. For 200 awakening coins, I can protect you for a month without hindering my own progression. Once you've saved enough, just find a survivor in the Longjian community and join the WeChat group. They all know where I reside. To emphasize, I mean every single person. Each of you needs 200 awakening coins, so gather the money and come find me. Awakening coins? Tianjie stood at the stairway, bewildered. What is that? The scene shifted, and the camera returned to the community as the sun began to set. A triumphant Qin Kong swiftly entered the courtyard. It's nearly dark. 2.5 points of time, that's decent speed, he mused. I wonder how Duanju is faring. She should be energetically slaying zombies by now. Wait. As Qin Kong opened his front door, he sensed something amiss. A familiar, chilling aura, one that instilled a hint of dread, was quietly wafting through the villa. This murderous presence, cold and devoid of warmth, was unforgettable for Qin Kong, who had encountered it in a past life. The demon nun. How can this be? Qin Kong blinked in astonishment. Duanju was supposed to be under control with that collar. Why was she emanating such hostility? Could it be that she had awakened memories from her past life? Feeling a sense of foreboding, Qin Kong swallowed hard. His brow furrowed, and his gaze became sharp as he ascended the stairs with heavy steps, as if bracing for a formidable opponent. What met his eyes was indeed Duanju, brandishing a spatula, her eyes aflame with fury. Wait, a spatula? Realizing something, Qin Kong hesitated for a moment. The next second, Duanju took a deep breath and shouted at Qin Kong with unrestrained anger. Qin Kong, how dare you come back? You scoundrel! The rib soup nearly burnt to a crisp. If I hadn't caught it in time, the entire pot of meat would have been ruined. You can't even handle such trivial matters. Just go die. As she spoke, Duanju forcefully swung the spatula down. Although her expression was fierce, the sight of her pristine legs clad in slippers and her alluring figure rendered it impossible to feel fear. Moreover, the collar had not activated any punitive mechanism, clearly indicating that Duanju's animosity was merely akin to a trivial dispute between spouses or friends. It was almost endearing. Wait a moment. It was evident that Duanju was no match for Qin Kong, who swiftly seized her wrist, enveloping her in an embrace and securing her hands behind her back, while also wrapping an arm around her waist, causing their chests to press together. Duanju could only tilt her head back, gritting her teeth as she glared at him. Yet, despite witnessing his wife's furious demeanor, Qin Kong still smiled cheerily and remarked, "But I've already dried it, so why are you angry? Don't you love sweets? I brought you ice cream. A lot of it. Aren't you happy?" Upon hearing this, Duanju momentarily paused, a flicker of joy illuminating her eyes. However, she quickly regained her composure, her expression shifting back to one of fury as she shook her head, discarding her momentary delight, and shouted, "No ice cream. Get lost." Why? The two soon found themselves in a playful tussle. Little did Qin Kong anticipate that the true source of Duanju's ire stemmed from having been defeated over 100 times by him in the Brain Machine Simulator. Unable to overcome the emotionless Qin Kong in the simulator, I can only vent my frustrations on the Qin Kong in reality. After all, he wouldn't truly harm me. I'll crush you. I'll crush you. I'll crush you. Wait, when did I get picked up? No, this isn't the right direction. I don't want to go to the bedroom. I haven't eaten dinner yet. With her resistance thwarted, she resolved to try again. Chapter 35. Unable to act, Qin Kong. My dear, where have you concealed yourself? It is truly a rarity to encounter someone of your caliber, possessing both high levels and novel skills. Do you have any idea how long I have planned for this strike? Today you shall not escape. Become a part of the flesh and blood cult, merging with all its followers. If it were you, you would undoubtedly make the finest sacrifice. In the darkness of night, a group of red-robed cultists searched tirelessly through the ruins. At their forefront was a rather unhinged priestess, wielding tendrils formed from coagulated blood and flesh as weapons. She laughed maniacally, using her appendages to effortlessly hurl debris aside. With a thunderous crash, a humble dwelling was easily uprooted, and the woman's smile twisted into something increasingly grotesque. "Come, join me in this gluttonous feast. Ha 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 ha." The cultists numbered around 30 or 40, each boasting a level above 30, their faces alight with a frenzied bloodlust, an adversary no ordinary individual could confront. Nevertheless, hidden behind the remains, Qin Kong steadied his breath with utmost urgency, grasping his long knife tightly. His initial shock and fear gradually morphed into a cold, indifferent killing intent. Why? His abdominal wound bled profusely, the air growing ever colder, all thanks to that wicked priestess. Is it my fault for lacking skills? Is it wrong for me to strive for strength to avoid being bullied? Is it a sin to simply wish to survive? I also wish to be a good person. But why must you force me? Why, after finally finding a woman with whom I share a connection, is she a cultist? Indeed, humanity is doomed. One should never hold expectations of women. Do you wish to consume me? Hee hee hee. Beneath the night sky, the corners of the man's mouth curled into a slight smirk, revealing a proud and indifferent smile despite his dire predicament. Just then, the wall behind him collapsed with a resounding crash, as the priestess and her throng of followers discovered his location. "Ah, so here you are. My dear, are you ready to offer your flesh and blood to the church?" Suddenly, with his senses heightened, Qin Kong opened his eyes wide. He had expected a fierce battle, but upon closer inspection, he found no ruins or cultist tendrils. He was indeed lying in his own bed. Sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains, warmly illuminating his face, while outside the sky was clear and bright. His cheek basked in the gentle warmth. The quilt was soft and comfortable, yet it paled in comparison to the sweet, tender woman nestled in his embrace. Her delicate waist fit perfectly within his arms, and she slept soundly on his shoulder, utterly defenseless, occasionally nuzzling her head against his cheek. With such a delightful creature resting in his arms, Qin Kong could not resist brushing aside her hair to admire her beautiful and innocent profile.
Terrifié, Qin Kong awakened.
Gently caressing Duanju's face while internally reciting that the horrifying visions he had just experienced were merely a dream. The memories of my past life are assaulting me once again. Every thought of that vile cult nauseates me. Where are those wretched beasts hiding now? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a frigid killing intent flickered in Qin Kong's eyes. The priestess from his dreams was the first woman in his previous life, as well as one of the few enemies who had nearly cost him his life during the apocalypse. Indeed, women are creatures who forsake loyalty for gain, foolishly aligning themselves with the powerful. To trust them is akin to courting death. They should be regarded as mere objects, used and discarded. Whether it be the priestess of the blood and flesh sect or the demonic nun of the 4 Black Emperors, they are all deranged murderers who have no place in this world. Yet, what is this? After enduring so much betrayal, Qin Kong's heart was already filled with loathing for women. However, every time he beheld Duanju's cheek, an inexplicable tenderness would swell within him, a peculiar sentiment that had arisen the first time he truly saw her face. Despite the myriad of murderous thoughts swirling in his mind, his body could not bring itself to inflict harm upon her. Could it be the effect of her enchanting body? As he stroked the sleeping Duanju's head, Qin Kong found himself unable to suppress his musings. But that's impossible. The enchanting body is an awakening skill of Duanju's. Her level is significantly lower than mine, so logically, the enchantment should not affect me. Perhaps I should test it? See if I can attack Duanju. If I cannot even muster the most basic of attacks, then it is undoubtedly due to the enchantment. With this thought, Qin Kong's gaze grew increasingly serious as he gathered dark energy at the tip of his right index finger, forming a small blade, which he then placed against Duanju's arm to attempt to slice her skin. However, before the blade could descend, cold sweat began to bead upon Qin Kong's forehead. Thump, 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 thump. His heart raced faster, and his pupils trembled slightly. It was merely a matter of slicing a small fraction of skin. Such a minor wound could easily be healed with a system item. Yet he could not bring himself to do it. He simply could not. The very thought of harming Duanju for such a trivial experiment filled Qin Kong with profound guilt, striking at his heart, so much so that even breathing became exceedingly difficult. No, I can't do it. I feel so sorrowful. My heart aches. What is happening? Why must I harm Duanju? What am I doing? This is my woman. Mine. Suddenly, Duanju, deep in slumber, let out a startled cry. Groggy and bewildered, she felt someone gripping her tightly, causing her to open her eyes in confusion, only to find Qin Kong clutching her as if he were an octopus. Get off me, you lunatic! The abruptly awakened Duanju was filled with indignation. In a moment of struggle, the strap slipped down her fair arm, her skin glistening under the sunlight, appearing pristine and smooth. Yet, her soft arms and thighs pressed forcefully against the man's chest, attempting to shove him away. What is wrong with you this early in the morning? Must you be so clingy right after waking up? It's utterly revolting. A vein slowly emerged on Duanju's forehead. Yet, one could hardly blame her for her irritability. Who could bear to be deprived of sleep at night only to awaken so early in the day? In contrast, a composed Qin Kong suddenly raised his hand and grasped Duanju's chin firmly, leaving her no choice but to pout her pink lips in displeasure and exclaim, "What are you doing? Let go of me. Do you think I'm scared of your intimidating act? Don't toy with my face. Ugh, you wretched woman." After stammering for a while, he found himself at a loss for words. To his horror, Qin Kong realized he was unable to utter even a curse toward Duanju. Thus, he could only question her in astonishment. What kind of sorcery have you employed? Could it be that you have also been reborn? Why was I unable to lay a hand on you from the very first day we met? Are you referring to the market? Upon hearing this, Duanju rolled her eyes in exasperation. What do you think you are? A saint? Aren't you merely a lecherous man driven by lust? At this point, what insanity are you indulging in? We still have to venture out to fight zombies. Let me go. I need to catch up on my sleep. With her face being pinched, Duanju wore an expression filled with resentment. I've been sweeping, cooking, providing warmth to the bed, and offering emotional support. As a wife, I believe I've performed admirably, haven't I? This fellow is still here asking for more? I've truly had enough. I'm going to run away from home. At this thought, Duanju gritted her teeth in anger. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Kong's demeanor turned cold as he sternly commanded, "Who gave you the permission to shout at me? You, a mere servant, dare to argue back? Go. Go make breakfast." When Qin Kong uttered these words, he appeared quite fierce. However, upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was merely gritting his teeth, mustering all his strength to feign ferocity while delivering the command. Upon hearing this, Duanju was left utterly bewildered. Has Qin Kong taken the wrong medicine? Duanju blinked, her inquisitive gaze scrutinizing Qin Kong's expression, yet she felt no hint of malice emanating from him. Unbeknownst to her, Qin Kong's thoughts were racing. I must not develop feelings for a woman, especially that wretched demon nun. I shall not allow myself to like her, as long as I can command her like a slave. I won't develop any feelings of dependence or pity for her, right? I will no longer indulge her. Absolutely not. Then I can. Ugh. Fine. How infuriating. Duanju reluctantly acquiesced, while Qin Kong looked on in disbelief. Although the ordered Duanju appeared to begrudge the command, the slight flush on her cheeks revealed a hint of pride. Her puffed cheeks and resentful little eyes seemed to convey, "You reordering me around again. I'm not a cook. However, in light of your splendid performance last night, I shall reluctantly prepare breakfast for you." With tiny hands propped up, she endeavored to rise, casting a wistful glance at Qin Kong while pursing her lips to fetch her clothes, her clumsy yet endearing demeanor evoking an overwhelming sense of affection. Wait a moment. Qin Kong felt his mind clouded, his body instinctively seizing Duanju's arm and pulling her back into the warm embrace of the covers, leaving him to rise instead. What's the matter? What do you truly desire? Duanju, incensed by the repeated teasing, found herself at a loss as Qin Kong took a deep breath, diverting his gaze with a hint of guilt as he replied, "No, I meant to suggest you rest a little longer while I prepare breakfast." Even Qin Kong was at a loss as to why he uttered such words. The thought of having Duanju rise early to make breakfast filled him with dread. Yet, Duanju said little in response, simply relieved at the prospect of avoiding breakfast duties. She spread her arms wide and reclined comfortably, playfully wiggling her toes at Qin Kong. Go on then. Just some warm milk and bread will suffice, but do not dare to fry dough sticks. You are merely afraid my cooking will not meet your standards. How vexatious. Qin Kong retorted, whatever I prepare, you must dutifully consume, or I shall bring you to tears. With a hasty exclamation, he donned his trousers and exited the bedroom, slamming the door with a force that suggested anger. Yet his words were laced with endearment. As Qin Kong departed, Duanju, nestled in bed with squinting eyes and a sly smile, mused, humph, just Qin Kong. Yet in the end he remains completely under my thumb. A mere fish in a vast sea. As she spoke, she raised her chin with pride, exuding an air of superiority. However, her smile soon faded, replaced by a puzzled expression as she touched her chin thoughtfully. Did I used to speak like this? Chapter 36. Disaster alert. Viewing the mountains from different angles reveals their varied forms. One can hardly discern the true visage of Mount Lu, merely because one is ensconced within its embrace. If only I had not been a cosplayer before the apocalypse. What a waste of this physique. If I donned a complete Raiden Shogun ensemble for a livestream, wouldn't I be raking in over 10,000 a month? Hiss. What if I wear tighter clothing and cover this with a jacket, then cut my hair into a buzz cut? Might I not resemble a handsome man? Surely, that would make the younger ladies fall for me, wouldn't it? In the bathroom, Duanju stood sideways before the mirror, clad in a knitted sweater, admiring her appearance and physique with a gaze of appreciation, before posing this question aloud. But, would a buzz cut look unflattering? What if Qin Kong doesn't like it? Wait a moment. Why should I care about his preferences? Why should I consider his opinion? Thinking about it infuriates me. I should have given him a piece of my mind first thing in the morning. Speaking of which, it's all this cursed collar's fault. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Duanju's expression turned grim as she clenched her teeth, reaching up to grasp the bell, yanking it forcefully. Yet all that emerged was a series of melodious chimes. Oh no, it seemed the sound was not the only consequence. The collar began to emit a dreadful white light. Startled, Duanju quickly released her grip and stood frozen. All right, I won't touch you anymore. Look at you, child. Getting angry at the slightest provocation, silently mocking within, Duanju's gaze took on a hint of sorrow. Fortunately, the collar sensed her sincerity and, after a flurry of crackling sounds, dimmed its radiance. Then commenced the daily routine, washing up and grooming. She splashed her face, brushed her teeth, ran a sandalwood comb through her hair, and applied a shimmering lip balm, enhancing the natural redness of her lips with a glossy sheen, which lent her an air of maturity and poise. Such is the advantage of a captivating physique. Even without makeup, she remained extraordinarily beautiful. Ha! Today I am undeniably stunning, Duanju remarked, admiring the proud and self-satisfied woman reflected in the mirror. With a buoyant spirit, she dashed back to the living room, plopping down beside Qin Kong and eagerly sipping from a glass of milk. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sweet milk, unadulterated by sugar, sent a delightful ache to her heart. The creamy liquid trickled down her chin, effortlessly matching her porcelain skin. Only after finishing the entire glass did Duanju place it down with a resounding thud, her expression brimming with audacity as she declared, Brother Kong, let me tell you, even though you've returned with skills and appear quite formidable, at the end of the day you're still just a minor player. What kind of hero doesn't indulge in a harem? Just as she spoke, Duanju threw her arm around Qin Kong's shoulder, earnestly advising him like a good friend. How about this? Although my strength may be lacking, I possess skills in wooing women. I could help you find a few more ladies, and then you could free me from this accursed collar. What do you say? Upon concluding her words, Duanju charmingly winked. In response, Qin Kong, now composed, merely cast a sidelong glance and coldly retorted, Don't even think about it. One of you is more than sufficient. Why? A cry of anguish echoed within Duanju's heart. After her attempts at persuasion bore no fruit, her plans for escape crumbled once more, and she could only sulkily mutter while clutching her bread, I truly am at a loss for words. How can one be so obstinate? I already promised I wouldn't turn dark. Is that not enough? Besides, you've already given my mother and younger sister 2 S-rank artifacts. How could I possibly bring harm upon you? Can't we be brothers? That's debatable. Qin Kong replied calmly, spreading honey on a slice of bread, unperturbed by Duanju's grievances. I wouldn't want to gamble. What if your transformation isn't within your control? Moreover, let us be honest. Is being my wife so unpleasant? Are your needs unmet? Not really. To be fair, I'm rather content. Duanju averted her gaze, appearing indignant. But it would be even better if you could refrain from casually patting my head. It makes me feel belittled. Oh, I see. Enlightened by Duanju's words, Qin Kong blinked and wrapped his arms around her. That's acceptable, but you must compensate me in other ways. Huh? What do you MMPH? Before Duanju could react, Qin Kong slowly lowered his head, confronting the woman he both adored and despised. The pent-up emotions within him could not be released, and he resorted to a forceful claim of possession. Once the act concluded, Duanju's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes wide with disbelief, trembling in shock. Meanwhile, Qin Kong merely smiled, pressing his lips together in satisfaction. Today's wife energy has been replenished. I can refrain from patting your head now. It's hardened. Her fists clenched tightly. Duanju's small pink fists were balled up in indignation. Her lips pressed tight, glaring in humiliation. You scoundrel! How dare you? You think so little of me. I wish I could end him. Why can't I just eliminate him? Ah, I am filled with hatred. Why do you treat me this way? A tempest raged within Duanju, while outwardly, she simply pushed Qin Kong away, turned her head, and wiped her mouth with her arm, exhaling in frustration. You treat me like a fool. I've said it's not worth bullying me. Yet it always comes to this. I'm truly about to get angry. I'm going to explode. Where's my knife? With that, though, in a moment of discord, the two began to grapple once more. However, rather than a true altercation, it was more akin to a playful massage, as Duanju's petite fists struck Qin Kong. The absence of any punitive mechanism for their playful skirmish indicated her heart held not an ounce of malice. Qin Kong, well aware of this, indulged her spirited nature, refraining from retaliation as she playfully pummeled him for a full 2 minutes. Only when she was left breathless did Duanju finally quell her ire, while Qin Kong, pinned beneath her, wore a resigned smile and remarked, "Have you calmed down? You truly are infuriating. A scaled dragon tortoise, is it? My hands are aching from your assault." Duanju continued to curse under her breath. Yet as she observed Qin Kong's relaxed demeanor and somewhat amused expression, she realized her efforts were futile. With a huff, she clambered off him, her displeasure evident as she redirected the conversation. "Where shall we go to slay zombies today? I must reach level 10. Once I acquire powerful skills and activate the Holy Bloom device, you shall see how I properly teach you a lesson. I aim to eliminate 500 zombies today." 500. With this determination, Duanju shot Qin Kong a sidelong glance, her eyes now filled with a deeper sorrow. However, just as she contemplated the most efficient way to dispatch the monsters, Qin Kong stroked his chin and thoughtfully stated, "We shouldn't have to venture far today." Why not? Duanju tilted her head in confusion, but Qin Kong merely smiled enigmatically and tapped his phone. Suddenly, a voice crackled to life through the device, laden with an electric tone. "Attention all residents. Attention all residents. This is the temporary command center of the X-City Military District. Red alert no. 114 from the Disaster Prevention Bureau is now in effect." The woman's announcement was abruptly interrupted by a piercing alarm, its shrill sound echoing ominously. A large horde of zombies has breached the military district's defenses, expected to reach the new urban area within 12 hours, numbering approximately 300,000, including many advanced zombies and unidentified mutated creatures. The military will exert every effort to draw the horde away from the urban area and engage in firepower coverage to annihilate them. All survivors are advised to prepare for defense. Repeating, a large horde of zombies has breached the military district's defenses. Expected. With a decisive click, Qin Kong silenced the broadcast, his demeanor as calm and collected as ever. Meanwhile, Duanju gasped sharply, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, The new urban area? That's right here. 300,000. Chapter 37. The foolish wife thus, half an hour later, adorned in a black tank top and a white jacket, equipped with tactical gloves and knee pads, and securing her handgun in the holster attached to her pants. Duanju's form was accentuated by the snug fit of her attire, enhancing her already graceful figure. The majestic peaks of her chest subtly peeked from beneath the open jacket, creating a harmonious blend of elegance and allure. With a visage of striking beauty, she epitomized a perfect amalgamation of valor and charm. The combatant Duanju was prepared, awaiting directives from her superior. However, it seemed she had succumbed to a bout of youthful folly. Fully clad, Duanju saluted Qin Kong with utmost seriousness. In response to this adorably earnest soldier, Qin Kong's directive was simply, "How delightful! Come here for a hug." What? Duanju's bewildered expression was palpable as Qin Kong effortlessly pulled this charming creature into his embrace, rubbing his cheek against her head with the same affection one might show a playful kitten. So soft and fragrant, it feels wonderful to hold you. Standing a little over 1.60 meters, her stature was just right to encircle her petite waist. Her fair, tender skin radiated a sweet aroma, rendering her utterly irresistible. In response, Duanju clenched her small fists, declaring, "My fists have hardened. Do you not grasp the essence of role-playing? You lack any sense of playfulness. While others address you as commander, you treat them like plush toys. Individuals like you would face dire consequences in the military." Moreover, upon reflection, could it be that Qin Kong met his demise in his past life due to a woman's whims? Such a lecherous fellow is truly concerning. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Duanju's expression was filled with silent indignation. Fortunately, after a brief half-minute of indulgence, Qin Kong had absorbed enough of the wife energy and regained his composure. Blinking, he gently patted Duanju's head while proudly stating, "There are numerous zombies this time, and the official military is involved. You must exercise caution and refrain from indiscriminately slaying them." "Huh? Why must we be so careful about killing zombies?" Duanju tilted her head in confusion. Thus, Qin Kong scratched his cheek and casually explained, "In the previous life, the military successfully dealt with this zombie outbreak and established corresponding shelters in City X. I wish to avoid disrupting the events of my past life too much, so I aim to hunt zombies without drawing attention." "Ah, what a bother." Hearing this, Duanju pouted slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Doesn't that mean we'll be restricted? Leveling up will be slower." Seeing her like this, Qin Kong chuckled and lightly tapped her head. "Silly, with 300,000 zombies, even if we were given free rein, we would not be able to eliminate them all. If we can take down a couple of thousand, that would be commendable. Just watch my skills. Let us go." With a scoff at Duanju's dismissive laughter, the two finally set forth, marking the commencement of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Before leaving the courtyard, Qin Kong did not forget to wave goodbye to Zhao Xiaonyo, who was exercising. "Xiaonyo, keep an eye on the house. We're off." "Got it, Kong Yi." Zhao Xiaonyo readily agreed, and after acquiring the peculiar item, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced, evident in the remarkable density of his muscles compared to the average person. Nevertheless, Duanju expressed her concerns, murmuring, "Hey, can Zhao Xiaonyo manage to defend the home alone? His honest nature might lead him to clash head-on with the tide of corpses, right?" "Fool, you worry too much. I've already discussed with him how to deal with the onslaught," Qin Kong replied with a composed smile, though soon his expression turned playful. "By the way, why do you fret about other men daily? Are you secretly yearning to stray behind my back? A fickle-minded fool like you deserves a stern punishment." "Ugh!" As he spoke, his hand on her waist tightened, the assertive gesture causing Duanju to involuntarily emit a soft grunt, her legs trembling slightly, and her face flushed as she retorted, "How could that be? Who would dare to stray? Certainly not I." Realizing the implications, Duanju quickly shifted to a more indignant stance, exclaiming, "Wait, who are you calling a fool? You've labeled me a fool 3 times in just a moment. If you continue, I might actually get angry. Indeed, you are a fool." Observing her pouting demeanor, Qin Kong unabashedly teased her. Despite knowing her past as a notorious sorceress, he found himself utterly captivated by her. How could such a woman transform into a malevolent witch? Could it be that Duanju endured some horrific trauma in her previous life? While smiling, Qin Kong silently affirmed a conviction within himself. In this lifetime, I shall ensure such events never unfold again. Don't move. Hey, hey, hey. Still irritated by his repeated jabs, Duanju soon felt her legs lose support. Her entire body lifted off the ground. When she regained her senses, she discovered Qin Kong had cradled her in a princess carry, her shoes flailing helplessly in the air. What are you doing? She huffed, while Qin Kong adopted a more serious demeanor, gazing into the distance as he calmly stated, "It's not far. I'll take you directly. Stop shouting, fool." Oh? As he spoke, a powerful gust of wind swept past her cheeks, sending her hair flying, forcing her to clutch Qin Kong's neck tightly to avoid falling. With a sideways glance, she noticed the scenery blurring past them. Qin Kong, resembling a ninja from an anime, leaped 10 meters across the street with her in his arms. Goodness, here we go again. Why again? Because Duanju recalled that on the first day of the apocalypse, she had been brought back to the villa in just this manner by Qin Kong. Who could fathom the strength of his physique? At that time, she had resisted vehemently, feeling genuine fear and aversion to physical contact. But now she had nearly acclimated to it. From this angle, Qin Kong looks rather handsome, doesn't he? Although Qin Kong is typically lecherous and enjoys teasing others, when he enters a serious state, he transforms into a figure of utmost gravity. His youthful, handsome profile conceals a coldness and composure that belies his age, emanating an overwhelming aura that can be felt even without direct eye contact, making Duanju's toes involuntarily curl. Whether this sensation stems from fear or excitement, only she knows. By the way, what is my current intimacy level with Qin Kong? With nothing to occupy her while nestled in his embrace, she decided to explore the system for something to do. However, upon opening the system interface, Duanju's pupils dilated in disbelief, her expression morphing into one of utter incredulity. Current intimacy level with cohabiting partner, 85. Relationship classified as eternal vow. What the hell, eternal vow? Why is it increasing? How is that possible? Staring at the astounding and almost terrifyingly bright, rosy number, Duanju shook her head vigorously, trying to rouse her senses and confirm she wasn't still dreaming. Yet, that number lingered at the forefront of her mind, and no amount of shaking could dispel it, driving her into a deeper panic as she muttered, It must be a glitch in the system. Look, a man gives you money to spend, bestows rare gifts upon your mother and sister, and helps you level up in this apocalyptic world. Surely, a slight fondness isn't out of the question? But even if there is fondness, it must be akin to brotherly affection. I have no romantic feelings for Qin Kong, even if he is indeed considerate and nurturing, and sharing a bed feels pleasant. It's merely the bond of brotherhood. It cannot be any other way. Let us not forget he once wanted to kill me. We were sworn enemies in our past lives. I will eventually repay my debts and free myself from him. How could it be an eternal vow? Impossible. With such thoughts racing through her mind, Duanju resolutely rejected the system's assessment. Yet, at that moment, as Qin Kong, carrying her effortlessly through the streets, lowered his head and reminded her in a serious yet slightly indulgent tone, "There are more zombies now, keep quiet, lest you attract too many and disrupt my plans." What are you thinking? You look dazed. Saying this, Qin Kong leaped up and unexpectedly planted a firm kiss on her cheek. This made Duanju, who had been internally disputing the system's judgment, flush crimson, her eyes widening as she nearly gritted her teeth in indignation, exclaiming, You this. She was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses when Qin Kong, with a serious expression, cautioned her again. Shoo, don't shout. Looking at Qin Kong's fierce demeanor, Duanju had no choice but to swallow her words, angrily shutting her mouth. She glared at him with an intensity that suggested she loathed this man, even as her ears remained a deep shade of red. Damn it, scoundrel. Those who toy with me shall meet their end. Just wait. Amidst Duanju's internal cries of rage, their figures swiftly appeared in the midst of a bustling plaza. The terrain here is flat, offering a vast expanse suitable for combat. Securing a vantage point on the upper floor for sniping would indeed be advantageous. However, That is not the crux of the matter. The primary point lies in the exceedingly low intelligence of the ordinary zombies. The stairs of the plaza are situated on either side of the buildings, rendering it impossible for them to locate the stairways. As long as no zombies of stage 1 or higher appear, humanity can simply take a stand on the second floor and fire away. According to my recollection, it should still be a few hours before the horde reaches this area. Let us first clear the zombies in the mall, and then, when the horde arrives, we can lure a portion inside with sound equipment and eliminate them. This way, we can extract some experience points from the 300,000 zombies without significantly altering the timeline of our previous world. Upon hearing this, Duanju expressed a moment of realization, entirely forgetting that she had just been internally cursing Qin Kong. What a brilliant idea! It seems you were not so inept in your past life after all. With a playful pat on Qin Kong's back, she smiled brightly, while Qin Kong shot her a disgruntled glance. Why do you speak as if I was utterly useless in my past life? Nevertheless, a sudden curiosity struck him. What is it? She inquired. Qin Kong responded with calmness, just as a zombie staggered towards them. Before it could approach, he swiftly dispatched it with a single stroke, declaring, "While my wife speaks, you wretched creatures should not interfere." Zombie? What the? Indeed. Duanju paid no heed to the zombie that had been effortlessly dispatched. Instead, her face lit up with excitement as she asked, "Since killing zombies and monsters can elevate our levels, if the 300,000 zombies are lured outside the city and the military bombards them, wouldn't that mean the pilots would instantly reach maximum level? That seems plausible." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into an inexplicable silence for a moment. Soon, Qin Kong raised his right hand, gently ruffling Duanju's hair, and with a caring gaze, he said softly, "Such underhanded methods of leveling up would never be recognized by the system. Now, let us focus on exterminating zombies." Duanju blinked innocently, although Qin Kong did not utter that particular word this time. Why does it feel as though I have once again been regarded as a fool? Chapter 38. Biochemical treasures. The system's evaluation of the experience gained from defeating monsters is indeed a remarkable phenomenon. It assesses the experience points based on one's participation in the kill. For instance, slaying a zombie with a knife yields 1 experience point, while dispatching it with a firearm may occasionally grant 0.7 experience points. Utilizing explosives can result in a varied experience value of around 0.11, but should one obliterate an entire area with a bomb, the experience becomes entirely unpredictable, fluctuating and sometimes even yielding no points at all. If all the explosives were crafted and planted by a single individual, that person would receive a substantial amount of experience. However, when the bombs are manufactured en masse in a factory, the system perceives the act as lacking the individual effort of an awakened being, thus denying any experience gain. In summary, unless one employs skills or system-provided items, it is futile to rely on technological weaponry for widespread zombie extermination to level up. Oh, I see. Duanju nodded earnestly, her eyes wide with understanding after Qin Kong's explanation. Yet, observing her clear and intelligent gaze, Qin Kong felt a sense of futility, as if he had wasted his breath. Never mind, let us focus on exterminating zombies. I shall clear the second floor, and you take care of the first. Very well, Duanju agreed readily. However, before Qin Kong departed, she grasped his shoulder and earnestly reiterated, "But I truly understand." Yes, Qin Kong replied, his expression darkening, and then he leaped directly to the second floor. Duanju said nothing further, merely curling her lips into a derisive smile, thinking, this stubborn fool still does not believe me. Isn't it simply that only zombies killed with one's own hands count towards experience? I understand. I am quite clever. With this thought, her smile grew more triumphant. Meanwhile, the zombies on the first floor of the mall had already detected Duanju's presence, shambling toward her like wild beasts. Ugh! 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 The familiar low growls echoed throughout the mall, an eerie and terrifying sound reminiscent of malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. With their decaying skin, twisted teeth, festering wounds, and mouths that exuded a foul stench and saliva, these grotesque creatures of the apocalypse only became more repulsive with time, some even mutating into unspeakable horrors. However, for Duanju at this moment, these wretched zombies held no interest. She regarded them with disdain. Trash. With a swift motion, she drew her dagger, effortlessly severing the head of one zombie, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Another attempted to ambush her from the side, but was met with a powerful kick to the chest. The sound of shattering ribs echoing through the air as the zombie was sent flying several meters, collapsing lifelessly. It is no illusion. I have indeed grown significantly stronger. Since acquiring the skill symbiotic Echo, Duanju has gained some of Qin Kong's attributes, yet she has not had the opportunity to test her strength, aside from the simulations. Now, facing the zombies once more, she feels remarkably adept compared to before. Some zombies are quite formidable, capable of running and jumping, even launching surprise attacks from behind. However, to Duanju, their movements appear to be in slow motion. With a mere sidestep and a swift kick, she can easily shatter a zombie's spine, dispatching them without trouble. Ding! Host has slain 7 ordinary zombies, gaining 2 experience points. Has the experience decreased? Does a higher level reduce the efficiency of experience gained from slaying zombies? Although puzzled, Duanju's actions of dispatching zombies remain uninterrupted. With each precise strike, her white coat becomes stained with blood, a drop of crimson splattering onto her right cheek, contrasting with her enchanting visage and clear red eyes, exuding an inexplicable aura of alluring arrogance. Suddenly, as she has been eliminating countless zombies, Duanju hears the sound of a cabinet being toppled behind her, prompting her to swiftly turn around. To her astonishment, there stands a female zombie, her skin deathly pale, with elongated nails, radiating an aura exponentially stronger than that of the other zombies. Her blue eyes and short skirt reveal her thighs, while beneath her pallid skin, blue veins are distinctly visible. It must be noted that this zombie exhibits minimal decay. One could argue she is not decayed at all. Biochemical maternal entity, also known as the biochemical baby, a stage 2 mutated creature, possessing terrifying aggression and speed, along with basic intelligence. While her inherent strength does not rival that of stage 2 zombies, she attracts higher-tier zombies, leading to the breeding of even more fearsome monsters. She is an exceedingly dangerous entity and must be eradicated upon sight. This information was retrieved by the system, which Qin Kong would have been able to see. However, Duanju lacks such capabilities. She merely recognizes that the zombie before her is rather attractive, with her long, supple thighs and exquisitely lovely face. With a smirk, she elegantly twirls her dagger in the air, speaking to herself with a sense of pride. Oh, such cuteness among zombies? The experience from this one must be substantial. With that, Duanju's demeanor shifts, her expression growing cold as she adopts a lethal stance, lowering her body and charging forward. Yet, to her surprise, as she nears the female zombie, this creature suddenly vanishes, reappearing with astonishing speed in a sweeping arc, leaving even Duanju momentarily unable to evade, forcing her to raise her sword to parry. Clang! The white dagger gifted by Qin Kong clashes with the zombie's claws, producing a jarring metallic sound. Witnessing this, Duanju gasps in shock, her demeanor resembling that of a startled cat, as she executes several quick steps followed by a backflip, retreating a good distance away. Landing on the ground, she grips her dagger, eyes fixed warily on the female zombie. What in the world? What speed does this creature possess? Moreover, did you just catch the dagger? The weapon that Qin Kong entrusted to me has never failed to strike a foe. What tier is it? Can I manage it? Or should I call Qin Kong down? With such thoughts coursing through her mind, Duanju began to waver slightly. Yet, soon a flicker of resolve illuminated her eyes. No, that won't do. If I continually rely on Qin Kong, how shall I advance? How can I hope to conquer Qin Kong? I refuse to live my life merely as a housewife. I shall confront it head-on. Cackling eerily, the female zombie emitted a chilling growl that resonated ominously within the silence of the deserted mall. As it extended its hands, the sharp claws elongated even further, gazing at Duanju as though she were a delectable morsel. However, in the blink of an eye, this delicacy steeled her gaze and charged forward with the dagger in hand. Meanwhile, while Duanju and Qin Kong were still preparing for the impending zombie horde, 2 figures emerged in the courtyard of the villa. Who are you? Zhao Xiaoniu inquired cautiously, observing the 2 charming young ladies clad in short skirts and black stockings. In response, a sweet, melodious voice replied, I am Qian Yi, a friend of Brother Qin Kong. I heard that the zombie tide is approaching, and it seems Brother Qin Kong has stepped out. Isn't it quite perilous in the neighborhood? With a beaming smile, Qian Yi expressed her concern, her demeanor exuding an undeniable charm. Zhao Xiaonyo, not one to be easily deceived, maintained his wariness upon learning of her connection to Kong. However, to his surprise, Qian Yi took the initiative to link her arm with his, her expression one of pitiful pleading. With Qin Kong absent, the two of us can only turn to you, Brother Xiaonyo. We witnessed your remarkable prowess in dealing with several villains alone yesterday. You truly are impressive. Considering we are neighbors, would you allow us to stay and perhaps share some provisions? Please? Chapter 39. A trial. As Zhao Xiaonyo engaged in a fierce battle with the members of the underworld, fortunate survivors in the surrounding buildings recorded the scene and stealthily shared it in a mysterious group chat. Thus, many came to realize that despite Qin Kong's formidable skills, he was merely adept at martial arts and marksmanship, while Zhao Xiaonyo's strength was truly terrifying. He could single-handedly confront dozens and withstand bullets with his bare body, a physical prowess that could only be described as superhuman. Qin Kong, you are merely riding on luck. You hoarded supplies and fortuitously found a pistol, thinking you can bully others in the neighborhood. Do you truly believe yourself to be impressive? Did you actually delete me? You, of all people, dare to remove me. Just wait. With my charm, what man wouldn't he humbly bow at my feet? Once I subdue your foolish brother, I will incite a rift between you two. I shall seize everything you possess and cast you and your shameless wife out of the villa. At that moment, even if you beg me on your knees, I shall not spare you a morsel. Go eat dirt. A fierce glint appeared in Qian Yi's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaonyo, ensnared by the two women, found himself at a loss. He initially intended to struggle, but the women boldly pressed their bosoms against his arms, their expressions ingratiating as they nuzzled against him. The soft, warm sensations sent shivers down his spine, and their sweet, melodious voices were utterly enchanting. Furthermore, with Qian Yi and Cheng Xiaolin being beauties in their own right, their delicate, pitiful demeanor was far beyond what Zhao Xiaonyo, a mere novice in romantic encounters, could withstand. Thus, the flustered Zhao Xiaonyo could only avert his gaze, striving to explain earnestly, the supplies here belong to Kong Gu, and this place is also provided by him. Without his permission, I cannot allow you to stay in the villa. Please don't do this. Brother Xiaonyo, don't be so rigid. Although Zhao Xiaonyo's tone was serious, his wavering gaze was keenly captured by the perceptive Qian Yi. A slight smirk curled at the corners of her mouth, her satisfaction evident, as her demeanor grew increasingly suggestive. She even rose onto her tiptoes, bringing her rosy lips close to Zhao Xiaonyo's ear. Brother Qin Kong is so generous. He would certainly not mind if two vulnerable women stayed over. Besides, you are not his subordinate, and your strength is remarkable. Why must you obey him? Just allow us to stay a few nights to escape the horde. In return, any request will be granted. Oh, Brother Xiaonyo. As she spoke, Qian Yi's tongue brushed against Zhao Xiaonyo's earlobe, her warm breath enveloping him, causing his entire being to tingle as his mind momentarily blanked. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaonyo's resolve remained relatively strong. Not wishing to be governed by desire, he steeled his heart, forcefully withdrawing his arms from the soft embrace and retreating 2 meters away, exclaiming in panic, "No, don't do this. I'll ask Kong Gu. That should be fine. You two just wait." In that moment, Zhao Xiaonyo took out his phone and began typing. Qian Yi attempted to raise her hand to stop him, but it was too late. Zhao Xiaonyo had already sent the message. "Brother Kong, there are 2 young ladies claiming to be your friends who wish to stay here. They have run out of food. What should we do?" The message was sent, yet there was no response from the other side, causing both Qian Yi and Cheng Xiaolin to grow increasingly anxious. Damn Zhao Xiaonyo, are you his dog, following his orders so obediently? With such formidable strength, why seek others' opinions? Truly useless. Frustration was etched upon their faces. Were it not for their aversion to the blandness of porridge with sugar, they would not have sought Zhao Xiaonyo's assistance. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the mall, the indomitable Qin Kong was effortlessly dispatching zombies, each grotesque creature collapsing into a pool of blood. He moved with the ease of a lord strolling through his own backyard. Experience gained, 0. 5. Experience gained, 0. 5. Experience gained, 0. 5. Only after vanquishing all the zombies did he leisurely check his phone. Zhao Xiaonyo sent me a message? 2 young ladies? I hardly know any young ladies. I possess but a few friends. Wait a moment? Could it be Qian Yi and her best friend? With his keen intuition, Qin Kong swiftly deduced their identities. He opened the surveillance app on his phone and indeed saw Qian Yi and Cheng Xiaolin standing in his yard. The villa was protected by a barrier created from props, requiring considerable effort even for Zhao Xiaonyo to breach, so there was no need to worry about the 2 women stealing from his home. Nonetheless, Qin Kong's expression remained cold, his gaze regarding Qian Yi as if she were already deceased. Attempting to seize my home while I'm away, and even trying to sway Zhao Xiaonyo? How audacious. However, considering Xiaonyo's character, he likely wouldn't have the heart to act against them. He would probably just send Qian Yi away. No, wait a moment. At this thought, Qin Kong's eyes narrowed slightly, as if an intriguing idea had struck him. Although Zhao Xiaonyo is honest and obedient, his personality is rather soft. I will eventually eliminate Qian Yi, but upon reflection, isn't this the perfect opportunity? I could utilize Qian Yi to test Xiaonyo, a girl who appears to be a close friend, yet secretly harbors ill intentions towards him and his companions. Before Zhao Xiaonyo, will he choose to show mercy or strike decisively? He must grow stronger. A faint smile crossed Qin Kong's lips, as if he had made up his mind. He quickly replied to Zhao Xiaonyo, since they are friends, let you arrange it, do as you see fit, but be wary of being deceived. Understood, Brother Kong. Zhao Xiaonyo promptly responded on WeChat. As for the possibility of being deceived, Qin Kong was acutely aware that heroes often falter at the hands of beautiful women. Even in his past life, he had been ensnared by women once or twice, nearly losing his life. A young and impetuous university student like Zhao Xiaonyo was bound to fall under Qian Yi's spell. What Qin Kong sought to observe was whether Zhao Xiaonyo could recognize his mistakes, amend his ways, and only through experiencing such trials could he truly awaken as a powerful individual within. I hope the little calf won't turn against me because of a scoundrel. If that truly is the case, I can only lament my poor judgment in misreading him. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Kong curled his lips in an expression of apparent indifference. Just then, a cacophony of fierce fighting erupted from below, resounding like thunder. What could be happening? Hearing the tumultuous noise, Qin Kong blinked in confusion, then leaped several times to materialize outside the cinema, gazing down from the 4th floor platform of the mall towards the lobby. To his astonishment, the scene below was a complete wreck, and his beloved wife was engaged in a fierce battle with a second-stage zombie, trading blows fiercely. Wait a moment, is that a bio treasure? After several glances to confirm he wasn't mistaken, Qin Kong's eyes widened slightly, seemingly incredulous at the sight before him. Duanju isn't even level 10, yet she can hold her own against a second-stage zombie? Damn, this is too troublesome. The angry roar of Duanju echoed from below.
Chapter 40. Die Jurecht Kreature.
Damn it, it's so troublesome. Duanju, amidst the frantic battle on the 1st floor, let out a furious roar. However, after her exclamation, she dared not even draw a breath, swiftly retreating to evade the impending danger. Boom! The claws of the female zombie struck the ground where Duanju had just leapt, her sharp and resilient hands creating cracks in the floor with an alarming force. The speed was astonishing, and the strength was formidable. Since the apocalypse began, Duanju had never encountered such a terrifying creature, aside from that tank-like zombie. No matter what method she employed, she could not land a blow. Each time she swung her blade, the female zombie effortlessly blocked it with her claws. Crack! True to form, as Duanju brought her blade down, the female zombie once again parried with her nails, then retaliated with a swift swipe towards Duanju's arm. Bastard! Duanju cursed, and in her moment of desperation, she could only hurriedly leap aside, yet the claws still caught the fabric of her sleeve. A sharp sound echoed as 4 deep rips appeared on her jacket. The thought of those claws raking across her skin was too dreadful to contemplate.
GRRRR.
The female zombie, frustrated by her unsuccessful attempts at retaliation, emitted a chilling growl, seemingly surprised that this human was proving so difficult to eliminate. Conversely, Duanju's situation was grim. Her outerwear was tattered, and her black tank top bore several gashes, with crimson fluid trickling down the fabric, a clear testament to the wounds inflicted during the earlier skirmish. Why doesn't she call for me when she is in danger? Qin Kong felt an inexplicable surge of irritation upon seeing the wounds on Duanju. Dark, chilling energy rapidly coalesced between his fingers, and a powerful aura emanated from him, causing the swarm of rat monsters and birds around the mall to scatter in panic. Yet, mere moments later, this terrifying pressure was quickly reined back. Qin Kong regained his composure. It dawned on him that perhaps Duanju intended to confront this high-level zombie on her own. After all, in her previous life, she had also grown through her own efforts. Even as his wife, she would not relinquish her pride. To intervene clumsily in her battle would be rather inconsiderate. Though it's somewhat perilous, since this is Duanju's choice, I shall observe for now. There will be time to act if necessary. I'm also curious to see the extent of Duanju's talent. With this thought, Qin Kong silently nodded, his gaze towards Duanju imbued with newfound respect. Meanwhile, Duanju continued her fierce struggle against the female zombie. Another strike was unleashed. Yet, as before, the female zombie raised her hands to block with her claws, perfectly intercepting the attack. The jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated once more, as two graceful figures found themselves locked in a stalemate amidst the decaying mall. Both combatants trembled slightly from the exertion, neither yielding in strength, momentum, or the sheer force of their formidable presence. However, the female zombie found it peculiar that her opponent seemed to have weakened compared to before. With a rather simple mind, she assumed Duanju had exhausted her strength, and her eyes gleamed with malice as she prepared to unleash her fury, as Duanju effortlessly blocked the attack. She extended her arm forcefully in an attempt to grasp the neck of her assailant. The sound of her nails slicing through the air was terrifying. Should they make contact with flesh, they would surely inflict grievous wounds. However, in the next moment, a dark object was produced from Duanju's trousers. The female zombie emitted a low growl of astonishment, for Duanju had discarded her dagger and raised her left hand, aiming a firearm at the zombie's head. You wretched creature! A gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head snapped back, its once menacing claws drawn back by the force of the blow. Yet, the confrontation was far from over. Under the influence of Qin Kong, Duanju, as his partner, had cultivated the habit of delivering finishing blows. Before the female zombie's body even hit the ground, Duanju aimed again and pulled the trigger repeatedly. The haunting echoes of gunfire reverberated throughout the mall as all the bullets were unleashed, leaving the once graceful form of the zombie riddled with wounds. With a thud, the biochemical creature collapsed, its once vibrant legs rendered limp and lifeless, even losing a shoe in the process. Witnessing this, Duanju, who had been on high alert and fighting with all her might, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling her strength drain away, she knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, murmuring in disbelief, "What the hell is that? So damn troublesome. Why is it so exhausting to fight a Tier 1 zombie? Because it's not a Tier 1. Hearing Duanju's frustrated exclamation, Qin Kong, situated on the 4th floor, blinked in astonishment. Although the biochemical creature is one of the weaker monsters in the 2nd tier, it is still a 2nd tier entity. Normally, one must reach at least level 25 to defeat it. Yet Duanju managed to engage it with melee weapons for so long. At that moment, Qin Kong found it hard to believe. Even though Duanju had acquired some of Qin Kong's attributes, they were merely foundational. Ultimately, she lacked substantial skills and relied solely on her combat instincts and quick reflexes to achieve her victory. Observing such talent before him, Qin Kong finally grasped why Duanju had been a dominant sorceress in her past life. She indeed possessed the potential to become a formidable force. However, it's a pity she is still too inexperienced. The battle is not yet over. Qin Kong shook his head, wearing a look of regret. Meanwhile, as Duanju knelt on the ground, panting, the seemingly lifeless female zombie twitched its right foot, which had lost its shoe. What? No way. It's still alive. Duanju's face was a mask of disbelief. Reacting swiftly, she reached for a magazine to reload her handgun, but in her haste, she fumbled and dropped it to the ground, just as the zombie began to rise slowly. The zombie's head bore the marks of bullet wounds, its face drenched in blood, presenting a terrifying visage akin to a beast emerging from the depths of hell. It had survived a headshot. Roar! Perhaps it was the rage stemming from repeated assaults that prompted the female zombie to emit an excruciatingly shrill roar. In the next moment, she lunged forward, her claws aimed directly at Duanju's face, poised as if to rend her into shreds. It's over. Witnessing this scene, Duanju's complexion turned pale. Although she had previously been unable to prevail, she had at least possessed the ability to stall for time and call for Qin Kong's assistance. However, at this moment, she lacked even the strength to rise, let alone cry out for help. Yet, just as the zombie's claws were a mere 2 meters away from Duanju, a sphere of black energy plummeted from above. The entire form of the female zombie was sent crashing aside, and before Duanju could grasp what had transpired, the zombie was consumed by searing flames, reduced to ash. What the hell was that? Gazing at the blazing ember, Duanju couldn't help but bite her lip in trepidation. Shortly thereafter, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. "Foolish woman, you've lost again. How many times is this?" "Ha!" Duanju turned in astonishment to see Qin Kong standing behind her, exuding pride as he extended his arm to hoist her up. For a fleeting moment, Duanju felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude. She found herself captivated by Qin Kong's handsome profile. After all, the joy of having survived such a perilous encounter was an emotion that could scarcely be contained. However, quickly regaining her composure, Duanju shook her head vigorously and resumed her usual indignant demeanor, complaining to Qin Kong, "I am not foolish. It is this repugnant and sinister zombie that is excessively powerful. Why do such monsters always seem to pursue me? How did I survive in my past life without your assistance?" "Well, that's a curious inquiry," Qin Kong responded, blinking in perplexity. "Now that you mention it, it is indeed strange. It has only been 5 days in this life, and we have encountered numerous second-stage zombies. Logically, this shouldn't be the case." At this juncture, Qin Kong paused abruptly, as a realization dawned upon him. Perhaps it was not Duanju's constitution that attracted the second-stage zombies, but rather his own presence. In this reincarnation, he had exterminated far more zombies in these 5 days than in his previous life, by dozens or even hundreds of times. The slain bodies could not be disposed of and remained on the streets, where they were consumed by other zombies. The more zombies fed, the quicker they evolved, leading to the nearby undead reaching second stage or even initial intelligence. They lacked the capacity for deep thought, only knowing that following the man in black would grant them access to more flesh and blood. Therefore, as soon as I step outside the community, I will be targeted by zombies? Damn, so that's how it is. Enlightened by this revelation, Qin Kong cursed inwardly. Yet he soon found solace in the understanding that while high-level zombies posed greater danger, they also offered substantial experience. It was merely a matter of weighing the benefits against the risks. As for the present, Qin Kong recognized that there were more pressing matters at hand. "Did you just level up?" "Huh?" Upon hearing Qin Kong's earnest inquiry, Duanju blinked innocently and quickly glanced at the system. As expected, due to the earlier tension, Duanju had missed the system's notification sound. It was only now that he realized he had ascended to level 10, having accrued a substantial amount of experience points from the demise of the biochemical creature. Ding! Host level has risen to level 10. All attributes increased by 0.7, and acquired the skill, Infusion of Love. Huh? Upon seeing the name of the skill, Duanju's pupils widened slightly, revealing a look of disbelief. Just the name alone is quite peculiar. What an abstract skill this is. Chapter 41. The Nurturer Infusion of Love. Consumes a minimal portion of stamina and mana to unleash a particle of light element that enhances the target, with effects including a 1 restoration of stamina, a 1 healing of life, and a 1 growth in attributes. The attribute enhancement effect can stack repeatedly, with a maximum of 100 layers. Any excess life points will form a temporary light attribute shield to protect the target. This skill can also be cast on oneself. The higher the level, the lower the consumption and the longer the enhancement duration. Additionally, a passive effect is granted, Perfect Harmony. If the intimacy between the target and the host exceeds 60, the light element will automatically fly to the target without the need for aiming. Should the intimacy surpass 80, all enhancements will increase to 1.5. If intimacy exceeds 99, consumption will be reduced to 20, and distance will be disregarded. Beep. Detecting a flight-type skill. SS-grade artifact. Sacred Bloom has been automatically triggered. The skill Infusion of Love will additionally release 3 times with each use, increasing mana consumption by 20. Wait, this cannot be right. Acquiring a new skill should be a joyous occasion. Yet, upon hearing the system's introduction, Duanju's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Kong had his hand resting on Duanju's head, allowing him to witness the effects of the new skill as well. In response to Duanju's astonishment, Qin Kong merely blinked and curiously inquired, "What's wrong? What seems off?" "Everything is off," Duanju retorted indignantly, brushing aside the hand atop his head before seizing Qin Kong by the collar, his face a mask of displeasure as he demanded, "Don't you realize? All I have are support skills, entirely the skills of a priest. I am a nurturer. How did I become a demon nun in my previous life with such skills? You must be mistaken. You've got the wrong person." As he spoke, a vein began to throb on Duanju's forehead. His teeth gritted in a display of outrage. However, gazing at that enchanting visage, one might say that Duanju's anger was more endearing than fearsome. Qin Kong could not help but chuckle, instinctively wrapping his arms around Duanju while gently caressing her delicate waist and reassuringly patting her head. "It's impossible to be mistaken. You, my dear simpleton, are undoubtedly that notorious female fiend. My perception skills never err. The only explanation is that the skills bestowed by the system are determined by the current state of the Awakener. In your past life, you survived in solitude, battling monsters and leveling up, thus receiving combat-oriented skills. In this life, having become my wife, your skills naturally transition to supportive ones, which is entirely reasonable." Upon hearing this, Duanju inhaled sharply, her voice trembling with indignation. "So, are you saying that without you, I could have potentially become a formidable ruler? Yet now I am merely relegated to being a nurturer, healing my teammates? Damn it! Qin Kong, you beast! Why did you come back in your rebirth just to meddle? How will you compensate me?" As she spoke, tears of grievance began to glimmer at the corners of her eyes, and in a fit of exasperation, Duanju could only raise her fist to strike Qin Kong's face. However, she was no match for him. Before her fist could descend, it was effortlessly caught by Qin Kong, and not only did she fail to land a blow, but he also seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her cheek. How adorable! A little kiss is merely a kind of assistance, right? I can help you level up much faster than you could alone. "Ah, you!" Covering the spot where she had been kissed, Duanju's fury intensified. Her face flushed red with anger. This is a disgrace. Utterly humiliating. Seeing Qin Kong's smug and mocking smile, Duanju felt a tumult of emotions. Anxiety and ire surged within her, yet she found herself utterly powerless against him. "It's all that guy's fault. It's entirely his doing. Originally, I could have become a top-tier powerhouse, dominating all, establishing a harem, and amassing countless younger sisters as a regional lord. Yet because of this man, I have been reduced to this state, to such a humiliating and undignified existence. I refuse to be a wife. I refuse to be Qin Kong's spouse, that kind of person, that detestable individual." With these thoughts, Duanju clenched her delicate fists tightly, her resentment deepening. But strike him? That was utterly futile. Condemn him? He had purchased SS-grade equipment and gifted sets of top-tier gear to her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. What grounds did she have for reproach? Running away from home? What about the soft, inviting bed and the succulent steak and lobster? And that exquisite, luxurious kitchen that she adored? Was she to become a vagabond, scavenging for canned food in a city overrun by zombies? Devoured, completely devoured, consumed utterly by Qin Kong. My life is over. It is irrevocably shattered. If this continues, I will surely. A bead of cold sweat slowly traced down Duanju's forehead. Her pupils trembled slightly, and her legs involuntarily drew together in the presence of this formidable, arrogant man, who was powerful enough to transcend all. Her body felt uncontrollable, every cell instinctively bowing to him in submission. "What is it? What do you wish to say?" With a playful lift of his brow, Qin Kong resumed his examination of the woman in his arms, merely gliding his palm through her hair and gently caressing her cheek with his warm hand emanated an indescribable, overwhelming masculine allure that rendered her utterly defenseless. No. A faint tremor escaped Duanju's throat. She was unsure why she felt this way, only that her head was growing hotter, her heart racing faster, and her lips becoming increasingly parched. It's impossible. I would never. I cannot concede. For the sake of my last shred of dignity, I will absolutely never yield to Qin Kong. For now, I must endure and bear the humiliation, biding my time. Even if all I gain are auxiliary skills, there will come a day when I will defeat you. Mark my words, Qin Kong. I merely wish to express that the sacred blooming device has been activated, which is quite unfortunate. Despite feeling a myriad of frustrations internally, I shall not allow Qin Kong to perceive my distress. Thus, in an effort to mask my inner turmoil, Duanju averted her gaze from Qin Kong, cautiously pressing her pink lips together to utter a sound, attempting to shift the topic. Such an SS-level anomaly has been squandered. What purpose does triggering this skill thrice serve? Truly unfortunate. Indeed. Fortunately, upon hearing this, Qin Kong did not dwell on it, merely stroking his chin with a contemplative expression. I have seldom encountered instances where healing skills are reinforced by anomalies. In my past life, among the myriad factions, whether warlords or cults, shelters or official bases, few would intentionally cultivate a support role, as most deemed it more prudent to concentrate resources on developing combat personnel. Healing could be managed through items. As he spoke, Qin Kong paused slightly, having noticed Duanju's resentful little eyes, puffed up as if sulking like a disgruntled girlfriend. Thus, he hastily amended his tone, smiling. But fret not, you are my woman. Regardless of the skills you acquire, I shall never abandon you. I promise. With that, Qin Kong gently ruffled Duanju's hair. Upon hearing this, Duanju's expression softened considerably, though she turned her head away with a disdainful demeanor, saying, At least you've spoken some sensible words, but I do not require your assistance. I can handle the zombies myself. Let me first test the skill. Very well. Qin Kong nodded. Duanju then raised her hands, placing her palms against her chest, silently reciting the words infusion of love, gathering her magical energy into her palms. A humming sound filled the air. Centered around Duanju, a subtle wave of energy began to emanate, a spatial tremor typical of an awakened individual utilizing magical power. Soon, a radiant holy light burst forth. Duanju's body flickered like a light bulb switching on and off, flashing 3 times in rapid succession, after which the scratches on her abdomen and thighs visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Oh, how ticklish! The sensation of flesh regenerating felt peculiar, as Duanju squirmed slightly. However, that strange feeling quickly dissipated, replaced by skin that was pristine and unblemished. Wait, I feel as though I have become stronger. As her wounds healed, Duanju inexplicably sensed a significant increase in her strength. The sacred blooming device enabled the infusion of love to manifest threefold with each release, translating to a 3 increase in attributes and stamina. Though a mere May 3rd seemed trivial, in combat, any organism's attributes and stamina tend to decline. Yet Duanju could rejuvenate herself through magical power. The effect was evident, making this support skill remarkably potent. Observing Duanju's joyful demeanor, Qin Kong smiled with satisfaction. However, Duanju soon blinked her clever eyes, seemingly struck by a peculiar idea, and began to gather her magical energy once more, directing it towards her chest to unleash the skill again. Infusion of love. Infusion of love. Infusion of love. Infuse. 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 The air buzzed with energy as Duanju unleashed skill after skill, the sacred light enveloping her body flickering with increasing intensity. Golden, translucent energy armor began to form upon her skin. Observing this spectacle, Qin Kong swiftly raised his right hand, a hint of astonishment in his voice as he urged, Hey, what are you doing? Stop immediately. Power. I can feel the strength surging throughout my body. Duanju exclaimed with exhilaration, her entire being radiating brilliance. I am invincible now. Truly invincible. The radiance around her intensified, and her inner strength swelled, as if an inexhaustible force coursed through her veins. More potent than consuming 2 cans of energy drinks and receiving 2 doses of adrenaline combined. Yet, She had merely stacked 4 or 5 dozen layers thus far. The holy blooming device is indeed effective. I can rapidly accumulate my attributes to 100 layers. Moreover, the attributes obtained from Qin Kong can benefit from this effect as well. 200 combat power. I am utterly astonished. Duan Ju's heart screamed in elation. From the apocalyptic world until now, this was the first time she felt such overwhelming strength. She even believed she could defeat Qin Kong. However, just as she was on the brink of accumulating her 100th layer, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. Her body lost all strength, and she uncontrollably collapsed. Chapter 42. A day of slumber. As the twilight cast an orange hue over the city, the air resonated with the thunderous roar of propellers. An endless tide of zombies surged through the streets like relentless waves, while a helicopter high above emitted static crackles. Command Center, this is Falcon 11, altitude 100, maintaining cruising posture. The FLIR indicates the main migration horde of zombies is advancing along Highway 7 toward the river mouth bridge. Report concluded. According to the plan, the helicopter's noise was to be used as a lure for the undead. Acknowledged. Report concluded. With the radio communication at an end, the previously stationary helicopter suddenly surged forward. The massive horde was so vast that the helicopter struggled to skim over them. It wasn't until they traversed an entire street that the pilot and co-pilot finally glimpsed the front of the throng. The zombies, akin to puppets possessed by a lust for slaughter, sprinted uncontrollably upon hearing the helicopter's sound, their contorted forms reminiscent of grotesque figures from a horror tale. Waving their arms and emitting a chorus of guttural growls, the cacophony of thousands of moans rendered even the noise of the propellers inadequate. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the co-pilot's brow as he nervously muttered, "I read online that survivors say zombies can evolve according to their hunting environment. They won't sprout wings and fly up, will they? What nonsense are you spouting?" The pilot replied, frowning in disbelief. "If that were the case, we could just shoot them down, right? I truly doubt any carbon-based life form could withstand a Gatling gun. Isn't it said that awakened individuals can endure bullets? But they must reach a high level to acquire such skills, right? The highest level in the base is merely 11. These are zombies. How could they possibly be more formidable than humans?" The pilot spoke casually while maneuvering the controls, his tone suggesting he regarded the horde as a trivial matter. After all, such slow-witted beings were exceedingly primitive. Even if a first-tier mutant occasionally appeared, a single barrage would suffice to eliminate them effortlessly. However, at that very moment, a vivid red object suddenly appeared on the infrared scanner, moving swiftly behind the horde. "Hey! At 7 o'clock on the left wing, there's an anomalous heat source," the co-pilot urgently alerted. The pilot pressed several buttons and raised the helicopter's altitude slightly. "I've elevated our height to 120. At this distance, it wouldn't reach us even if it could climb. That's not right. It's moving so fast. It's caught up with us." Huh? Upon hearing this, the pilot's heart raced, and he quickly turned his gaze to the left side of the helicopter. In the distance, a zombie was sprinting with a speed and agility beyond human capability, bounding like a tiger on all fours. Its entire skin had rotted away, leaving only grotesquely swollen muscles dripping with copious blood. The brain, devoid of its skull, lay exposed to the air, while fearsome muscles completely obscured its face, revealing only a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth and a long, crimson tongue, a sight that was utterly repulsive. Even the most composed driver could not help but break into a cold sweat upon witnessing such a monstrosity, hastily activating the radio to report to headquarters. "Command Center, we have encountered a high-risk target, requesting the use of white phosphorus munitions to engage, over." Just then, the driver and co-pilot gasped in astonishment. For at that moment, the muscle-bound creature's brain suddenly emitted a bizarre electric current, and then its body flickered violently, vanishing into thin air. The two drivers were left utterly stunned. What was that? An illusion? Or teleportation? Did the zombie just use a skill? Thoughts of foreboding began to flood their minds. In the next instant, the creature that should have been running on the ground suddenly appeared 100 meters in the air, lunging towards the helicopter without giving the two soldiers any time to react. "This is bad." Boom. Ha! Was it just Duan Ju's imagination? Or did strange explosions echo from afar? My head hurts a bit. What happened? Wasn't I just in the mall facing a female zombie one-on-one? My right hand feels warm. So reassuring. What's going on? Ha! Dazed and confused, Duan-ju finally opened her eyes. She felt a bit fatigued and slightly dizzy, as if she had stayed up all night gaming and was now forcing herself to attend class. Upon waking, she realized she was lying on a bed in the mall, tucked under a soft quilt in a private room on the 3rd floor, with Qin Kong sitting beside her, firmly grasping her right hand. Little Bai, foolish woman, you're finally awake. Qin Kong's gaze was fierce, seemingly angry, and his tone was decidedly displeased. Do you even know what you did? You were utterly foolish. I've never seen anyone as foolish as you. Huh? What's going on? Wasn't I just testing a new skill? Listening to Qin Kong's words, Duan-ju struggled to sit up, her expression bewildered as she blinked. After rising, she rubbed her head with her left hand, feeling only a slight headache and no other issues. How did I end up upstairs? Did Qin Kong carry me up? By the way, why did I faint? With these thoughts, Duan-ju finally noticed her right hand tightly held by Qin Kong. Huh? What's he doing? This grip is a bit painful. So what exactly happened? Upon awakening, Duan-ju appeared utterly bewildered. Witnessing her dazed expression, Qin Kong could only furrow his brow and reprimand her sternly. Excessive depletion of magical and mental energy can severely strain the body. In dire circumstances, it may even lead to cerebral death. In this apocalyptic world, such occurrences mostly arise when awakened beings exhaust their powers in desperate battles against formidable foes. However, encountering a fool like you who wastefully squanders magic right after acquiring skills is a first for me. As he spoke, a flicker of anger ignited in Qin Kong's eyes as he thrust his finger forcefully against Duan-ju's forehead. Why did you not stop when I commanded you to? Why did you continue? Are you disregarding my words? Have you become so self-assured? Disobedient servants deserve to be severely punished. If you repeat this, I shall spank you. Do you hear me? Ouch! Stop poking my head. I can't recall what was said. I promise I won't do it again. Duan-ju, confused and indignant, looked exceedingly endearing as she raised her small hands in futile resistance. She had lost count of how many times she had used infusion of love, but knew only that she had stacked it with great delight. Seeing her still perplexed demeanor, Qin Kong could only snort in exasperation, finally releasing his grip on her and handing her a packet of biscuits, admonishing her earnestly, I must prepare for the zombie tide. If your head still aches, lie down for a while and refrain from using your skills recklessly. Eat a biscuit if you feel hungry. All right, Duan-ju replied obediently. Observing her response, Qin Kong could only shake his head in resignation, pinching her cheek gently before hastily exiting the room, appearing quite rushed. What is this? Why be so harsh with me? You should be delighted if I were to perish. Moreover, it is still early. The zombie tide has yet to arrive. I wonder what the rush is about. Wait a moment. As this thought crossed her mind, Duan-ju turned her gaze toward the window, and realization dawned upon her as she blinked. The sky outside the shopping mall had already transitioned to dusk. They had departed in the morning, and nearly 10 hours had passed. I have been unconscious for so long, Duan-ju exclaimed inwardly in astonishment. However, she soon became aware of something else and tilted her head in puzzlement, gazing at her right hand. Wait, does this mean Qin Kong remained by my side throughout my unconsciousness? Never leaving? But why? He could have set traps while I was unconscious. Given his nature, surely slaying zombies and gaining experience would take precedence. Why stay right beside me? Could it be? At that moment, the answer was glaringly evident. Her safety was far more significant than eliminating zombies. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and even Duan-ju felt a touch of bashfulness and awkwardness. However, she quickly turned her head away, puffing out her cheeks in a display of disdain. Ha! As if I would be moved. Qin Kong is undoubtedly attempting to feign concern in order to lure me into a state of degradation, compelling me, a former formidable being capable of looking down upon the world, to obediently become his wife. What a cunning and treacherous individual. I shall not fall for such a ruse. I am truly astute and have no intention of dwelling on this. After a brief respite, I shall assist the old. Qin Kong. I am not a mere ornamental vase. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Duanju unconsciously hummed a tune, appearing quite content. However, as she lifted the covers, donned her shoes, and prepared to step outside to see what Qin Kong was occupied with, her stomach emitted an inopportune sound. Gulyalu. Oh right, having slept for so long without eating, I am quite famished. Then I shall start with some biscuits. Chapter 43. Preparations before the storm. The zombie tide approaches. Through my binoculars, I gazed upon the impending doom, situated in the eastern district. Where is Qin Kong? Does he not possess a firearm? He must emerge to safeguard us. Have you not heard? He has fled. He has absconded from the community with his paramour. Indeed, this fellow cannot be relied upon. It falls upon our President Li to take charge. The WeChat group erupted in chaos. The zombie tide looms. Hearts are fraught with anxiety. Yet for reasons unknown, news of Qin Kong's departure from the community spread, casting doubt upon his character. Consequently, Li Hao and his followers seized control once again. However, this time, the response to Li Hao's summons was notably scant. The survivors of the community, adhering to Qin Kong's counsel, ventured forth in search of supplies, seizing opportunities to eliminate the undead, and formed small groups to provide mutual support. As Qin Kong had diligently cleared the vicinity of the more formidable zombies, only a scattering of frail creatures remained, facilitating the survivors' endeavors. Qin Kong ventured outside almost daily, and the residents grew accustomed to his absence. Thus they did not perceive it as flight. Rather, they expressed disdain towards Li Hao and his ilk. Oh, is that not President Li? Now that Brother Qin is away, you revel in your arrogance? What mischief does President Li intend this time? I shall merely observe. I shall not take sides. And do not expect me to surrender my supplies. The majority of those mocking Li Hao were evidently rational survivors. Nevertheless, such circumstances did not deter Li Hao. Soon his ostentatious leadership rhetoric reappeared in the group. Comrades, let us not descend into discord. The previous actions of the Survival Association were indeed flawed, yet we have learned from our mistakes and shall not repeat them. However, we find ourselves in perilous times. We survivors must unite as one, stand together. I wish to believe that Qin Kong will return, but who can guarantee that outcome? Thus, I propose we swiftly establish a task force, pooling our intellect and strength to devise a strategy for confronting the impending zombie tide. Our community's supplies are limited. If absolutely necessary, we can contemplate a centralized distribution, and this time, I shall earnestly heed everyone's preferences. The silver-tongued Li Hao maneuvered within the group, deftly crafting an image of himself as a commendable leader. With Qin Kong absent, some wavering residents indeed fell under his spell, and soon voices began to echo in support of Li Hao. I find President Li's reasoning sound. We ought to set aside past grievances. With so much food in Qin Kong's home, will it not attract the zombies during the tide? Ah, that would be exceedingly perilous. Some individuals insinuated their thoughts, their words inevitably circling back to Qin Kong's resources, for the abundance within his household was indeed too tempting. Seizing his supplies could potentially spare them from foraging for food for an entire year. Little did they know, Qin Kong was merely a few hundred meters away in a shopping mall, moving chairs while keeping an eye on the WeChat group's messages. After being duped by Li Hao so many times, how can anyone still lack the discernment to trust his words? I must say, some individuals truly possess a certain ignobility. However, whether you have been utterly deceived by Li Hao, losing everything in the process, or have been used as mere cannon fodder leading to your demise, what relevance does that hold for me? Regardless, upon my return, I shall deal with all of you in one fell swoop. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Kong's face broke into a cold smirk. He deftly tapped out a message to Zhao Xiaonyo. Make a note of the IDs of those who have allied with Li Hao. I shall find them useful in the future. Understood, Brother Kong. Zhao Xiaonyo responded with remarkable swiftness, as if he had been awaiting orders around the clock. Qin Kong felt a sense of satisfaction with this subordinate, though he was uncertain whether Zhao Xiaonyo could withstand the seductive charms of Chen Yi. As for why Qin Kong had yet to eliminate Li Hao, it could only be attributed to Li Hao's remarkable cunning. He had not made a single appearance from the very beginning. Although Qin Kong possessed a sensing ability, it merely allowed him to discern the general vicinity of living beings, rendering him unable to identify the unfamiliar auras hidden among the myriad of presences in the community. Among these were countless zombies and animals, with only a handful being survivors. If he were to search for Li Hao, it would take him 3 days and nights to find him, unless he resorted to obliterating every building with his skills, which would be excessively ruthless. For now, it is wiser to tackle the approaching horde of zombies first. Let Li Hao revel for a couple more days. With a resounding crash, a chair was hurled to the floor. As Qin Kong rearranged the furniture, all side doors and windows of the mall were thoroughly barricaded, leaving only the main entrance ajar. He positioned a Bluetooth speaker in the center of the first floor, confirming that the power supply was functional before brushing off the dust from his hands with satisfaction and smiling contentedly. At that very moment, a derisive voice drifted from behind him. "Have you really boarded up all the doors and windows? Are you afraid that the number of zombies rushing in will be too overwhelming for you to handle? It's a shame you are a reborn individual with retained skills. You truly are worthless." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Qin Kong turned slowly, only to find Duanju munching on a cookie with a smug expression. Her white coat, torn to shreds by a female zombie, had been discarded, leaving her clad only in a snug black tank top. The broad straps revealed her fair, smooth skin, taut and delicate, while the fabric strained against her full curves, exposing the graceful contours of her abdomen and a hint of her navel. Unaware of her own allure, Duanju believed that merely wearing clothing sufficed. Yet, as she reveled in her triumph, cookie crumbs fell onto her soft, pillowy curves. In an instant, the proud demeanor she had just exhibited vanished, replaced by an adorably clumsy air. My goodness, how charming! Qin Kong thought to himself, his pupils widening slightly. She can eat, sleep, and possesses a rather simple mind. How on earth did this little fool become the leader of a cult in her past life? Even if she has a talent for combat, that shouldn't be the case. Wait, could it be? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Kong contemplatively stroked his chin. Could it be that, in this lifetime, I have indulged her too much, causing this woman to lack any sense of urgency? Surely not. I haven't spoiled her excessively, have I? Am I not rather stern with her? Lost in these musings, Qin Kong furrowed his brows, revealing a look of perplexity. Meanwhile, having finished her biscuit, Duanju approached with a beaming smile, tiptoeing to wrap her arms around Qin Kong's neck in a friendly manner, and with a cheerful demeanor akin to a tomboy, exclaimed, Hey, Brother Kong, do you need any assistance? I've rested well and I'm ready to work." "What?" Upon hearing this, Qin Kong momentarily fell into a daze. The women he encountered in the apocalypse varied greatly, yet most resembled ethereal fairies or saintly figures. It was rare to find one willing to engage in hard labor, let alone one who merely pointed fingers at others. In Qin Kong's eyes, Duanju's character was both virtuous and generous, charmingly adorable, industrious, and possessing an unwavering moral compass, providing ample emotional and practical value. Who else should he dote upon if not her? In the next instant, before Duanju could comprehend what was happening, Qin Kong had already pulled her close, tightly embracing her waist. The work was done. But there were indeed other matters at hand, such as a kiss from you. "What? You?" Upon hearing this, Duanju gasped, attempting to push Qin Kong away in a feeble act of resistance. Yet, alas, it was futile. By the time she regained her senses, her cheek had already been playfully pecked by the man. Consequently, the initially well-intentioned Duanju widened her eyes in indignation, exclaiming, "You? Despicable Qin Kong! I consider you a good brother, yet you treat me like a foolish wife? Don't think that just because you took me out to level up, I will be grateful. One day, I shall exact my revenge. I will stab you, I will stab you, I will stab you." With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Duanju, unable to contain her frustration, clenched her fists and mimicked a knife-wielding motion, poking at Qin Kong's abdomen repeatedly, as if she could pierce through him. However, Qin Kong seemed oblivious to her intentions, mistaking her antics for playful affection, and gently ruffled her hair, internally musing, "Truly adorable. Here, take this." With that, Qin Kong recalled something important, hastily summoning a hand crossbow from his space and presenting it to Duanju. She paused for a moment, bewildered as she accepted the weapon, inspecting it closely but found it to be rather unremarkable. Turning her head with a hint of disappointment, She inquired. Why a crossbow? I wanted a gun. You'll understand shortly, Qin Kong replied with a cheerful smile. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone, tapping it lightly, causing the Bluetooth speaker in the hall to blare forth with the jubilant sounds of Lu Dehua's Gong Shi Fa Kai. In contrast, a terrifying growl approached from outside the mall, growing ever closer. Did you not desire to level up and defeat me? There's plenty of experience to be gained this time. I'll feed you enough. With a composed smile, Qin Kong effortlessly lifted Duanju, leaping to the platform on the second floor. In contrast, Duanju squinted her eyes, her gaze laced with suspicion as she murmured to herself, why does it feel so strange? Have I been toyed with by Qin once more? Chapter 44. Apologies. As twilight descended and the moon cast a hazy glow, the city was enveloped in a cacophony of eerie low growls. An ever-increasing tide of zombies swelled the ranks of the undead, and the once thriving districts were now overrun by throngs of grotesque creatures. All survivors had securely bolted their doors, leaving the darkened streets devoid of life, save for the mindless zombies that twisted and roared with reckless abandon. Yet, amidst this harrowing post-apocalyptic landscape, a sudden burst of festive music erupted from the nearby mall. Congratulations on your wealth. Congratulations on your brilliance. Huh? What's that? Many of the nearby zombies tilted their heads in confusion. Perhaps drawn by the melody, a segment of the massive horde actually wandered away from the throng. With their limited intelligence and no comprehension of windows or walls, the zombies mindlessly collided with the barriers or clawed at them, their futile attempts proving insufficient to breach the mall's defenses. Consequently, only a small fraction of the undead, amounting to a few dozen to 100, managed to shuffle through the mall's entrance, coinciding with the abrupt cessation of the music from the Bluetooth speaker. Wow, they really came in. Of course, observing Duanju's starry-eyed excitement, Qin Kong allowed himself a smirk of pride. He then produced a hand crossbow, demonstrating its use to Duanju. Although it appears to be an ordinary alloy crossbow, it is, in fact, a system item obtainable only with 50 awakening coins. There's a button here, see. As he spoke, Qin Kong pointed to a red button on the trigger guard, perfectly positioned for his thumb when grasping the weapon. With a casual squeeze of the trigger, a sharp whoosh echoed as a bolt found its mark, exploding the head of a zombie on the floor below. The sound of iron-piercing bone was chilling, as the gruesome wound penetrated from the left temple through to the right cheek. Yet, even upon impact, the bolt's momentum did not wane until it embedded itself into the ground. How precise! Clapping her hands in delight, Duanju exclaimed once more. This was not mere flattery to please Qin Kong. She knew she had to be within mere meters to hit a target with a handgun. The accuracy of Qin Kong's hand crossbow, despite the severe drop in trajectory, was nothing short of astonishing to her. However, a more remarkable spectacle soon unfolded. After firing a bolt, Qin Kong gently pressed the red button, and a mysterious energy flickered around the embedded bolt in the floor tiles. In the blink of an eye, the previously shot bolt returned to the crossbow's chamber. What? With wide eyes and an open mouth, Duanju stared at the hand crossbow, rendered speechless for a moment. Observing his wife, who seemed unaccustomed to the world, Qin Kong couldn't help but smile, gently ruffling Duanju's hair as he explained, "Don't ask me about the principles behind it. The system's tools function this way. In any case, the bolts of this hand crossbow can be used infinitely, which means we won't waste ammunition nor attract too many zombies with gunfire. Isn't that convenient?" After speaking, Qin Kong winked, seemingly anticipating Duanju's response. However, this time, instead of a gasp of astonishment, Duanju hesitated for a moment and murmured with a confused expression, "Isn't that just a crossbow with unlimited bolts? Spending 50 awakening coins on something like this seems a bit foolish." At this remark, a heavy silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the distant groans of zombies downstairs. Qin Kong, who had initially been somewhat excited, instantly wore a visibly displeased expression and shot Duanju a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "You foolish woman, what do you understand? This is about maximizing resources and efficiency. Do you get it?" With that, he angrily turned away and began to aim at the zombies on the first floor, venting his frustration upon them. Duanju, utterly bewildered, blinked as she pondered. Huh? Is Qin Kong angry? Is he perhaps waiting for me to praise him? But honestly, it doesn't seem particularly useful. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she suddenly recalled something amusing. Qin Kong seems to have a rather peculiar collection of bizarre tools. Not to mention this hand crossbow, but the collar around my neck and the energy shield protecting the villa are also part of it. They are all expensive, yet their utility is questionable. To put it another way, it's akin to a middle-aged man who delights in collecting odd gadgets, tools that may go unused for years, and when they finally come in handy, he longs for praise. With that thought, Duanju couldn't help but chuckle, finding Qin Kong's behavior rather childish, getting upset over such trivial matters. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, there was no doubt that Qin Kong would not neglect their serious business. While Duanju entertained herself with these thoughts, Qin Kong had already dispatched a dozen zombies with a scowl, feeling frustrated as the precious experience he had painstakingly gathered was rapidly diminished. Promptly, Duanju leaned over the edge, aiming for the experience orbs below. Whoosh! A zombie let out a piercing scream as the arrow pierced its chest. The blood and pain only served to enrage the creature further. It stood in the hall, swinging its arms violently towards the second floor, as if wishing to tear apart the foolish woman who had misfired. Yikes! I'm sorry, Duanju shouted apologetically, hastily summoning back the bolt and taking aim at the zombie. Upon witnessing this scene, Duanju hastily summoned his crossbow to release a third bolt. I'm so sorry. Oh dear, I truly apologize. The zombie, lying on the ground and barely clinging to life, ceased its roaring. Exhausted, it resigned itself to destruction. It could never have imagined that, having transformed into a zombie, it would endure such inhumane torment. That accursed woman had shot it with 12 arrows. Yet it still drew breath, until its innards had completely decayed and its blood had nearly drained away. Duanju's final arrow failed to find its mark. A zombie that succumbed to death from excessive blood loss was a first. If word of this were to spread, how would it survive in the realm of the undead? Just grant me a swift end. Look, isn't it wonderful to have infinite ammunition? You could practice your aim. Observing Duanju's repeated misses, Qin Kong lamented quietly from the side. However, Duanju, with flushed cheeks and indignation, retorted, "Silence. What business is it of yours? I enjoy toying with my prey. Is that so wrong?" "Very well," Qin Kong nodded impassively, though inwardly he mused, "Little Beachy, you're starting to argue with me again. I shall teach you a lesson shortly." Unbeknownst to the furious Duanju, who remained focused on eliminating the zombies on the first floor, several minutes passed before the first wave of zombies was completely dispatched. New corpses mingled with the existing bodies throughout the mall, and the air grew thick with the stench of blood. However, since both of their levels were relatively high, the experience gained from ordinary zombies was quite limited, and thus neither of them leveled up. Qin Kong activated the sound system once more. "Those who are worthy, please come forth. Those who are not, kindly step aside."
Seville Tibejets Noblam.
The haunting melody, coupled with the overwhelming scent of blood, incited the zombies outside the mall into a frenzy. Soon, a large horde surged into the building, but this time, they did not direct their howls at the two on the platform. Instead, they rushed to the corpses of their fallen brethren to feast. Oh, how revolting! Although Duanju had witnessed such scenes before, it had been limited to a few zombies gnawing at a single corpse. The sight of 100 zombies devouring 100 corpses was utterly unprecedented. A grotesque banquet of hellish beasts that nearly made Duanju lose his composure. Ugh! I can't take it anymore. Covering his mouth, he stumbled aside to gag. Yet Qin Kong displayed little reaction. After all, he had seen far more grotesque sights in his past life, and countless more repulsive creatures awaited him. Such trivial matters would not induce nausea in him. Nevertheless, out of affection for his companion, he pondered for a moment before producing a cubic artifact, channeling a bit of magical energy into it before casting it down. Splash! "Oh!" Duanju exclaimed in surprise. A sudden blue radiance flickered through the air, swiftly forming a translucent energy barrier that completely separated the first and second floors. This energy shield, while ineffective against physical projectiles such as crossbow bolts, succeeded in containing the scent of blood, refreshing the atmosphere. After the air cleared, Duanju felt significantly better. What? Is this? After regurgitating, Duanju wiped the corner of her mouth and curiously approached Qin Kong, inquiring about the phenomenon. This is a system creation, a gas shield. It costs 100 awakening coins and can filter the air, Qin Kong replied, his gaze fixed elsewhere, seemingly still sulking at the mention of crossbow bolts. Unaware of his mood, Duanju blinked innocently, adorably responding, Qin Kong, you really do love collecting useless. Oh no, rather peculiar items. That's it. I'll just toss you to the zombies. Why? No. Duanju exclaimed in terror. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, she found herself floating in midair, as Qin Kong executed a princess carry. Half of her body dangled over the edge of the platform, the chilly air seeping through the seams of her clothing and brushing against her back, compelling her to cling tightly to Qin Kong's neck to prevent him from letting go. Are you serious? There are so many zombies outside. Dropping me would be perilous. Then you must apologize to me, Qin Kong declared with utmost seriousness. Although he appeared quite angry, his grip was firm, indicating he would never truly drop Duanju. Nevertheless, he acted convincingly. Apologize. Say you are an incompetent and foolish woman, a complete fool with nothing to offer besides 2 ample assets. You will never defy Lord Qin Kong again. Hurry, or I shall let you fall. Are you insane? I refuse. Ah, the long-tongued zombie is coming. Please don't drop me. Will you apologize or not? Chapter 45. A warm embrace from Kong as the scene shifts. Qin Kong continues to eliminate the undead, while Duanju kneels nearby in a position of despair. Her lips tightly pressed and her body trembling slightly. Glistening tears swirl in her eyes, her face etched with humiliation. I am tainted. I have become sullied. My dignity has been besmirched. How could I utter such words out of fear? I'm sorry, mother. I am a worthless woman. I have been degraded by a scoundrel. Woe is me. Duanju appears utterly dejected on the ground, in stark contrast to Qin Kong, who seems to be in high spirits, his vigor for slaughtering zombies invigorated. Host has slain a common zombie 1, gaining 0. 3 experience points. Host has slain a common zombie 1, gaining 0. 3 experience points. Host has slain a common zombie 1, gaining 0. 5 experience points. Host continues to slay. Though this method of extermination may seem inefficient, it is, in fact, the most reliable approach. It is essential to mention the combat power dynamics. Despite Qin Kong's reincarnation and the possession of skills and items from his previous life, his individual capabilities remain limited. Among the 30,000 zombies, there will undoubtedly be numerous second-stage undead. While handling 1 or 2 may be manageable, confronting a dozen at once, coupled with thousands of zombies obstructing his movement, would compromise his ability to protect Duanju. Thus, the strategy of eliminating one wave and luring another is remarkably prudent. Even if their commotion attracts the horde's attention, it poses no issue, as Qin Kong is devoid of magical energy. With a full reservoir of mana, he could effortlessly escape while embracing Duanju. Beep. The host's level has risen to 11. All attributes increased by 0. 7. To unlock the next skill, 4 more levels are required. Please continue to strive, host. Oh, I've leveled up. Duanju, previously enveloped in despondency, suddenly lifted her head. Qin Kong, however, merely smirked and calmly explained, of course, you leveled up. You share a symbiotic resonance with me, siphoning my experience. Nonsense. I only took a quarter, Duanju retorted through clenched teeth. Hearing this, Qin Kong's gaze sharpened, and he spoke in a voice tinged with coldness. Are you cursing at me again? Have you forgotten so soon? Oh no, my apologies. Upon hearing this, Duanju quickly composed herself, shifting closer to Qin Kong like a little duck, her innocent eyes wide and pleading. Witnessing her demeanor, Qin Kong abandoned any intention of reprimanding her and instead sighed, reluctantly commanding, hurry and slay zombies. With your abysmal marksmanship, a single magazine yields but 1 hit. Even a dog would shake its head at your performance. Today, I expect your accuracy to reach 80%. You are not permitted to rest until you have dispatched 300 zombies. Understood? Ugh. How infuriating. I understand. Duanju answered, her face betraying a clear sense of defiance. In response, Qin Kong raised his hand, gripping her neck firmly, and with a piercing gaze from above, he intoned, "What did you hear? What should you call me, In the next moment, Duanju found himself kneeling on the ground, responding with utmost reverence, "I apologize, Lord Qin Kong. I will diligently slay the zombies." "Ah, that's more like it. Off you go." At the sound of Qin Kong's command, Duanju gritted his teeth, seized his crossbow, and returned to the platform to vanquish the undead. Yet a different sentiment flickered in his eyes. Damn Qin Kong, idly teasing me when he ought to be dealt a fatal blow. You wish for me to slay zombies? 300, you say? I shall eliminate 1,000. Just wait and see. I will surpass your level. As these thoughts raced through his mind, a bolt was loosed from his crossbow, and a wretched howl echoed from below. Grr. What have I done to provoke you? I was merely gnawing on this corpse when you shot me. Is there no law left? Forgive me. I will grant you a swift end. Failing his first shot, Duanju hurriedly retrieved the bolt, carefully aimed, and released a second shot. It seemed a considerable number of zombies would suffer this night. The night was long and the terrifying horde of the undead appeared endless, as if it would never cease. Meanwhile, as Qin Kong and Duanju were preoccupied with dispatching zombies, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from the street outside the mall. Vroom vroom vroom. What on earth? Qin Kong and Duanju exchanged astonished glances. They then set down their crossbows and, as if in perfect harmony, approached the window to observe discreetly. On the darkened street, an audaciously modified off-road vehicle was recklessly plowing through the horde. The cacophony emanated from the vehicle's engine, and to their disbelief, the driver had the audacity to roll down the window, flooring the accelerator while gesturing obscenely at the zombies outside, exuberantly shouting, "You trash! Die for me! I aim to level up to 6 tonight! Ha ha ha!" As the roar of the engine intensified, groups of zombies were reduced to mere fragments beneath the vehicle's wheels. Witnessing the gruesome spectacle of bodies strewn haphazardly on the ground, Duanju gasped in amazement, muttering to himself, "Is it possible to do it this way? Incredible. It looks exhilarating." "Foolishness," Qin Kong remarked with calm detachment, then proceeded to explain patiently, "Collisions rarely result in direct kills, and the experience gained from a vehicle taking down zombies pales in comparison to that from a handgun. Reckless driving like this 1T eliminate many, and..." At this juncture, Qin Kong's gaze grew decidedly colder as he fixed his eyes on the vehicle, akin to observing a coffin. Moreover, creating such a commotion amidst the horde will undoubtedly attract higher-tier zombies. While ordinary individuals can contend with first-stage mutated zombies, if it's the second stage. Oh, never mind, they have already encountered them. As he spoke, Qin Kong shook his head in exasperation. As he had stated, a colossal zombie, towering at 3 meters, with a withered left arm but an astonishingly robust right limb, suddenly burst forth from the horde. Its strength was evidently superior to that of the other zombies, as it sent everyone it collided with sprawling. Alongside its rampage, it emitted a thunderous roar. "Oh, damn!" Duanju couldn't help but curse inwardly. From 100 meters away, the astonishing bellow reverberated, causing the glass of the shopping mall to tremble. It was unimaginable how formidable the combat prowess of that zombie truly was, as it charged forward like a frenzied rhinoceros, relentlessly pursuing the off-road vehicle. The Iron Arm Zombie, a Stage 2 mutated creature, possessed formidable defensive and explosive power, along with a degree of primitive intelligence. Such zombies concentrated their inner energy into one arm, enabling it to withstand most attacks. During the hunt, Iron Arm Zombies would use their robust physique to ram their prey directly, and once they ensnared their target with their arm, the victim's fate was sealed, a brutal demise by crushing. The driver of the off-road vehicle, who had been shouting in madness just moments prior, had lost all composure, now merely striving to accelerate in desperation against the oncoming tide of the undead. Yet it was all in vain, for early humans targeted by Stage 2 zombies were met with inevitable doom. Before long, the Iron Arm Zombie caught up with the vehicle, effortlessly overturning it with a mere sweep of its hand. Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding and gasoline igniting, the young driver found himself ensnared in the zombie's grip, lifted into the air, and slowly brought towards its mouth, beginning with a bite to the head. "Ah, no! Help! Someone save me!" The man's agonized screams echoed into the night, but no one could respond. It was utterly impossible for anyone to assist him. The government had declared that during the zombie tide, all survivors must securely lock their doors and remain indoors. Who would come to the aid of such a reckless fool? Eager to upgrade yet devoid of common sense? Qin Kong certainly would not. It's better for a fool to die sooner. Such an imbecile would only become a nuisance even if rescued, he thought, moving away from the bedside with a cold gaze, returning to his task of exterminating zombies. Meanwhile, Duan Ju was captivated by the scene outside the window. Oh my! Live consumption. How cruel. Good heavens. How cruel. How can that person's legs still move without a brain? Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. As he watched, Duan Ju clutched his head, muttering incessantly. It felt akin to watching a horror film. Though terrifying, one could not help but continue watching. Humanity's curiosity can often be disturbingly complex. Eventually, when the man was reduced to mere bones, the iron-arm zombie finally grew quiet, transforming into a mindless puppet akin to the other zombies, aimlessly following the horde as it moved slowly. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, Duan Ju could not help but shudder. Her once pristine and smooth skin was now adorned with goosebumps. Even she found herself rubbing her arms several times in an attempt to alleviate the inexplicable sense of dread that had enveloped her. Before long, the frightened Duan Ju did something she never anticipated. She hurriedly sprinted towards Qin Kong, and before he even registered her presence, she flung her arms around him in a spontaneous embrace. How terrifying! Kong Gu! She exclaimed. To her bewilderment, Qin Kong appeared utterly taken aback. It seemed he had not expected Duan Ju to embrace him so boldly. Likewise, Duan Ju herself was equally perplexed. She could not fathom why she had instinctively clung to Qin Kong like a child seeking comfort in the face of fear. Wait, hold on. The realization struck Duan Ju as her eyes widened. She suddenly understood how absurd her previous actions had been, completely at odds with her robust persona. Wait, that is not me. Blushing profusely, Duan Ju attempted to protest, hastily withdrawing her arms while frantically waving her hands. Alas, it was too late. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Kong had already pulled her into his embrace, gently caressing her soft waist while soothing her head, and with a hint of smugness in his voice, he smiled and said, "Oh, were you scared? It's all right, my dear, let me hold you." "No, I didn't. Get away. How did it come to this? Please, don't let me become a wife." "No." Chapter 46. Seek the problem, please. "No." Duan Ju's heart screamed in shock. Yet, no amount of astonishment could alter the course of the night's hunt. At 2 in the morning, under a sparse moonlit sky, after hours of relentless combat, shooting, and guidance from Qin Kong, Duan Ju's marksmanship had reached an extraordinary level. He could reliably score a headshot on a zombie within 2 arrows. Though merely a crossbow, the principles of these projectile weapons are fundamentally similar, and with practice, his aim had naturally become increasingly precise. At this moment, Duan Ju was confident in his shooting prowess. The tally for the night stood at 1,000 ordinary zombies, 21st stage mutated zombies, and a significant number of zombie dogs. Admittedly, over half of those zombies had fallen to Qin Kong's arrows, which meant that the experience gained by Qin Kong was considerably diminished. Thus, after all their efforts, neither had leveled up, while the corpses piled up downstairs had become a veritable mountain, exceeding the capacity of them all. No more zombies could enter. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Kong hastily draped a curtain over the entrance. Coupled with the air shield's effects, the outside zombies could neither see the interior of the mall nor scent the blood within. Thus they would not venture inside. "I'm done." The scene shifted as Duan Ju sprawled on the ground in a big character, his crossbow cast aside, his face etched with fatigue and frustration. "Leveling up is far too difficult. This is no fun at all. I want to go home," he complained loudly, his sulking demeanor reminiscent of a petulant child. Seeing this, Qin Kong, equally weary, stored his crossbow away and squatted beside Duan Ju, gently poking his head in consolation. "Our achievements are commendable. We've taken down so many. Our experience must far exceed that of others. If all goes well, we might both level up tomorrow. But alas, returning home is out of the question." "Huh? Why not?" Duan Ju blinked in confusion, and Qin Kong responded with a calm smile, gesturing toward the window. Outside the mall, a cacophony of low growls filled the air. 300,000 zombies were no trifling matter. Such numbers could easily block several streets in the city. While Qin Kong could leap across rooftops carrying Duanju, the darkness rendered navigation treacherous. A misstep could lead to a fall, potentially inciting the zombies to frenzy over their prey. Running was straightforward for Qin Kong, but carrying Duanju posed a challenge, making the plight of the remaining survivors nearby even more dire. For safety's sake, it was best to remain still. The military would soon divert these creatures from the city using helicopters, ensuring that the tide of corpses would not trap the two of them. Well, all right. Understanding the situation, Duanju reluctantly acquiesced. However, she soon puffed up her cheeks, lamenting the unpleasant odor wafting from her sleeve, murmuring in a tone of melancholy. So, it seems there will be no proper dinner tonight, nor can I change my clothes or take a bath. Sniff, sniff. The scent I bear now is hardly distinguishable from that of a corpse in a grave. My attire is tattered and torn. I have truly become a refugee in this apocalyptic world. At this juncture, Duanju's eyes subtly shifted, casting a slightly disdainful glance at Qin Kong. Some individuals were reborn as the chosen ones, bestowed with skills, yet the women who associate with them suffer so terribly. TSK, what a predicament indeed. Duanju spread her hands, displaying a triumphant smile while shaking her head. Although her tone was tinged with sarcasm, it was evident that she was merely jesting, rendering her utterly endearing. In response, Qin Kong approached with a stoic expression, took Duanju by the hand, and led the bewildered girl back to the previous room, which contained a bed. He then reached into his spatial realm and extracted an object. With a clatter, a pressure cooker was placed on the ground, causing Duanju to widen her eyes in disbelief. Soon, an enticing aroma of meat began to permeate the air, the fragrance of spices intoxicatingly delightful, leaving Duanju in a state of utter confusion. Yet, the surprises did not end there. Qin Kong swiftly produced a steaming rice cooker, followed by a folding table, chairs, bowls, chopsticks, and even a tablet for watching shows. The items retained their original state when stored in the spatial realm, so the rice and the ribs in the pressure cooker remained piping hot. Finally, with a gentle touch of his slender fingers, Qin Kong summoned a tub filled with warm water, enveloped in a mysterious energy, which materialized outside the room. He then wrapped his arm around Duanju's waist, smiling down at her with an air of authority. "Oh, it seems a disobedient little kitten mentioned that following me is quite unfortunate. Who was that, I wonder? It appears I must teach her a lesson tonight."
I'm sorry.
Under the domineering presence of Qin Kong, Duanju could only blush, stifle her tears, and reluctantly emit a resentful voice. Another failure. It's so difficult to mock Qin Kong. Meanwhile, Qin Kong understood that Duanju was merely jesting. He pinched her cheek affectionately and said, "Is merely apologizing sufficient? Who were you referring to as that guy? What should you call me?" Upon hearing this, Duanju, already feeling quite miserable, displayed an even more pitiful expression, biting her pink lips and shyly uttering, "I'm sorry, Master Qin Kong. I shouldn't have spoken ill of you." "Humph, it's good that you recognize your mistake." Observing Duanju's adorable demeanor, Qin Kong abandoned any thoughts of punishment, instead gently patting her head to soothe her. "Now, hurry and wash up. We shall rest early and continue our fight against the zombies tomorrow." "At your command, master," she replied. After instructing Duanju, Qin Kong did not forget to hand her a towel and fresh clothes, ensuring that even the shower gel and shampoo were all provided. Never underestimate his spatial system. In the face of such considerate care, Duanju, burdened with humiliation, regret, and shame, could only leave the room with her head bowed in defeat. "I've been outsmarted again," she thought to herself, gritting her teeth in silence as she exited. Since becoming Qin Kong's woman, Duanju could not tolerate being treated like a fool, and she seized every opportunity to mock him. Yet, inexplicably, every attempt to ridicule Qin Kong ended in her own embarrassment, as if she were truly the foolish wife, toyed with at the whims of that infuriating man. In those moments, a mysterious refrain echoed in her mind. Why not reflect on your own shortcomings for being toyed with by Qin Kong as a foolish wife? Duanju retorted, Is it my fault if I awaken unsuccessfully and end up as a zombie? Is it my fault that my initial skills are pathetic? Is it my fault that I run out of supplies and fear leaving my home? Why do zombies pursue you? Why does your household lack provisions? Why? When a group of lunatics in the community sends out a casual rallying message, do you charge forward like a fool, only to end up with nothing but a bullet from Chin Kong to the head? All of this is my fault, is it? Day after day. It's all about finding my own faults. How can I possibly win against Chin Kong? Every battle, the zombies run around like idiots, ha ha ha, and are slaughtered by Chin Kong. I seize the opportunity to resist the slave collar and then get zapped, while the neighbors wail. It hurts too much. Tell me, how am I supposed to win with a bunch of dim-witted teammates? Played to death, operated to death, and in the end, the narrator chimes in, why not reflect on your own faults for being toyed with by Chin Kong as a foolish wife? Why the hell? At this thought, Duanju felt a surge of pent-up frustration with no outlet. She even harbored an impulse to pick up a knife and slay 200 zombies, as her greatest motivation for exterminating them now was to surpass Chin Kong. Meanwhile, while she cursed inwardly, Duanju carefully shed her garments and stepped into the bathtub. Though displeased, she acknowledged the necessity of a bath, and one could argue that bathing in such an environment held a certain charm. Outside, the night was shrouded in darkness, filled with menacing, blood-red-eyed zombies, their overwhelming numbers creating a suffocating pressure. Yet inside, a woman luxuriated in her bath. Beneath the moonlight, the shimmering water reflected her exquisite beauty and her skin, as delicate as snow, soft to the touch. Ah, the water temperature is just right. The sensation of soaking was so delightful that Duanju couldn't help but close her eyes, displaying a satisfied and blissful expression. Upon reflection, perhaps this isn't so bad? Though being Chin Kong's woman is irksome, at least I am enjoying myself. Besides, it's all an act. I don't genuinely wish to be his woman. It's merely a fade to one day defeat Chin Kong. My heart shall never yield to him. Never. As for the present. With a splash, ripples danced across the water surface, playfully stirred by Duanju, who lifted his right leg. Beneath the moonlight, his delicate foot shimmered with a jelly-like radiance. As it gently swayed in the air, a mist akin to divine light enveloped the surroundings, crystalline and fragrant. Humph! My exquisite foot truly is a sight to behold. It is only fitting for me, Duanju remarked, gazing with satisfaction at his right foot, nodding in approval. What a pity that such a treasure was squandered on Chin Su. If I were to be reborn, I would undoubtedly become the protagonist of a delightful tale, surrounded by a multitude of adorable sisters like myself. Alas, I am not a man. Otherwise? At this thought, Duanju momentarily paused, sitting upright with a puzzled expression, blinking in confusion. Why does that sound so peculiar? Chapter 47. The imminent battle. Xiaoju, you smell delightful. That's not quite right. Did you prepare the bath specifically for this? No, it was merely a spontaneous thought. I must say, you are simply adorable, and I truly adore you. Don't provide excuses for lechery. Besides, you are the one who is cute. Your entire family is charming. Very well. I hope you can be as sharp-tongued as you are now. I really like your rebellious demeanor. You're insane. No. Once again, an unforgettable night descended upon them. The grotesque and terrifying zombies staggered through the darkness, blindly moving in search of flesh and blood. Their overwhelming numbers completely filled the urban area, transforming what was once a bustling city into a mere ruin of shattered walls and a scene drenched in bloodshed and carnage. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, dawn broke with cool air and a gentle drizzle, marking a rather dismal day. Crack! The sound of firearms being readied echoed down the newly established streets. Subsequently, a battalion of soldiers clad in camouflage surged forward, swiftly dispatching several zombies with their bayonets. As the streets were cleared, the main force quickly caught up, and soon the voice of the commander crackled through the radio. Attention all personnel. Establish a defensive line at all street entrances using the Type 3 bayonet crossfire network. The zombie horde is expected to reach the target area by 8:10. Until then, I want everyone on standby as per the plan. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The commander's thunderous voice reverberated, and the sounds of armored vehicles moving nearby filled the air. The heavy noise of tracks against the ground intensified the solemn expressions of countless soldiers, heightening the tension in the atmosphere. Special forces, secure the high ground. By 7:50, I want all surrounding buildings cleared. We cannot afford to be ambushed from behind by zombies while our machine gunners are still reloading. What is the 4th Squad's armored vehicle doing? Crush those shrubs in the greenbelt. Do they not understand they obstruct visibility? Where are the drones? Can we see how far the zombie tide is? Respond to commands more swiftly. The furious shouts echoed repeatedly, with every soldier on edge in anticipation of the impending battle. However, while others were busy digging trenches and erecting barricades with sandbags, a young soldier stood pale, clutching his rifle, cowering behind a sandbag, murmuring in terror, "We're doomed. We're absolutely doomed. This is it for us." His body trembled violently, eyes filled with dread of the monsters. Observing this, the commanding officer rushed over, crouching beside the trembling soldier, gripping his shoulder firmly and asking with seriousness, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Did you not see the video from last night?" The soldier seemed oblivious to the officer's inquiry, continuing to mutter to himself, "Those zombies have evolved to the point of instantaneous movement, and even helicopters cannot handle them. Our regiment does not have a single level 10 awakener. They will annihilate us all. I do not want to die." As he spoke, tears of fear streamed down the soldier's face, his body convulsing violently as if in excruciating pain. Yet one could hardly blame him. Anyone confronted with the grotesque horror of zombies would inevitably feel terror, especially when faced with a daunting horde of 500,000 undead. Even if the entire regiment unleashed a barrage of machine gun fire, it would take an entire day and night to eradicate them. Indeed, the official estimate of the zombie count had been grossly inaccurate. After a day of wandering and gathering, the initial throng of 300,000 had burgeoned into a staggering 500,000, appearing from above like a tide of crimson and ebony engulfing the city. The root cause of this calamity was a concert held by an artist prior to the apocalypse, which had swelled the local zombie population to over 80,000, establishing a nexus for attracting even more undead. "Stay calm." The captain, witnessing the soldier's sheer terror, shook him firmly and, with a serious expression, attempted to reassure him. "We are many, our firepower is formidable. The zombies cannot breach our defenses. Moreover, the commander has assured us that once the tide has passed, we can establish a base in the city using system tools. You still wish to find your brother, do you not? Gather yourself." Aye. Upon hearing these words, the soldier's eyes began to clear, and his nearly shattered spirit was somewhat restored. Just then, a distant soldier dragged a girl from a building, hurriedly bringing her to the captain. "Captain, there's a child here." "A child?" The captain responded, somewhat astonished. Turning to look, he indeed saw a girl of about 12 or 13, trembling and cowering behind the soldier. Her clothes were relatively clean, though her face bore a smudge of dirt and several dried bloodstains, presenting an utterly pitiable sight. A survivor? The captain's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he scanned the surrounding buildings. "There are survivors nearby." Mommy went." The little girl stammered, shaking as she spoke, prompting the soldier to gently pat her back in comfort. "Mommy went to find food and left me alone at home. But I am so hungry." "So, when did your mother leave?" the captain inquired, his brow furrowed. The girl, her eyes shimmering with tears, answered with a heart-wrenching sincerity, Two days ago." "Oh my God," the captain internally exclaimed, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over him. The urgency of the apocalypse was nearly maddening. Facing the zombie tide was already enough to drive one to despair. What was even more disheartening was the realization that even if they repelled the horde, they might still be unable to save many. With the future shrouded in uncertainty, families lost to silence, and countless survivors awaiting rescue, the soldiers themselves were at a loss, many moving like soulless puppets, merely adhering to orders and the discipline set forth by their commander. The suffocating despair enveloping the captain compelled him to clench his fists tightly, cursing the wretched world within his heart. "Damnable deity, foolish entity, why must you torment humanity in such a manner? If you believe that we shall yield to this, you are gravely mistaken. Surely, there will be someone to lead us, someone capable of ascending to the highest echelon and becoming the mightiest awakened one." guiding humanity back to prosperity. Until that day, I shall not concede, absolutely not. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a fervent light ignited in the captain's eyes. Upon regaining his composure, he seized the trembling soldier, drawing the frightened girl before him, and spoke with utmost seriousness. Rise, you will escort this girl to the camp. Our logistical support is insufficient. You shall remain at the rear to comfort the refugees. Wait, but the soldier, though timid, did not wish to abandon his post, his eyes widening in an attempt to argue. In response, the captain reassuringly patted his shoulder. Enough, this is an order. Should anything arise, let them seek me. The front line does not hinge on your presence. Now go. With that, he forcefully pushed the soldier away. The soldier, compelled by gratitude, bowed to the captain and hurriedly took the girl with him. At that moment, the furious voice of the commander blared through the radio. A horde of zombies is expected to reach the defense line in half an hour. All personnel to level 1 alert. As sunlight cascaded upon his face, Qin Kong, who had been peacefully slumbering, abruptly opened his eyes. What soft and fluffy thing was resting upon him? Shifting his gaze, he discovered Duanju, utterly defenseless in her sleep, her skin as pale as snow, with delicate and elongated eyelashes. As she breathed softly, she emitted the faintest ha-ha sounds, resembling a pampered kitten resting unreservedly in her owner's embrace. Reaching out, Qin Kong gently caressed Duanju's head a couple of times. How could he resist touching such an adorable creature? Yet, for reasons unknown, his expression appeared somewhat grave, and he soon called out in a deep, earnest voice, "Xiaoju, it's time to rise." Duanju remained unresponsive, continuing her peaceful slumber. "Darling, the sun has risen. Get up." Still, she did not stir. Instead, she moved her arms as if in a dream, tightening her hold around Qin Kong. Sighing, he inhaled deeply and pinched her cheek, murmuring, "Little Bai Qi, it's time to wake up, or I shall spank you." Feeling the pinch on her cheek, a drowsy Duanju finally opened her eyes. The air was cold, and with a pout, she murmured unwillingly, "Is it really that early? Can't I sleep a little longer?" Suddenly, she blinked in confusion, realizing that Qin Kong wore a grave expression as he gazed out the window. "What is wrong? Are the zombies coming? Are you there, Konggu?" "Hello, hello." Duanju playfully waved her small hand in front of Qin Kong. Observing this, Qin Kong gently brushed aside Duanju's arm, sat up, and gazed into the distance, murmuring to himself with a grave expression, "Something feels amiss." "What is wrong?" Duanju asked, her eyes still wide with innocence. This phenomenon should not occur at this time, yet the sensation. It must be accurate. I can sense the presence of third-stage zombies within the horde. As he spoke, Qin Kong's demeanor was notably serious. However, Duanju remained unperturbed. Instead, she leisurely rose, gracefully draping herself over Qin Kong's lap. The supple curves of her body were both beautiful and elegant, radiating allure even through the blanket. "What is there to fear? Are third-stage zombies truly that formidable?" Duanju languidly remarked, ending her statement with a playful squint, rubbing her cheek against his abdominal muscles. "After all, with you by my side, I fear no monster. What does a mere third-stage zombie amount to? My husband. Oh no, my Konggu is the strongest. The only one capable of defeating him is me, and it is undoubtedly wise to stick with him until then. For now, I shall simply play the role of a devoted wife." Qin Kong's body is so warm. As she thought this, a satisfied and charming smile crept onto Duanju's lips. Yet, this time, Qin Kong did not tease her with his usual playful grin. Instead, he gently caressed her back and gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, "Although I can handle it, for the current military, third-stage zombies are undoubtedly insurmountable monsters. Perhaps my actions since my rebirth have caused a butterfly effect. If this continues, the military will surely face annihilation." As he spoke, Qin Kong's expression grew increasingly grave. If the survivor base could not be established, future plans would inevitably encounter difficulties, and he could not allow the entirety of humanity in this city to perish. "Get up, we must go assist them." "All right," Duanju replied, though she appeared quite reluctant. Nevertheless, she raised her head and playfully blinked at Qin Kong. "I will follow your lead." Current intimacy level with symbiotic partner. 89. Chapter 48. The tide of corpses approaches thus. Today's routine began with rising from slumber, washing the face, brushing the teeth, and indulging in a modest breakfast of 2 boiled eggs, followed by donning matching couple outfits. Qin Kong naturally opted for an ensemble in black. His elongated silhouette resembling an unsheathed blade, with a loose jacket draped over his shoulders that could not conceal his well-defined physique. The contours of his muscles subtly hinted beneath the fabric, and combined with his aloof demeanor, it seemed as though even shadows were rendered sharper in his imposing presence. In contrast, Duan Ju sported a fitted white tank top paired with a white jacket, the lapels of her sporty trousers ever so casually left unbuttoned. The pristine fabric clung to her skin, accentuating her striking and proud curves, while her slightly raised chin conveyed an air of haughtiness, as if she regarded both the undead and the living with disdain. "Today, I am undeniably handsome," she declared, admiring herself through her phone's selfie feature, a proud smile gracing her lips. However, this moment of self-satisfaction was fleeting, as Qin Kong soon wrapped his arm around her slender waist, eliciting an instinctive desire to escape. Yet, her body betrayed her, surrendering to the familiar warmth and scent that enveloped her. The once proud expression on her face transformed into that of an obedient girlfriend. Leaning against Qin Kong's shoulder as she blinked her eyes playfully and inquired, "Brother Kong, shall we set off?" "Indeed. But there is one matter to attend to before we depart," Qin Kong replied with a smile. He then guided Duan Ju outside, leading her to the platform where they had dispatched the zombies the previous night, gazing down at the hall below. As anticipated, a considerable number of zombies had congregated there. Although the gas mask obscured their scent, the sheer volume of the undead meant that a few stragglers, separated from the horde, would inevitably wander into the mall.
Imagine.
A solitary zombie entering a room filled with thousands of corpses. It would be akin to a dragon diving into the sea, a veritable paradise. They would feast indiscriminately, consuming until they could eat no more. The hall echoed with the sounds of gnawing. Numerous zombies had even begun to exhibit mutated, decaying skin, revealing the grotesque crimson fibers of their muscles beneath. Their teeth had sharpened to a canine-like ferocity, and merely witnessing such a sight was enough to instill fear. My goodness! This gruesome scene was indeed too sanguinary. Even having witnessed it countless times, Duan Ju could not suppress a curse. In response, Qin Kong simply raised his right hand and calmly snapped his fingers. Snap! With the sound of his snap, a deluge of gasoline and alcohol cascaded from above, drenching nearly all the corpses in the hall, an assortment he had meticulously stored within the confines of his system space. With a flick of his fingertip, a silver cube detached itself from the bloodied remnants, obediently returning to his palm. Once the item was secured, Qin Kong produced a windproof lighter, igniting it before offering it to Duan Ju. "Here you go, dear, a token of experience for you." "For me?" Duan Ju blinked in surprise, but soon turned her head away, puffing up her cheeks as she nonchalantly declared, "No need, you keep it. I can handle the zombies myself." I have no interest in such handouts. In my past life, I was a renowned demoness, feared throughout China. Relying on one's own abilities for self-sufficiency is more than sufficient. If everything had to be chewed and fed to me by Qin Kong, I would truly become his wife. I certainly do not need that, she thought, her disdainful expression growing more pronounced, though her eyes betrayed her as they occasionally darted towards the lighter. In response, Qin Kong gently explained, "I have prepared all the tools myself. Even if I do not ignite these, I will still gain considerable experience. Moreover, my level is too high. Defeating these lowly zombies will not elevate my rank. It is better to share some with you." As he spoke, he lowered his head slowly, affectionately rubbing his cheek against Duan Ju's head. "Furthermore, you performed splendidly last night. As your master, I ought to present you with something as a token of appreciation. This is your reward." At this point, Duan Ju's cheeks flushed slightly, and her previously haughty demeanor appeared to soften. With a sudden motion, she snatched the lighter from him, glaring at Qin Kong with her rosy face before tossing it away with disdain. "Who cares? You can have it if you wish, and do not call me treasure." Boom! As the lighter hit the ground, a raging inferno erupted instantaneously. Thousands of corpses and hundreds of zombies were engulfed in flames, their bodies reduced to charred remains. The acrid smoke mingled with the stench of blood filled the entire mall, punctuated by the crackling of burning fat. Yet, even amidst this chaos, the zombies remained unmoved. Akin to greedy monsters trapped in a sea of fire, their demise merely part of a grotesque feast, persisting until their flesh and bones were entirely consumed by the flames. Ding! Host has killed 10 ordinary zombies, gaining 7 experience points. Ding! Host has killed 7 ordinary zombies, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Host has killed. Host has killed. Host has killed. Host level has increased to level 12. All attributes have been enhanced by 0. 7. To unlock the next skill, the host must reach 3 more levels. Please continue to strive. What a gluttonous feast. Do they still retain memories of their humanity? Observing this horrifying scene, Duanju shivered involuntarily, clutching Qin Kong as she murmured. Hearing her, Qin Kong gently patted her head to reassure her. They are merely monsters. There is no need to pity them. If they truly remembered their humanity, they would not awaken new intelligence after evolving. Now let us proceed. Ah! The warmth and strength of his palm amidst her hair brought an inexplicable sense of comfort, prompting Duanju to respond obediently as if by instinct. In light of the experience you've granted me, I shall refrain from cursing you in my heart today. Humph. A charming smile curved on Duanju's lips. Before long, Qin Kong effortlessly lifted her, shattering the glass of the storefront as they leapt from the mall, which was now engulfed in flames behind them. The military has established its front line near the old power station, where the terrain is level and the soil is loose, facilitating the construction of fortifications and orderly gunfire. Additionally, its remote location minimizes the risk of accidentally harming survivors. We are concealed in a nearby high-rise, waiting for high-tier zombies to appear before we strike, ensuring the establishment of a survivor base within the city. As I leap with Duanju, I calmly explain in a soft voice, my figure flitting above the tide of corpses like a dragonfly skimming the water, impervious to the grasping hands of the zombies. Listening to my words, Duanju, curled up in my arms, pouts and inquires with disdain, why not strike from the beginning? Must you wait for the pivotal moment to show off? That insufferable reborn man. Not at all, foolish woman, I reply with a smile, exuding an air of confidence that seems to irk her further. Who are you calling foolish? It's certainly not me. At this point, I patiently elaborate. Although I am a reborn individual with many advanced skills and items, my level is only 16. My basic attributes, combined with the enhancement from unique objects, do not significantly surpass those of other awakened beings at the same tier. My magic and stamina are limited. While I can handle tier 3 monsters, expending a large amount of magic to confront the zombie tide could leave me vulnerable to a surprise attack from high-tier zombies. As I speak, my expression grows serious. In this apocalypse, one's own life is paramount. I am not a savior. I cannot expend all my efforts for a group of strangers. What a cold-hearted man, Duanju mutters, narrowing her eyes. Yet, her lips soon curl into a playful smirk as she teases. But who knows if you're just putting on a brave front? Perhaps you merely wish to assist the military but are too embarrassed to admit it, thus concocting excuses. You? My eyes twitch slightly at her words. Duanju squints, her face beaming with a "I've seen through you" expression. Say what you will. In any case, I have secured the experience from the tier 3 monsters. Turning my head, I appear rather displeased, unusually refraining from countering her remarks. As we exchange banter, we have already reached the top of the building, merely a street away from the military's deployed defense line. Upon being set down, Duanju gasps in astonishment. Hey, they even have armored vehicles. How can we possibly lose? From a distance, the military has completely blocked the advance of the zombie tide with rows of machine guns and armored vehicles standing at the ready, complemented by helicopters and numerous drones circling above. This display is something Duanju, raised in a harmonious society, has never witnessed, especially the thunderous sound of helicopter rotors, which can reverberate painfully in one's eardrums even from hundreds of meters away. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the gravity of the situation, my brow furrowing. I don't know. Let's observe for now. Target cluster, 500 meters away. As the scene shifts to the front line, cold and precise commands crackle through the radio. sending waves of tension through every soldier. The captain, concealed behind the sandbags, squinted through the scope, gazing into the distance where a tide of corpses surged forth like a black, murky flow, slow yet unstoppable. The decaying limbs glistened with a slick sheen under the rain, evoking a profound sense of revulsion merely by sight. Machine gunners, ready, he murmured softly. Click, click. At his cue, a line of gunners simultaneously chambered their weapons. The soldiers' breaths resonated clearly over the radio, yet silence enveloped them, save for the faint sound of fingers brushing against triggers. Target at 300 meters. Target at 200 meters. Target at 100 meters. As the commands fell one after another, the outlines of the undead became increasingly distinct. Twisted limbs, rotting faces, and the low, guttural growls emanating from their throats were audible. The front line of zombies trampled over the bodies in the street, their pace quickening like malevolent spirits rising from the depths of hell. Finally, as one of the zombies grotesquely peeled back its lips, revealing a gaping maw dripping with putrid blood, the voice of the commander crackled through the radio. Open fire. Chapter 49. Amidst the rain of bullets, fire. The commanding officer's thunderous order reverberated, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted with a cacophony of deafening roars. Flames licked the air, shell casings scattered, and the relentless gunfire rang out like thunder across the heavens. A volley swept through the horde of zombies, shattering the bodies of those in the front ranks into a mushy pulp. The gunfire roared, drowning out even the whir of helicopter blades, as blood and shattered bones rained down, creating a crimson mist in the air. Such intense firepower was insurmountable even for the undead. Within moments, countless zombies fell. Yet the soldiers felt a tightening anxiety, for the horde seemed inexhaustible. Despite the fact that the initial volley had dispatched hundreds, if not thousands, more zombies surged forward, drawn by the sound of gunfire, trampling over their fallen comrades in a frenzied rush. "Oh my God!" A soldier beside the captain shouted in terror, his finger twitching on the trigger, unable to swallow even a drop of saliva as cold sweat dripped into his eyes beneath his helmet. Though they retained human form, their movements were akin to those of wild beasts. Tens of thousands of zombies charged forward recklessly. Such a horrifying sight would instill fear even in those wielding machine guns. Maintain fire. Do not let them breach the 100-meter line. The captain, having emptied his magazine, immediately hoarsely shouted, his neck veins bulging, while his hand remained steady as a rock during the reload. Though these soldiers appeared youthful, they were all well-trained elites. As bullets were still being fired in the front ranks, the rear soldiers could calculate the ammunition count through the rhythm of gunfire. When the count reached a few rounds, they would tap their comrades on the shoulder to signal for a magazine change. Thus, their companions would cease fire to reload, while the soldiers behind would take up the shooting. Once the frontline soldiers had reloaded, they resumed firing. With such precise coordination, the fire coverage was all-encompassing and relentless. As long as ammunition was plentiful, no number of zombies could advance. As the great Lu Xun once remarked, carbon-based life cannot withstand bullets. If they could, let them face another volley. The times have changed. Zombies, the howls of the undead and the rattle of machine guns echoed throughout the city. Watching the decaying bodies collapse one after another, with more zombies surging forth, Duanju found her heart racing and breath constricted, experiencing for the first time the terror of the apocalypse. I can't believe it. It's too horrifying, Duanju thought in fear. She was acutely aware that the city's population exceeded 5 million, and the mere 300,000, actually closer to 500,000 zombies before her constituted only a fraction of their total number. Such a quantity was already enough to instill dread in the military. What if these monsters evolved beyond the first stage and approached from all directions? The capability of modern weaponry to combat them would remain a profound uncertainty. What is that? As this thought crossed her mind, Duanju's eyes sparkled with surprise as she pointed towards a certain direction. Qin Kong followed her gesture, initially anticipating a formidable high-level zombie, only to discover that it was merely Duanju's old acquaintance, the long-tongued zombie. This creature had already acquired a rudimentary level of hunting intelligence. Realizing that a frontal assault would lead to its demise, It hastily retreated into the surrounding buildings and attempted to strike the soldiers behind the sandbags by extending its tongue through the windows. However, it was regrettable that, despite the incompetence of the military in the apocalypse, such a lowly creature could not disrupt their formation. With the thunderous crack of the sniper rifle echoing through the air, the long-tongued zombie, which had barely poked its head out of the window, was obliterated on the spot. Commander, it appears that some of these zombies possess a degree of intelligence, and many have entered the buildings, reported a sniper stationed above via radio. The commander responded with a steady voice, "Rest assured, the special forces are in position. You need only focus on clearing the streets." The voice from the communicator was calm and resolute. The special forces comprised awakened individuals with a rank exceeding 5. While the initial awakening abilities provided limited enhancements to humans, once they surpassed level 5 and acquired a second skill, they could overpower zombies using sheer physical prowess, much like Duanju. Although the horde of zombies was overwhelming, under the soldiers' seamless coordination and ferocious firepower, they remained utterly vulnerable. Amidst the roar of machine guns, the zombies' charge was violently shredded, and amidst the carnage, the horde experienced a brief lull. "Cease fire for 1 minute, reload, and report casualties," commanded the commander with unwavering composure. Soon, the radio crackled with reports from various squad leaders. Team 1, no casualties. Team 2, no casualties. Team 3, no casualties. As they reported the battle situation, the expressions of the squad leaders and their subordinates were filled with elation, for none had anticipated the horde would be so easily manageable. Not only could they repel it with rifles, but many soldiers had also managed to level up. Bear in mind, there were still bombs buried and bombers yet to be deployed. With this in mind, today's battle appeared to be progressing quite smoothly. However, Team 4, no casualties, but we have just discovered a survivor. I have sent someone to escort them to the camp. Commander, at this point, the leader's voice abruptly cut off. His pupils constricted sharply as his gaze fixed intently on a figure amidst the distant throng of zombies, quickly followed by a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. "Commander!" A thunderous shout erupted over the radio, causing everyone's hearts to leap in alarm. An anomalous target has been spotted on Hongqi Street, requesting sniper support. The leader shouted desperately, feeling a level of anxiety he had never experienced since the onset of the apocalypse. No sooner had he finished speaking than the radio fell into 3 seconds of eerie silence, followed by the commander's trembling voice, forcefully suppressing his fear. "All snipers deployed on Hongqi Street. Engage the target as per Captain Zhang's instructions." "Zhang Yuan, what do you see? Good heavens! What manner of creature is that?" A sniper could not restrain a gasp, prompting all 4 teams to gaze forward, where they beheld a terrifying zombie towering over 3 meters, with a right arm as robust as a tree trunk. The creature's skin shimmered with a dark, metallic hue, while the bulging muscle fibers of its arm resembled tightly coiled steel cables. Each step it took left cracked imprints upon the ground. It was the Iron Arm zombie, larger than the night before, continuing its grotesque evolution. As the command crackled through the communicator, several reflections from sniper scopes glinted atop the building, silently adjusting their aim to lock onto the target. Then, a resounding crack echoed as the bullet surged towards the monster's head. The 12.7mm armor-piercing round, propelled at an initial velocity of 853 ms, sliced through the air, yet within a mere 0.3 seconds before impact, the right arm erupted with an agility that belied its massive size. The elbow joint folded at a precise 90 degrees, as if anticipating the assault, effectively blocking the shot. A blinding spark erupted as the bullet grazed the mutant's keratinous layer. What? In that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. The sniper's bullet had struck the creature and left it utterly unscathed. Soon after, the Iron Arm zombie's eyes glinted with a sanguine glare as it raised its right hand, completely shielding its head. Before the sniper and the soldiers on the front line could comprehend the situation, a deafening roar reverberated through the air, a sound akin to the roar of dragons and tigers. Oh! Thud! 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 The heavy footsteps resonated like an earthquake. Immediately following, Captain Zhang Yuan's terrified shout pierced the chaos. "Fire! It's charging towards us." Chapter 50. Hell on Earth, fire at will. It's charging towards us. Captain Jiang Yuan bellowed, his voice nearly a roar, commanding the soldiers along the defensive line to immediately pull their triggers. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, yet the skin of the iron-armed zombie was as impenetrable as its limbs. Projectiles struck its surface, igniting brilliant sparks, but left not a single crack behind. What manner of beast is this? Soldiers shouted in terror as they continued to shoot. Witnessing the abomination draw ever closer to their defenses, countless faces paled, revealing a dawning fear. Each thunderous step fractured the ground, sending debris flying. In mere seconds, it could crash into the throng, leading to an inevitable massacre. Fortunately, in the direst moment of crisis, amidst the brink of life and death, boom! A deafening cannonade erupted like a divine intervention. The muzzle of the smoothbore cannon burst forth with blinding flames, and a tungsten alloy shell, propelled at a terrifying velocity of 1,700 meters per second, sliced through the air with a piercing sonic boom, striking the zombie squarely in the chest. Launched from a tank stationed behind the defensive line. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, less than 5 of the tanks were operational, and only this one could be mobilized. Even the loader was a hastily recruited driver, his trembling hands nearly dropping the armor-piercing round into the breach. Luckily, this shot was precise enough. Roar! As the shell made contact, a chilling howl resonated throughout the street. The right half of the iron-armed zombie was torn to shreds, blood and flesh raining down over 20 meters, with a spray of crimson mist still lingering in the air. The soldiers gazed at the monstrosity with fearful eyes, dreading that a single shell might not suffice to bring it down. However, after a few agonizing moments of wailing, the iron-armed zombie finally swayed and collapsed. Thud. Is it dead? A soldier blinked, nervously inquiring. Perhaps. Another soldier replied, dazed. Even as the formidable creature lay on the ground, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on the crowd. Yet, before they could fully grasp the release from the zombie's oppressive presence, an eerie energy crackled in the air, sparking with a crackling sound. Not good. Jiang Yuan was the only one among them to react swiftly. He raised his rifle and aimed backward, only to see the air parting like a curtain cut by invisible scissors, revealing a spatial rift. It was too late. With the chaotic surge of the anomalous electric currents, a gruesome, muscle-exposed zombie, its brain laid bare, suddenly appeared above the tank. Its 5-clawed appendages glistened ominously in the rain, and with a swift motion, crack, the composite armor was effortlessly sliced apart, and the last sounds heard by the driver, commander, and gunner were the chilling sounds of metal being torn asunder. Ah! A scream erupted from within the tank. Fire! Quickly, take it down. Following closely was a chaotic defense line, where countless soldiers began to fire upon the monstrous beings atop the tanks. Meanwhile, the agile, crawling zombies moved with unimaginable speed, deftly evading all bullets while simultaneously seizing 2 soldiers, instilling profound panic among the ranks. Concurrently, the tide of corpses at the front continued to advance, and the officer on the radio was already shouting in desperation. Jiang Yuan, what is the situation with Team 4? Jiang Yuan, it's dire. The response came from a sniper. The speed of those creatures is too swift. It's impossible to aim. Captain Jiang has been thrown back. What? Upon hearing this, the officer, stationed far behind the front lines, displayed a look of terror. As everyone turned to the front, they realized that not only was Team 4 in peril, monstrous entities of grotesque proportions, spewing corrosive acid, covered in tentacles, and swift as Cthulhu, appeared on nearly every street. Among them was the massive, muscular tank zombie that had previously confronted Qin Kong. Taking advantage of the chaos created by the jumpers at the rear of the army, they prepared to lead a collective charge of zombies, completely disregarding Team 4. Oh heavens! What on earth shall we do? Meanwhile, above the buildings, a system prompt echoed in Qin Kong's mind. Fat zombie. Stage 2 mutated creature, slow-moving yet exceptionally resilient. It has become a bloated sphere due to excessive toxin storage, capable of spraying acidic liquid over distances to infect targets. Tentacle zombie. Stage 2 mutated creature, possessing over 8 agile tentacles, extremely nimble, and with remarkable regenerative abilities. Jumper. Stage 3 mutated creature. Its sharp claws can shred steel, and its developed head can store extraordinary powers, enabling the use of formidable spatial skills. It possesses basic intelligence, understands how to command hordes of zombies, and prioritizes attacking high-threat enemies, making it a high-risk zombie with speed, lethality, and intellect. Here they come. The target has appeared. Qin Kong murmured to himself, revealing an expression of excitement. Observing this, Duanju stroked his chin, a look of confusion on his face as he inquired, "Is it this one? It doesn't seem very strong." "Huh? What are you wearing?" Mid-sentence, he turned back to find that Qin Kong had donned a black mask. The mask was matte black, exuding a metallic sheen, resembling a deliberately polished fragment of armor, lending him an air of cold detachment and handsomeness. Yet, there was something about Qin Kong in the mask that instilled an inexplicable sense of unfamiliarity in Duanju, as if the individual before him was not Qin Kong, but rather someone strikingly similar. This is the cognitive disturbance mask, an A-grade item. Once worn, it alters one's aura, preventing perceptive awakeners from recognizing the wearer's identity. I do not wish to be recognized by the military in the future. Otherwise, I would surely be morally coerced into becoming a mercenary, Qin Kong calmly explained, handing Duanju a matching white mask. "You should wear this as well." "Oh, TSK. Very well." Duanju clicked her tongue before reluctantly accepting the mask. In truth, she yearned to showcase her prowess before the military, to let everyone witness the formidable reputation of the Apocalypse Queen, Duanju, as she elegantly dispatched zombies amidst a throng of soldiers, winning resounding applause. Just the thought of such a scene filled her with exhilaration. However, with Qin Kong having stated his position, what choice did she have? "Well, I've grown accustomed to this. A harmonious partnership it is, lest I be subjected to his teasing." "Huh? This prop?" While lost in thought, Duanju's eyes widened as she scrutinized the exquisite mask in her hands. Its contours were flawless, the edges refracting light with a sharp brilliance, and its streamlined silhouette resembled liquid metal solidifying in an instant. It was akin to forging moonlight into a wearable weapon, pure and radiant. Overall, she mused, "Wow. It's stunning. This item perfectly aligns with my aesthetic." After marveling inwardly, Duanju held the mask aloft for a closer inspection. Having been a comic artist before the apocalypse, her fervor for the two-dimensional world endowed her with a touch of youthful exuberance. How could she possibly refuse such a striking and functional mask? Well, although Qin Kong often procured peculiar items, she had to admit this one was rather appealing. He certainly had an eye for beauty. The colors and style were precisely to her liking. Duanju's lips curled into a smile as she praised Qin Kong. However, upon hearing her words, Qin Kong bashfully scratched his cheek, saying, "This isn't actually mine. It's a temporary possession from a friend of mine from my previous life. Unfortunately, I haven't encountered her again, so I decided to use it myself." "Oh, is that so?" Duanju blinked in mild surprise but seemed unconcerned. Yet, her expression quickly shifted to one of suspicion as she narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to Qin Kong while pointing at the mask, her voice laced with indignation. "Wait a moment. So the person who gifted you this mask was a woman? Otherwise, why would it come in pairs?" "Huh?" Qin Kong appeared taken aback at her remark, while Duanju's gaze sharpened further. "This white one in my hands. It hasn't been worn by another woman, has it?" With that, her eyes widened, her expression radiating indignation. In response, Qin Kong simply smiled and stepped forward, wrapping his left arm around her waist and his right hand cradling the back of her head. With a gentle but firm motion, he tilted her chin upward, and before she could react, he planted a passionate kiss upon her lips. MMM. The sudden turn of events left Duanju flailing her small hands in bewilderment. However, her struggles soon subsided, and her toes began to rise in a subtle embrace. As Qin Kong savored the sweetness of her lips, he playfully licked the corner of his mouth and, while toying with the bell around Duanju's neck, proclaimed with pride, "Everything belongs to me, you silly little thing. Why fret so? Hurry and put it on. The master shall elevate you." The bell chimed melodiously, ringing out a clear sound. But how infuriating! In a fit of exasperation, Duanju could only curse silently, her cheeks flushed. Evading the crux of the matter, sidestepping the question posed by another, when it was merely a casual inquiry. What a barbaric, rude, and arrogant fellow. Such a man deserves nothing less than disdain. I should never have graced him with a pleasant demeanor. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. I feel like a foolish woman being toyed with. I am no fool. No, I am not a woman at all. I am not. With such thoughts racing through her mind, Duanju stomped her foot in frustration. Hundreds of vengeful thoughts aimed at Qin Kong surged within her. Yet the moment she envisioned his indifferent yet confident visage, coupled with his solid and warm physique, all her rebellious impulses morphed into an inexplicable flutter, causing her cheeks to redden further. I should end him. It is all because of Qin Kong that I have descended into this state of humiliation. I am resolute in my intent to slay him. Duanju seethed internally, her eyes glistening with the sheen of humiliation. But what could she possibly do? The notion of resisting Qin Kong was futile. She could only comply with his wishes, obediently donning her mask, and then, like a clingy kitten, wrapping her arms around his waist, making it convenient for him to carry her down from the building, all the while maintaining a petulant expression. All right, cease your ire.
Qin Kong chuckle del Plessis.
Ruffling Duanju's hair in a gesture of comfort, his gentle touch easing much of her anger. In a moment, you will handle the iron-armed zombie while I take care of the jumper. Do you understand? Iron-armed? Duanju blinked innocently at his words. Isn't it already dead? To this, Qin Kong merely smiled and remained silent, his gaze fixated on the distant ground where the iron-armed zombie, which should have perished in the explosion, began to stir after a few spasms, slowly rising once more. It grasped a nearby unfortunate zombie with its frail left hand and opened its massive maw to bite down. The zombie's skull was quickly crushed, its flesh and blood invigorating the iron-armed zombie. As grotesque, crimson flesh burgeoned from its wounds, swiftly regrowing a new arm. Is this even possible? Witnessing this spectacle, Duanju could not help but exclaim, suddenly feeling a wave of pity for the soldiers battling these zombies, who lacked the experience of the apocalypse and knew nothing of the creature's traits and behaviors, relying solely on human lives to bridge the information gap. Without Qin Kong, not to mention being completely wiped out, these soldiers would at least suffer half the casualties. Contemplating this, Duanju could not help but display a sympathetic gaze. But thankfully, my Kongji is a warm-hearted soul beneath that cool exterior. Wait, shouldn't I be harboring disdain for him? Since when did I even start referring to him as Kongji in my heart? No, please. Anyone. Can someone come and tell me? Back to the battlefield. Before him loomed the iron-armed zombie, leading a horde of over 100,000 undead, pressing forward with relentless determination. Behind, the jumper zombies wreaked havoc along the front lines, having already claimed the lives of several comrades. The air was filled with anguished cries as allies fell one after another. Even the snipers hidden within the buildings were discovered and dispatched by the advancing zombies, transforming the scene into a gruesome tableau of crimson. Kill it. Quickly, kill it. The dread of the encroaching tide of corpses was palpable. They could not afford to be dragged down by the monstrous creature any longer. No, don't eat me. I will stop fighting. Amid the chorus of screams, the formation of the fourth squad disintegrated into chaos. It would be no exaggeration to describe this scene as a hell on earth. Witnessing such horror and hearing the heart-wrenching cries of his comrades, Zhang Yuan finally succumbed to despair, his grip on the rifle trembling uncontrollably. Who can tell me? He silently questioned. The line had been breached, the army was obliterated, and the relentless hordes of zombies would soon flood into the city, transforming it into a den of the undead, where no survivor would escape unscathed. Why must this be our fate? Was sacrificing our lives not enough? Is there truly any meaning in our struggle? Anyone at all, please step forward to assist us. Captain Jiang. Just as despair clouded Zhang Yuan's mind, a voice nearby jolted him back to reality. A multitude of zombies had already breached the defenses, and his subordinate was pinned beneath the weight of the undead, struggling to fend off the ravenous maw of the creature with his rifle. Captain, save me. The soldier's near-sobbing cries pierced Zhang Yuan's heart like a dull blade. The plea for help rekindled his courage. Despite the excruciating pain from a blow that nearly shattered his ribs, he gritted his teeth and, with trembling hands, drew his sidearm. Click. The sound of the safety being disengaged was nearly drowned out by the intensifying rain. He raised the gun inch by inch, aiming for the back of the zombie that loomed over the soldier. At that moment, a shadow enveloped him from above. The rain washed over a face of sickly gray, beneath which lay veins twisted like maggots. A right arm, severed yet regenerating, hung limply at its side, droplets falling not as rain but as a grotesque mixture of flesh and brain matter. The most terrifying aspect was its eyes, void of pupils, only two milky spheres, bleached by the downpour, fixed their unblinking gaze upon Jiang Yuan. It's over. There are no heroes, only the delusions that come in the face of death. As despair echoed in his heart, the iron-armed zombie's hand slowly reached for him, capable of crushing his body in a mere instant. But at that very moment, two figures appeared, one on each side, positioning themselves defiantly before the iron-armed zombie. "Well done, little brother. Leave the rest to me, the old."
Kong.
A melodious and enchanting voice reached Jiang Yuan's ears, reigniting a spark of hope in his otherwise dimmed eyes. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that before her stood a striking couple, elegantly attired in a captivating black and white ensemble, adorned with masks. Just as the young girl had triumphantly completed her statement, a nearby man gently tapped her on the head, admonishing, "I told you to conceal our identities. Why did you call me that? Once we return, I shall surely discipline you." "Ah, my apologies." Chapter 51. Instant kill at the third level. Jiang Yuan. How is the situation over at Hongqi Street? What is the status of the zombie tide? Please respond. A sniper would suffice. Hello? Is anyone there? The officer on the radio was frantically shouting. The number of zombies was exceedingly vast. Even a single breach in the defense could plunge the entire team into an irreversible abyss, which justified the officer's agitation. As the scene shifted to Hongqi Street, it became evident that Jiang Yuan was currently slumped on the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the two figures standing before him. Wait, civilians? In a moment of peril, the emergence of someone to stand up was indeed reassuring. However, as a soldier, how could he allow unarmed civilians to confront those monstrosities on his behalf? No, absolutely not. Those are creatures that even tank fire cannot destroy. Even awakened soldiers from special forces cannot contend with them. This is a death sentence. I must do something. I must. Suddenly, Jiang Yuan's thoughts were abruptly halted. The man in black, facing the iron-skinned, iron-armed zombie, was remarkably calm. With a casual motion, he raised his right hand and pressed it against the zombie's chest. Boom! Without any build-up or forewarning, a surge of dark energy erupted. The 3-meter-tall steel giant was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing through several concrete walls before finally plummeting to the ground dozens of meters away, stirring up a cloud of dust. Goodness! This strike left all the surrounding soldiers frozen in place, some unable to restrain themselves from swearing. Jiang Yuan, who had been struggling to rise, was now entirely dazed, his mind filled with the philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? When he finally regained his senses from the shock, he noticed that the girl in the white mask had quietly appeared beside him. She possessed a tall, alluring figure, her ample bosom nearly straining against her clothing, with a slender waist curving elegantly into her hips. Even encased in long trousers, her straight legs revealed the flowing contours of well-defined muscles, resembling a flawlessly forged, supple white blade, with the fabric serving as its sheath, imbued with a vibrant aura that stirred an irresistible desire to gently unveil it, to cradle it in one's hands, and to caress and cherish it. Too beautiful. Not only Jiang Yuan, but even the other soldiers around were captivated by the woman's allure, momentarily forgetting that the zombie tide was still advancing. Yet, this was not the end. The woman gently raised her hand towards Jiang Yuan, a soft white glow flowing from her fingertips, enveloping his entire being like a sacred spring. Crack! With a surge of intense pain, his fractured ribs astonishingly realigned. Flesh healed at a visible pace, even bruises swiftly dissipating. In mere seconds, Jiang Yuan's body was restored to its former state, as if he had never been harmed. Is this a skill? A healing skill? Gazing at his own hands, Jiang Yuan's mind echoed with disbelief. Such a level of healing ability was unheard of within the entire unit. As he raised his gaze once more towards the two figures, the girl in the white mask tilted her head, her alluring eyes beneath the mask curving into a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. "My entrance must have been utterly spectacular," she declared. "With today's performance, my legend will surely echo throughout the ranks. Once I defeat that scoundrel Qin Kong, I shall return here as a formidable special forces ace. At that point, I'll lead my fellow soldiers in conquering challenges, and my military accolades will adorn my chest," she mused, her heart brimming with ambition, while her dainty shoe tips glided playfully across the ground, as if mapping out her future. Little did she realize, due to Qin Kong's extraordinary prowess, combined with her almost divine healing abilities and her own bewitching charm, the two of them had already been viewed through a lens of admiration by the soldiers surrounding them, especially for Jiang Yuan, whose expression towards Duanju and Qin Kong had transformed into one of reverence. Just moments ago, he had been fervently wishing for someone to descend from the heavens and rescue them, and now those very figures had appeared before him. "Saintess," he exclaimed internally. "These two must be the saviors of humanity, the saint and the saintess." Jiang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. The hope born from despair often blinds one, and he, along with the other soldiers present, had just traversed that very journey. Hiss. "Why do these soldiers regard me with such peculiar gazes?" Duanju thought to herself, stealing a glance around. The fervent stares seemed almost capable of scorching holes through her mask. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but voice her thoughts. "Isn't it just like encountering thugs and ruffians back in the neighborhood? Those men looked at me with lecherous eyes, utterly crude, akin to slimy slugs. But these soldiers, why do they seem? Is it akin to idol worship? My goodness! Such clear, brilliant eyes. Why does an inexplicable sense of embarrassment wash over me? How terrifying!" Overwhelmed by the adoration of so many soldiers, Duanju felt an unexpected shyness creep in, her delicate toes curling within her shoes, prompting her to retreat behind Qin Kong, clinging to his arm like a timid kitten. However, soon enough, a sound from the distance captured everyone's attention. It was coming again, that crimson menace. "Everyone, flee!" With the shout echoing, a concrete wall in the distance erupted violently, revealing a blood-red jumper emerging from the clouds of dust. Its fangs, smeared with remnants of flesh, bore traces of torn camouflage fabric, while its exposed brain crackled with eerie energy, poised to teleport to its next prey, sending a chill down the spines of all the soldiers who beheld it. Yet, as the jumper's formidable senses swept over the crowd, it suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, standing rigidly in place. Qin Kong remained composed, his eyelids scarcely fluttering, but the mutated beast, which had been wreaking havoc moments prior, now resembled a frog ensnared by a venomous serpent, its muscles twitching involuntarily as it instinctively recoiled. A low, sinister growl emanated from the jumper, its gaze fixed intently on Qin Kong as if sensing a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, perhaps aware of the impending conflict, urgently shouted a warning to Qin Kong. "Brother, this foe is not to be trifled with. Can even tear through tank armor. Indeed, and it can teleport instantaneously. Let us join forces to bring it down. We shall provide you with cover." Although aware of Qin Kong's formidable strength, the soldiers believed that even the strongest among them could not contend with an elite monster capable of effortlessly shredding tanks. One by one they volunteered, hoping to fight alongside Qin Kong. However, Qin Kong merely raised his right arm, gathering magical energy while contemplating. A Tier 3 monster that can teleport? Can rip apart tanks? Its physical strength is remarkable, and it possesses exceptional escape capabilities. It seems like a troublesome adversary. I initially intended to conserve some magical energy to slay more zombies and level up, but given the circumstances, it would be prudent to conclude this battle swiftly. I shall employ that to deal with it. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the magical pressure emanating from Qin Kong intensified. Dark energy coalesced into a swirling vortex at his fingertips, and the small pebbles on the ground abruptly defied gravity, swirling madly around him within a 10-meter radius, accompanied by leaves and dust. Is this the power of an awakened one? Truly astounding. Witnessing such a mesmerizing spectacle, the surrounding soldiers couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. Meanwhile, The leaping zombie sensed impending doom. It immediately activated its teleportation ability, tearing through the spatial fabric from a distance of 20 meters to appear before Qin Kong, aiming to strike at his face. Crack! Those claws could rend steel, and the strength of a Tier 3 monster was terrifyingly formidable. Yet, for reasons unknown, the leaping zombie's attack failed to reach Qin Kong's face, instead halted by a translucent black energy wall. Following its unsuccessful attempt, the leaping zombie emitted a low growl, its crimson muscle fibers tensing as it prepared to strike again. However, as it attempted to move, it realized that 6 opaque energy walls had ensnared it within a diminutive cube, rendering the air viscous and making breathing and movement exceedingly difficult. Without activating teleportation, it would undoubtedly perish. Yet, as it sought to teleport once more, its muscles throbbed with unbearable pain. Such a powerful ability must have a cool-down period. Qin Kong uttered these 2 words coldly, showing no mercy even towards monsters. He then snapped his fingers casually. Boom! The cube was instantly engulfed in a sea of pure black flames, an absolute darkness that devoured even light. The leaping zombie twisted into a grotesque silhouette, convulsing violently as if thrown into a caustic acid bath. More terrifyingly, despite the visibility of its gaping jaw, not a single sound of anguish escaped it.
Moments later.
The cube dissipated, leaving behind a bizarre, charred remnant on the ground that could barely be considered ash. A swift execution. Ding! Host has slain leaping zombie X1, earning 4,370 experience points. Host level has risen to level 21, gaining a 2/1 increase in all attributes. For more levels are required to unlock the next skill. Please continue your efforts. 3 levels at once? Wow, that feels incredible. Upon hearing the prompt sound resonating in his mind, even Qin Kong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The skill just executed was a high-level technique acquired after reaching level 50, consuming at least half of his magical energy. Naturally, recovering from such expenditure without the aid of items proved to be quite challenging. It would take at least a day or 2 of rest. This journey was not in vain. The experience gained from defeating monsters beyond their level was immensely rewarding. Embracing Duanju's slender waist, Qin Kong excitedly reported his progress to his beloved, tenderly nuzzling her cheek afterward in a display of affection. To his surprise, Duanju blinked her eyes in delight and responded enthusiastically, I leveled up too. I received so much experience. Host level has risen to 14, granting an overall attribute increase of 1/4. 2 more levels are required to unlock the next skill. Please continue your efforts. Thanks to the effect of symbiotic resonance, Duanju also garnered a substantial amount of experience. The experience gained from this zombie far exceeded what they both had accumulated throughout the entire night. However, before Qin Kong and Duanju could fully relish their joy, a sudden dull thud echoed in their ears. Huh? Startled by the sound, Qin Kong and Duanju turned their heads in unison, only to find Jiang Yuan had plunged his knees into the ground, his trembling arms raised skyward, earnestly proclaiming like a devout priest, Hero. Oh, hero! Chapter 52. Enthusiastic citizens as recorded in the annals of the past. The tide of corpses necessitates a leader, the necromancer. It guides the lesser zombies in an organized assault against the survivors, seeking to procure more flesh and blood, thereby ensuring its evolution and ascension. However, upon the demise of the necromancer, the tide becomes aimless. Though still numerous, they can no longer mount a cohesive and formidable charge. This was the very reason why the military of Ur could effortlessly quell such a tide. As for the current situation, the jumper has perished, leaving the horde leaderless, significantly alleviating the strain on the entire battalion. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan remains prostrate on the ground, vociferously imploring Duanju and Qin Kong. Heroes, oh heroes! With a mere wave, you obliterate third-tier mutants, and with a mere gesture, you revive the fallen. You must be exceptionally gifted awakeners, bestowed upon us by the heavens. Your prowess is unmatched. I beseech you to join our ranks. Only with your presence can my brothers find a path to survival. Jiang Yuan's voice soared, infused with the fervent yearning of a warrior for strength. As his words fell, the surrounding soldiers echoed his sentiments. A chorus of reverence directed towards Duanju and Qin Kong. Please, You must join us. We implore you. The memory of the jumper's recent rampage through the crowd instilled profound terror in the soldiers, making their desire to retain Duanju and Qin Kong entirely reasonable. The internet is abuzz. Within China, numerous rapidly leveling survivors proclaim themselves as saviors, flaunting their prowess in an attempt to attract followers. While most of these claims are mere posturing, they undeniably instill hope in the populace. And indeed, do not Duanju and Qin Kong embody the strength and beauty of those proclaimed saviors? Their formidable abilities and resplendent attire inspire nothing short of admiration. They must be retained. With them, our safety is assured. Let them take command. Please. The commander, who had tirelessly orchestrated the battlefield for an hour, found himself perplexed, a question mark slowly forming above his head. Yet, Duanju and Qin Kong exchanged bewildered glances. Ah? Duanju mused. I envision you as my future comrades. Yet you wish for me to be your savior? Qin Kong pondered. Alas, I overdid it. I should have employed a less formidable skill. Now I shall be a target of military scrutiny. A calamity. Both Duanju and Qin Kong silently lamented. Qin Kong recognized the urgency of their departure. Once the military commander arrived, he would undoubtedly employ persuasive rhetoric to recruit him. Rather than endure that, it would be wiser to slip away now. The remaining zombies lacked the strength of the Iron Arm zombie and the jumper, thus they should be capable of resolving the situation themselves. No, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. As Qin Kong surveyed the fervent gazes surrounding him, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. With an indifferent tone, he replied, My wife and I are merely benevolent bystanders, stepping in to assist those in distress. We wish to live quietly as ordinary survivors at home. Joining the military seems overly complicated. However, should you establish a survivor base in the future, we would consider joining. With that, Qin Kong grasped Duanju's arm, eager to leave the area swiftly. Yet, Duanju lingered, her cheeks puffed in frustration, resembling a petulant child. It's easy for you to say, you've already claimed the Iron Arm zombie, while I've yet to slay a single one. In response, Qin Kong tightened his grip slightly, pinching the soft flesh at her waist. Let us go, little Beachy. Ouch! You villain! Duanju felt the pressure at her waist. Despite her inner desire to resist, the firm and heated sensation left her flustered, resulting in her cheeks turning crimson as she muttered a curse under her breath. To prevent Qin Kong from making any further peculiar advances, she reluctantly wrapped her arms around him, and together they leapt away in a series of swift movements. Hey, wait a moment. Hey. Seeing the pair leave without a backward glance, Zhang Yuan attempted to call them back. Unfortunately, his shout attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, forcing him to join his comrades in raising their weapons and firing. The rapid barrage of gunfire erupted once more, as zombies fell one after another. However, with each shot fired, more zombies converged upon their location, ensuring an unending battle. Captain, you actually let them go. The commander instructed us to find a way to retain powerful awakeners, especially since they saved the lives of our entire squad. If the commander learns of this, he will surely reprimand you. A soldier shouted amid the gunfire, his tone laced with a hint of complaint. To this, Zhang Yuan could only respond with a sigh. They are too strong. Even if I wanted to keep them, I couldn't. But it's all right. I just heard that the woman referred to the man as Kong Gu. After this, we'll retrieve the resident information from our city and identify all males aged 20 to 30 living in the new district with Kong in their names. Perhaps we can ascertain where that fellow resides. As he spoke, a fiery determination ignited in Zhang Yuan's eyes. Gone was the helplessness and despair he felt at the onset of the apocalypse. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for the future. Kong Gu, is it? Rest assured. I will find you. I will track down both of these remarkable individuals and have them remain as our team's guiding spirits. With each leap, Qin Kong traversed distances of several meters, the rush of wind accompanying him in a swift symphony. Soon, he vanished from the troop site, and even the helicopter could not trace his whereabouts. Although it differs somewhat from my expectations, advancing 3 ranks is quite commendable. Having spent such an extended period outside with Duanju, drenched in rain, it is time to return home for a hearty meal and a refreshing wash. I wonder how Zhao Xiaonyo is faring now? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Qin Kong couldn't help but display a contemplative expression. However, his gaze soon shifted, and he suddenly noticed Duanju glaring at him with an air of resentment. What is it? Are you still upset?
King Kong chuckle del Plesli.
Slowing his pace as he affectionately ruffled Duanju's hair. With so many zombies around, a few more 1T make a difference. We can take care of some on our way back, can't we? Don't you want to return home for a bath? No, that's not it. Listening to Qin Kong's gentle tone, Duanju narrowed her eyes and coldly retorted, her gaze brimming with a woman's unique perceptiveness. What I meant to say is, how many women did you seduce in your past life, you scoundrel? Huh? At these words, Qin Kong's expression momentarily faltered, and his previously hurried steps came to a halt. Meanwhile, Duanju secretly gritted her teeth and continued in a slightly mournful tone. With your personality, you must have been quite the flirt in your previous life, right? How many lovers did you have before me? Where did that mask come from? How infuriating. Tell me this instant. With that, Duanju suddenly opened her small cherry-like mouth and bit down on his shoulder with fervor. Following this was Qin Kong's pained wail. Hey, we can talk without biting, can't we? How strange, why didn't the collar activate? Ouch! Stop biting me, dear. I'll tell you everything. Just stop. Chapter 53. Heartache from a past life. The tide of corpses had yet to recede, and the stench of decay once again permeated the community. Scattered zombies wandered around the periphery, dragging their mutilated limbs as they meandered through the charred greenery. To traverse this wasteland of death and enter the neighborhood, one would likely have to navigate considerable obstacles. In a bid to elucidate the matter of past life connections to Duanju, Qin Kong had no choice but to lead her to a secure supermarket. Thus, let us begin the explanation. Qin Kong dragged over two dust-laden folding chairs, the metallic legs producing a jarring screech. Although Duanju pouted, she obediently took a seat, albeit after deliberately sliding the chair back half an inch, as if to create a distance between herself and Qin Kong. Though she outwardly appeared sulky, inwardly, Duanju was thinking, finally, I can learn about Qin Kong's past life. It's not that I am curious about his history. I simply wish to understand his character better to exploit his weaknesses in the future. Indeed, knowing both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. This is a piece of wisdom I possess, she mused, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth, revealing a hint of self-satisfaction. Meanwhile, with bright eyes, Qin Kong began his earnest narration. Firstly, I did have relationships with many women in my past life, but in essence, they were merely fleeting encounters. As he spoke solemnly, Duanju twirled a strand of hair around her finger, feigning disinterest. However, when asked how many lovers or partners he had truly had, he pondered and concluded that there had only been one, his first love. At this revelation, Duanju's playful motion came to an abrupt halt. Her ears perked up, and her eyes narrowed slightly, betraying a newfound vigilance. Yet, Qin Kong soon furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with sorrow as he continued. But that woman was unhinged. She was a priestess of the flesh and blood sect, colloquially known as the cult of gluttony, which specialized in human flesh. She fixated on my identity as a high-tier awakener, believing I was prime meat. She feigned admiration to lure me in, even attempting to brand me with the cult's slave mark. It is because of her that I now harbor a shadow over women. Despite the gravity of his words, Duanju could not stifle her laughter. What a pitiful creature. Truly a pitiful creature. Qin Kong, how upon raising her gaze, she discovered that Qin Kong was staring at her with an expression of icy indifference, his pupils shimmering with a chilling light, reminiscent of an unfathomable abyss that instilled fear. In that instant, Duanju instinctively tightened her legs, and the sudden friction of fabric produced a faint sound as her knees came together, transforming her previously fidgeting toes into a picture of obedient charm. I'm sorry, Brother Kong. Please continue, she blurted out, fully aware that failing to apologize would undoubtedly result in a harsh reprimand from Qin Kong. Yet, upon reflection, it was evident that Qin Kong's past must have been fraught with profound pain and tragedy. His willingness to share his experiences with Duanju indicated that he had come to regard her as family. Thus, how could she dare to mock him?
I am truly sorry.
Overcome with shame, Duanju's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, offering another apology, her voice emerging as a sweet, endearing sound akin to that of a small animal. Qin Kong, witnessing her dismay, shook his head and stood up to gently ruffle her hair, soothingly addressing her as one would a pet cat. It's good that you recognize your mistake. However, after encountering that woman, I've grown cautious about forming deep emotional attachments with strangers. Nevertheless, he continued, biological needs must be addressed, don't you think? Imagine if you hadn't transformed into a woman and had to survive as a mercenary in a post-apocalyptic world, struggling for sustenance in a perilous environment, battling monsters day in and day out. You wouldn't know if you would see another day, nor if civilization would endure. Wouldn't you seek some joy to relieve the tension of living on the brink? At this juncture, Qin Kong playfully flicked the bell hanging from Duanju's neck. So, it was merely a fleeting encounter. I didn't even remember their names. But you are different. You are my little cat in this life, my most cherished wife. The delicate bell chimed sweetly, causing Duanju's cheeks to flush deeper. She felt an inexplicable mix of anger and embarrassment, biting her rosy lip and turning away with a feigned indifference. Well, that's true. If I were in your position, I might also seek companionship daily. Let us just drop the subject. Observing her proud yet forgiving demeanor, Qin Kong smiled faintly, nodding in appreciation. My dear wife is so easy to appease. However, amidst his satisfaction, he suddenly grasped Duanju's chin with his warm hand, his enigmatic smile conveying a different intent. Since you've chosen to overlook that matter, may I inquire about your own issue? Duanju, caught off guard with her face in his grip, pouted slightly, her large, innocent eyes wide with curiosity. What issue do I have? You have no issues? Qin Kong retorted with a cold smirk, then pulled open his collar to reveal a ring of crimson bite marks on his neck. Who left these? Which disobedient little cat did this? Answer me. As Duanju caught sight of her wound, she attempted to turn away in shame, only to find herself ensnared by the firm grip on her chin, leaving her no avenue for escape. Reluctantly, she averted her gaze and muttered softly, "It's just because of certain scoundrels." Her words trailed off abruptly as Qin Kong's head descended, his lips descending with an ardent force, akin to a branding iron sealing an oath. The nape of her neck fell into his palm, and the arm encircling her waist tightened suddenly, his rough yet warm fingers tangling deeply in her disheveled hair. It was an almost obsessive, tyrannical embrace, as if he sought to devour her entirely, to possess every aspect of her being. Thus, the helpless Duanju could only humbly extend her arms, encircling Qin Kong's neck in response. Ugh, how frustrating. It shouldn't be like this. I had already gained Qin Kong's trust and could have devised a way to escape with his concern. But why is it that I cannot resist at all? My heart feels heavy, and I can't help but think that Qin Kong is so pitiful, having been harmed by such a wretched person. Just consider it your kindness in caring for me. I will take good care of you on behalf of those women, of course, as a good brother, I assure you. With a gentle parting of their lips, Qin Kong continued to tenderly soothe Duanju's head, while she, devoid of any anger, transformed into a bashful and obedient figure, nestled against his chest, rubbing her head against his cheek. Silly girl, so endearing, Qin Kong chuckled softly. Soon after, he pinched her cheek and, lifting his gaze towards the window, calmly announced, "Well then, it's time to head home, but I just thought of a delightful idea." "What is it?" Duanju inquired softly, to which Qin Kong patted her head and, narrowing his eyes with a mischievous grin, explained, "Let us sneak back without letting anyone in the community notice and see what these people do in my absence." "All right, dear husband, I shall follow your lead." Chapter 54. Something special. Is it truly so simple to sneak back home? Qin Kong swiftly lifted Duanju, leaping several times until they vanished into the villa, his speed astonishing. Even if someone were to record with a phone, they would fail to capture his fleeting silhouette. Touching the wall, he confirmed that the protective shield around the villa remained intact, indicating that no one had entered the house in the past few days. Thus, Qin Kong brought Duanju in through the balcony, and the first thing he did upon returning home was to remove his drenched coat. With a splatter, the wet garment was tossed into the washing machine, revealing Qin Kong's robust physique, which glistened under the sunlight like gleaming metal, exuding an aura of resilience and strength. However, just as he was about to toss his tank top into the machine, Duan-ju stepped forward and swatted the clothing from his hand. What do you think you're doing? Qin Kong asked in confusion, having felt the impact on his hand. Duan-ju shot him an exasperated glance, admonishing him sternly. You can't wash outerwear and undergarments together. Separate them properly, you fool. Huh? This? Hearing Duan-ju's words, Qin Kong hesitated, his expression reflecting his disbelief. In this apocalyptic world, being able to do laundry is a luxury. Who cares about separating outerwear from undergarments? However, upon further reflection, he realized that water was not particularly scarce at the moment. If it pleased her, he would let her have her way. Moreover, even if there came a day when water and electricity truly ran out, Qin Kong would find a way to meet Duan-ju's needs. After all, she was his beloved little wife. All right then, should undergarments be separated as well? He teased. Of course, I will wash them in hot water. You needn't worry about it. Just go take your shower. I prefer to shower after I finish my chores. Don't keep me waiting. With that, Qin Kong found himself pushed into the bathroom by Duan-ju. He blinked in a daze, as if experiencing for the first time the sensation of being commanded by his wife. Strangely, this feeling evoked both discomfort and a sense of reassurance within him. Once inside the bathroom, Qin Kong smirked and asked with a hint of pride, "Shall we shower together?" Go to hell. With a resounding bang, the bathroom door was firmly shut. Qin Kong could only pout in response, turning on the shower to wash away the remnants of the day. Having been caught in a downpour that lasted all day, running from the mall to the front lines and back to the villa, he was thoroughly soaked. His hair was drenched, and the mingling sense of rainwater, earthy dampness, and the stench of zombies was rather unpleasant. Yet, having navigated through ruins in his past life, he was not overly concerned. As the shampoo foam cascaded down the tiles, the once dusty and disheveled Qin Kong transformed back into a strikingly handsome figure. His broad, muscular shoulders and defined physique resembled a meticulously crafted work of art. Water droplets glided down his collarbone, flowing over his taut chest and meeting the distinct contours of his abs. A stunning display of both beauty and the primal tension unique to manhood. Not to mention, his strikingly handsome profile bore an almost ethereal quality, reminiscent of a demon king emerged from the pages of a comic. One could easily envision him adorned with an earring, captivating enough to become a star in a K-pop boy band. Regrettably, all of this holds no significance for Qin Kong. After all, even the most exquisite appearance is rendered nearly useless in a post-apocalyptic world. At best, it serves to attract the attention of bizarre warlords who might keep him as a mere plaything. Thus, Qin Kong had never taken much heed of his own looks. Now, let me see what has transpired over the past few days, he mused, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he discreetly retrieved his phone and tapped a few times, illuminating the WeChat interface. The first message that caught his eye was from a cautious member of the Survival Association, inquiring, "Hey, so it's true that Qin Kong is dead, right? Kong, are you still there? Qin Gu, please respond if you see this."
Qin Ye. Qin Kong.
Hello, is that Qin still alive? The tone of the group became increasingly audacious as they continued, eventually referring to him simply as the one surnamed Qin. After 2 full days and nights without returning home, nor sending any messages in the group chat, many residents had come to believe that Qin Kong had perished amidst the horde of zombies, especially considering the staggering number of 300,000 undead. In reality, it was 500,000. Consequently, several residents expressed their regret, while others grew apprehensive about the inexhaustible wave of zombies in the city. In the preceding days, Qin Kong had been present, ensuring the relentless clearing of the undead from their vicinity. Now, with his demise, the number of zombies surrounding them had surged, making even the gathering of supplies a daunting task. However, despite the presence of those who worried, there were far more who reveled in his misfortune. The one surnamed Qin has finally met his end. I always knew that fellow would come to a bad end, flaunting himself in the group every day. This remark was time-stamped at 10:30, indicating that by midday, the residents had already concluded that Qin Kong was dead. So what if he had a gun? What is there to be so proud of? He had so many resources and never shared. He got what he deserved. What a pity for his wife. She truly was beautiful. I mean, no offense, but it's a shame she had to die. Previously, many petty individuals had refrained from speaking up due to Qin Kong's presence. But now that he was gone, they emerged one by one. It seems there are still some cockroaches left unscathed. My decision not to organize them into a camp was indeed wise. Observing the chat history, Qin Kong smirked inwardly. He had long contemplated establishing a camp but had intended to wait until he dealt with Li Hao, Qian Yi, and some other loathsome individuals before making his move. Yet it was of little concern. Qin Kong had made thorough arrangements with Zhao Xiaonuo. Every single ID that had allied with Li Hao or spoken ill of him would be meticulously recorded by Zhao Xiaonuo. Is it really appropriate to speak ill of Qin Gu? After all, he has helped us clear out zombies. Moreover, it was only after Qin Kong shared information about supermarkets rich in supplies that we became aware of their locations. We owe our survival to Qin Gu. While his fate remains uncertain, is it truly right to disparage him in such a manner? Indeed, amidst the gathering, a few individuals rallied in support of Qin Kong. He cast a cursory glance, mentally noting their names, pondering their potential utility should a camp be established in the future. Intriguingly, a particularly irascible man from the Lu family, who had previously been vociferous in the group, had quieted since Qin Kong assumed command. Yet, when Li Hao spoke, he could not resist the urge to retort. Get lost. Here we go again, Li Hao, with your antics. You still have your little association along with your band of backstabbers, opportunists, just a bunch of cowards. Be quiet, or I swear I will unleash my wrath upon you when Qin Gu returns. Is this fellow's temper truly so uncontrollable? Even Qin Kong found himself astonished at Lu Ji's verbal sparring, especially considering Li Hao commanded an entire team. Lu Gu's audacity to confront Li Hao marked him as an ardent supporter of Qin Kong. However, it was evident that, in this apocalyptic realm, law and morality held little sway. Mere fury was insufficient. Before long, the long-absent ID resurfaced. Li Hao, brimming with self-satisfaction, proclaimed in the group, "Mr. Lu, let us not quarrel. We are all comrades, striving together for survival as family. How can we allow trivial matters to disrupt our harmony? With the zombie horde approaching, the situation is dire. The front lines remain silent, and we have no notion of when the undead will disperse. It would be prudent for us to address our resource needs without delay. Should the horde breach the community, trapping us within our homes, how would we resolve our predicaments?" Li Hao's words appeared innocuous, yet they incessantly hinted at seizing the supplies from Qin Kong's villa while there was still time. As anticipated, the moment he finished speaking, a survivor boldly stepped forward. "Li President speaks wisely. We cannot linger over a deceased individual. Although Qin Kong has indeed aided us, let us not overlook the facts. Has he not put himself in peril? Were it not for his reckless endangerment, we would not covet his resources. His demise is of his own making, and it bears no relation to us. We are merely seeking to survive by claiming his excess supplies. My suggestion is this. If Qin Kong does not return by midnight, we shall retrieve his provisions and distribute them accordingly. Let Li President lead the charge, shall we?" Upon concluding, he even appended a rose emoji, to which Li Hao responded with palpable satisfaction. "Absolutely. This is for the benefit of the entire community. Though I feel remorse for Qin Kong, I am willing to bear the burden of this sin for the greater good. Allow me to take the lead." "Very well. We shall rely on Li President's leadership regarding the supplies. Count me in." As Li Hao's declaration resonated, the covetous individuals in the group emerged one by one, each eager to claim their share of resources as the zombie tide loomed ever closer. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Qin Kong observed the unfolding scene with an icy glare, each vibrant ID before him morphing into the visage of the deceased. To everyone's surprise, after Li Hao had made his decision, two individuals voiced their dissent. "I will not permit you to enter. If you wish to avoid death, then keep your distance." This remark was uttered by Zhao Xiaonuo, who Qin Kong had initially perceived as merely a timid and earnest university student, yet he proved to be quite dependable in a crucial moment. The next statement was rather unexpected, coming from Lu Gu. "Feel free to go if you wish. I, for one, shall not accompany you. I do not anticipate that when Qin Kong meets his demise, I will be left to gather your remains. I mean by defecating on each of your heads, hee." Following this, Lu Gu made sure to send a grinning emoji, his sarcasm palpable through the screen. Goodness, what an aggressive stance. Yet he is indeed a remarkable character. This fellow possesses some talent. Qin Kong couldn't help but internally critique the situation.